Chapter 1. The Emergence of Zombies. Strange occurrences abound year after year. Yet this year sees an unprecedented escalation. As humanity evolves towards the end of one century, biological entities also undergo continual upgrades, with bizarre phenomena defying atheism manifesting everywhere. In this age of extraordinary technological advancements, supernatural events involving extraordinary powers have become increasingly common. On December 15th, at 2 a.m., the security center of City A received an urgent emergency call. A horde of zombies has been sighted in Zone 3 of City A. Several innocent citizens have been attacked, their vehicles destroyed, and lives lost. The situation is worsening. Urgent military assistance is requested from headquarters. Received, understood. The operator hung up the phone and immediately dialed another internal line. The Special Operations Team, equipped with advanced weaponry, swiftly received the mission and stealthily boarded their vehicles, racing towards Zone 3. Time flew by, and 30 minutes later, another call came in. Headquarters, the Special Operations Team requests support. The zombie leader possesses an indestructible body, and our advanced weapons are ineffective against it. We request the assistance of experts from the nuclear weapons door. At 3 a.m., the scene shifted to the A City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. In the monitoring room, several unknown individuals were present, while the director dutifully scuttled about, seemingly awaiting some critical news. After receiving a call, the leading man grew increasingly agitated and, turning, dismissed the director with a curt command. He then glanced at a young boy and urgently spoke. "Have you been updated on the situation over there, young masterby?" Upon seeing the boy nod, he launched into a rapid-fire barrage of information. "The indestructible zombie has appeared, and we cannot contain it with our current resources. The situation is critical, and we urgently request support. What are your thoughts, young masterby?" Despite his calm demeanor, the man's anxious gaze reflected an alarming urgency as he looked at the young boy standing with his hands behind his back. His excessive deference was almost laughable. This scene felt quite surreal, straying far from the bounds of normal logic. The young boy, impeccably dressed in white, appeared no more than 6 or 7 years old, yet he exuded an aura of remarkable self-assurance. In the dimly lit monitoring room at 3 a.m., he sported a pair of cool toy sunglasses reminiscent of a superhero, completing his striking appearance with sharp, elongated black ears that peeked above his head, casting a playful shadow over his face. This charming little figure, juxtaposed against his pristine attire, was compellingly adorable. As he heard the man's urgent words, the boy pretended to ponder deeply, gazing out into the dark night before speaking. "I can go take a look, but we must also station someone here. Otherwise, losses here could rival those over there, leading us to overlook important details." Wow, this little one's words showed a maturity that belied his age, revealing a depth of character few would expect from someone so young. His measured tone hinted at a leadership quality that compelled the surrounding adults to feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old evoke such a feeling in grown men and women? "Yes, I understand." The leading man sighed in relief and discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. "Having heard that from you, he'll arrange for personnel to move swiftly." His earlier concern had been that this child might stubbornly refuse to budge. Young Master Bai had repeatedly stressed that the forthcoming peril must be neutralized as soon as possible, or it would wreak havoc. At the very least, it should be contained or sealed, which was his minimum requirement. It seemed as if there existed a deep-seated animosity towards the impending threat, compelling them to eradicate it even in its infancy. They were working hard in the dead of night, merely to mitigate a calamity that this Suntoba-born child could represent. With that heavy weight lifted off his shoulders, the man felt relieved. The child, now referred to as young Master Bai, continued in his calm and unyielding manner, firmly directing, "Enough with the chatter. Quickly summon Lightning Hand to come over. He can handle things here as long as no one gets hurt." Having understood some essential truths, the boy had dialed down his expectations. Since fate seemed to dictate the course of events, he would not swim against the tide. He had done all he could. "Yes, he'll send out the message immediately." The man, bowing his head in compliance, exhibited a degree of respect that made one feel as if he were an assistant to the young boy. "Rest assured, I will promptly bring Lightning Hand over to take over your duties, young Master Bai. You're free to go." "Good, I'll leave this in your hands. I shall take my leave." Without a glance back, the boy walked away, shaking his head as he departed. What's all the fuss about over just a zombie? This declaration struck a nerve among the adults behind him, provoking visceral reactions akin to being shot. But as soon as the little master finished speaking, he suddenly vanished into thin air. The adults, though harboring a slew of complaints, dared not voice their grievances nor display a hint of discontent. They knew that if that little one chose to reappear unpredictably, they risked a terrible future. The mere presence of this child was an enigma. Just after young Master Bay's departure, calamity struck as the disaster announced its arrival. The child's mother, the expectant patient in the delivery room, was a striking beauty of mixed English and Chinese descent. Her husband was also a noteworthy figure in City A, which meant that even without interference from the powers of the nuclear weapons door, the medical staff would not dare to treat her lightly. Currently, elite obstetricians assembled at the hospital were on high alert, waiting for the baby's arrival. Ironically, despite technological advancements rendering human capabilities seemingly limitless, humanity can currently long for a return to simpler times. Everything now aimed for an organic, eco-friendly approach, making the complicated world seem cleaner. As societal progress accelerated, even childbirth underwent this retrograde transformation. What once advocated for natural childbirth transformed into mandatory laws. This foreign beauty was no exception. It appeared the newborn timed his arrival precisely, as just after young Master Bai departed, he burst forth into the world with a loud wail. Unfortunately, as young Master Bai had predicted, the moment the newborn opened his eyes, his gaze instantly struck down both the doctor and his mother, leaving behind chaos in his wake. In the exclusive delivery room, obstetrician Qin Hong and chief physician Zhang Yun, both esteemed figures in maternal health care, had been meticulously assisting the mother's labor. Despite the newborn's nightmarish appearance initially startling them, the realization of his mixed heritage soothed their concerns. After their initial shock, they exchanged a glance before proceeding with their routine notification. "Congratulations, Mrs. Bai, on the birth of your precious son. He's a beautiful baby boy." Obstetrician Qin Hong held the newborn towards the exhausted mother, reporting that the child was in good health. The mother, drained and unable to keep her eyes open, managed only to thank them with a weak smile. They documented the time of birth while preparing the newborn's official records. After ensuring everything was in order, Qin Hong turned away the baby before attending to the cleaning process. But as she made this routine turn, a scream erupted, and she stumbled backward, blood spraying as the infant slipped from her grasp. By some unfortunate coincidence, he struck the unexpected and busy chief physician Zhang Yun, who turned in bewilderment. Seeing the bloodied event unfold, Zhang Yun gasped and reached out, managing just in time to catch the falling newborn while anxiously calling for Qin Hong. "Qin Hong! Qin Hong! What's happened to you?" Zhang Yun carefully cradled the baby and leaned down to examine Qin Hong. The nurse accompanying Qin Hong, failing to secure the child, stood there, hands limp, frozen in shock, as the atmosphere turned dense with tension. The nurse rushing over from the other side, who had been gathering bathing supplies, also panicked as she inquired urgently, "What's going on? What happened to Sister Hong?" Upon seeing Qin Hong lying on the ground, blood pouring from a bullet-like puncture in her forehead, the nurse gasped and clamped her mouth shut in horror. "Ah, is there a killer? What in the world happened?" Startled, Zhang Yan pulled her hand back and glared at the nurse, not bothering to hold back her emotions as she shook Qin Hong's shoulder. Qin Hong, wake up! Can't you be all right?" In her frantic spin, Zhang Yun had missed the timing to identify how the injury had occurred, but the sight of the gaping wound in Qin Hong's forehead horrified her. Could it be? Did she really take a bullet? Was there truly an assailant lurking here? But this highly secured delivery room was under strict surveillance. Nothing even as small as a fly could enter. If one were to eliminate this possibility, then none of the present individuals could be the assailants. So, was Qin Hong's death the work of supernatural entities? As this ominous thought passed through Zhang Yun's mind, fear crept in, leaving her in frightful shock. How strange, Sister Hong was perfectly fine. How could she suddenly? Both women exchanged wide-eyed glances. The reality of a living person disappearing so suddenly sent chills down their spines. What's happening? Is this a ghost? Returning to her senses, Zhang Yun hastily stood, brushing her hands against the newborn with a lingering tenderness while reassuring herself. It's fortunate this little one is unharmed. But scarcely had she finished speaking when the newborn suddenly opened his reedy gaze, unleashing a powerful beam of crimson light. "Ah!" Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Zhang Yun felt as though she had been shot in the forehead, cascading blood as she stumbled sideways and collapsed. "Help me!" At that moment, the horror became palpable. The two nurses cried out in desperation, abandoning all pretense in their fear as they scrambled away in panic. "Help! The baby's eyes can kill. Run!" The baby with killing eyes is a monster. Facing a chaotic scene, the terrified mother turned her head, only to see her baby tumble from Zhang Yun's arms onto the floor. Her heart sank as she extended her tired hand, murmuring softly, "My child, my child." Her disbelief about how the medical staff had allowed such a newborn to fall to the floor lingered, leaving her to question if her baby would even survive the incident. But as she focused her gaze, she stood agape, her astonishment freezing her in place. Chapter 002. The supernatural birth, however, upon closer inspection, she was utterly astonished. The child who had fallen to the ground lay there, remarkably calm and beautiful, seemingly unscathed, sucking on his fingers and smiling. His appearance was indescribably enchanting. His entire body was snow-white with striking black eyes that sparkled brilliantly, a sight so resplendent it was blinding. Even as a mother, she found it hard to believe. Instinctively rubbing her eyes and gazing again there, the child had a fair complexion like snow, with large bright eyes and a fiery red eye positioned at the center of his forehead. Captivating and alluring. She couldn't help but marvel. Mixed heritage truly was extraordinary. Merely a quarter of such lineage had resulted in this adorable being. Yet, that vividly colored, flamboyant red hair seemed out of place, leaving her perplexed. And that additional red eye, could it truly be lethal? How could this be? Although she had not witnessed any act of violence, she had vaguely heard their murmurs, and initially, she had doubted them. Now, as she observed the two midwives who had so enthusiastically assisted her in childbirth, she found them sprawled lifelessly, blood gushing from the red mark on their foreheads, confirming their demise. An overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Yet, this child was her own flesh and blood, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy. How could he have possibly caused such tragedy? She was utterly bewildered, yet she could not disregard him as they had. In her shock, with tears in her eyes, she reached out toward the infant, murmuring softly, "What has happened, my darling? Can you tell Mommy what is going on? They said you." Her words flowed fluently, and without a second thought, she continued to coax him, "Child, you are mine. Come here, let me see you." As she leaned forward, intent on sitting up, a figure stumbled in, exclaiming in horror at the bizarre scene before him. Upon hearing his mother's affectionate words, the little one floated through the air, landing precisely in her embrace. The man stood frozen, witnessing the newborn sucking his fingers, beaming at his mother. Yet, suddenly, the mother cried out in terror, blood splattering across the room. Her body collapsing lifelessly onto the bed, her forehead bleeding profusely. "Mary, what is wrong?" the man shouted anxiously, rushing forward, only to be seized from behind by an unexpected figure who hurled him out of the room, the doors slamming shut. His voice, however, pierced through the door, commanding his associates, "Everyone out! Leave this to me. No one is permitted to approach." "Understood," came the solemn response from the young assistant, signaling his subordinates to comply with the hospital staff in clearing the area and sealing off information. The young boy possessed a unique ability. His hands were electrified, capable of demolishing a tall building with a single strike. Additionally, he had the foresight to sense impending dangers, allowing him to evade calamities at critical moments. Thus, he deemed himself the most suitable to handle this situation, and as he anticipated, everything transpired smoothly without further incident. This matter was quickly brushed aside, and thereafter, it was scarcely mentioned. In fact, very few were even aware of it. One could only commend humanity, as they evolved with the times, treating such occurrences as mere anomalies. Challenges were met with resilience, and they adeptly managed the situation to prevent escalation. As ordinary members of society, their collective pursuit was to earn a living and lead comfortable lives, oblivious to the bizarre events unfolding around them, easily swayed by benevolent deceptions. What they saw and heard was perpetually far removed from the truth. As they lived their busy or leisurely lives day after day, surrounded by an air of peace and prosperity. Yet, were they truly human? That remains a question. Such events abounded in reality, but they remained unknown to the masses, concealed by those with ulterior motives. Let us not dwell on distant matters. Even 2 months later, a similar incident would replicate itself, shocking both domestic and international observers. However, once again, the information was meticulously suppressed. Forbidden to leak.it circulated only within limited circles, but some extraordinary phenomena were beyond their control. Individuals with unique abilities could perceive the truth without being informed. regardless of the supernatural or mythical. They each had their own communities, so it was not surprising that they were aware. This time, however, a baby girl was born, and upon opening her eyes, she fatally struck her biological parents, rendering herself an orphan. Dubbed the Angel of Death, she stood alongside the boy, who was 2 months her senior, known for his fiery gaze. Regrettably, her fate mirrored his. She too was born into a world that could not comprehend her, swiftly vanishing from sight. Thereafter, the secular world lost all trace of them, the specifics of their disappearance remaining a mystery, as if they had been entirely concealed. In truth, aside from a select few, the general populace remained ignorant of these occurrences. They continued their lives, busy or leisurely, in a serene and distant reality. Just like the villagers in the heart of central China, nestled in the mountainous regions of southern Hunan, they remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary beings among them. Day after day, they toiled in the fields or sought work elsewhere, focused solely on their year-end earnings. Their cyclical existence was comfortable. The happenings of the outside world seemed perpetually disconnected from their lives. Thus, the years rolled by, and in the blink of an eye, 19 years had passed in the summer of 2099. With merely 6 months remaining until the predicted apocalypse by the Mayans, life persisted in its leisurely manner. They no longer believed in the so-called Mayan prophecy. Had they not been misled enough in 2012? Consequently, the people exhibited no signs of panic or chaos in anticipation of an impending doom. Continuing their daily routines in this remote mountain village of southern Hunan, July nights were oppressively hot. Most villages nestled in the valleys to shield themselves from the winter winds. However, every advantage has its disadvantage. Come summer, the stagnant heat turned the valleys into literal steam pots, driving people to seek cooler refuge on the hills. Over time, the villagers developed the habit of carrying bamboo mats and straw mats to sleep on the slopes at night. This particular evening was no exception. After dinner, Lan Shaoqiang took his straw mat and pillow to the hillside behind his house to sleep. Though the conditions in the mountains had improved significantly with the progression of time and technology, many wealthy individuals had purchased land to build villas, causing buildings to spring up from the ground. Well-paved roads wound through the mountains, with vehicles constantly traversing the paths, a clear indication of the region's transformation. The new visage of rural China was vividly displayed, showcasing a thriving and prosperous landscape. The once isolated mountain dwellers now enjoyed convenient transportation, broadening their horizons, and many households flourished. Yet, their inherent nature and habits remained unchanged. Steadfast for centuries, they cherished these qualities as they were the essence of their identity. Thus, the local customs remained untainted, characterized by the mountain people's intrinsic honesty, kindness, and hospitality. This book's worldview and cultivation levels are as follows. The land of Shenzhou is divided into 9 provinces. Surrounding it are the 4 major regions of the east, south, west, and north, encircling the central province of Zhongshenzhou, with the second ring comprising the provinces of Shangyang, Nanshui, Heizhou, and Sayatu, forming a protective embrace. Aside from the central province, there are 8 outer provinces safeguarding it, each observing the other, hence the term 9 provinces. Beyond the 9 provinces lies a newly established Great Province, a gathering place for the new humanity of this era. In the post-apocalyptic setting, there are effectively 10 provinces. The new Great Province is tailored for supernatural beings, celestial beings, and demons. The modern apocalypse features 4 major sects, Jingwoman, Guwoman, Highwoman, and Shinwoman, dedicated to capturing various insurgents, including supernatural beings and extraterrestrials who have traversed time and space. All disruptive entities that descend to the mortal realm will be swiftly apprehended by Shinwoman, placed under systematic governance. Others, categorized by their unique powers, will be managed by Guwoman and Highwoman, prohibited from causing disturbances. Above these 4 sects exists an unparalleled martial association, responsible for directly overseeing the 4 sections' disobedience leads to obliteration, employing a remarkable approach of violence to counter violence. As advanced beings, humanity will always reign supreme. The cultivation levels in this apocalyptic world are divided into 4 tiers: divine, spiritual, mysterious, and martial. The martial tier is subdivided into 3 levels, representing the foundational skills of cultivators. The initial level involves external training, with Jingwoman experts typically excelling in this domain. The intermediate level focuses on internal cultivation, akin to the internal martial arts masters in the wuxia realm. The advanced level encompasses both internal and external training, a hallmark of Guwoman practitioners. The mysterious tier is also divided into 3 levels, where those who reach this stage can transcend their mortal forms. The initial level emerges from the martial tier, representing exceptional skills and the essence of a hermit. The intermediate level manifests various supernatural abilities, allowing foresight into numerous matters, such as the potential elevation to divinity like the Lishan Laomu. The advanced level reveals divine might, capable of summoning winds and rains, having achieved the ultimate path. Such individuals are generally recruited by Highwoman and Shinwoman, as Jingwoman and Guwoman are too small to accommodate such great beings. The spiritual tier comprises 3 levels, representing immortal beings, often evolved from the mysterious tier. The initial level focuses on cultivation, with few glimpses of immortals. The intermediate level centers on the mind, where intent and consciousness align, rendering one omnipotent. The advanced level involves the cultivation of the primordial infant, aspiring to transcendence and divinity. The divine tier emphasizes virtue, where the primordial infant evolves into the primordial spirit, gradually cultivating virtue to solidify their existence. The greater the contributions, the more profound the merits. It is through these merits that one's mastery of celestial arts gradually intensifies. Otherwise, why would there exist various ranks among the deities in the heavens? Aside from the primordial immortals, the only criterion for the rest of the cultivators is the merit accrued through their practices. Urban supernatural abilities may be regarded as a form of fantasy, yet I chose to set the backdrop in a city to ground it in reality, avoiding an overly ethereal approach. Hence, we shall adopt a restrained and gradual exposition, allowing these elements to unfold alongside the protagonists. Therefore, the establishment of this technique serves merely as an undercurrent, not something to be disclosed all at once. The narrative will be primarily driven by the emotional arc, revealing itself step by step. Being a female author, I cannot resist the allure of romance, yet pure romance can often become monotonous. Thus, I incorporate some energetic elements to make it more captivating. This reflects my personal perspective, and I have indeed pursued this approach, hoping that those who chance upon this work will find it enjoyable. To aid readers in understanding, I will briefly introduce the setting of this book. Facilitating your decision on whether to engage further with the storyline, I sincerely thank those who support this author through recommendations, collections, or even a simple review. Chapter 003. Summer Nights in the Mountain Village. In this place, the customs remain unadulterated, characterized by the honesty, kindness, and warm hospitality of the mountain folk. Moreover, such trivial matters are hardly consequential. Who would be foolish enough to concern themselves with where others choose to sleep? The elevated terrain of the hills provides a refreshing breeze, and without coverings in the later hours of the night, one would shiver from the chill. A natural wind surpasses air conditioning. It is a world apart. Thus it is essential for those lodging on the hillside to bring blankets or sheets. However, Lan Xiaoqiang is an exception. This fellow possesses an extraordinary constitution. In fact, this is a common way for the mountain residents to gather and exchange pleasantries, chatting in small groups. During the day, everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, earning their own income, with little time to congregate for idle chatter. Therefore, summer nights on the hillside become the most vibrant gathering spot. Men, women, young, and old unite on the hill, engaging in lively discussions, sharing stories, and exchanging insights. At this moment, upon seeing Lan Xiaoqiang's rare return to the village, they all eagerly rushed to greet him. Qiangzi is back. Why isn't your father with you? My father is busy gathering herbs. He couldn't spare the time to accompany me. How remarkable it is that, in this day and age, some still rely on the mountains for medicinal herbs. As if the trend is to embrace retro practices, regressing with each passing year. Lan Xiaoqiang chuckles awkwardly, scratching his head while greeting everyone. Greetings, uncles and aunts. I must extend my gratitude for your care. Haha, laughter rings out in playful jest as one responds, Hey, you young lad. You sound like a stranger. Indeed, indeed. We've been neighbors with your father for decades. That bond is not insignificant. Lan Xiaoqiang laughs heartily, scratching his head once more. Yes, my father mentioned that I should convey his regards to you all, of course. Please also remind your father to take care of himself. He is no longer a young man. Thank you, Uncle Kuei. I shall relay your kind words to my father. From their polite exchanges, it is evident that the relationship between Lan Xiaoqiang and the villagers is amicable. His father, Lan Xiefeng, is a retired military officer hailing from a prestigious lineage of physicians. Having benefited many over the years, the goodwill accumulated through generations has provided ample blessings. allowing both Lan Xiefeng and his son to reap the rewards. However, Lan Xiefeng joined the military at 18, where he excelled and subsequently established a commendable career, thus unable to inherit the family's medical practice. A regrettable loss. To understand the legacy of the Lan family in the medical field, one must know that they were once bustling with patients, often surpassing the capacity of regular hospitals, and even local hospitals sought their expertise. Unfortunately, this practice faded with Lan Xiefeng, who thrived in the military, enjoying a prosperous career that promised boundless prospects. Thus, he chose not to follow in his family's medical footsteps, opting instead to remain in the military, pursuing the life he cherished. Tragically, when his son was 3, their home was invaded by robbers, resulting in the demise of the entire family except for Lan Xiefeng. In a desperate attempt to protect their ancestral secrets, his parents lost their lives. His wife, while returning home with their son, sustained fatal injuries while trying to shield her in-laws. 2 years later, Lan Xiefeng returned with his son, who had narrowly escaped death after enduring severe injuries. Using his military connections, he facilitated 2 years of treatment abroad to save his son's life. However, the ordeal left Lan Xiaoqiang with a weakened constitution, reliant on medicinal tonics to sustain him, causing him to miss his chance for schooling. This tragedy profoundly impacted Lan Xiefeng, as a once warm and loving home was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. A burden too heavy for anyone to bear, it led to numerous mistakes in his work, ultimately resulting in his demotion back to the ranks of an inconspicuous villager. He bid farewell to his cherished military career, returning to this small mountain village after many years, living solely with his son. Lan Xiaoqiang. At this moment, Lan Xiefeng possesses nothing. His misfortune is palpable, transforming him into a reclusive and solitary figure. In his son's early years, he remained present, but as Lan Xiaoqiang grew, his father was often absent. He spent his days in the mountains, gathering herbs to sustain their livelihood, rarely seen by others. Often, he would take his son to the mountains, tending to the livestock while helping the villagers. The mountain folk have an unwritten rule. During the verdant spring and summer, they send their livestock to graze in the deep woods. The rugged terrain and scattered patches of land make mechanized farming impossible, making the use of oxen for plowing essential. Thus, summer grazing becomes a necessity. To ease their burdens, the villagers tacitly agree to take turns checking on the herds. Everyone knows how many cattle belong to each household, and they look out for one another, saving time for other tasks. This mutual understanding fosters a sense of community, ensuring that when it is time for farming, the cattle are returned for plowing and then released back into the mountains. Truly a simple and worry-free arrangement. Furthermore, a man raising a child naturally faces numerous inconveniences, often receiving assistance from the caring villagers. To repay their kindness, during busy seasons, Lan Xiefeng quietly offers his help in watching over their livestock. Having spent countless years in the mountains, Lan Xiaoqiang has been shaped by his surroundings, missing the opportunity for formal education due to his frail childhood. In these times, children who do not attend school are rare. Instead, he roamed the mountains like a wild monkey alongside his father, developing an extraordinary physique. In a twist of fate, he transformed from a sickly child into a vibrant and healthy young man. Known for his penchant for fighting, he has emerged victorious in every bout, rendering his peers no match for him. Renowned as a formidable fighter, whenever a villager encounters trouble, they turn to Lan Xiaoqiang, confident that he can resolve any conflict through strength. However, the father and son have made the mountains their home for so long that their appearances are rare, making it difficult for anyone to seek them out. Thus, their infrequent presence is cherished by the villagers, who warmly greet them upon their return. Don't be so formal. You don't need to speak to Uncle Kuei like that. Xiangzi, a burly middle-aged man, speaking in a coarse manner, sprawls on a mat, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. Chapter 004. Engaging conversations. The robust man, having spoken, lies down casually on the mat, as if he has no intention of continuing the dialogue. Your father is a busy man. It's perfectly normal that he couldn't accompany you back. We've all grown accustomed to it. Lan Xiaoqiang expresses his gratitude with a gesture, preparing to take his leave, when he hears someone interject, "Indeed, Xiangzi, your father's income comes solely from gathering and selling herbs. It's not an easy life." A voice laced with skepticism cuts in. "That's right, Xiangzi. In the future, be sure to treat your father with the utmost filial piety. He works hard." "Yes, I understand." Lan Xiaoqiang humbly nods with a smile, offering polite responses, My father has faced misfortunes. I strive to ensure his later years are filled with happiness and support. Good to hear you say that. By the way, Xiangzi, how long are you planning to stay this time? Lan Xiaoqiang nods with a smile. My father asked me to go out and gain some work experience. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Ah, so he considers this place merely a stopover. Lan Xiaoqiang lifts his arm to indicate his packed bag, addressing the villagers with a request. I've got everything ready. I would greatly appreciate it if any uncles or aunts could help me take care of my belongings until morning. No worries, leave it to us. Someone responds enthusiastically. You're always doing this. It's not the first time. Just a small matter to put your things away. Indeed, Xiangzi, you just returned, and now you're leaving again? Lan Xiaoqiang scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, all my fault. I have a penchant for fighting, which led to my dismissal from the factory. Ah, it seems this is not your first time. Is it? A kindly neighbor admonished him. You must learn your lesson this time and refrain from fighting so casually, lest you disappoint your father again. Your father has remained unmarried for your sake. Even losing his job, his later years depend on you. Xiangzi, you must strive to make him proud. Thank you, Aunt Xiaohong. I will remember your words. Lan Xiaoqiang replied with familiarity, preparing to ascend. All right, off you go. The young aunt nodded. Such a pity you came out late. Otherwise, you could have squeezed in here with us. As she spoke, she symbolically shifted her body inward. That wouldn't be convenient, would it? Lan Xiaoqiang shook his head, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I wouldn't want to hinder you and Uncle Shanlin. He might not take kindly to that. Ha! Are you joking with your aunt? The young aunt laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the playful banter with such a handsome young man. Well, who doesn't know about your flirtatious nature? You're just worried we might distract you, aren't you? At just 19, Lan Xiaoqiang was tall and strikingly handsome, likely having charmed countless beauties. This young man was notorious for his good looks, with a line of admirers trailing behind him. It was curious how he managed to attract the attention of those from the city while spending his days on the mountain. They had witnessed a city belle personally visiting him, declaring that she would marry him and stay by his side if he did not reject her. Her background seemed quite impressive, yet he coldly turned her away, firmly sending her back, despite her repeated visits, crying and begging, claiming a connection with him and expressing her unwillingness to marry anyone else. Lan Xiaoqiang, like his father, remained elusive, with no one knowing their whereabouts. Over time, the situation faded into obscurity as she could not find him. What could be done? Additionally, there was a local beauty who was also infatuated with him, rumored to have had relations with him long ago. Perhaps he had an appointment with someone tonight, pretending to be aloof? Be careful, or you might find yourself swayed by their collective efforts. Ha ha. The young aunt teased him, feeling free to jest as they were merely distant neighbors. Rest assured. Aunt Xiaohong. Under the dim moonlight, Lan Xiaoqiang squinted at her with a grin. Your nephew remains steadfast. I could handle 10 women at once. Would you like to give it a try? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Someone shouted in displeasure. Aren't you leaving? Someone is waiting for you up there. Huh. Lan Xiaoqiang recoiled slightly, playfully widening his eyes. Is that true? The speaker was Zhao Shanlin, Aunt Xiaohong's husband, who could no longer contain himself and shouted to join in the fun. Dare to disrespect your aunt, and I'll have your hide. Ha ha ha, Uncle Shanlin is jealous. Lan Xiaoqiang chuckled as he made his escape, not forgetting to bid farewell. All right, take your time. I'm heading up to sleep. Go on, go on. Aunt Xiaohong waved her hand. Who told you to come out so late? You deserve to sleep up there. Lan Xiaoqiang smiled, responding to the greetings from uncles and aunts as he hurriedly made his way up. No worries, the higher I go, the cooler it gets. I prefer it. Lan Xiaoqiang mused, noting that it was still not yet 9 o'clock, and the lower areas were already crowded. However, he relished the solitude at the summit, where he could practice his skills each night without interruption. Even if he returned, he wouldn't stay overnight on the mountainside. Tonight, he indeed had an appointment, and Lan Xiaoqiang was curious to see what tricks she would employ. Everyone shared knowing smiles as they watched him leisurely embrace the mountain breeze, carrying his belongings upward. Indeed, the wind was strong tonight, promising a night of pleasant dreams, yet he was about to embark on a journey. Lan Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply, filled with myriad thoughts, and suddenly felt a weight on his heart. Upon reaching the flat area at the mountain's peak, He casually found a clean spot by the roadside, spread out a grass mat, and prepared to sleep, with his hands behind his head and legs crossed. He lay back on the mat, savoring the refreshing mountain breeze and contentedly drifting into deep contemplation. He had not slept like this for a long time, and time slipped by unnoticed until he faintly heard light footsteps approaching. Lan Xiaoqiang remained still, feigning sleep, while mentally observing the newcomer, and indeed, it was her. Although several girls in the village admired him, they usually did not dare to approach him so freely. The unique scent belonging to a certain girl wafted through the air, and he could easily identify her presence. After all, they had shared intimate moments, and he could discern her scent without difficulty, comfortably closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep. It was Lando, the one he had encountered most frequently and the most persistent in her affections. Unable to shake off her advances. Qiangzi, Qiangzi. Sure enough, a light, playful voice called his name as she drew closer. He couldn't deny that this situation was indeed conducive to intimacy, free from restrictions, as they both understood not to disturb him lightly. Lan Xiaoqiang recognized Lando, too lazy to open his eyes, lying back on the grass mat without moving. The girl's slender figure appeared somewhat frail, likely not much younger than him, and seeing that he ignored her didn't he anger her. Instead, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. However, this was quite unnecessary, as it was already an open secret. Yet, she still glanced around like a thief, ensuring no one was watching before daring to sit beside him on the mat. Her long hair, carrying the fragrance of a recent bath, brushed against him as he pushed it aside from his face, a nonchalant tone escaping his lips. "What are you doing out here at this hour? Stop pretending." "Qiangzi, I'm serious." The girl turned to lay atop him, wrapping her arms around him with a serious expression. "Don't leave me. Lando wants to be with you." Under the sparse moonlight, her delicate figure was alluringly shaped. Lan Xiaoqiang squinted. "Lando, don't entertain such fanciful thoughts. There's no possibility for us. If you don't even try, of course it won't happen. No, since you are already engaged to Feng Xiaopa, you should stop being so fickle." Lan Xiaoqiang rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the night sky, unperturbed. "I will not marry you. You are not the woman I desire." "Then what kind of woman is your ideal?" Lando, annoyed, playfully hit him, rising to pull him up, but unexpectedly found herself collapsing back onto him, exasperatedly saying, "If that's the case, why give me hope in the first place?" Feeling his hands wrap around her slender waist, she tilted her head and smiled into his eyes. "Hey, I don't recall ever promising you anything. Did I?" Lan Xiaoqiang pointed out. "You were the one who said, regardless of the outcome, you would give yourself to me without regrets. Why are you turning the tables now?" "You?" Lando struggled in annoyance, only to inadvertently provoke him. Her body pressing against his, the slightly inexperienced girl turned crimson, halting her movements before leaning in for a reluctant kiss, asking, "Do you like me? I enjoy being with you, but that is not love. Damn it. Could you be any more blunt?" The girl glared at him in anger, cursing him silently. Lan Xiaoqiang gazed at her coldly, suddenly flipping over to pin her down. "What's wrong? Not a fan." He feigned as if to roll off her. "Then I won't. You can leave." "Hey, wait." Lando grasped him with a sigh, feeling frustrated. "Who said I didn't like you? Otherwise, why would I want to marry you?" While saying this, she secretly loathed him, yet she was undeniably drawn to his touch. Thus, she had to play along, fearing that he might truly withdraw and miss the opportunity. The young man struggled to suppress a laugh. "Oh, is that your true feeling?" Seeing her nod vigorously despite her teary eyes, "It's true. Lando loves you." He scoffed, his expression turning icy, lying flat on his back. "You've crossed the line. I'm no longer interested." I'm sorry, I forgot." Lando quickly flipped over to pin him down, apologizing. "Please forgive me just this once. I won't do it again." "You say that every time. How can I trust you?" Lan Xiaoqiang's eyes glinted coldly as he considered whether to leap up in anger. Sensing his mood, Lando hurriedly wrapped her arms around him, pleading, "Qiangzi, please don't go. I'm sorry. I promise there won't be a next time. Is that all right?" This was how he always reacted. Every time he heard her declare her feelings, he would invariably explode. Lan Xiaoqiang had set 3 rules with her, one of which prohibited them from expressing love. Otherwise, they would sever ties. Thus, upon seeing his expression, Lando knew she had overstepped and quickly apologized. Lan Xiaochong, however, was unwilling to easily compromise, coldly mocking. It seems I have been too lenient with you, hence your persistent failure to amend your ways, am I correct? While lecturing, the astute Lan Xiaochong suddenly detected the stealthy approach of someone, the faint rustling betraying their presence. No, Chong, I promise I won't do it again. He gazed down at Lando, who was prostrated against his chest, her panic evident as she repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, I spoke too hastily. Please don't hold it against me. I will remember this lesson moving forward, won't I? With a glimmer in his eyes, Lan Xiaochong suddenly flipped and pinned her down, leaning closer to smirk at her while addressing a certain someone. Did I hear you correctly? Lando, are you pleading with me? You? Lando glared at him in anger, yet dared not voice her thoughts. His demeanor was perpetually arrogant, a mischievous swagger that was irksome, yet she found it impossible to harbor true resentment. In a moment of frustration, she pinched him hard, and as he recoiled with a chuckle, she seized the opportunity to tilt her face and steal a kiss while embracing him. Chong, when will you cease being so insufferable? Lan Xiaochong laughed as he restrained her. A man must be a bit wicked, otherwise, women like you would never love us. Dare you deny it? Lando felt his words strike a nerve, her anger flaring as she attempted to knee him, only for him to thwart her efforts with ease, pressing her down with laughter. Remember, it was you who pleaded with me. Do not use this against me in the future. Lan Xiaochong does not fall for such tricks. With a heart-wrenching expression, Lando bit her lip in silence, listening as he continued, I have warned you repeatedly. I might indulge, but I will not marry you. You, scoundrel. The woman could no longer contain her sobs, desperately trying to kick him in frustration. But alas, she was firmly restrained. Lan Xiaochong had initially considered relinquishing his advances, but now he had changed his mind, holding her down resolutely. Without a clear agreement, Lan Xiaochong never forces anything. Huh. Lando was momentarily taken aback. Both embarrassed and anxious, fearing this conversation might reach Feng Xiaopa's ears and lead to an embarrassing situation. However, seeing the fervor in Lan Xiaochong's eyes stirred something within her, prompting a gentle smile as she altered her strategy. No. If I were to be with you, I would never regret it. The girl, with a bold embrace, compelled him to press against her, having longed for this connection. Her inherent affection made her somewhat impatient, and she began to initiate kisses. It's fine. We can continue our relationship and date. Honestly, discussing marriage at our age feels a bit premature. As long as he enjoyed their passionate encounters, in 3 to 5 years, he would likely find it difficult to avoid marrying her. Duo, I know what you are thinking, but I must tell you, that is impossible. Lan Xiaochong seemed to read her thoughts, swiftly extinguishing her hopes. I will be with many women. You are not the only one. Since you are already engaged to Feng Xiaopa, stop dwelling on me. Chapter 006. The Man's Mischief. I will be with many women. You are not the only one. Since you are already engaged to Feng Xiaopa, stop dwelling on me. His words were pompously dismissive, striving to restrain himself from being swept away by lust, aware that someone nearby was keenly observing. Waiting for the right moment to act, Lan Xiaochong, with great patience, engaged in trivial conversation with her, biding time until that individual finally emerged. I can satisfy your needs, but do not consider me your husband. I fear you would be greatly disappointed. What audacity! Was there anyone more shameless than him? Yet Lando, inexplicably infatuated, willingly offered herself to him, merely protesting in a token manner. What? Oh, you scoundrel! Be quiet. Lan Xiaochong's emotions were evidently agitated, secretly resenting that coward lurking in the shadows. Why hadn't he made his move yet? Was he merely there to observe the spectacle? Frowning, he squeezed her face, his patience wearing thin. To hit is to show affection. I take that as a compliment. It wasn't merely that he was brazen. He was incensed by her provocations, a simmering anger seeking an outlet. Don't be like this, you rogue, Lando evasively countered, unwilling to yield. My engagement to Feng Xiaopa is entirely one-sided. I, Lando, will not love anyone but you. The more she belittled herself, the more he found her insufferable. Lan Xiaochong regarded her in silence. Were it not for the uncanny similarities between her and his beloved, he would have cast her aside long ago. "You shameless woman. I know you revel in my advances," Lan Xiaocheng whispered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Come on, stop pretending." He had not engaged in such activities for too long, and the pent-up male energy was difficult to contain. However, knowing that someone was lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity, he lost all interest. Instead, he decided to stage a charade to lure that person out. With this thought, Lan Xiaocheng grinned devilishly. "I can't allow you such indulgences. But it is strictly a casual affair. Remember, I will not marry you." "What? You?" The girl, flushed with indignation, pushed against him, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "Fine, but I have a condition." Lan Xiaocheng paused, his brows furrowing in clear displeasure. Preparing to withdraw. "You're asking for trouble. What condition?" Was this foolish girl out of her mind? Did she truly believe she was in a position to negotiate? He had no desire to treat her as a mere substitute for his beloved. Her audacity in attempting to manipulate him only fueled his desire to teach her a lesson. Thus, he feigned indifference, his expression darkening, taking deep breaths to quell the tumult within. He was, after all, a man with normal desires. And it was not unusual to feel impulse in the face of a woman's seduction. Lando, perceiving the brewing storm within him, quickly clung to his waist, refusing to let go, her eyes filled with determination. "This time, take me away. Lando wishes to wander the world with you." "Ah, is that all?" Lan Xiaocheng had anticipated Lando would demand he marry her, but it seemed he had been overly sensitive. What a false alarm. "Impossible," he replied curtly, refusing to allow her any inch of advancement. His life was not something she could meddle with. He shook his head resolutely. "I will not agree." With furrowed brows, Lan Xiaocheng took a deep breath and suddenly broke free from her grasp. Rolling to the side with an uncompromising tone, "You are engaged to Feng Xiaopa. What do you think taking you away would accomplish?" In all sincerity, a wise man does not covet another's fiancée. This was a lesson imparted by his father. Lan Shufeng, nonetheless, he could not act against Feng Xiaopa, a neighbor of over a decade, for both personal and public reasons. He and Lando had shared their bond before her engagement, thus he bore no moral obligation. He sought a woman to satiate his primal desires, yet he was not a man devoid of self-control. Lando was merely a means to fulfill his urges, devoid of emotional investment. Lan Xiaocheng had no intention of engaging in foolishness, having already been manipulated by this little woman. He was thoroughly displeased. Should he allow her to overstep once more, he could not guarantee he would not lose control and silence her permanently. Weighing his options, he resolved to walk away. Tomorrow, he would leave this place, and there would be ample beautiful women eager to pursue him, rendering this moment inconsequential. Intelligent as she was, Lando had long since established a romantic connection with him. She could easily discern Lan Xiaocheng's intentions and recognized he was preparing to abandon her. "Unhappy," she retorted, "that is not the issue. It is merely that you are unwilling. People do get divorced after marriage. What does being engaged even mean?" In her logic, having maintained a romantic relationship for years, Lan Xiaocheng must surely love her. Thus she grew increasingly persistent, refusing to relent, clinging to him and demanding he express his love. In the midst of their conversation, she seized the moment to sit up, retrieving her clothing to dress, only to be halted by his hand, his expression dark and displeased. "It is not that I lack interest. I have expressed this countless times. Do you not remember?" His words were harsh. Yet he could not sever their connection. This was merely Lando's excuse to cling to him, but he understood they had no future. Lan Xiaocheng's heart belonged to another, and thus he reluctantly released her. "Get dressed and leave. Do not seek me out again, or I will ensure you regret it." "Ah, no." Suddenly recalling her purpose for being there, Lando hurriedly approached him, affectionately nuzzling and kissing him, whispering softly in his ear, "Chong, how long has it been since we last met? I miss you dearly. Can we return to how we once were?" Lan Xiaocheng quivered at her advances, pushing her away, a bitter smile crossing his face as he rubbed his temples, as a man with strong desires. It was no surprise he felt a reaction. After a moment's contemplation, he formulated a plan, rolling back over to instruct her. "Remember, I can indulge you, but I bear no responsibility. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Agree to my terms, and we shall proceed. Ah, this man was utterly oblivious, lacking any understanding of romance, completely ruining the mood. Humph. Lan Xiaochang had no intention of being intimate with her. She was simply being delusional. You, the girl, blushing with indignation, gazed at him, nodding emphatically. Fine, I will remember. She knew that unless she acquiesced, he would not grant her desires, perplexed by his refusal despite her willingness to offer herself. However, there is no remedy. He is as unyielding as iron, as wicked, as rogue, and as shamelessly debauched as one could imagine. Paradoxically, the more he embodies these traits, the deeper her love for him grows, without any semblance of negotiation. She despises herself for this inability to control her thoughts of him. All she can do is endure the humiliation and indignity, cursing under her breath, "Damn Changzi, filthy Changzi." In Chapter 007, True Love or False Love, she can only bear the indignity and shame, exclaiming, "Damn Changzi, filthy Changzi." Here, 2 lines are omitted. I hope this does not pose a significant issue. Reflecting on the futility of it all, she finds herself unable to stop thinking about him. She likes him, yearning for him to the point of sleepless nights. Yet, upon reconsideration, she acknowledges that he has treated her well in the past. Perhaps he harbors some inner turmoil that drives his behavior. Lando realizes she cannot change him and can only find solace in this thought, guessing that he would never alter himself for any woman. He is the sort of man who is incredibly difficult to tame. Boasting and arrogance unmatched by anyone, certainly not a typical woman's domain. However, in the not-so-distant future, when he reunites with a girl from his childhood, Lando will come to understand that she has been mistaken. She will lament that she was merely his substitute, a means to soothe his longing for another. Witnessing firsthand, Lan Xiaoqiang willingly alters everything for her, even risking his life, revealing that she is his true love. Not Lando.it is only then that Lando will realize that all of Lan Xiaoqiang's current actions are in anticipation of her. His predicament is merely a tragic helplessness, not the reality she has imagined. But that is a story for another time, which I shall refrain from discussing here. Lan Xiaoqiang is indifferent to her emotional outbursts, feigning the demeanor of a lascivious woman to provoke Feng Xiaopa into making an appearance sooner. By now, Lan Xiaoqiang has surmised that Feng Xiaopa is likely waiting for the opportune moment to strike when he is at his most vulnerable. Thus, Lan Xiaoqiang resolves to facilitate his plan. However, Feng Xiaopa, as her fiancé, finds this thought process rather peculiar. Does he not care if his fiancé is with another man? Why then would he go through the trouble of catching her in the act in the dead of night? Another possibility arises. He could be in league with Lando, conspiring to ensnare Lan Xiaoqiang. As thoughts whirl in his mind, an overwhelming sense of passion dissipates, replaced by a nagging question that begs to be voiced. Is it that Feng Xiaopa is incapable of satisfying you? Lan Xiaoqiang, disenchanted, prepares to withdraw from the situation, unwilling to be the victim of their machinations. But upon seeing Lando, who appears agitated, he is met with her fierce grip as she strikes him. "You bastard, of course not." Caught in her grasp, Lando, her eyes shimmering with tears, protests, "He has never touched me. I have refrained for your sake." Pfft, who knows the truth? Lan Xiaoqiang rolls his eyes in disdain. What is the point of this? I have told you more than once. Casual fun is acceptable, but I will not marry you. Changzi, no matter what you say, I will not change my feelings. Lan Xiaoqiang furrows his brow, gripping her hand and leaning over her once more, saying, "The shameless woman I speak of can only be you." Such a provocative woman, he cannot believe that Feng Xiaopa has not been with her. Lan Xiaoqiang has no interest in women who have been used by others. Yet, appearances must be maintained. He must draw out that wretched Feng Xiaopa in a fit of urgency. He pins her down, yet he has never kissed her. Lando has pondered this for quite some time. Regardless of how desperate he appears, Lan Xiaoqiang never kisses her, which seems rather unconventional. His kisses appear sacred, not easily bestowed upon anyone, a rarity that is priceless. His set of rules includes this clause. His lips are off limits, and no one is permitted to touch them under any circumstances. Nor does he initiate kisses. The first rule, as previously mentioned, is to clarify that he will never love her, and she should not dare hope for marriage. Even mentioning it would provoke his ire. Without exception, The second rule forbids anyone from touching his lips, while the third prohibits inquiries into his private affairs, making him a rather enigmatic individual. Thus, Lando knows little about him, aside from what is common knowledge. Her understanding is no greater than anyone else's. This enigmatic man piques her curiosity, and she has the opportunity to explore further. Lando gazes at him in confusion, no longer inclined to be angry. Truth be told, he is not typically this way. He treats her relatively well, leading her to decide to forgive his callousness once more, as it is not the first time. She firmly believes that her true love will eventually touch his heart. When she hesitates to respond, Lan Xiaoqiang unexpectedly winks at her. Being my woman is easy. I will satisfy you every day, but don't dare think of being my wife. You are not worthy. What the hell? What is he prattling on about? This is not the typical, aggressive style of Lan Xiaoqiang. He usually acts swiftly, leaving her wanting more, but this time feels different. It seems as if he is waiting for someone. Poised yet holding back, engaging in excessive chatter. Could he have discerned her scheme? That cannot be. Lando shakes her head, estimating that Feng Xiaopa has likely arrived, perhaps lurking in the shadows, ready to act. Therefore, Lan Xiaoqiang is intentionally stalling for time, waiting for him to emerge and intervene. This will not do. She must urge him on. Lan Xiaoqiang has always been rather dismissive toward her. If Feng Xiaopa appears prematurely, it would certainly ruin her plans. Lando quickly wraps her arms around Lan Xiaoqiang, whispering seductively near his ear, "Xiangzi, what are you doing? Hurry up. I cannot wait any longer." Lan Xiaoqiang glares at her, displeased. "What, are you really that eager? Hey, why do you speak like that?" Lando feigns innocence, yet there is truth in her words. "I really have missed you for so long. Please hurry." Seeing Lan Xiaoqiang's furrowed brow, Lando, feeling shy, leans in to kiss him. Unexpectedly, she is met with his furious gaze as he presses a finger against her lips. His brow tightly knitted in displeasure. He had told her not to touch his lips. It seems this woman is willfully defiant. He is tempted to leap up in frustration, but he finds himself caught in a predicament. Unwilling to let her and Feng Xiaopa go, Lando stares at him in silence, perplexed by Lan Xiaoqiang's intentions. Is he trying to reserve that kiss for someone deemed worthy of being his wife? But he has been with many women, long forfeiting any notion of purity. Would she really be foolish enough to care about this one kiss? Of course, these are merely Lando's whimsical thoughts. Only Lan Xiaoqiang knows the truth. "I want to know, who is worthy of being your wife?" Lando questions him calmly. "Are you reserving this kiss for her?" Lan Xiaoqiang's brow furrows in anger, feeling as though someone has stepped on his tail. "That is none of your concern. I know well enough." His patience wears thin. Lan Xiaoqiang grips her tightly, causing her to whimper in pain. "Xiangzi, don't pinch me. It hurts." Damn it. He doesn't even need to bite her, just pinching her. What kind of man is this? Chapter 008. A thief's guilty conscience, damn it. He doesn't even need to bite her, just pinching her. What kind of man is this? Lan Xiaoqiang looks down, chuckling coldly. "Don't make a sound. Do you want everyone to hear?" Lando gasps, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazes at him. Lan Xiaoqiang's heart is as hard as stone, thinking, "Isn't this what you desired? You relish being mistreated. I am merely accommodating you. Stop pretending. You are quite bothersome. You've made me lose all interest." In truth, he is merely finding excuses, stalling for time, and feeling disgruntled that his intentions have been uncovered. Lan Xiaoqiang is deliberately granting someone an opportunity, hoping that they will heroically intervene and rescue her, indulging in a cliché scenario of heroics. However, it appears he has overestimated Feng Xiaopa, who seems to have no intention of playing that role, rendering Lan Xiaoqiang's good intentions in vain. At this moment, Lan Xiaoqiang has also surmised that Feng Xiaopa likely realizes he is no match for him, waiting for the chance to strike successfully. Yet, he remains unaware that Feng Xiaopa is simultaneously seeking evidence. The charge of unwarranted harm, while not grave, is still serious. He has come prepared, leaving Lan Xiaoqiang preoccupied with anxiety. Lan Xiaoqiang, bold and audacious, knows that Feng Xiaopa cannot harm him. He has never entertained such thoughts, thus remaining perplexed by the situation. "Xiangzi." Lando looks at him helplessly, her heart aching as she clings to him in panic. "Please don't treat me this way." "Xiangzi." Her choked sobs elicit nothing but a cold, unfeeling laugh from him. You are infatuated, perhaps even foolish. If you enjoy being self-deluded, that's your prerogative, but I do not love you. Do you not expect me to be tender-hearted? Lan Xiaoqiang's heartless words plunge Lando into despair. Fine. I will acquiesce to your wishes. She wishes fervently that he would show her some tenderness, loathing that he never condescends to comfort her during these moments, always so arrogant and unyielding, unaware that Lan Xiaoqiang is seething with rage. Wishing he could simply crush her under a stone, devoid of any interest in such matters, in Lando's perception, Lan Xiaoqiang consistently holds an air of superiority, no matter how much she begs. He remains steadfast in his refusal to change, leaving her heartbroken and torn between love and resentment, only able to gaze at him with tears in her eyes. Xiangzi, can't you be a bit more gentle? No, if you dislike it, then stay away from me. Don't seek me out again. Lando bursts into tears. This is just how it is. With a cold smirk, Lan Xiaoqiang leaned forward, feigning an intent to act as a means to lure the enemy. He casually pulled the blanket over both himself and her, intending to create a semblance of reality to deceive their adversaries. However, what was he to do about Lan Duo, who was obstinately making a scene and refusing to cooperate? As this thought crossed his mind, Lan Xiaoqiang's eyes darted, and an idea struck him. He reached out to pinch her nose, his breath whispering against her face, "Look at me." Lan Duo, puzzled, fixed her gaze upon him. And upon making eye contact with Lan Xiaoqiang, she trembled and softened, memories of their past intimacy flooding her mind, as if she were swept into a scene from the past, breathless and yearning. Xiangzi. Before Lan Duo could finish her sentence, he pressed a finger against her lips, quietly leaning close to her ear to murmur, "Darling, do you love me?" Lan Duo, her breath in disarray, tightened her embrace and whispered, "Ah." Lan Duo loves you. Good, then be quiet and focus. Alright, Lan Duo will behave. She understood that being with him felt exhilarating, which is why she was reluctant to let him go. Lan Xiaoqiang was exceptional in this regard. Undoubtedly a master in the art of seduction. Lan Duo gazed at him with dreamy eyes, her soft moans once again drawing her into a reverie, reliving their past passionate moments, details that need not be elaborated upon. As the readers can surely comprehend, Lan Xiaoqiang sighed helplessly. He had seen through this trap and would not willingly fall into it. Regrettably, he felt a pang of guilt for her infatuation. As none of this was by his design, a remarkably astute individual, Lan Xiaoqiang possessed a depth of cunning that belied his mere 19 years. He had encountered far too many people and situations to be unaware of Lan Duo's motivations. Now, under duress, he was forced to engage in this charade, playing a game of cat and mouse. This was Lan Xiaoqiang's way. He was acutely aware that Lan Duo's affection for him drove her to this point, and he did not mind indulging her one last time, ultimately knowing she would leave empty-handed. Such overconfidence nearly cost him dearly. He had granted Feng Xiaopa ample opportunity to come to the rescue. Yet Feng Xiaopa did not make an appearance to thwart him. How infuriating! Did Feng Xiaopa truly wish for him to engage with his fiancée once more? In truth, this was not their first encounter. Lan Duo's fondness for him made her eager to bind him to her for life. It must be said, this woman was indeed relentless. Alas, Lan Xiaoqiang had little interest in her. Occasionally using her for release was acceptable, but allowing her to cling to him was out of the question. He was often preoccupied with missions, perpetually traveling, and had no time to entertain her. There were many women with whom he had intimate relations, yet Lan Duo was the most troublesome of them all. At times, he contemplated silencing her permanently. Whenever he managed to return for a brief moment, she would cling to him tenaciously, which was quite vexing. In summary, Lan Duo held no significant value in Lan Xiaoqiang's heart. It was merely a matter of going with the flow. He intended to wait until she married Feng Xiaopa, at which point she would naturally lose interest in him and gradually fade from her memory. The old man forbade unnecessary violence, and Lan Xiaoqiang found himself unable to act against her. As long as he remained distant from his beloved, he needed Lan Duo to provide some semblance of comfort. Thus, he could only deal with her in this perfunctory manner. He had not anticipated her relentless pursuit. But Lan Duo lacked the weight to truly pose a threat, so there was no need for excessive concern. However, she was indeed becoming a burden to him, a reality of which Lan Xiaoqiang remained blissfully unaware. That said, Lan Xiaoqiang was controlling Lan Duo, engaging in this pretentious act while remaining vigilant and observant of his surroundings. He was aware that Feng Xiaopa had stealthily followed Lan Duo, lying in wait for an opportunity. Concealed in the shadows, Feng Xiaopa, shrouded in the obscurity of the trees, eavesdropped on Lan Duo's sultry whispers, mistakenly believing they had truly crossed the line, convinced he could not afford to miss this chance. Alas, he had fallen victim to Lan Duo's scheme. During her rendezvous with Lan Xiaoqiang, she had deliberately allowed Feng Xiaopa to notice her, though it was uncertain whether he was aware he had been ensnared by his fiancée. Yet, upon reflection, even if he knew, he would have no choice but to proceed. Thus, he could only be a tragic figure in this farce. However, that was not entirely the case, as Feng Xiaopa had his own plans, which would slowly unfold later. Lan Duo's objective in luring her fiancé Feng Xiaopa here was to corner Lan Xiaoqiang, leaving him no avenue for escape while simultaneously hoping Feng Xiaopa would see her true self and abandon their engagement, thus achieving a dual purpose. Otherwise, she held no confidence in managing both men, persuading Lan Xiaoqiang to take her away. He was like a wild stallion, unwilling to be tethered to any woman, and no one could control him. She had to think strategically. In the dark of night, Feng Xiaopa, unable to locate his fiancée, sought clarification from her father-in-law and subsequently followed her trail. It was uncommon for a young woman in her prime to venture alone to the hills at night, as it would invite gossip that could tarnish her reputation. Chapter 009. A date in the wilderness. It was uncommon for a young woman in her prime to venture alone to the hills at night, as it would invite gossip that could tarnish her reputation. The fact that she, a single girl, was out alone at such an hour led Feng Xiaopa to naturally associate her with Lan Xiaoqiang. Being villagers, the affair between Lan Duo and Lan Xiaoqiang was well known. He could hardly be oblivious. Lan Duo was universally recognized as the beauty of Nanshan Valley, while Lan Xiaoqiang was a renowned handsome man. A match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Lan Xiaoqiang showed no interest in her, leaving Feng Xiaopa with the opportunity to become her fiancé. His infatuation with Lan Duo was not a fleeting sentiment. He had sworn he would marry no one else. The saying goes, first come, first served. And since Lan Xiaoqiang was rarely home, Feng Xiaopa's relentless pursuit left his parents with no choice but to intervene on his behalf, persuading Lan Duo through both gentle and forceful means until she finally relented. Lan Duo, both irritated and anxious, found herself at an impasse, as Lan Xiaoqiang's erratic comings and goings made it exceedingly difficult to locate him. Feng Xiaopa, having successfully won her affection, had only recently become engaged to her, solidifying their relationship. Although Lan Xiaoqiang claimed to be working elsewhere, he often returned home, his absence attributed to a supposed dismissal from his job due to fighting. However, he had always been a lone wolf, making it difficult to ascertain the truth of his claims. Initially, Lan Xiaoqiang was unaware of this situation, but even if he had known, he would not have interfered. He had long declared that he would not pursue Lan Duo. This was common knowledge. According to Lan Xiaoqiang himself, this brief return was merely a prelude to being sent away again for work, with plans to depart the following day. Feng Xiaopa was well aware of Lan Duo's infatuation with Lan Xiaoqiang, anticipating that she would seek him out to devise some plans. This scenario had long been within Feng Xiaopa's calculations, and he would remain vigilant regarding her movements, so his appearance was no coincidence. It was a calculated move. Discovering that his beloved fiancée had gone out, he stealthily followed her, lurking in the shadows for an opportunity. Little did he expect that Lan Xiaoqiang, fully aware of Feng Xiaopa's intentions, would dare to engage with Lan Duo. From previous cryptic remarks, Feng Xiaopa had surmised that the astute Lan Xiaoqiang had realized he was being pursued. Thus, he hesitated to reveal himself, resulting in a passionate encounter unfolding between them. He was now compelled to confront them, as this was precisely the opportunity he had awaited. Otherwise, he would be left without justification. Should the situation escalate and Lan Xiaoqiang retaliate, Feng Xiaopa would find himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, he needed to ensure irrefutable evidence to strike decisively, feeling justified in eliminating Lan Xiaoqiang should it come to that. Additionally, he harbored concerns regarding his own capabilities, fearing he may not be a match for Lan Xiaoqiang, as a betrayal would mean certain doom for him. Thus, he planned to wait until they were lost in their passion before making his move, knowing that men were unlikely to be distracted during such moments, an ideal opportunity for a surprise attack. As such, with his strategy in mind, Feng Xiaopa quietly approached, raising a wooden stick to strike Lan Xiaoqiang without warning. Aware of Lan Xiaoqiang's prowess in combat, Feng Xiaopa aimed a ruthless blow to his head. Showing no mercy, with evidence in hand, even if he were to kill him, it would be well-deserved. However, Lan Xiaoqiang had anticipated this. He was playing a game of cat and mouse. He had been waiting for Feng Xiaopa's ambush. As the wooden stick hurtled towards him, Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly rolled aside, landing on the straw mat, while the woman shrieked in surprise, instinctively curling up in fear, momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. As the wooden stick descended towards Lan Duo's head, Feng Xiaopa shouted in alarm, Duo, duck? What kind of man is this? A paragon of virtue, even in this moment, he concerns himself with the woman being unfaithful. Lan Xiaoqiang smiled slightly, turning his face just enough to swiftly grasp the falling wooden stick, then kicked towards Feng Xiaopa with bare feet. Had he truly struck the woman, it would have complicated matters for him. As he was due to depart the following day, delaying his mission was not an option. Under the hazy moonlight, Lan Xiaoqiang's kick sent Feng Xiaopa tumbling backward, accidentally throwing the wooden stick back at him. As he sprang up with lightning speed, Feng Xiaopa, caught off guard by the kick from Lan Xiaoqiang, stumbled backward. Ugh. This scene left Lan Duo in shock. She quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hastily grabbed her underwear to put on. This plan had indeed been her design, but she feared a genuine altercation between the two men. While she could tolerate Feng Xiaopa sustaining minor injuries, that was the extent of her hopes. What she dreaded more was provoking Lan Xiaoqiang, fearing he might unleash his explosive temper and severely injure Feng Xiaopa, which would lead to dire consequences. She was acutely aware that Lan Xiaoqiang, often hailed as a skilled fighter, possessed capabilities far beyond what one might imagine. Lando, startled, instinctively hugged herself to evade, covering her mouth in fear of making a sound, lest she disturb the villagers sleeping on the hillside. Lan Xiaoqiang hastily tugged up the zipper of his pants and nimbly leapt to his feet, hands casually resting on his shoulders as he regarded Feng Xiaopa with a cold smile. Oh, you actually dared to come out. I thought you were here to observe our lovemaking, to learn my techniques with women. Lan Xiaoqiang circled him with a swagger, occasionally shrugging while mocking him. But we've only just begun. And you've jumped out so soon? Lan Xiaoqiang, you are utterly shameless. Feng Xiaopa trembled with anger, yet had to lower his voice to shout at him, only to be interrupted by Lan Xiaoqiang's brazen retort. Hold on. You really can't blame me for this. Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly waved his hand to stop him, pointing at Lando squatting on the grass mat and sneering. It's because you failed to satisfy her desires that she sought out an old scoundrel like me to resolve it. How can you blame me now? Lan Xiaoqiang feigned sincerity, refraining from clarifying that he hadn't touched his fiancée, as he wouldn't waste his breath on that. Feng Xiaopa was so infuriated he could barely articulate. What do you mean? You? I'm merely stating the facts. After finishing his words, Lan Xiaoqiang nonchalantly winked at him, shrugging his shoulders, which only incensed Feng Xiaopa further. Scoundrel! How could Dodo fall for someone like you? Oh, are you angry? Lan Xiaoqiang grinned, pinching his cheeks and leaning down, feigning seriousness as he patted his shoulder. Let me tell you, my friend, the secret to winning a woman's heart is through financial means, but by first pleasing her body. You know? You! Feng Xiaopa gawked at him in disbelief, while Lando nearly vomited blood and fainted, pained as she looked up at him with one hand on the ground. Xiangzi, how can you say such things about me? Lan Xiaoqiang shrugged indifferently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The facts speak for themselves. Dare you say otherwise? You? Lando was so humiliated and furious that she nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling as if she might perish on the spot. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaopa picked up a wooden stick and charged forward. Dodo, you go back first. I'm going to beat Lan Xiaoqiang, that despicable scoundrel. Initially considering the number of people sleeping on the hillside, they had all been tacitly cautious, but now he could no longer afford such considerations. Feng Xiaopa shouted as he swung the wooden stick at Lan Xiaoqiang with no regard for courtesy. Lan Xiaoqiang calmly squinted at him with a sneer. Who will be the one to die is still uncertain, you know? Just as Feng Xiaopa approached, stick and all, Lan Xiaoqiang effortlessly sidestepped, causing Feng Xiaopa's swing to miss. Without hesitation, Lan Xiaoqiang seized the stick from his grasp and kicked him in the abdomen. Take a rest, you overconfident fool. The stick was once again wrested from Feng Xiaopa's hands, and he flew backward, tumbling to the ground, dazed and unable to rise for a while. In truth, Lan Xiaoqiang, barefoot, had delivered a less forceful blow, so Feng Xiaopa had not sustained serious injury, but he still groaned for quite some time before managing to stand. Lan Xiaoqiang tossed the stick aside with a laugh, tapping his forehead in disbelief. What kind of assassin am I? I can't even finish off an ordinary person like Feng Xiaopa in 2 moves. However, he dared not reveal his true skills, as that would complicate matters beyond mere infidelity. Moreover, since he was merely seeing his fiancée in secret, Feng Xiaopa's actions were not deserving of death. He did not wish to escalate the situation, as exposing his identity would pose significant risks. Yet, Feng Xiaopa was not of the same mind, wishing to eliminate him entirely. The greatest hatred stems from familial and marital grievances, and thus, Feng Xiaopa's animosity toward him was entirely justified. Upon reflection, Lan Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of sympathy for Feng Xiaopa. With such a fiancée, he would have simply kicked her to the curb. There were plenty of fish in the sea. However, Feng Xiaopa's display of rage thoroughly provoked Lan Xiaoqiang, who was known for his volatile temperament. He retaliated fiercely. When Feng Xiaopa saw Lan Xiaoqiang searching for his shoes, he swiftly picked up the wooden stick from the ground and charged at Lan Xiaoqiang once more, aiming for his head. Lan Xiaoqiang's eyes glinted with cold light as he spun around, snatching the stick from Feng Xiaopa's hands and delivering a single blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. Unable to rise, seeing Feng Xiaopa suddenly collapse and roll about in agony, black liquid oozing from the corner of his mouth, it seemed he was bleeding from his gums. Had he lost a tooth? Unthinkable! Lan Xiaoqiang questioned, bemused, as he leisurely dropped the stick from his hands and shook his head in amusement. Lando, now somewhat frightened, rushed over to struggle through the crowd, checking on him. Xiaopa, are you all right? Lan Xiaoqiang crouched down, pulling his hands away to inspect. Stop pretending. I didn't hit your head. You won't die from this. Though he said this, he felt a jolt of panic within. Regardless of the outcome, if Feng Xiaopa truly had ill intent, trouble would undoubtedly follow. He won't die, will he? Lando exclaimed, looking at him in shock. What do we do, Xiangzi? Am I going to jail? Are you going to be accused of murder? Lan Xiaoqiang shot her an annoyed glare. Falling silent in contemplation, observing his calm demeanor, she felt slightly reassured. However, Lan Xiaoqiang often displayed a maturity beyond his years, yet she couldn't afford to ponder that now. This was indeed troublesome. He feared he wouldn't be able to escape tomorrow. Lan Xiaoqiang glared at her menacingly. So, you've succeeded in making me a murderer, have you? That's not it. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Her words revealed the underlying truth of the matter. Indeed, this was her design. Lando, filled with regret, clutched his arm, pleading, "This is the time for that. You mustn't abandon me." Lan Xiaoqiang shrugged, glancing at her with indifference. Fine, as you wish, come with me. It was better to have someone else to provide cover. Perhaps it would lessen the chances of exposing his identity. After all, this time he was merely acting as a bodyguard, so it wasn't a significant issue. Now, if he were to leave Lando behind, and she were to feel humiliated and harbor resentment, teaming up with Feng Xiaopa against him would indeed create a dire situation. Should anything happen to Feng Xiaopa, even if it were feigned, she might use it as a pretext to send him away unless he agreed to marry her. Yet, his heart was not with Lando, making that an impossibility. He now had to eliminate this concern. Lan Xiaoqiang harbored a hidden worry, suspecting Feng Xiaopa might have some underlying health issue. Otherwise, how could he suddenly collapse? If he were to die unexpectedly, it would indeed spell trouble for him. Even if it were an act, it could delay his progress, and the losses would not merely be measured in RMB. The internationally renowned platinum assassin, the Mad Owl's reputation was worth its weight in gold, with rewards calculated in billions. Moreover, Lan Xiefeng had finally relented, promising that once this task was completed, he would be allowed to return home to reunite with his family and see the one he longed for. Lan Xiaoqiang yearned for that day, and he could not afford to let it slip away. He needed to find a way to endure this. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lan Xiaoqiang resolved to take her with him. As long as Lando did not assist Feng Xiaopa, the situation would become much more manageable. He was simply defending himself. Even if Feng Xiaopa succumbed to an old ailment, it would be considered an unfortunate accident rather than a criminal case. The remaining mess could be handled by his father, Lan Xiefeng, without issue. Leaving Lando as a living witness would clearly be unwise, especially since she harbored resentment toward him, which could prove detrimental. Indeed, he could accompany her to ensure her safety, and once the Feng Xiaopa matter was settled, he could leave without worry. However, time was of the essence. Each task he accepted was bound by the employer's predetermined schedule, leaving him no room for personal decisions. This task must be completed without fail. It was not a matter of days that he sought to return home, and Lan Xiaoqiang could not afford to waste any time. Nevertheless, he never regretted his actions. Even if he did not love Lando, he felt no remorse for what transpired today. The problem lay in Lando's feelings for him. Their entanglements were not a first, and what was meant to happen could not be avoided. He chose to face it boldly, as he contemplated how to handle her once they left. Lando hesitated and asked, "Now?" Lan Xiaoqiang, momentarily distracted, noticed the villagers who had been lurking in the shadows to watch had not diminished in number. "No worries. His injuries are not severe. I didn't hit his head. With timely assistance, he should be fine." This statement was ostensibly directed at Lando but was deliberately meant for the villagers to hear. Lan Xiaoqiang did not wish for anything to happen to Feng Xiaopa, as that would create complications for him. This was his territory. He was not on a mission, and losing lives here would be futile. He stood up, dusting off his pants, and began to leave. Upon hearing this, the girl excitedly clung to him, asking, "Really? So he won't die?" Lan Xiaoqiang, growing increasingly impatient, shook her off and frowned. "I told you. I didn't hit his head. The blow to the shoulder and back one lead to death." Chapter 011. Accidentally injured. "I told you. I didn't hit his head. The blow to the shoulder and back one lead to death." He hurriedly gathered himself, bending down to pick up his backpack from the bedside, casting a deep, contemplative gaze at her. "Should you doubt, stay and witness the outcome. It is impossible to find rest here. I must take my leave." He needed to vanish immediately to afford the villagers time to expedite the rescue of Feng Xiaopa. Lan Xiaoqiang, unwilling to linger, decisively concluded his words before turning on his heel to depart, prompting Lan Duo to become anxious. "Xiangzi, wait for me." The woman, flustered, hurriedly grasped his arm and awkwardly proclaimed, "I refuse to stay behind. Lan Duo will accompany you." Having fought hard for this opportunity, she could not afford to let it slip away easily. "You fool, why aren't you hurrying?" Lan Xiaoqiang cursed in displeasure, repeatedly warning her, "Remember, you are merely my companion, and you will never be my wife. I have no qualms about you marrying someone else at any moment." "Lan Xiaoqiang, you," the woman bellowed in fury, glaring at him. Unfazed, Lan Xiaoqiang merely flickered with disdain in his eyes before continuing on his way. The woman, awkwardly observing his retreating figure, hurriedly followed suit. "All right, I promise I will comply." Lan Xiaoqiang strode ahead, coldly retorting, "You may choose not to agree. I am indifferent." "You?" At a bustling train station, a throng of people surged like a tide. A dashing young man, standing at a meter tall, clad in a white t-shirt and denim jeans, was followed by a long-haired girl in a pink dress. "Where are we headed, Xiangzi?" Lan Xiaoqiang repeatedly insisted she refer to him as brother, despite the fact that he was merely 2 months her senior. "No need to question. Just follow me," he replied without looking back. The seemingly vibrant and spirited youth appeared no more than a teenager. Yet his tone bore an undeniable air of authority. The delicate girl, upon hearing this, pouted in displeasure, her expression filled with unspoken grievances, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face, to the top of the high steps. The train station finally emerged in sight. The boy's lips curled into a smile. Despite his radiant appearance, he exuded a sense of inner darkness that was anything but superficial. This enigmatic aura was not feigned. The girl felt a twinge of fear towards him, yet now that she was inextricably entangled, there was no alternative but to follow him, especially since she had long wished for this. They entered the ticket hall, with Lan Xiaoqiang purchasing tickets at the counter before returning with an expression of indifference. "A platform ticket. We can buy the ticket on the train," he announced as he led the way. "Come, let us wait in the waiting room." His mood appeared sour, and Lan Duo dared not speak out of turn, obediently trailing behind him to the designated waiting area. After all, who would feel pleasant after being outmaneuvered by a woman? It was not that Lan Duo was particularly fortunate. She happened to share the same birthday as a certain woman, or else Lan Xiaoqiang would have long since lost his patience and dismissed her. This was his rationale for tolerating Lan Duo, yet aside from Lan Xiefeng, no one was privy to this little secret. Lan Xiaoqiang's ticket had been booked in advance, bringing an additional person at the last minute complicated matters, necessitating that they board first and purchase tickets later. Having an extra person inevitably led to additional responsibilities, requiring him to run errands for her, igniting a murderous impulse within him at just the thought. He felt that aside from the goddess of his heart, Lan Duo was utterly unworthy of his company, which was a source of immense frustration. In summary, Lan Xiaoqiang's mood was understandably foul, rife with resentment and irritation. Even the innocent Lan Duo could perceive it. Lan Xiaoqiang resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling in Lan Duo a sense of trepidation that silenced her. Once aboard the designated train, destined for Shengyangshao, Lan Duo remained anxious, casting furtive glances at him, fearing that a single misstep would provoke his wrath. She had witnessed his violent tendencies before. His glowering demeanor was already the gentlest he could muster towards her. This train was crowded, with almost all seats sold out at each stop. After boarding, although Lan Xiaoqiang was reluctant, he still went to procure a ticket for Lan Duo, returning with it in hand. Upon setting down his backpack and before he could even take a seat, he noticed Lan Duo staring at him with wide eyes, furrowing his brows in irritation. "Why are you looking at me like that? Have you lost your wits?" His striking appearance made even a simple eye roll seem captivating. Lan Duo shrank back, suddenly acutely aware that she existed in a different realm from him. It was miraculous that he would tolerate her at all, leading her to misinterpret his actions as affection. Given what she had witnessed of Lan Xiaoqiang's violent methods, anyone else who dared to cross him would likely find themselves bedridden for months. Thus, she resolved to be content and refrain from pushing him, knowing that he would not be swayed by her insistence. Lan Duo offered him an awkward smile, curling up in the window seat beside him, cautiously observing him as he inhaled deeply. "Xiangzi, could you perhaps treat me a bit better?" Recognizing her precarious situation, she was all too aware of her inadequacy in matching his stature. Deep down, she understood that she was the one reaching beyond her means, which rendered her voice feeble. Another reason for her hesitance stemmed from her awareness of the grudge Lan Xiaoqiang held against her for outmaneuvering him. Although they had both tacitly agreed to avoid the subject, it did not imply he would ever forgive her. Therefore, she fully comprehended why Lan Xiaoqiang harbored such disdain for her, reflected in his harsh demeanor. Lan Xiaoqiang paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. Before merely curling the corners of his mouth and focusing on rearranging his belongings, ignoring her entirely, Lan Duo pouted, weakly shifting the topic. "Have you secured the ticket? What seat number is it? I don't wish to be too far from you. Is that all right?" She endeavored to lower her demands to avoid inciting his displeasure. "Just sit right here." Lan Xiaoqiang gestured toward the adjacent seat, saying, "If someone comes looking for a seat, just swap with them." If no one comes looking," Lan Duo smiled in agreement. But before she could finish her thought, Lan Xiaoqiang interjected, "That would be the best scenario?" It was not out of kindness. He understood that if something were to happen to Lan Duo during the journey, it would only complicate matters for him. Thus, he had no choice but to begrudgingly play the role of a good Samaritan once more. After all, he would soon rid himself of all this and return to his own city to seek out his beloved. Lan Duo was merely a transient figure in his life, someone who would never entangle him again. It mattered little to him. "Exactly. You are like a worm in my belly, Xiangzi. You are simply remarkable," Lan Duo exclaimed happily, attempting to flatter him. Unfortunately, it appeared she had misstepped, for her words only earned her a swift reprimand. "Tisish, you think you deserve such praise?" Lan Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes and playfully tapped her head, swiftly pulling her away from the seat. Lan Duo looked on in confusion as he settled back into his position, comfortably propping his long legs on the double seat before tugging her to sit beside him. "Behave yourself. I detest disobedient women." Chapter 012. A hasty elopement. Behave yourself. I detest disobedient women. Lan Duo leaned forward to sit, her expression shifting between shades of pale and flushed as she realized he was alluding to her previous deception. But did this mean he was willing to forgive her? The mere thought left Lan Duo slightly overwhelmed, and she beamed at him, nodding, "All right, I will." However, Lan Xiaoqiang's long legs occupied half of her seat, forcing her to sit sideways, her bottom barely on the edge. Thinking that at least she could face him directly, Lan Xiaoqiang was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Merely gazing at him in silence brought her comfort. Duo, be good, for I... She intended to finish with, "for I love you," but recalling Lan Xiaoqiang's stipulations, the words caught in her throat. Embarrassed, Lan Duo averted her gaze, her hand absently caressing her lips. Lan Xiaoqiang's eyes flickered as he raised his gaze, his brows knitting in mild annoyance as he glared at her. "Are you contemplating breaking the rules? I shall punish you by forbidding you from eating." "Ah? Please don't." Lan Duo grasped the gravity of his warning, softly pleading as she sought to placate him, only to be met with his icy dismissal. "Tch." Lan Xiaoqiang shot her a disapproving glance before reclining comfortably against the wall of the carriage, closing his eyes with his arms crossed. "If you wish to avoid punishment, it will depend on your conduct from here on out." Upon hearing this, Lan Duo sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It seemed he desired her to serve him. That was perfectly acceptable to her. "All right, I understand," she replied, stifling a smile, falling silent. In truth, she hadn't even uttered a word that could be deemed a violation, but since she was willing to endure his whims, there was no other option. Glancing at the elderly couple across from them who were casting curious glances, Lan Xiaoqiang couldn't help but smile knowingly. He recognized that they likely disapproved of his treatment of Lan Duo, perhaps mistaking him for her boyfriend. The way they scrutinized him with their discerning eyes suggested they were not mistaken. Lan Duo, however, dared not entertain such thoughts. As long as Lan Xiaoqiang was happy, she would accept any conditions. Serving Lan Xiaoqiang closely was a dream she had long harbored. Enduring a bit of hardship was a small price to pay, and she certainly would not complain. Observing her reaction, Lan Xiaoqiang smirked slightly, feigning indifference as he lowered his gaze. "Remember, do not speak. I wish to rest." In truth, when he was in a good mood, he still enjoyed teasing her in his heart. She was merely a substitute for a certain woman, allowing him to release the pent-up affection he had stored away. Being away from her for a day felt like an eternity, and he could only wonder how she had grown. Yet, given her previous fame, even as a child, her beauty was remarkable. She must be even more stunning now. With a sigh, Lan Xiaoqiang closed his eyes in contemplation, the image of the 5-year-old beauty resurfacing in his mind, eliciting a smile from him. Lan Duo, puzzled, nodded in response. "All right, I'm feeling sleepy too." Upon completion, she was suddenly struck with inspiration and attempted to please him, pulling Lan Xiaoqiang back from his reverie into the realm of reality. "Qiangzi, why not place your legs in my lap and let me hold you, shall we?" The audacity! The opposite side shot a disdainful glance once more, but this time it was directed at Lando, abruptly interrupted in his thoughts. Lan Xiaoqiang, already simmering with anger, lowered his eyelids with a suppressed smirk. "No need, that would tire you out. This is just fine." He hastily took on the role of the good guy, seeking her favor. As he spoke, he purposefully crossed his legs to minimize his space, granting her more room to sit comfortably. He was afraid that she might disturb him again, and he would be unable to resist the urge to take a brick and silence her. The woman, witnessing this, was quite moved and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Qiangzi. This works perfectly." Lan Xiaoqiang raised a finger to his lips, glaring at her, signaling her to be quiet and cease her chatter. Lando, understanding the cue, promptly fell silent and prepared to catch up on sleep on the small table before her. Indeed, they had not slept a wink all night, so fatigue was to be expected. The air conditioning in the high-speed train compartment made it a bit chilly for slumber, prompting Lan Xiaoqiang to retrieve a piece of clothing to cover her, indifferent to Lando's situation. Lando, however, did not dwell on it. She merely tightened her embrace around her clothing and nestled down. Ready to drift into a dream, she had hurriedly eloped with Lan Xiaoqiang, having made no preparations for attire, and she had not anticipated successfully outmaneuvering him, feeling rather fortunate. Thus, she was left with nothing but her current outfit. Perhaps due to the vigorous lifestyle of mountain dwellers, Both men and women possessed robust physiques, and Lando was no exception, despite her seemingly frail appearance. The slight chill was bearable, and perhaps they were genuinely tired. As the two soon succumbed to slumber, regrettably, just as he had fallen asleep, Lan Xiaoqiang was jolted awake by a commotion, growling in annoyance. "What is it?" "You are being unbearably loud." Gathering his clothing, he sat up, only to notice two individuals standing before Lando, both of whom appeared to be of a similar age to him. The boy was tall and slender, with a refined and handsome appearance, while the girl accompanying him was dressed in a non-mainstream fashion. With her wine-red hair styled atop her head and clad in a daring tank top paired with shorts, her outfit was audaciously revealing, yet her features were rather ordinary. She was loudly arguing with Lando, her arrogance apparent, while the boy beside her attempted, in vain, to mediate. Lando, her cheeks flushed, was engaged in a heated debate, and upon noticing Lan Xiaoqiang's awakening, she abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Xiangzi, you're awake. She's bullying me." Lan Xiaoqiang frowned, glancing at the non-mainstream girl, who was forcefully pushing her bag onto the small table, with a smirk that betrayed her feigned ignorance. "Who is she? Do you know her?" "I don't know her. How could I possibly know her?" Lando retorted, both exasperated and anxious, shooting an irate glance at the girl. "I told you not to make noise. We'll discuss this once he wakes up." Lando's displeasure was evident as she chastised the non-mainstream girl. "Look, you've woken him up." The non-mainstream girl, upon witnessing Lan Xiaoqiang's dazzling eyes open, was momentarily entranced, her expression transforming into one of awe, as if spellbound by his captivating beauty. She could not help but admire him. Realizing why Lando, a beauty herself, seemed to revolve around him, considering him in all matters, at first glance, he appeared to exude a noble aura typical of the affluent, yet his unremarkable attire and restrained demeanor belied his true nature. The non-mainstream girl silently praised Lan Xiaoqiang as a super-handsome guy. His mischievous gaze could easily stir one's heart. Even in plain clothing, his innate charm was undeniable, exuding an allure that was irresistibly enticing. With long eyelashes, large eyes, and a dangerous glint in his gaze, he possessed an enchanting charisma that was hard to ignore. His slightly deep-set eyes gave him a foreign allure, complemented by a prominent nose that added a rugged masculinity to his visage. He had a habit of narrowing his eyes while observing others, his thin lips slightly pursed, as if inviting one to taste his irresistible charm. Even a fleeting glance filled with mild annoyance could be utterly captivating. A true gem among men, was he even human? The non-mainstream girl, gazing at him in a daze, felt her heartstrings tugged, an overwhelming urge to leap forward and topple him over. Chapter 013. The exquisite handsome guy, the non-mainstream girl, lost in admiration, felt her heartstrings tugged, an overwhelming urge to leap forward and topple him over. Indeed, women are equally as enamored. Lan Xiaoqiang had not anticipated that merely opening his eyes would leave the non-mainstream girl so entranced that she forgot their earlier quarrel. Simply gazing at him in awe. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before?" To her astonishment, she nearly fainted. Even the typically composed non-mainstream girl could not help but step back. As if struck by lightning, wiping away the drool, she thought to herself, "I've seen narcissists before, but never one quite like you." Yet, to speak truthfully, despite his arrogance, he possessed the charm to back it up. His bold features, infused with an international flair, were extravagantly captivating, and his audacious demeanor only made him more alluring, evoking a strange blend of annoyance and attraction. In quieter moments, his dreamy, slightly melancholic demeanor was equally beguiling. His eyebrows were striking, and his long eyelashes formed a beautiful arc. Many men concealed their secrets within, drawing one in with the desire to explore further. There was a hint of restlessness in him, reminiscent of a child suddenly separated from their mother, so tender and innocent that it evoked a pang of sympathy. One could not help but want to cradle him in their arms and cherish him. Such a dashing beauty, irresistibly enchanting, made one's heart ache. If he were to behave, he would undoubtedly be a humble darling, adored by all. However, such multifaceted traits rendered him a formidable force, undoubtedly a woman's ultimate temptation. This was precisely why the non-mainstream girl found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Lan Xiaoqiang. An exquisite male specimen, It would be a pity not to take a closer look. Coincidentally, the seat indicated on her ticket was right next to this handsome fellow. An opportunity like this was too good to pass up. However, the non-mainstream girl, having regained her composure, still retained her pride. Defiantly meeting his gaze as she stated, "Hey, don't get too cocky. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can disregard reason." Ah, what a classic line. What in the world was happening? Despite her youth, the non-mainstream girl seemed far from naive. Lan Xiaoqiang leaned back, amusedly squinting at her, arms crossed as he attempted to control his gaze from wandering. Get to the point. Spare me the pleasantries. Not sensing any hostility from her, he deemed her not a kindred spirit and was disinterested in lengthy exchanges. Fine. You want to be forthright, do you? True to his expectations, the non-mainstream girl placed her hands on her hips and cut straight to the chase. You're occupying my seat. Am I not allowed to inquire about it? How refreshingly direct. She was indeed an experienced player, diving straight into the heart of the matter without any embellishments. This straightforwardness was very much to Lan Xiaoqiang's liking, and he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her in contemplative silence. Why the silence? Are you at a loss for words? The non-mainstream girl pouted, presuming Lan Xiaoqiang was aware of his misstep. She mimicked his earlier squint, adopting a challenging expression. I don't know who you think you are, but she insists I wait for you to awaken before discussing anything, forcing me to stand and watch you sleep. Do you find that appropriate? How rude! The audacity of her words was quite remarkable. What's inappropriate about it? Lan Xiaoqiang scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively, adjusting his posture as he recognized the rightful owner of the seat had arrived. However, he was inherently resistant to forceful tactics. He had never feared anyone. He sensed that this woman might not be entirely innocent in her intentions, which was mildly irritating. Yet, judging from Lando's earlier demeanor, it was clear she was not a match for him. Reluctantly, he decided to take a stand. If you have something to say, just say it. Lan Xiaoqiang fiddled with the teacup on the small table, his tone icy. The non-mainstream girl, upon seeing this, pouted, and without further ado, handed him her ticket. This seat is mine, so kindly ask your girlfriend to move. Lan Xiaoqiang took the ticket and glanced at it, realizing they were all headed to the same destination, yet he replied cryptically with a smirk. What seat is your boyfriend in? Mind showing me? The non-mainstream girl, caught off guard, retorted hastily, Hey, you're not the ticket inspector. Why do you care? So you want me to check tickets? Lan Xiaoqiang replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. No, you? The non-mainstream girl huffed, growing frustrated with his nonsensical banter. You're such a ridiculous person. Lan Xiaoqiang shrugged dismissively, his gaze darkening as he shot her a sidelong glance, idly playing with the ticket. Either way, there's only one seat available here. It doesn't matter where you sit. What? The non-mainstream girl was momentarily taken aback. Lan Xiaoqiang smirked slightly, returning the ticket to her without lifting his gaze. Just think of it as a good deed. It'll extend your lifespan. Seeing his domineering demeanor, it was evident he intended to forcibly claim her seat, all while justifying his actions. The non-mainstream girl was clearly incensed, her retort faltering, That's unnecessary. I'm still young. You can keep it for yourself. As she spoke, she tugged at Lando, venting her frustrations with expletives. Get up. Your boyfriend is all looks and no substance. He doesn't even care about you. She had resorted to bullying the girl now, a classic case of picking on those weaker. Indeed, she was one to target the soft-hearted. What are you doing? Don't pull me, Lando protested, instinctively inching closer to Lan Xiaoqiang. Lan Xiaoqiang was genuinely furious, raising her hand to dismiss the non-mainstream girl who, swaying unsteadily, was supported by her boyfriend. Only then did she address the situation. Buddy, please take care of your girlfriend. Lan Xiaoqiang does not condone violence against women. The tall, slender boy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, helplessly supported his girlfriend, exclaiming in frustration, Fei, stop causing a scene. This big brother is right. Let South find another place to sit. He possessed a modicum of discernment, already realizing that Lan Xiaoqiang was not one to be trifled with. Hey, are you out of your mind? The non-mainstream girl shrugged off his grip and erupted in fury. "This is my seat. Where am I supposed to find another one?" The tall boy, upon hearing this, was incensed, and in a fit of anger, he blurted out the truth. "What nonsense! If this seat were mine too, where would you sit?" It appeared there was some underlying issue between them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have clashed at this moment. The tall boy, seizing her ticket from her hand, presented it to Lan Xiaoqiang. "Buddy, where's your ticket? This seat is mine. I'll trade you for yours." Being a seasoned traveler himself, he recognized Lan Xiaoqiang's predicament and understood that she required the ticket he held. He was highly displeased with the non-mainstream girl for creating trouble just to flirt with a handsome boy. So he resorted to this decisive tactic, effectively pulling the rug out from under her. "Thank you. Our destinations are the same. Swapping tickets is not a loss for you." Lan Xiaoqiang nodded with a smile, exchanging tickets with him, then turned to the non-mainstream girl, raising her hands in a gesture of dismissal. "This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now." Chapter 014. Not a man. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. The non-mainstream girl, witnessing the turn of events, suddenly burst into tears, clinging to her boyfriend while hitting and scolding him. "Zhao Songyang, you're bullying me. Feifei doesn't need a boyfriend like you. Get lost. I never want to see you again." The girl named Feifei felt wronged, desperately pushing him away. "Get it straight. I was never your boyfriend. Who would want that?" Zhao Songyang glanced at the ticket in his hand, pushing her away as he headed in the opposite direction. "Go wherever you like. My seat is in car 7. And I want to accompany you." What was going on? Was he really going to abandon his girlfriend and fly solo? Zhao Songyang, heedless of her, left, seemingly disgusted by her presence as if she were a plague. Even Lan Duo was taken aback, her heart filled with doubt. Could it be that she, like him, was being rejected? Curiosity sparked within her. What was wrong with the world that women were so often scorned by men? Lan Xiaoqiang observed with furrowed brows, silent and contemplative. As Zhao Songyang successfully distanced himself from Feifei, he was abruptly confronted by the ticket inspectors. Damn, what a jinx! The non-mainstream girl instinctively glanced at Lan Xiaoqiang, who was relishing the unfolding drama with a smirk. A group of uniformed personnel clamored as they approached, effectively blocking Zhao Songyang's path. Reluctantly, he had to retreat. Upon seeing this, the non-mainstream girl panicked, pulling at Zhao Songyang and whispering, "What do we do? If they find out, I'm finished." Zhao Songyang, unyielding, turned his face away in defiance. "Strange, why should this concern me?" "Hey, stop sulking, Songyang. Feifei knows she was wrong. It won't happen again." "Okay." "No way. If there's a fine, I can't cover for you. Please, Songyang, be a good person and help me." The non-mainstream girl pleaded softly, but the ticket inspector had already approached. Extending her hand, she demanded, "Tickets. Where are your seats?" "Didn't you hear me?" Zhao Songyang offered the ticket he had exchanged from Lan Xiaoqiang, meekly responding, "I apologize. We just boarded and we're about to find our seats before purchasing a ticket." He gestured towards the direction of the ticketed seat, implying, "Could you please allow us to pass?" "That's fine, but your ticket." Zhao Songyang hastily smiled. "Please don't misunderstand. This ticket was just exchanged for a seat." He pointed at Lan Xiaoqiang, who waved her ticket in acknowledgement. "All right. That's understandable." The inspector nodded in comprehension. "However, since we caught you, you'll need to purchase a ticket before finding your seat. Perhaps you can get a seat close to yours." This was reasonable. Yet Zhao Songyang appeared stunned, momentarily lost in thought. "All right, go ahead." The inspector, with a friendly demeanor, gestured for another staff member to assist him and the non-mainstream girl in completing the ticket purchase process. "Bring your ID. Go with her to pay for the ticket." Unexpectedly, the non-mainstream girl's expression changed, and she clung to Zhao Songyang, refusing to cooperate with the inspector. The female inspector frowned upon witnessing this. "What's the matter? Don't you have your ID, or are you short on cash?" I. The non-mainstream girl, shedding her earlier bravado, retreated in fear. The inspector, seeing this, unhesitatingly seized her, demanding, "I'm asking you, do you lack money or an ID?" The boy named Zhao Songyang, witnessing this, hastily intervened, forcing a smile. "Sister, you've misunderstood. She has both an ID and money, but it's not valid domestically and needs to be exchanged. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, helping her meant helping himself. Zhao Songyang had no choice but to comply. The inspector scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly understanding. Is it foreign currency? Seeing Zhao Songyang nod vigorously, she rolled her eyes at him. Then why didn't you exchange it before boarding? I wasn't aware beforehand. She only informed me right before the ticket check, so I had no choice but to board hastily. Zhao Songyang smiled apologetically, then suddenly shifted the conversation. Kind-hearted inspector sister, could you please think of a way to help us? Well, the female inspector hesitated, tapping her forehead in contemplation, then glanced around, suggesting, why not ask everyone? Perhaps someone could help you exchange it? Yes, that is a great idea. Immediately, enthusiastic passengers chimed in, some teasingly curious. Are you trying to exchange Thai baht, US dollars, or francs? The non-mainstream girl named Fei, sensing an opportunity, eagerly opened her suitcase and began rummaging through it. In that brief moment, the connection between her and the non-mainstream girl flashed through Lan Xiaoqiang's mind, who coldly remarked, Con artist, are you really planning to scam here? Fei, her head filled with black lines, thought to herself, I haven't even taken it out yet. How could you know it's drugs? Are you some kind of mind reader? Little did she know that the cause and effect flashing through Lan Xiaoqiang's mind was precisely that, leading him to relish the loosening of his own constraints. The scenario depicted her successfully scamming others, only to be outsmarted by Lan Xiaoqiang, resulting in her deserving punishment of losing both her money and her ill-gotten gains. Although they arrived at the same destination, it was far too troublesome and did not align with Lan Xiaoqiang's temperament, prompting him to decisively choose to alter fate and eliminate it. However, what astonished the non-mainstream girl was not this, but something else entirely. Lan Xiaoqiang appeared to have never uttered a word, yet his admonitions resonated clearly in her mind, leaving her utterly startled. Realizing she had encountered someone extraordinary, she initially intended to retreat wisely, not daring to confront a force so formidable. Yet upon reflection, it seemed illogical, defying the laws of nature. Shaking her head vigorously, she wondered if she were merely frightening herself, possibly a product of her anxiety, and continued to search for her drugs. Foolishness, it seemed you were determined to press on until the bitter end. Lan Xiaoqiang, incensed, warned her once more, no need to search. All 60 packets of drugs are wrapped in your pink suitcase. I'll help you dispose of them right now. Lan Xiaoqiang's gaze fixed upon her, his mouth remaining shut yet his words resonating clearly in Fei's mind, startling her anew. After a brief moment of shock, she, perhaps dazed by fear, frantically followed Lan Xiaoqiang's instructions to search. Lan Xiaoqiang smirked, his eyes unwaveringly focused on the suitcase. Ah, Fei suddenly shrieked, retracting her hand in astonishment as she discovered the suitcase had spontaneously ignited, flames roaring fiercely. She leaped back in alarm, cursing as she evaded the ferocious flames. What the hell? How did it catch fire? This is insane. Doubt toward Lan Xiaoqiang grew within her, yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, her words would be deemed mere slander. Fire, there's a fire. Chapter 015. Anomalous warning fire. There's a fire. Passengers around them recoiled in panic, fearing they would be caught in the flames. This is bad, there's a fire. Everyone, quick, get away. Especially the elderly couple across the aisle, who, being closest to the non-mainstream girl, huddled together in a frenzy, desperately trying to squeeze toward the window. Everyone, help us, quickly throw it out. Unfortunately, the train carriage was well sealed, and the windows couldn't be opened, rendering their pleas futile. Otherwise, I fear there might indeed be someone brave enough to step forward and cast it out once and for all. No, we can't open the window. In the midst of the chaos, someone reminded, their voice breaking into a fit of coughs, whether due to nerves or the smoky air, it was uncertain. All they could do was scream in panic, the carriage descending into a state of disarray. Yet the train continued its furious advance, showing no signs of stopping before reaching its destination, which only heightened the collective anxiety. Water, water, everyone, douse the flames, do not let it ignite further. A few individuals retained their composure, a loud shout jolting everyone back to their senses. Upon hearing this, each person hastily grabbed their own water and beverages, pouring them haphazardly, indifferent to whether they were hot or cold. Strangely, the fire seemed unaffected, as if it were encased in an invisible shield, burning independently. The smokeless flames blazed fiercely, fortunately not spreading outward, as if under some form of control, confined to a certain area. Everything around remained intact, save for the password box that was reduced to ashes in an instant, the blaze akin to true fire, advancing with remarkable speed. This bizarre scene left them all in stunned silence. They felt the situation was peculiarly odd. Except for the individual directly involved, the others quickly fell silent, opting to retreat to their seats and refrain from idle chatter, fearing that any careless words might bring calamity upon themselves, in these times of strange occurrences. They could not control the situation, and there was a real risk of it impacting their own safety. Why take the chance? Thus, the wisest course was to remain aloof and focus on their own affairs. Observing their expressions of feigned indifference, the individual at the center of it all truly felt like crying, casting a pitiful glance at the attendant for help. "You see, I have lost my only piece of luggage, and I have no idea who the culprit is. What should I do?" "This?" the attendant pondered, sensing something sinister in the inexplicably ignited suitcase. Having stood by witnessing the unfolding chaos, the attendant now wore a bemused expression, ultimately sighing in resignation. "This is your issue, not mine," she thought. "Who knows if it's your own doing?" The attendant, with a heart of stone, unceremoniously rejected her, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Songyang and casually suggesting, "Isn't he your boyfriend? Have him buy you a ticket to tide you over. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" There was no choice. Many attempted to evade fare, and the attendant's role necessitated a heart of steel. Besides, she possessed no special powers to discern whether the individual was deceitful or sincere. "Oh, if he had money, would I be so distressed?" the individual murmured, attracting suspicious glances from many. The female attendant interrupted her, a hint of impatience and disbelief in her tone. "Don't tell me he is also penniless?" The tall and slender Zhao Songyang flushed, turning his face away, unwilling to explain. This was not a matter easily clarified. And it felt futile. Lan Shaoqiang recognized that this man was not her accomplice, yet had some connection to him, evoking a pang of sympathy. Bowing his head, he secretly rejoiced, for the words of the space guardian rang true. Xiao Jie was indeed the person he had long sought. Little did he expect, after traversing countless paths, that she would be so close at hand, requiring no effort to find. He felt an unmistakable shift within him as the journey progressed, the barriers he faced gradually loosening. He could foresee the future. This was the most compelling proof. His own powers had been sealed, and he could presently only wield spatial magic along with the rudimentary skills learned over the past 13 years. The Space Guardian had told him that only by finding his destined dual cultivation partner could he unlock his potential. This new revelation filled Lan Shaoqiang with indescribable joy, though his concerns grew heavier. A flurry of thoughts crossed his mind, and his expression reflected a mix of elation and worry, a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, the individual at the center of the commotion felt increasingly awkward due to the attendant's remarks and finally mustered the courage to disclose the truth. "He is not my boyfriend. He is merely a stranger I encountered on the road, and I have already spent all the money he had." Zhao Songyang shot her a glare, as the attendant raised the ticket exchanged for Lan Shaoqiang's. "Indeed, she speaks the truth. I booked this ticket online. Otherwise, I would be just another fare evader." "Ah." The female attendant regarded them with astonishment for a moment before conceding, "Well, in that case, I must trouble you to accompany me to speak with the train conductor." Lan Shaoqiang fixed his gaze on them, his mind racing. "I won't go. I have a ticket, so why should I?" Zhao Songyang waved his ticket at the attendant in refusal, eager to distance himself from the individual at the center. "If anyone should go, it should be her. I am going to find my own seat," Zhao Songyang declared, genuinely turning to leave. The abandoned individual panicked, grabbing his arm in desperation. "Songyang, we are fellow travelers. How can you abandon me in this crucial moment?" "You?" Zhao Songyang pried her hand off, intending to say that he had no connection to her. However, the accusatory stares from those around him made him swallow his words. "But you have spent all my money. What can I do?" Zhao Songyang's eyes darted, and with a resigned glance at the individual and the others around, he hastily retorted, Why not beseech some kind-hearted friend to see if they can help you buy a ticket? Lan Xiaoqiang couldn't help but commend Zhao Songyang for his cleverness. There was no choice. He had to follow the unfolding narrative. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Songyang made that suggestion, the effect was immediate. The hostile glares that had been directed at them vanished in an instant. After all, who would willingly lend money to someone for a ticket, only to find themselves criticized behind their back? They certainly did not wish to end up like Zhao Songyang, having their funds depleted to the point of being destitute. Thus, it became evident that they were less charitable than Zhao Songyang, who was genuinely eager to help. Lan Xiaoqiang shook his head in exasperation, feeling that foreseeing the ensuing events was hardly entertaining. Meanwhile, Zhao Songyang was secretly delighted, while the attendant grew increasingly impatient. Chapter 016. The Deceiver's Downfall. Zaya Sanjiang spoke, then turned to Lan Xiaoqiang, extending a hand for self-introduction. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zaya Sanjiang, a resident of Shangyang Prefecture. Due to certain matters, I found myself detouring through Zhongshenzhou, which has granted me the opportunity to meet you. It is truly an honor. You flatter me, Lan Xiaoqiang replied, shaking his hand lightly before withdrawing it. Casually engaging in pleasantries. I am Lan Xiaoqiang, hailing from the southern region of Zhongshenzhou. With a shrug that exuded a strong sense of camaraderie, Lan Xiaoqiang gestured towards his side, indicating, "This is my sister, Lando." Hi. Regardless, Zaya Sanjiang has no idea that this Lando is not the same as that Lando. As long as the ruse holds, all is well, he thought, grinning widely. It's a pleasure to meet you. The more friends, the more paths open up. Indeed, sounds good, Brother Chong. Observing the imposing presence of Lan Xiaoqiang, who was surprisingly cordial in his attempt to connect, Zaya Sanjiang couldn't help but smile, turning to Lando with a nod and a grin. Greetings. Beautiful Lando. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's be friends. Ah, this lad is indeed a seasoned player, not a novice in the game of social interaction. The situation unfolded as per the expected script, seamlessly aligning with previous encounters, allowing Lan Xiaoqiang to finally relax. Lando, caught off guard by the cheerful demeanor, hesitantly nodded, offering a polite hello. She then shifted her puzzled gaze towards Lan Xiaoqiang, uncertain of his intentions. Her eyes reflecting curiosity. A woman's intuition is often quite sharp, and she seemed to sense something amiss. Lan Xiaoqiang, uninterested in her inquiries, had little to say to Lando. He couldn't articulate his thoughts clearly. Meanwhile, Zaya Sanjiang endeavored to bridge the gap, fostering a closer relationship. Greetings, beautiful Lando. It's an honor to know you. He felt fortunate to finally distance himself from the nonconformist and sit beside a pure and charming beauty like Lando. Engaging in friendly conversation, it is often said that from humble origins come remarkable individuals. Lando, renowned as the beauty of the Nanshan Valley, was indeed captivating in both appearance and stature. Merely 16. She was in the prime of youth, an embodiment of floral beauty, fresh and vibrant. Her natural allure was unmatched, a stark contrast to the artificiality of the nonconformist. However, Zaya Sanjiang perceived that Lando was somewhat lacking in compatibility with Lan Xiaoqiang, who not only possessed striking features but also emanated an inherent arrogance, marking him as an extraordinary individual. Although his attire was modest, Zaya Sanjiang was certain that Lan Xiaoqiang hailed from an extraordinary lineage, perhaps a scion of a prestigious family. Thus, he speculated that Lan Xiaoqiang's choice in women would likely be far from ordinary, seeking someone exceptional to match his own standing. Lando, being an ordinary beauty, seemed only a fair match for Zaya Sanjiang himself, but with Lan Xiaoqiang, she appeared somewhat inadequate. With a discerning eye, Zaya Sanjiang noticed Lan Xiaoqiang's aloofness towards Lando. Naturally, he was pleased to sit beside her and enjoy her company. It was evident that Lan Xiaoqiang was not genuinely related to Lando, and Zaya Sanjiang silently thanked him for his unspoken benevolence. Lan Xiaoqiang, aware of Zaya Sanjiang's thoughts, smiled knowingly in response. After all, he had no intention of pursuing Lando. He needed to rid himself of her presence before encountering Xiao Jiu. And time was of the essence. In light of this, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Zaya Sanjiang, as their meeting had not been in vain. Meeting by chance makes us friends. There's no need for such formalities, he declared, his gaze flickering towards Zaya Sanjiang, revealing his intentions. I didn't sleep well last night and wish to catch up on some rest. You two carry on with your conversation. He aimed to create an opportunity for them to be alone. Though in reality, he could go days without sleep and remain unfazed. Zhejiang quickly responded, "Of course, no problem. Please rest well." With that, Lan Shaoqiang closed his eyes once more, though his thoughts remained focused on impending matters. Given his illustrious reputation, he was aware that his current abilities were merely a fraction of his potential. Should he unlock the powers within, he would be an unstoppable force. Soon, he would meet Xiao Jiao and learn the truth of the situation. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Chapter 017. Blinded by ignorance. Soon, he would meet Xiao Jiao and discover the truth. He felt a sense of pride swelling within him. But he must not allow Xiao Jiao to learn of his numerous past entanglements with women. Such knowledge would undoubtedly spell trouble. He feared her potential betrayal if she refused to wed him. His dreams of dual cultivation would be shattered, and the seals on his powers would remain unbroken. Therefore, it was imperative that he handle matters with caution, eliminating Lando before Xiao Jiao became aware of her existence. Thus, Zhejiang's appearance held great significance for him, serving as a means to alleviate his concerns. As Lan Shaoqiang meditated, he kept a watchful eye on the happenings within the train carriage. The train made a stop mid-journey, with passengers boarding and disembarking in a continuous stream, just as Lan Shaoqiang had predicted. The elderly couple across from him also exited. Observing Lan Shaoqiang's troubled slumber, Zhejiang took the initiative to invite Lando to sit across from him, allowing Lan Shaoqiang to occupy 2 seats in peaceful repose. Though Lando was somewhat reluctant, her desire to please Lan Shaoqiang outweighed her hesitations, and she obediently moved to sit beside Zhejiang. Across the aisle, a group of 3 or 4 burly men entered, their boisterous voices echoing through the carriage. They were loud and unruly, expressing disdain for everything around them while consuming copious amounts of alcohol and snacks. Carelessly littering the floor with empty beer cans, they boisterously rolled up their sleeves, exposing tattoos on their arms, effectively intimidating those around them. Their presence was enough to make other passengers seek to avoid them, even to the extent of minimizing their own visibility. The ruckus they caused was so disruptive that even those needing to use the restroom hesitated to pass by. Despite appearing to be sound asleep, Lan Shaoqiang was acutely aware of the unfolding chaos. Recognizing that the atmosphere had shifted, he remained unfazed, welcoming the challenge. After all, Lan Shaoqiang had a singular talent for violence. Killing was his forte, followed closely by seduction. The train attendants and security personnel made their rounds, wisely opting to keep their distance. They merely offered routine reminders about maintaining decorum before moving on. The remaining passengers chose to turn a blind eye, preferring to avoid conflict with such rowdy individuals, as they had no alternative. While feigning slumber, Lan Shaoqiang meticulously gathered information on the group, aware that they were targeting him. However, individuals of their ilk, mere muscle-bound thugs, lacked the qualifications to even approach the lowest tier of martial arts. Perhaps they had learned a few grappling techniques, but facing off against someone like him would be tantamount to courting disaster. He had no reason to worry. In reality, the ordinary world lacked the presence of true martial arts masters. Lan Shaoqiang's abilities were an exceptional rarity. The high-speed train, a relic of a bygone era, was soon to be eclipsed by more advanced means of travel. In an age where private jets soared through the skies and flying saucers became commonplace, who among the affluent would choose to cram into a train? Even the least esteemed disciples of the 4 great sects would not deign to travel by such a means, opting instead for first-class accommodations. This perhaps explained the nonconformist choice to exploit this situation. The common folk were largely unfamiliar with foreign currencies, making them easier targets for deception. However, she had not anticipated the premature collapse of her scheme, and now thought to send a few petty thugs to confront him? Lan Shaoqiang nearly burst into laughter, content to continue feigning sleep while awaiting the unfolding drama. To outsiders, there was no tangible evidence of wrongdoing, but the nonconformist was acutely aware that Lan Shaoqiang was the source of her downfall. Thus, her associates would undoubtedly seek revenge, a scenario he had anticipated. Typically, a con artist operates within the framework of a criminal network. It would be unthinkable for her to act alone. Having suffered a significant loss at his hands, it would be strange indeed if she did not retaliate. As for the outcome of this confrontation, he could not foresee, for he had already strayed from the predetermined path, potentially altering the fates of many, including his own. But then again, why should he fear? Violence was Lan Shaoqiang's passion. A day without bloodshed left him feeling unfulfilled. Publicly killing was not an option. So he would act discreetly, ensuring that bodies vanished without a trace, a trivial task for him. Alternatively, he could toy with them for amusement, which also held its own allure. The hallway was littered with discarded beer cans, prompting the train staff to summon a cleaner to address the mess. The cleaning lady, frightened, dared not breathe too loudly, cautiously collecting the debris while casting furtive glances, fearful of provoking a devil. Just as she was preoccupied with her task, a beer can struck her squarely in the face, prompting a startled exclamation as she shielded her face. "Sir, why did you throw that at me?" "What nonsense! Who said I threw anything?" retorted the scruffy man with long hair, his youthful face marred by an unkempt beard. "You're just a cleaning lady, not a person." "Hey, how can you say that? Who do you mean isn't a person?" The cleaning lady, now incensed, hurled her bag at him in indignation. "Young man, you are clearly looking for trouble. I am older than you, so how dare you insult me?" Ah, was she attempting to wield her age as leverage? It might work in her favor. "I apologize. Ma'am, I did not insult you." The long-haired man rolled his eyes at her, raising his beer in a mock toast. "Here, let me buy you a drink as an apology." The man rose to his feet, pouring beer over her head, the cool liquid cascading down her neck, soaking her hair and face. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, as the cleaning lady swatted his hand away, her eyes wide with shock and anger. The long-haired man reveled in her astonished expression, tossing the empty beer can aside with a hearty laugh. "Not satisfied?" he jeered, reaching for another can, his tone mocking. "Shall I pour you another?" Nearby, Lando cried out in alarm, realizing that a beer can had accidentally struck her. Fortunately, it was a soft can, and the impact was not painful as the can rolled away. Beer foam trickled down her hair, prompting Lando to curse in frustration. "Damn it! Who is so blind as to hit me with a beer can? Are you blind or what?" The mountain-dwelling girls were known for their wildness, and Lando was no exception, despite her delicate appearance. Zhao Songyang, taken aback by her fierce glare, leaned closer to caution her softly. "Shoo, keep it down, no need to curse." While he gently handed her a tissue to wipe her face, he reassured her, "It's fine. Just clean yourself up. Get away, Brother Chong isn't afraid of anyone." Lando huffed, pushing him away, wiping the beer off her face, her expression one of disdain as she curled her lip at him. "If you're scared, just keep your distance, coward." "Hey, Zhao Songyang stammered, his hands raised in surrender, but Lando turned her face away, ignoring him. She had never feared anyone while with Lan Shaoqiang, unlike him, who seemed rather timid. Having grown accustomed to the bold demeanor of Lan Shaoqiang, Zhao Songyang's current behavior paled in comparison. Just as Lando shifted back to her seat, another opened beer can came crashing down upon her, showering her in a deluge of beer. Ah! The liquid flowed down her head, leaving her momentarily stunned and feeling as though she had been slapped. "How dare you curse at me, you wretched girl?" Lando finally noticed that the long-haired man stood beside her, raising the empty can to his face in a fit of rage. "I'm throwing this at you. If you're not happy, come at me." "You?" Lando glared at him, her fear momentarily silencing her retorts. The man, unfazed, lifted her delicate chin with a condescending smirk. "Come on, lash out at me. I'm eagerly anticipating it. Ha ha ha." "You scoundrel!" Lando covered her face, incredulous that such a man had the audacity to bully a girl. She suddenly pushed him away and stood up, shouting, "You're no man, picking on a girl." She then turned to the onlookers, seemingly aware of her surroundings. "Everyone's watching. Your daughter must be around my age, right? Can you bear to let your daughter face this?" Unfortunately, her words were abruptly cut off as he clamped a hand over her mouth. "Keep your mouth clean, little woman." He indeed had a daughter who was beginning to speak, and he was caught off guard. The inebriated man's eyes blazed with fury as he shook his fist at her. "Dare to call me uncle? My woman is younger than you." But his gaze shifted to Lando's ample bosom, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "But she's not as well endowed as you. How about I have a feel?" "No." Lando glared at him, but found herself unable to escape or cry for help, her tearful eyes darting toward Lan Shaoqiang. Unfortunately, he remained blissfully asleep, unresponsive to the chaos around him. Lando, in desperation, whimpered, "Brother Chong. Oh, you have quite a few men. So one more isn't a big deal, right? What are you crying for?" In the midst of the crowd, the wretched man openly harassed her, his foul breath invading her space. "It's best that he's your man. I want to toy with you right in front of him. Let us see what he can do about it." Saying this, he reached out to touch her chest. "Ah, no." Lando panicked, twisting her face away, kicking and punching to fend him off, crying, "Brother Chong." But it was like a mantis trying to stop a car, just as his large hand was about to grasp her. Lando felt a surge of urgency, and in a moment of desperation, she bit his hand. Catching him off guard, he yelped and flung her away, preparing to kick her with a menacing expression. Lando, frightened, froze, staring at him as he raised his foot to strike her. In a critical moment, Zhao Songyang sprang up, quickly placing himself in front of her to shield her. By a stroke of luck, Zhao Songyang's unintentional act helped Lando evade the man's kick. The man, realizing too late that his attack had missed, howled in pain as he clutched his leg, blood trickling down his pant leg. "Damn it, who hit me?" He looked around in confusion, his rage now directed at Zhao Songyang. He mistakenly believed Zhao Songyang had attacked him. The long-haired man grabbed a tempered glass from the table, limping towards Zhao Songyang with the intent to strike him. "If you dare to plot against me, you will pay the price." "Wait, it wasn't me." Zhao Songyang barely finished his sentence before he instinctively crouched down, shielding his head with his hands just as the glass came crashing down. Miraculously, he had narrowly avoided the blow. The man, off balance, stumbled and fell, angrily shouting at Zhao Songyang, "Damn it, you think you can dodge?" Zhao Songyang looked up in shock, and the long-haired man, furious at having missed, grabbed Zhao Songyang again. Ready to strike, fearful, Zhao Songyang shut his eyes tightly, thinking it was the end, when Lando's voice pierced the air. "Oh no, uncle, your period has come." "What?" The long-haired man paused in confusion, and all eyes turned toward Lando. They glanced at the blood streaming down the man's pants and couldn't help but stifle their laughter. They understood that Lando's sudden outburst was a clever distraction meant to save her companion. Even the slumbering Lan Xiaoqiang cracked a smile at the corner of his mouth, while Zhao Songyang looked at Lando with a grateful smile. Realizing what had happened, the long-haired man's fury escalated. He violently shoved Zhao Songyang aside and raised the glass to strike Lando down. "You wretched girl, if you want to die, I'll gladly oblige and make you a pair of star-crossed lovers." This time, it was Lando who covered her head, thinking her end had come. But instead of the anticipated sound of shattering glass, a more horrific scream echoed, and the glass fell to the ground with a thud, followed by silence. Lando opened her eyes in confusion, witnessing the man slowly collapsing, his hands covering his eyes, blood streaming through his fingers. "Beard!" The other three men with him rushed over in alarm. "Beard, what happened to you?" The plump man in a white shirt pulled his hands away, revealing that the man had been blinded, blood gushing from his eyes, and he fell unconscious. It seemed he would spend the rest of his life in darkness, and the train carriage fell into a heavy silence. Lan Xiaoqiang's objective was achieved, a warning to any who would follow suit. What is going on? Why all the commotion? At the opportune moment, the charming train officer appeared, asking about the situation and swiftly taking control, escorting the injured man to the medical room for treatment. The train could not afford any fatalities. Even a temporary stop would necessitate urgent rescue efforts, or they would face dire consequences. With this matter settled, the still sleeping Lan Xiaoqiang remained oblivious. However, following the incident, Lando's perception of Zhao Songyang improved significantly, and they began to converse amiably, no longer treating him with suspicion as if he were a thief. Observing their banter, it was evident that the remainder of their journey would be much more pleasant. Lan Xiaoqiang beamed, satisfied with the outcome. He silently thanked the foolish man, whose actions had inadvertently fostered a connection between Lando and Zhao Songyang. Though Zhao Songyang's attempt at heroism had not gone as planned, it was precisely this that touched Lando's heart, earning her recognition of his bravery. Lan Xiaoqiang was capable of playing the hero without breaking a sweat. But for Zhao Songyang, a seemingly ordinary man with no fighting skills, to stand in the face of danger for her was truly moving. They were joyful, and Lan Xiaoqiang was pleased. This journey was turning out quite well. especially as they discovered through their chatter that Zhao Songyang's final destination was also a city, where he would transfer to Sea City. What a coincidence. Knowing they shared the same destination, Lando cheered, thinking it was always a good thing to have more friends looking out for her. She felt an inexplicable connection to Zhao Songyang, as if fate had intertwined their paths, and she fully embraced him. The rest of the journey was enjoyable, and they arrived at their destination smoothly. However, their arrival in Sea City was delayed by a day due to an ambush that occurred when they prepared to disembark at a city, prompting Lan Shaoqiang to eliminate the assailants in a single decisive blow. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. 3 individuals disembarked at the train station in City A, agreeing to exit together and subsequently transfer to a vehicle bound for City C. Due to the lack of direct train service from City A to City C, they had no choice but to leave the station and seek alternative transportation. Regrettably, before they could make their way out, the most vulnerable among them, Lando, was seized the moment they entered the underground passage. The assailant, a man in his 20s or 30s, appeared unremarkable, resembling a migrant worker. However, he carried little luggage and exhibited a taciturn demeanor that set him apart from typical laborers. Lan Shaoqiang had already noted the man's presence with his keen eyes, as well as his 2 accomplices, who masqueraded as petty thugs, hovering nearby. They blended into the flow of departing passengers, and once in the underground passage, they commenced their attack. One of the thugs approached Lando with intent, stealthily pressing a dagger against her. Lando realized the peril and screamed in panic. The dagger pierced her skin slightly, accompanied by a hushed threat, "If you wish to live, do not scream." Under duress and pain, Lando instinctively fell silent. Meanwhile, the man disguised as a laborer drew closer to Lan Shaoqiang, engaging him in a familiar tone. "Xiangzi, what's going on? Are you just going to leave Lando behind?" Lan Shaoqiang, fully aware he was being tailed, turned to him with a nonchalant smile. "Oh, you mean her?" He glanced at Lando, who was being held captive, and casually remarked, "No worries, we're brothers, right? With you looking after her, I have no reason to be concerned." Feigning camaraderie, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "This woman is fickle and untrustworthy. I've been wanting to rid myself of her for some time. If you could take care of her for me, that would be splendid. Thanks." After delivering this, he made a theatrical gesture as if to emphasize his point. The thug, momentarily taken aback, stared at him in disbelief, before quickly recovering and chuckling. All right, no problem, just a small favor." Yet, unbeknownst to him, he attempted to stab Lan Shaoqiang, only to find himself easily subdued in return. Lan Shaoqiang flung the weapon aside, treating the dagger as if it were a mere fruit knife. Chuckling, "Thanks, my friend. I'll gladly accept your gift. This fruit knife is quite nice." With a sudden motion, he pressed the thug against the wall, maintaining his facade of humor. "I wonder how fast this fruit knife is. Shall I test it on you?" Only from the thug's perspective could the ferocity and murderous intent lurking in Lan Shaoqiang's eyes be discerned. He arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "So, what do you intend to do?" The thug, undeterred, replied bluntly, "I want your life." Lan Shaoqiang narrowed his eyes, a playful yet menacing glint in them. "With your meager skills, do you really think that's possible? Don't be arrogant, kid. Look over there." Following the thug's gaze, Lan Shaoqiang noticed Zhao Songyang also being restrained, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation. "You lot, who aren't even real assassins, are truly pathetic. Why would you resort to kidnapping those who have nothing to do with me?" Pointing at Zhao Songyang, he continued with disdain, "I suspect he's your mole, and you are currently testing him. Don't you think this ploy of yours could backfire?" He then gestured toward the 2 men holding Lando and Zhao Songyang, tapping the criminal's weapon with a smirk. "Otherwise, if you kill him, I might just believe you." Naturally, if Zhao Songyang were indeed their mole, they wouldn't kill him based on a mere word from Lan Shaoqiang. That would lead them straight into a trap. Even if he were not a mole, they could not afford to act recklessly, for if anything went wrong, their leader would not be able to protect them. The stark reality was that, in any scenario, they could not kill Zhao Songyang. That was what truly vexed them. The criminal, seething in silence, recognized his underestimation of the situation. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Upon seeing the thug's expression, Lan Shaoqiang knew he had won the gamble. The thug was equally reluctant to resort to murder, and so, with a mocking grin, Lan Shaoqiang slapped him across the face. With your meager courage, you dare to play in this world. I was born to kill. Tell me, where were you when that happened? The thug was taken aback, incredulous at Lan Shaoqiang's audacity. They certainly found it hard to believe. Enraged, the thug kicked out violently, intending to strike Lan Shaoqiang and create an opportunity to escape his grip. However, Lan Shaoqiang was quicker. He seized the thug's head and delivered a powerful knee strike. The thug let out a pained scream as his body twisted uncontrollably, his manhood evidently compromised. Lan Shaoqiang released him, allowing the thug's body to slump to the ground, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Could it be so ruthless? They wondered, astonished that a single move had ended a life, especially in such a treacherous manner. Fortunately, the underground passage was deserted, as everyone else had hastily exited to find their respective rides. After all, who lingers in such a place when eager to leave? Clearly, this group was the exception. The desolate underground passage provided an ideal setting for Lan Shaoqiang's lethal display. Not to mention Lando and Zhao Songyang, who were both stunned. The expressions on the faces of the two thugs who had held them captive shifted dramatically. They realized they were facing a formidable opponent, as the deceased was their leader. They had assumed he could handle Lan Shaoqiang, but he was dispatched with the ease of an insect. This was the first time they had encountered such a brutal killer. How could they not feel a chill run down their spines? They found themselves weighing whether they possessed the strength to confront Lan Shaoqiang. Although Zhao Songyang shared their astonishment, he remained significantly calmer. From the moment Lando was in peril, he had quietly advised Zhao Songyang to prioritize his safety and to refrain from interfering, urging him to focus solely on self-preservation. Fearing that Lando might panic and inadvertently alert their foes, he had chosen not to inform her of the situation. Thus, Lando's reaction was not as composed as Zhao Songyang's. Her face turned pale as she anxiously glanced between Lan Shaoqiang and the assailants. Her heart racing. Zhao Songyang, resolute, had been maintaining a brisk pace since Lando's predicament, striving to assist Lan Shaoqiang in alleviating the burden. He recognized that his presence would only complicate matters. Unfortunately, Zhao Songyang was not a fighter, and he ultimately found himself captured and held as a hostage. Yet, the thugs, possessing only rudimentary skills, were evidently no match for Lan Shaoqiang, allowing him to observe the unfolding events without fear. Even though he could not decipher Lan Shaoqiang's counter-strategy, he unconditionally trusted that he would not abandon either him or Lando. This trust between friends, especially among those newly acquainted, was indeed a rare and precious bond. However, Zhao Songyang was still taken aback by the ferocity of Lan Shaoqiang's actions. He had never imagined him to be such a masterful fighter. Although there had been suspicions regarding the train incident, they remained uncertain. Now, the two occurrences appeared entirely unrelated, one cloaked in mystery, the other showcasing a startling display of skill. Even Lando, who knew him well, was filled with doubt, unable to ascertain whether the two incidents were connected, and he remained tight-lipped. She had witnessed Lan Shaoqiang's wrath before, his speed and precision in combat being unparalleled, often resulting in decisive victories that left opponents without the means to retaliate. Yet, she had never seen him kill. At most, he had left his adversaries gravely injured, often feigning death. The sight before her now, however, was starkly different. His victim lay lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open in a ghastly expression. A sight that was undeniably terrifying. Lando was thoroughly shaken, her own safety forgotten as she grew concerned for her captor. Cautiously, she prodded him, whispering, "You aren't their match. Hurry and leave. I'll cover for you." The criminal holding her captive was momentarily dumbfounded. This scenario was far from what they had anticipated. It seemed to have spiraled out of control. Yet, Lando's unexpected concern for them sparked a flicker of fondness within him. Their original intention had not been to take a life, but merely to control the hostage in order to coerce Lan Shaoqiang into submission. If that failed, they would seek an opportunity to retreat, for preserving their own lives was paramount, and no one wished to engage in a losing venture. However, each individual harbored a belief in their own prowess. And they were no exception, buoyed by the presence of an unseen ally. The two thugs exchanged glances, drawing weapons from their waists and aiming at Lan Shaoqiang. "If you can escape our gunfire, we'll believe you." They had audaciously brandished firearms in this setting, clearly not a run-of-the-mill criminal gang. In an instant, Lan Shaoqiang's mind raced as he heard Lando and Zhao Songyang cry out in unison, "Xiangzi, go!" Don't worry about us." In a moment of crisis, true feelings emerged. Both Lando and Zhao Songyang expressed their concern for him. Suddenly, Lan Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" He stood with hands on his hips, laughing heartily as he pointed at them, cursing playfully. "I've been handling guns since I was a kid, yet here I am, almost 2 decades later, still facing these pathetic toys." He took a step forward, indicating his chest and head. "Go ahead, shoot here. Let us see if you can injure me before you kick the bucket." With that, he continued to advance towards them, undeterred. The audacity of these fools had ignited his fury. He had never intended for them to meet their demise. However, this time was different. Lan Xiaoqiang was determined to take their lives. The two individuals, under the overwhelming aura of Lan Xiaoqiang, unconsciously huddled the hostage closer, their hearts gripped by genuine fear. Yet at that moment, they found themselves in a predicament, unable to retreat, and they truly doubted that anyone could win against him in a bare-handed confrontation with firearms. The formidable presence of Lan Xiaoqiang was palpable. Not the sort to resort to bluster. One could discern his intense killing intent merely by observing him. Should they open fire? The two exchanged hesitant glances. Unfazed, Lan Xiaoqiang continued his steady advance, his voice resonating like a ghostly drumbeat, striking at their fragile nerves. The harrowing image of their fallen comrade flashed in their minds, and they both instinctively pulled the triggers. The moment the bullets left the chambers, they saw Lan Xiaoqiang's figure transform into a gust of wind, as if moving at lightning speed right in front of them. Lan Xiaoqiang deftly crouched and kicked, sending the assailant who was holding Zhao Songyang sprawling backward. While the weapon flew from his grasp, with a swift somersault, Lan Xiaoqiang seized the gun mid-air and fired twice at both him and the bandit who was holding Lando hostage. With 4 bullets fired in unison, the assailant grasping Lando fell lifelessly, while the one who had been kicked was struck again, losing both his life and that of his comrade. The seamless execution of Lan Xiaoqiang's actions was nothing short of astonishing. It transcended mere handsomeness. This scene left Zhao Songyang and Lando utterly dumbfounded, staring in awe as they momentarily forgot all reactions. To them, such feats belonged solely to the realm of film and television, and witnessing it unfold in reality was nothing short of shocking. How utterly admirable. Observing their dazed expressions, Lan Xiaoqiang smiled, discarded his firearm, and clapped his hands, addressing them with a serious tone. "This area is to be managed by the A City Police. If you wish to avoid an invitation to the police station for tea, I suggest you vanish promptly." Indeed, at that moment, all 3 of their captors lay dead, and the gunfire had likely alerted the Railway Bureau. Lan Xiaoqiang was acutely aware that the police would soon arrive, and he sought to avoid complications. The best course of action was to disappear quickly. But here, Zhao Songyang pointed at the corpses on the ground, his expression one of shock. They, do not concern yourself with that. It is beyond your purview." Lan Xiaoqiang urged him forward, hastily dragging Lando along as he sought to leave as swiftly as possible, reassuring them, "There are cameras documenting the events. I trust the police will handle this matter competently. We must hurry." As predicted, the sound of gunfire had indeed startled both the Railway Bureau and the police. Fortunately, the scene was situated in an underground passage, where the echoes were muffled and ordinary individuals would never suspect a murder had taken place. They might have thought it was merely thunder during a rainstorm. Thus, if the police were clever, it was quite feasible to conceal the truth. Lan Xiaoqiang dared not lead Zhao Songyang and Lando out of the station entrance, under the pretense of fearing an ambush by the Railway Bureau personnel. In reality, he knew that the moment he turned his back, both their bodies and the cameras would mysteriously ignite. He refrained from alarming Lando and Zhao Songyang, fabricating a benevolent lie instead. Additionally, Lan Xiaoqiang wished to linger in a city for a night, intending to meet his beloved whom he had longed for day and night. He cleverly used this as an excuse to persuade them to accompany him for an overnight stay in a city. Pretending to lead them back to the platform, he stealthily moved along the edge of the platform, edging toward the wall, and continued in the opposite direction until he successfully scaled the protective netting, thus escaping a city railway station. To err on the side of caution, he did not immediately take them to catch a train, citing that the police had already laid eyes on all the stations. As he wished, they were left with no choice but to remain in a city for one night. Consequently, Lan Xiaoqiang was completely untraceable for an entire night, only reappearing by noon the following day, causing Lando and Zhao Songyang to nearly consider reporting him missing. Meanwhile, at the Twin Linyuan Villa that night, the brightly lit Tingshui residence was eerily quiet. The ancient and elegant garden surrounded modern, stylish villas, creating a unique blend of old and new aesthetics. After her bath, Xia Tingshui sat in a daze on the sofa, glancing at the wall clock that indicated it was 10 p.m. Dressed in a nightgown, she remained motionless, cradling her laptop without opening it, lost in thought. A strikingly handsome young man sat beside her, gently pulling her delicate shoulder closer, and inquired, "Tingshui, what are you thinking about?" Tingshui raised her gaze to meet his, her slender fingers intertwining with his, her bright eyes misty as she pouted, asking, "Xiao Bai Gij wants to marry me off to someone else. What do you think I should do?" The moment she spoke, her demeanor astonished him. Not only did she possess an ancient grace, but even her tone and expressions were steeped in antiquity. It was no wonder she resided in the Tsuyan Garden Villa. Her presence harmonized beautifully with the surroundings. A remarkable creation of some eccentric genius. What? Who is Xiao Bai Gij? The young man, youthful yet serious, feigned earnestness, nearly bursting into laughter. His attire was strikingly unique, clearly marking him as a vibrant, energetic product of the new era. Tingshui recognized his intent to divert the conversation away from her, casting him an annoyed glance. "You know, it's Jiogong Bai Gij." Despite her usual disdain for eccentric boys, Tingshui had to admit he was a notable exception. She had an affection for him. "Oh, I see. I understand now." He suppressed a laugh, wrapping his arms around her as he gently patted her back, saying, "But I don't get it. Aren't you his most beloved? Why would you willingly relinquish him?" Shaking his head repeatedly, he exclaimed, "Incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible." Tingshui raised her confused eyes to him, only to see him point at his own nose, asking, "Tell me who this person is. He must be quite remarkable to dare to steal Jiogong Bai's beloved." His playful yet penetrating gaze captivated her. Though he clearly appeared to be no more than a boy of 16, Tingshui, unwilling to engage in jest, lowered her head, her sorrowful eyes cast down, her long lashes fanned out beautifully. "He said that person is his doppelganger, and that I must marry him quickly to avert impending disaster. But," the beauty raised her eyes to him, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. The charming youth tenderly pressed a finger to her lips, lovingly wiping away the moisture from her lashes, with words of affection clear as day. "Do not be sad. He surely means well. After all, you are destined to be with him, aren't you?" "That's how I feel. But I don't know if he will agree." The young man clearly understood whom she referred to and offered consolation at the opportune moment. "Forget about him. As long as I'm here, he shall not lay a finger on you." "But why do you insist on helping Jiogong Bai?" Tingshui raised her youthful face, her watery eyes gazing at him, hesitating as she spoke. "In truth, if they continue to fight amongst themselves, I would rather marry someone like you, a person with whom I share no connection." Upon finishing her statement, she eagerly pulled him closer, only to be met with an unexpected reaction. The young man, startled, leaped back, exclaiming, "No, no." His face flushed crimson as he awkwardly waved his hands in refusal, mumbling incomprehensibly, "Tingshui, you must not entertain such thoughts. It could invoke divine retribution." Tingshui was taken aback by his blunt rejection of her confession. Lowering her head to cry softly, "You are not my father, nor am I your mother. Why would I incur divine wrath?" Rising with her laptop in hand, she wiped her tears and sniffled softly. "If you don't like someone, just say it plainly. Don't use this foolish excuse to brush me off." "Tingshui, I did not mean to. I truly did not." The young man, flustered, raised his hands to her, asking, "Where are you going, Tingshui?" "Jiogong Bai Gij said that person would come looking for me tonight, telling me to hide and avoid meeting him, assuring me that Xiao Bai Gij would keep me company." As she spoke, Tingshui's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly pleased that Jiogong Bai would be with her. The beauty unwittingly revealed a delicate vulnerability that left him both enchanted and heartbroken, yet he could only suppress his feelings. It was not that he did not wish to, but the situation was simply beyond his control. This trial felt like torment for him, and he would have to speak with Jiogong Bai later, for he truly wished to be free of it. As his thoughts raced, The young man reluctantly withdrew, placing his hands on his hips in resignation. Then go ahead. I will keep watch here. Ting Xue cast a sorrowful glance back at him. In truth, she did not feel compelled to marry Zhou Gongbai. She harbored resentment towards him for having met only in their shared dreams over the past 14 years, a surreal experience that never materialized in reality, leaving her longing for a promise. Even now, facing impending crises, he still refused to appear and protect her when he anticipated his rival would come seeking her. Thus, a deep-seated disappointment festered within her heart, causing her great sorrow. Now, with an absurd idea to marry his doppelganger. Just the thought of it made Ting Xue feel desolate. Should Yin Gue, that young man, be willing to accept her, she would unhesitatingly abandon Zhou Gongbai entirely. Moreover, she found herself somewhat eager to meet the rival who would appear ahead of time. Wondering how he had changed after all these years, yet Zhou Gongbai forbade her from seeing him, and his anxious demeanor suggested he cared for her. The beauty's lips curled into a faint smile, but she remained unconvinced of his love. The feeling seemed like a dream, unreal and intangible. Thus, she secretly hoped for a rival to appear, curious to see if he would become anxious over her. Recently, she has been silently praying for her brother, Xiao Zhendong, to return sooner. To her surprise, her prayers seem to have borne fruit, as he has indeed advanced his return date. Ting Xue feels a flicker of joy. But this sentiment remains her personal secret, one that cannot be disclosed. She has always perceived Zhou Gongbai's love as rather selfish, never considering her own feelings. Perhaps his love for her pales in comparison to her affection for him? Since the age of 5, they have been intertwined for a full 14 years, yet she has never seen his true face in reality. Such a love feels too ethereal, leaving Ting Xue utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, her love for him is profound. She yearns to walk hand in hand with him through eternity, until the end of time. But he insists on marrying another. For the past few days, her heart has been heavy with sorrow, caught in a web of hesitation and contradiction, uncertain of her own path forward. In Chapter 022, the pain of a beloved, Ting Xue continues to grapple with her heartache. Wavering in indecision and consumed by sadness, she questions whether she can trust him and whether he truly loves her. In truth, she is unable to ascertain the very existence of Zhou Gongbai, if he were real. Why does he refuse to appear by day, only meeting her in the realm of night? This has been a lingering doubt for her. Thus, she longs to see him, to have him manifest in the tangible world, to demonstrate the depth of his love through concrete actions. She had hoped that Xiao Zhendong's return would compel Zhou Gongbai to reveal himself, yet he has only sent a substitute, demanding that she marry him. Ting Xue weeps. Can she truly trust such a man? Consequently, she resolves to choose between him and Xiao Zhendong, granting Zhou Gongbai one final chance. If Zhou Gongbai remains elusive, she will choose to leave with Xiao Zhendong. She refuses to marry a mere puppet. Moreover, he himself has stated that the substitute would differ slightly in appearance and personality, advising her to gradually adapt. Furious, Ting Xue protests, crying and pleading, yet her pleas fail to reach his heart, and the tenderness he once showed her has vanished. Zhou Gongbai remains steadfast, coercively declaring that she must marry, or she risks being harmed by that wicked man. Ting Xue does not believe him and, in a fit of madness, is willing to gamble everything, even if it means losing Zhou Gongbai. For this reason, she has refrained from visiting him in the space, resolutely determined to resist him. Yet, only she knows how deeply she loves Zhou Gongbai. Leaving her heart in turmoil and conflict, yearning for someone to rescue her, Zhou Gongbai's continued absence signifies his unwillingness to compromise, and in her sorrow, Ting Xue decides to confront him one last time. However, she has yet to see Xiao Zhendong, and in her frantic desperation, she wishes to place her hopes in Yin Gue, yet he refuses to comply. Is it truly so pitiful that no one desires her? What then of Zhou Gongbai and Xiao Zhendong? Yin Gue's rejection and Zhou Gongbai's intent to marry another leave her heartbroken, and she wipes her tears, turning to ask, Yin Gue, do you truly not want Ting Xue? You foolish girl, it is not as you think. Yin Gue exclaims urgently, it is not that I do not love you. I simply do not have the courage. The anxious boy fidgets, pacing the room as if he wishes to collide with the wall. Is it because of Zhou Gongbai? Yes, but also no. Yin Gue struggles to articulate his feelings, preparing to escape from the situation. Calm yourself and go find Zhou Gongbai. Perhaps he will provide you with the answers you seek. Whimper. As she watches Yin Gue stride away, Tingxue cannot help but cry in despair. If that is the case, then I will become close to other men and pursue romance. You must not interfere. Yin Gue, perhaps a guardian sent by some male figure, has been by her side for many years, and their bond is strong. While he is perfect in every way, he forbids any man from approaching her, let alone courting her. Suddenly, Yin Gue halts, turning back with a look of exasperation. Ah, you foolish girl. He points at her, declaring, this is unacceptable. It is my second duty as your protector, aside from ensuring your safety. This is paramount. Observing the pallor of her complexion and the laptop crashing to the ground, Yin Gue quickly alters his tone. Though this is not permissible, everything else is fair game. After picking up the fallen notebook, he swiftly retreats, aware that someone will come to console her. I do not want. Confused and hurt, Tingxue chases after him, shouting, I detest you, Yin Gue. I loathe you, loathe you, loathe you. Tingxue, usually gentle in temperament, can no longer contain her emotions, burying her face in her hands and tugging at her hair in anguish. Tingxue detests you, Yin Gue, as well as Zhigongbai and Xiao Zhendong. It is you who has brought me to this state. Tingxue collapses in despair, directing her frustration at Xiao Zhendong, the root of her torment. Xiao Zhendong, you promised that after 18 years, when I graduate from university, you would return to marry me. So why are you back now? Her words dripped with resentment, yet laced with an underlying hope. Xiao Jiao, do you truly not wish to see me? A tender, choked voice resonates in her ears, and Tingxue turns in surprise to find a dangerous man with long lashes. His cold gaze fixed upon her. With a gasp, she is enveloped in his embrace, his kisses falling upon her in a punishing manner, leaving her breathless and pained. It hurts. His fervent, reckless kisses leave Tingxue's heart racing, and she pushes him away, questioning, who are you, and how do you know my childhood name? This realization prevents her from calling for help from Yin Gue, as she instinctively senses who he truly is. By acknowledging this, she inadvertently confirms her own identity as the beloved Xiao Jiu he has longed for. Blue Xiaoqiang tightens his hold on the beauty in his arms, tears welling in his eyes from an unprecedented ache. I am your man. How dare you forget me? Ah, Tingxue gazes at him, her face flushed. Darling, let me kiss you properly. Observing her bashful beauty, it is evident she has recognized herself. Like a delicate doll, she submits to his embrace, her demeanor both enchanting and ethereal. Her shy, elusive nature betrays a hint of anticipation, overwhelming his heart with joy while simultaneously instilling a fear that he might be dreaming. Darling, my love. Blue Xiaoqiang bites his lip fiercely, the taste of blood confirming his reality. For the beloved beauty is indeed in his arms, in his exhilaration. He fears she might vanish like the wind or dissolve into the air, holding her tightly, unwilling to release her. The fragility of this newfound happiness temporarily distracts him from his troubles. Xiaojiu, you are mine. Blue Xiaoqiang tenderly nibbles at her soft, pink cheeks, his tear-filled eyes shining with affection as he finally reveals his true name. Have you really forgotten me? I am Xiao Zhendong, your brother. Do you not remember our promise from when we were 5? It is indeed him. Tingxue gazes at him with a complex mix of emotions, struggling to escape as she fears the consequences if Zhigongbai were to find out. Yet he refuses to let her go, enveloping her in kisses, not sparing any part of her face, forehead, cheeks, neck, and ears, his fervent love reminiscent of a long-lost lover. Tingxue is overwhelmed by his affection, gasping for breath as she pleads, Stop. Stop, Xiao Zhendong, you must listen to me. I will not listen. I do not wish to hear anything. In Chapter 023, The Cruelty of Love, Blue Xiaoqiang rebelliously continues to embrace and ravage her, having overheard their conversation and realizing that this girl has more than one lover. How dare she betray him? He cannot let her off lightly, yet he still seeks her consent, breathlessly asking, Darling, I missed you so much that I returned early to marry you. Will you marry me? No, please let me go. Tingxue struggles against him, nearly losing her composure as she desperately protests. I have not yet graduated from university. You promised to wait until I finished my studies before marrying me. Now that the moment has arrived, fear grips her, and she wishes Zhigongbai would show jealousy and drive Xiao Jindong away. Yes, but plans change quickly. If I wait until 18 years later, you must tell me, Xiaojiu, will you still be mine? Ah, you heard that? Ting Xue looks down, unable to meet his gaze, guilt weighing heavily upon her. Darling, please tell me what is happening. I know you would never betray me. Is someone forcing you to do this? No, it is not like that. Ting Xue cries, feeling the opposite to be true. Is her desire to resist a certain man that has led her to enlist Xiao Jindong's help in this charade, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. If there is no best option, then marry me. The oblivious blue Xiaoqiang settles back on the sofa, clutching her tightly, repeatedly kissing her as if to claim her. His fiery kisses elicit soft gasps from her, and she tries to evade them. Ting Xue, with tear-filled eyes, gazes at him, feeling wronged as she bites her lip and asks, "What does your heart feel for Xiao Jiu?" "We have no feelings. Will you one day marry someone else?" "Impossible." Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoqiang let out a furious roar, his heart-wrenching vow punctuated by passionate kisses as he declared, "Who dares say we lack affection? For the past 14 years, Xiao Jindong has never ceased to think of you." Tinging with surprise, Ting Xue gazed up at him with delight, only to be met with his insistence as he pressed down and continued to kiss her. "You are the cherished one of Xiao Jindong. No one shall dare to lay claim to you. How could I ever allow you to marry another?" He added fiercely, "If anyone dares to attempt such a thing, I shall deal with them first." Enough, Ting Xue cried out in emotion, throwing herself into his embrace. Feeling him tighten his hold around her once more, this was the feeling she had longed for. Why should she still evade it? She tilted her face up and took the initiative to kiss him. Willing to entrust herself to him, if Zhigongbai could treat her in such a manner, she would have no regrets, yet he refused to show his face, leaving Ting Xue feeling heartbroken and choked with emotion. "If you truly can do this, Ting Xue is willing to marry you. Jindong Gij, take me away." She had made up her mind. After saying this, she struggled to free herself and hastily pulled him up, exclaiming, "Hurry! If we delay, we might miss our chance." Unfortunately, it was too late. Meng Jingtai had already entered upon hearing the commotion and blocked his path, arms crossed with a mocking smile directed at Lan Xiaoqiang. "How dare you intrude upon Ting Xue's residence at night? Do you think it will be so easy to leave?" Unperturbed, Lan Xiaoqiang looked at him, pulling the beauty into his arms and affectionately asking, "Darling, who is he? What would happen if Jindong Gij were to eliminate him?" "Ah, no, let's not." However, when she met Lan Xiaoqiang's frosty gaze, she trembled in fear, wanting to slip away while he was distracted. Yet, he caught her back forcefully, warning her as he pressed her against him, "I love you deeply, but the consequences of betraying me are severe, Xiaojiu. I must make this clear." "Ah?" Ting Xue licked her lips where he had bitten her, suppressing her emotions as her gaze flickered, feeling a chill in her heart, the pang of sorrow threatening to spill over. She began to regret her hasty decision, realizing this fellow was a dangerous creature. Just look at the mischievous glint in his eyes when he spoke. It was evident he was not to be trifled with. Unable to break free from his grasp, she gazed at him with teary eyes, biting her lip, wanting to cry. Lan Xiaoqiang, momentarily stunned, felt a pang of sympathy as he cupped her small face and kissed her gently, asking, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ting Xue nodded through her tears, "Jindong Gij, why do you treat Xiaoju this way?" Lan Xiaoqiang gazed tenderly at her, encouraging her to continue. Ting Xue smiled faintly as she clung to him, lowering her posture as she tilted her face to kiss his lips, playfully pouting, "If you keep this up, Xiao Jiu will be frightened." Seeing the beauty actively seeking his kiss, Lan Xiaoqiang beamed, pulling her in closer and kissing her fervently. "All right. As long as Xiaoju speaks up, I will indulge you. I promise from now on not to be harsh with you, okay?" Thank you. Jindong Gij, Xiaoju will also be good." Ting Xue looked at him with eyes full of gratitude, her childlike innocence shining through as she began to feel joy, while not forgetting to inquire eagerly, "So, will you love Xiao Jiu a little more?" Hearing this, Lan Xiaoqiang felt a sudden tightening in his heart, realizing that his beloved lacked affection. Just look at her, so devoid of security. It truly tore at his heart. "I will, Xiaojiu, I promise." Their eyes met, and he leaned in for another kiss, solemnly nodding in assurance. It is my fault for not being by your side to care for you properly. Now, he wiped away his own tears, smiling wistfully at her. As long as you are my woman, Xiao Zhendong will never leave you again, all right? All right. Ting Xue's cheeks flushed with delight as she reached out to embrace him, resting contentedly in his arms. But one thing, you must remember. Ah, what is it? Ting Xue looked up at him in surprise, her heart racing with anxiety. Lan Xiaoqiang, feeling a pang of affection, pinched her nose playfully, smiling. Remember, you are Xiao Zhendong's woman. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal, for I ask for nothing else, all right? Ah, Ting Xue stared at him in shock, her small face shifting between red and pale. Her eyes wide with endless fear, for she knew there were others in her heart, and not just one. Thus, Xiao Zhendong's words made her feel guilt-ridden, afraid to easily affirm his claim, fearing that one misstep would lead to her demise at his hands. It seemed Xiao Zhendong was not one to be trifled with. Being his woman was indeed a torment. But if I unwittingly make a mistake, Zhendong Gij, can you forgive me? That will depend on the circumstances. Xiao Zhendong is no fool and would not wrong his own woman. All right. I can agree to that. As long as Zhendong Gij does not do anything to betray Xiao Jiao, I will never betray you. Lan Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward as he fell silent. For only he knew how much he feared this. Originally anxious to intervene, Meng Zhengtai, with a mature demeanor, chuckled softly to himself, continuing to play along. Lan Xiaoqiang, noticing him from the corner of his eye, suddenly shifted the topic. Xiao Jiao, do not change the subject. You have yet to tell me who this fellow is and why he was with you in the dead of night. Is he not the bodyguard you assigned to me? Yin Gue. He has been by my side for 6 years. How could you not know? Chapter 024. The Intriguing Bulb. He is not the bodyguard you gave me. Yin Gue. He has been by my side for 6 years. How could you not know? My bodyguard? Following you for 6 years? His name is Yin Gue? Lan Xiaoqiang pointed at himself, then at him, bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. What nonsense is this? I have no idea. It was when you were 5 years old. They wanted to separate us and take you away? And you proposed the condition for exchange. Oh, let me think. As Ting Xue brought it up, Lan Xiaoqiang had no choice but to ponder, and after a moment, he exclaimed, Yes, I remember now, but if that's the case, it seems it has been more than 6 years, right? Furrowing his brow, Lan Xiaoqiang scrutinized her, prompting Ting Xue to explain, You're right, at first, they assigned me just an ordinary bodyguard. It was 6 years ago. During an accident on my way to school, that, I understand? Lan Xiaoqiang interjected suddenly. I heard that after I caused a commotion at the nuclear martial arts gate, they agreed to provide you with a top-tier bodyguard. Is that how it happened? Yes, that should be it. Lan Xiaoqiang nodded. That makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, seeing Ting Xue did not seem to blame him much, he stepped toward Meng Zhengtai, sizing him up from head to toe. So, you are the bodyguard assigned to protect Ting Xue by the nuclear martial arts faction? Yin Gui's demeanor was peculiar. It contrasted sharply with his earlier solemn promises to Ting Xue, shifting from arrogance to deference. Yes, I am the bodyguard sent by the nuclear martial arts faction, tasked with ensuring Ting Xue's safety, but my identity is that of a master from the ancient martial arts school. Why? Lan Xiaoqiang was momentarily confused. Furrowing his brow in inquiry, Yin Gue scoffed, surprised, as he replied, Because the nuclear martial arts faction has no precedent for this, and can only rely on the ancient martial arts school to appear openly in the secular world. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly understood, laughing, Right, I was momentarily lost in thought. It seemed they were from the same sect, but then he paused, realizing that might not be entirely accurate, turning to him with a newfound question. But I've been with the nuclear martial arts faction for many years. Why have I never heard any information about you? To put it bluntly, I am no longer a member of the nuclear martial arts faction. This action of theirs is a breach of protocol. Yin Gue stood tall before him, exuding an air of pride. I am assigned to the Martial Arts Association by the nuclear martial arts faction. Aside from the association's president, no one else has the authority to interfere with my freedom of action. Lan Xiaoqiang focused intently, nodding in understanding. I see. At the same time, He felt a wave of relief. This team was composed of top-notch experts from the divine martial arts and nuclear martial arts factions. Directly under the control of the Martial Arts Association president, the Jingwu and ancient martial arts schools rarely saw anyone advance to such heights, making them formidable experts meant to suppress and quell conflicts among the four great factions. They were arguably the supreme power in this world, prompting Lan Xiaoqiang to silently commend the old man for his brilliance in securing such an expert to protect Ting Shui. This was indeed a rare precedent. What else did he have to worry about? Yet he sensed that there might be more to this than met the eye. It could not be as simple as it appeared. Lan Xiaoqiang reminded himself to seek the truth when the opportunity arose. Now was not the time for deep investigation. Yin Gue, sensing his thoughts, immediately responded, "Yes, this is the reason I did not take action against you tonight. While we have not met, I know you are likely my employer." Lan Xiaoqiang should have felt honored by this statement. But instead, he casually draped an arm around Yin Gue's shoulders, playfully leading him toward the door. Ting Shui looked at them in bewilderment, following behind with concern as they walked. Lan Xiaoqiang then cut to the chase. "Tell me, what was that conversation you had with Ting Shui earlier? Do not attempt any tricks, or I can just as easily dispose of you." "Oh, you were unaware of that, were you?" Yin Gue glanced back, casting a sly look at himself and Lan Xiaoqiang's charming figures, attempting a diversionary tactic. "The days of listening to the snow may be too tedious. For the past 2 years, I have been plagued by inexplicable dreams. Where Xiao Baigu is the male protagonist, I merely indulge her whims to bring her joy." "Really?" Lan Xiaoqiang asked with disdain, feeling that this alternative boy was utterly detestable. The childish innocence he exhibited struck him as nothing short of foolishness. Humph, being underage equates to immaturity, yet such boys are inexplicably adored by girls, possessing an irresistible charm, as evidenced by Ting Shui's evident affection for him. This irked him, and he found himself questioning how such a delicate child could possibly be a master sent by the Martial Arts Association. With him around Ting Shui, how could he feel secure? Lan Xiaoqiang coldly huffed, "You better not deceive me." In the midst of his words, he suddenly launched an attack in the split second that the adorable boy ducked to evade. Lan Xiaoqiang swiftly swept low, aiming to topple him with lightning speed. Yet, the boy seemed to be prepared, his figure suddenly shifting 5 feet away, a smile dancing on his lips as he blinked. "What's wrong? Dong Xiao, do you not believe me and wish to test me yourself?" It appeared he was well aware of Lan Xiaoqiang's background, recognizing his true identity. This individual was indeed not to be underestimated. Lan Xiaoqiang snorted, "Just take it as you will." Without further ado, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged several blows, drawing Ting Shui's attention. "Hey, what are you two doing? Why are you fighting?" As Ting Shui's delicate figure approached the doorway, a man clad in snowy white, resembling an ancient figure, suddenly emerged from within. Before Lan Xiaoqiang could discern clearly, the man swiftly seized Ting Shui, leaving only her astonished cries echoing in the night. The abrupt turn of events left both Lan Xiaoqiang and the adorable boy, Yin Gue, momentarily stunned, both exclaiming in alarm as they rushed inside. "Ting Shui!" Yin Gue called out anxiously. Lan Xiaoqiang cried out, "Xiao Jiu!" Unfortunately, just as they reached the doorway, darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed, losing consciousness. When he awoke, Lan Xiaoqiang found himself inexplicably lying in a desolate wilderness. Surprised, he glanced at the time, realizing it was already noon the next day. He prepared to return to the hotel to meet with Lan Duo and the others to leave a city. Yet a significant question loomed in his mind. Who had incapacitated him? How had he been so easily subdued? A drug used by petty thugs would be acceptable, but if it were something else? It warranted deeper contemplation for Lan Xiaoqiang. Throughout 2014, he had undertaken hundreds of tasks, yet he had never encountered such prowess. It was quite vexing. Given his reputation as a fierce predator, he had never experienced failure, making this incident a disgrace. Having weathered countless storms, to falter in such peaceful times domestically was a blow to his pride. A master of such skill could not possibly evade the notice of the divine martial sect or the nuclear martial sect, who would surely recruit him to bolster their ranks. So, who was he, and what was his intent? Why was he targeting Lan Xiaoqiang? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this be the Xiao Baigu from Xiaoji's dreams? Was Yin Gue, that adorable boy, lying to deceive him? Chapter 025. A misstep, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Could the Xiao Baigu from Xiaoju's dreams be a genuine existence? His greatest rival? In fact, Yin Gue seemed to pose no threat to him, either publicly or privately. He had been closely following and protecting Tingxue for 6 years. If she were to have feelings for him, she would have expressed them long ago, as long as he did not assist that Xiao Baigu Lan Xiaoqiang would eventually expose him. However, given Yin Gui's attitude towards him, Lan Xiaoqiang couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of unease. Did they know each other? Yin Gui's identity was of such significance that to earn his favor indicated a terrifying background. In other words, it could be inferred that this Xiao Baiji's abilities surpassed even Yin Gui's. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so effortlessly subdue him. At the very least, he was a colleague of Yin Gue, a member of the Martial Arts Association's Special Forces. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bypass the formidable Yin Gue and gain access to Xia Tingxue. This line of reasoning caused Lan Xiaoqiang to break into a cold sweat. He sprang to his feet, intent on returning to seek out Tingxue to validate his suspicions. But then he reconsidered. If he were in that position, he would certainly not grant the other party such an opportunity. After some contemplation, he decided against it. As long as Xiao Jiao was not in danger, he would have a chance to reclaim his rightful place in her heart. Interestingly, he could not fathom why his love for Xiao Jiao felt innate, as though it had been ingrained in him since birth. A perplexing phenomenon. Nothing and no one could extinguish his desire for her. The mere thought of losing Xiao Jiao filled him with unbearable anguish, rendering any notion of relinquishment impossible. He believed that he and she were bound by destiny from a previous life, which fueled his unwavering resolve to marry her, without any second thoughts. This was starkly different from his encounters with other women, which were merely fleeting pleasures to fulfill physical needs. Afterward, he could easily cast them from his mind, never recalling their appearances, for they never held a place in his heart. Xiao Jiao was the one and only woman he wished to cherish for a lifetime, and he was deeply invested in matters concerning her. However, knowing that returning would yield no results, he resolved to resume his mission. The fierce predator's reputation was built on promises made, and he could not afford to breach his word midway. Yet during this break, he could coax Shang Tali to make life a bit more vibrant. He would find a way to ensure her swift return to a city, thus allowing him to seek out Xiao Jiao seamlessly, resolve the lingering doubts in his heart, and uncover the identity of the man hidden in her life, ultimately eliminating him from the equation. With this clarity, Lan Xiaoqiang worked to adjust his emotions, temporarily setting everything aside as he hastened back to the hotel to continue with his tasks. His rigorous training in 2014 had indeed paid off. The fierce predator was not one to act without principles. Amid the gossiping concern of Lan Duo and Zhao Songyang, he irritably dismissed them, retreating for a cold shower to cool his nerves. He then swiftly joined them to take a ride to Sea City, hoping the employer would not be too impatient, as he was already a day late. Even so, he had lost a significant amount of time. By the time they arrived in Sea City, it was already 2 p.m. After a quick meal, the trio headed directly to their destination, first stopping by the factory where Zhao Songyang worked to register Lan Duo and secure her a place. Along the way, Zhao Songyang received a phone call from his superior, urging him to return to work, as he was severely overdue. With no choice, he brought them to the factory entrance, greeted the human resources department responsible for recruitment, and hurried off to his job. Meanwhile, let us return to Xia Tingxue. She dashed out the door. She was suddenly seized, causing her to let out a terrified scream before being rendered unconscious. However, the familiar embrace of a man, along with his comforting scent, allowed her to drift into a peaceful slumber in his arms. Clad in a flowing white robe, with cascading white hair like a waterfall, the man gazed upon the sleeping beauty in his arms, shaking his head with a sigh. "Schwer, why must you do this?" Gently taking her hand to his lips, he tenderly whispered, filled with emotion, "I told you he is my doppelganger. But in truth, he is me." Caressing the delicate skin of the beauty, he lamented softly, "Otherwise, how could I face the world in this guise? Would you wish for me to be the subject of their scrutiny every day?" He playfully pinched the face of the sleeping beauty, chiding her softly. "This is the postmodern era, not another time and space. I merely made a slight alteration to appear more ordinary." Unmindful of whether anyone could hear, he continued to mutter to himself in reproach. You truly have become foolish. Swear. The sleeping beauty smiled in her dreams, snuggling closer to him as she continued to sleep soundly. Indeed, this gentle, jade-like man was Jogongbai. Seeing this, he chuckled, his azure eyes brimming with fondness, as he extended a finger as white as jade to pinch her rosy cheek. Leaning close to whisper in her ear, Swear, do you wish to know the connection between us and Xiaozhendong? Xiaotingshui suddenly opened her eyes, staring at him in silence. Jogongbai, fully aware, smiled and pulled her closer, resting their foreheads together. In truth, the ties we share now are the result of our past lives' misdeeds, and we are here to resolve them in this lifetime. It's a long story. No longer pretending to be asleep? Xiaotingshui, astonished, asked him, Ah, so there is this whole story? Xiao Baigu, please tell me. Jogongbai chuckled, playfully pinching her nose and asking, What is wrong? Aren't you pretending to be asleep anymore? Tingshui leaned closer to the stunningly handsome man's face, tenderly gazing into his azure eyes and confessed, I'm not pretending anymore. I want to hear you speak, Xiao Baigu. So earnest was she that the man found her utterly charming, his heart swelling with affection. Very well. I have decided to reveal to you the entire tale of our past with Xiaozhendong, lest you remain oblivious and fall for his tricks again. What? I fell for his tricks before. Xiaotingshui exclaimed, pulling him closer as she settled in his embrace, unable to contain her curiosity. Xiao Baigu, please tell me what on earth is going on. Time slipped away as Jogongbai recounted the story, and before they knew it, dawn broke. Fortunately, Tingshui did not have school during her break, so Jogongbai was not overly concerned about time. After all, the adorable boy Yingui was keeping watch outside. In truth, within their own space, they had no need to worry about interruptions, except for that little fellow. Their relationship with him was quite significant, so to avoid spoilers, we shall not delve further into that matter. Upon finishing Jogongbai's narrative, Xiaotingshui was left in a daze, urgently grasping his hand and asking, So, you mean I fell victim to his love hex, and in my past life, I was severely deceived by him? This lifetime is merely to resolve this emotional entanglement? Indeed. Jogongbai gently stroked her long hair, soothing her with kind words. We were meant to be a loving pair. He ensnared you with his love hex for the sake of revenge, intending to retaliate against me. Listening to the snow, she absent-mindedly caressed her forehead, realizing that this deadly fiery I was merely the love curse she had planted within her own body, also known as Tears of a Lover. Chapter 026. Being Schemed Against. Lost in thought, she understood that this lethal gaze was just a manifestation of the love curse dwelling within her, another name being Tears of a Lover. This curse, if not removed, would bind them in unconditional love through countless lifetimes. Indeed, a painful spell. However, it brought her some solace to know that Jogongbai was indeed her man, and they were originally a pair destined to love each other. It was the misdeeds of Xiaozhendong in his past life that had shattered their bond, forcefully snatching her away from his side. This predicament complicated matters, for she had just promised Xiaozhendong to marry him. Suddenly reversing her decision would surely lead to much gossip and controversy. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. She was curious to see how Jogongbai would hide himself now, let Xiaozhendong compel him to reveal himself. What made her feel ashamed was the betrayal she had inflicted upon Jogongbai in her past life. It was rare for him not to have changed his heart because of it, following her to this place, caught in a web of love and hate. Thus, he must take the initiative to secure her hand before Xiaozhendong returned. Xiaotingshui never imagined the truth would unfold in this manner. Now she could fully comprehend Jogongbai's feelings. It turned out he was doing all this not just for himself. However, with the love curse planted by Xiaozhendong within her, she feared that escaping from him would not be an easy task. Otherwise, the noble Jogongbai would not have found himself at a loss, following them here to resolve the situation. Therefore, in this lifetime, she must take this as a lesson. She could never betray Jogongbai again. This realization filled her with shame. With tears of emotion in her eyes, she looked at him, feeling guilty, silently cursing her own foolishness for almost losing him to Xiaozhendong's enchantments, vowing solemnly to Jogongbai. She expressed her intentions and agreed to marry his avatar, thus solidifying their fate. However, the exact date remained undetermined. Jogongbai mentioned it would depend on the schedule of his other self, but it would be settled soon. The subsequent arrangements would be entrusted to his substitute, Liang Mutian, while Zhou Gongbai would remain incognito. Xia Tingsno reluctantly showered him with affection, harboring no doubts about the authenticity of the matter. Had Zhou Gongbai deceived her? Alas, one must admit that those in love often lose their sense of reason, being overly emotional. In New Dazhou City, at the entrance of the Mengsha Sock Company, the Human Resources Department responsible for recruitment. Turning back, she noticed a tall, handsome young man, standing at 1.85 meters, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, accompanied by a girl in a pink dress with long hair. They had been standing outside for quite some time, seemingly in discussion. Meeting Zhao Songyang had been entirely unexpected, yet it turned out he was the assistant to the workshop supervisor at this sock company. Although his position was modest, it appeared to hold some weight, making Lan Xiaoqiang's efforts to court him worthwhile. Since everyone worked in the same city, even if she did not need him, Lan Duo would undoubtedly require his assistance in the future. Lan Xiaoqiang was aware of Zhao Songyang's affection for Lan Duo and was keen to facilitate their union. Hence they were destined to become a couple. Now, Lan Xiaoqiang was even more convinced that Zhao Songyang would be Lan Duo's next boyfriend, and keeping Zhao Songyang around would be beneficial for him. Why not? Despite his youth, Zhao Songyang had already worked there for several years, accumulating experience and doing reasonably well. His refined appearance attracted the favor of female superiors, allowing him to thrive. In truth, this fellow was quite cunning. Lan Xiaoqiang even suspected he had been tricked by a non-mainstream individual, leaving him financially destitute. However, Zhao Songyang confided that he had been momentarily blinded by lust, seeking the warmth of a woman's companionship along the way, which led to his predicament. Lan Xiaoqiang laughed heartily in understanding and promised to keep his secret from Lan Duo. After their private agreement, their friendship deepened. Once Lan Xiaoqiang learned about the situation at Zhao Songyang's factory, he entrusted him with getting Lan Duo a job there, so he could spread his wings. Zhao Songyang naturally agreed, secretly elated, as he realized Lan Xiaoqiang was eager to rid himself of Lan Duo, presenting a perfect opportunity for him. Even if she held no interest in him, a playful dalliance would suffice. Thus, he was more than willing to assist. This had been their prior agreement made on the train, and now they were gradually putting it into action. However, Zhao Songyang's leave had already exceeded its limit, and upon hearing of his return, his supervisor called to urge him back to work. Therefore, he could only take them to the Human Resources Department for a brief introduction before hastily heading to his job. After Zhao Songyang departed, Lan Duo, feeling emotionally conflicted, could only be consoled by Lan Xiaoqiang. Duo, be obedient and start working at this factory. Lan Duo looked at him reluctantly and asked, "What about you?" Observing Lan Xiaoqiang's ruthless demeanor, she felt not fear but a greater desire to cling to him for protection. "My work is also in this city, so we need not worry about not seeing each other." Lan Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Moreover, at this critical juncture, his beloved Xiao Ju had agreed to marry him. Yet, last night's events left him pondering who had ultimately brought him down. If it were due to some drug, it would be understandable, but if it were through martial prowess, that would be a bit frightening, for he feared he was far from being a match. Lan Xiaoqiang drifted in thought. Lan Duo, puzzled, pulled at him to inquire, "Oh, is that really the case?" She found it hard to believe him, gazing at him with suspicion as she asked, "Brother Chong, you wouldn't be lying to me? Would you? Why would I lie to you?" Lan Xiaoqiang looked at her impatiently, saying, "You have no money and no charm." Indeed, comparing her to the likes of Xia Tingsno's Xiaojiu, she was in an entirely different league. "What? Oh." Lan Duo blushed, lowering her head in silence. She realized that in Lan Xiaoqiang's eyes, she truly amounted to nothing, having seen so many beautiful women. "All right, for now, don't say anything else. Just register and get in. Zhao Songyang is also at this factory, and he promised to look out for you." Lan Duo could only nod in response. I understand." "Then stop wasting time. Hurry and finish your registration so I can go report to work as well. Or else the employer will." Seeing the peculiar gaze Lan Duo was directing at him, Lan Xiaoqiang quickly corrected himself. "No, I mean the hiring unit." Lan Xiaoqiang shot her a strange look, explaining, "My job was arranged by my father in advance. I can't afford to delay. Or else it would be a big deal, you understand?" Lan Duo shook her head, saying, "I don't understand." To her, Lan Xiaoqiang was a mystery. She loved him without questioning, for he did not reciprocate her feelings. "You, Lan Xiaoqiang, losing patience, waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter whether you understand or not. I have to leave now. He pushed Lan Duo forward, disregarding her feelings. Chapter 027. The Foolish Girl's Obsession. He pushed Lan Duo ahead, showing no concern for her emotions. Hurry and report. Otherwise, my job will fall through, and I'll have to pay a penalty. Do you have any money? Surprised, Lan Duo immediately understood, her face flushing as she shook her head. I have no money. She turned back, unwilling to leave, saying, Besides, I never said you couldn't work, right? She was quite adept at twisting logic. I just wanted to go work with you. Is that so wrong? Wow, what was this tactic called? Riding the snake along with the stick? Lan Xiaoqiang was infuriated, his temper flaring as he exclaimed, I'm going to be a bodyguard, specializing in killing and fighting. Can you handle that? What, really? Surprisingly, this job perfectly matched Lan Xiaoqiang's strengths. If he were to be an assassin, he would undoubtedly be the best. Upon hearing this, Lan Duo wilted, looking at him skeptically. Brother Chong, you're not tricking me, are you? Here we go again. Even if I wanted to deceive you, you should at least have something worth deceiving for. Tell me, what do you have? Lan Xiaoqiang bluntly pointed out her shortcomings. Let me ask you once more, do you have money or beauty? Why on earth would I lie to you? Am I an idiot? Goodness. What kind of logic was that? Nevertheless, it must be said that his words were quite impactful, causing Lan Duo to retreat speechlessly. Lan Duo glared at him in silence, feeling a wave of sadness wash over her. Seeing Lan Xiaoqiang treat her this way, a stranger with no ties, she truly did not know how to respond. Lan Xiaoqiang rubbed his temples, unable to simply turn and walk away, so he had to endure and keep up the facade. We're in the same city. It's not difficult to meet. So why are you crying? But, Lan Duo looked at him with teary eyes, feeling a profound loneliness in her heart. There's no but. I will come to see you often when I have the time. After saying this, Lan Xiaoqiang forcefully pulled her toward the Human Resources Department to register. Quickly, let us get your registration done. Once that's settled, I can leave with peace of mind. Lan Duo looked at him with joy. Feeling somewhat comforted, she thought to herself that at least Lan Xiaoqiang still cared for her, which was why he was so eager to help her register. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worried about leaving her behind. With this thought, Lan Duo felt a bit happier, but as she realized she would soon be parting from him, her eyes brimmed with tears. All right, I'll listen to you. But please don't forget me. Don't forget Lan Duo. Okay. Wow, did she really think she held such significance in his life? Lan Xiaoqiang was speechless, yet suddenly understood why she was so reluctant to part. A flash of inspiration struck him as he leaned in closer to whisper, Silly girl. I have no other women here. I will definitely come to find you from time to time. Otherwise, who will I turn to for help? You? This trick is truly insidious, yet remarkably effective. Lan Duo blushed with embarrassment while playfully pinching him, her tone laced with feigned reproach. Will you really come to find me? Of course, unless you can assist me in locating a more beautiful woman than you for my indulgence. Lan Duo gazed at him in astonishment, her cheeks blooming like a ripe fruit, silently acknowledging the man's wickedness, yet she found herself deeply enamored. Lan Xiaoqiang, ever the keen observer of expressions, suddenly embraced her tightly, laughing heartily before releasing her. All right, be good and hurry along. He then leaned in to whisper, if possible, I would wish to visit you every night. You, Lan Duo, feeling shy, was pushed forward by him but turned back reluctantly, saying, Qiangzi, I still find it hard to part with you. Lan Xiaoqiang's expression darkened. No, this is unavoidable. You cannot take on my responsibilities. In truth, he felt a surge of frustration, yet he could only muster patience to maintain his facade. Besides, this place is filled with female workers. Even if I wished to join, they likely wouldn't accept me. Just then, a familiar voice interjected from the security guard station, a temporary recruitment window peeking out at a remarkably handsome young man. Hey handsome, what is your educational background? The male workers here enjoy quite a good salary, akin to white-collar status. Surprised, Lan Xiaoqiang's demeanor shifted as he scrutinized the 25 or 26-year-old woman, who possessed a scholarly air. Her presence in the HR department complemented her refined essence, making her rather pleasing to the eye. However, it was evident she was a married woman, prompting him to shake his head involuntarily, dismissing her as a lost cause. He then casually placed his hands in his pockets, squinting and glancing at her sideways. What if I lack any qualifications? With his naturally handsome features and a hint of mischief in his smile, Lan Xiaoqiang exuded an aura of charming wickedness. He was a living embodiment of a captivating beauty, leaving no one immune to his allure, including this woman. Well, it doesn't really matter, she replied, struggling to maintain her composure upon realizing his obvious disinterest. She awkwardly laughed, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. But since you're a friend of Zhao Songyang, I can give you some extra consideration. We're all old friends after all. Do you really think I need Zhao Songyang's influence to get into this wretched factory? Lan Xiaoqiang retorted coldly, his displeasure evident. No need, just arrange for her to enter, and I'll be most grateful. Perhaps used to facing rejection from him, she seemed unruffled and began to speak with confidence. Actually, our workshop has low requirements for general workers. As long as you can recognize basic Chinese and the 26 English letters, that suffices. She glanced at Lan Xiaoqiang with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. That should pose no challenge for a handsome guy like you, right? Huh. Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly realized he might have been inadvertently ensnared. Hadn't he just mentioned an English word? He stared at her incredulously. Do you really think I would be interested in being a general worker in your workshop? Well, the woman paused, looking at him with a smile. Without qualifications or skills, one can only be a general worker. It applies equally to both genders, unfortunately. How do you know I lack skills? Because you didn't mention any? Then let me inform you now. My greatest skill is charming women. Does your factory have a position for that? Ah, the woman blushed, feeling both flustered and delighted, wondering if this incredibly charming man was indeed flirting with her. However, she couldn't indulge further as there were others present in the HR department too. All right. Enough joking. Let us get back to business. Lan Xiaoqiang recognized her enjoyment and chuckled in a teasing manner. Fine, let us discuss serious matters. My salary is calculated in billions. Can your factory afford that? Ah, you cheeky boy. The woman playfully retorted, humorously chiding him. Such a lack of seriousness. Lan Xiaoqiang, however, grew serious, meeting her gaze. I'm speaking truthfully. Wouldn't you consider it? She hesitated but firmly replied, No, I said no. Her patience waned. Sensing that Lan Xiaoqiang was merely jesting with her, yet she soon smiled again. All right, handsome, let us not be so serious. Just arrange for your girlfriend to come in. A striking figure like him was a rarity, especially as a friend of Zhao Songyang's. Keeping him around would ensure future encounters. Even if she couldn't claim him for herself, merely gazing at such beauty would suffice to satisfy her desires. With that thought, she handed a form to Lan Duo, kindly instructing her, Please fill this out and hand it to me with your ID, so I can make a copy. She then turned to Lan Xiaoqiang, saying, As for whether you want to join, that's entirely up to you. We one team miss a single male worker. No thanks. Lan Xiaoqiang decided to leave it at that, assisting Lan Duo in swiftly completing her entry formalities. Under the guidance of the HR supervisor, they successfully passed through the security checkpoint and into the employee dormitory. After settling Lan Duo, he prepared to depart. However, he couldn't help but admire the impressive stature of the sock company. It truly lived up to its reputation as an industry leader. Even the employee dormitory was a grand apartment complex, an awe-inspiring sight. Upon entering, he was further astonished to find that all units were either 3-bedroom, 2-living-room or 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layouts, complete with fully equipped bathrooms. After inquiring, he learned that these apartments were developed by the company's owner, who had yet to sell them for reasons unknown. The sock company had expanded its production scale, bringing in many new employees, thus temporarily repurposing the apartments as dormitories. How long they would stay was uncertain, but as long as the owner's factory remained operational, he would provide accommodations for his employees. They were not concerned about that, even if they didn't reside here. They wouldn't end up homeless. After all, one day of lodging was better than none. After a long day of work, having a comfortable dormitory to return to, where they could easily wash their clothes and take showers, naturally made everyone happy. They could gather in the living room to watch television together, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a large family, which felt delightful. However, there was one stipulation. The kitchen was off-limits. Devoid of any cooking appliances, merely a vacant countertop. This regulation was standard across factories. Cooking in the dormitories was strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violations, and they could hardly contest it. Fortunately, the company provided 3 meals a day, alleviating any worries on that front. Once Lan Duo was settled, Lan Xiaoqiang called for a taxi to report to work and commence his duties. However, upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He hurriedly retrieved the address he had written down and showed it to the driver. "This address, please ensure I arrive before the end of the workday." The driver smiled upon seeing the address. "Young man, are you applying for a job at Shengda Company?" "Applying for a job?" Lan Xiaoqiang replied, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "I suppose so." In a sense, he was indeed there to work, and once he realized this, it was no longer a concern. "Please hurry. I'm pressed for time." "Understood." The driver wasted no time, straightforwardly informing him, "Don't worry. It's not far from here to Shengda Company. It's a 10-minute drive. And you'll definitely make it before they finish for the day." Lan Xiaoqiang urged, "Then please do hurry. If they leave work, I won't find anyone. Let us go. Buckle up." As the driver spoke, he was already maneuvering the vehicle skillfully through traffic. Observing the driver's adeptness, Lan Xiaoqiang relaxed, no longer fretting over the speed. "All right, I trust your skills. Just call me when we arrive." In that moment, he even found the time to rest. Remarkably, Lan Xiaoqiang closed his eyes and drifted off. The taxi driver couldn't help but internally comment, "This young man is indeed peculiar. I've never seen anyone apply for a job so late in the afternoon. By the time he gets there, they may have already left." However, this was of no concern to him. As long as he could earn a fare, that was what mattered. He simply needed to ensure he arrived at Shengda Company before closing. As instructed. Little did he know, Lan Xiaoqiang was deep in thought, reflecting on the unusual events of the previous night, attempting to discern their peculiarities. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and as the car came to a halt, the driver gently roused Lan Xiaoqiang. "We've arrived. Young man, quickly, get out and take a look." Lan Xiaoqiang lazily opened his eyes, taking in the spacious square and the towering skyscraper before him. After paying the fare and stepping out, he paused to admire the impressive office building, its gold lettering prominently announcing that this was Shengda Industrial Limited. And no longer hesitating, he strode confidently towards the entrance, only to be stopped by a security guard. "Sorry. Sir, please stop right there." From the vivid attire of the 2 security guards, it was evident that the benefits and treatment at Shengda Industrial Company were commendable. Upon noticing Lan Xiaoqiang entering, they promptly intercepted him, politely inquiring, "May I ask if you are here for an interview or looking for someone?" Observing Lan Xiaoqiang's attire, they professionally deduced that he was not an employee of the company, leading to the conclusion that he could only be one of these 2 types of individuals. However, the timing seemed rather off, as it was nearing the end of the workday, leaving one to ponder the true purpose of his visit. "Actually, I am here to see your chairman, Sheng Taijun." Lan Xiaoqiang halted, courteously stating his intention. To his surprise, the 2 guards regarded him with a mix of skepticism and scrutiny. "Do you know our chairman? Is that so surprising?" Lan Xiaoqiang raised an eyebrow, casually placing his hands in his pockets. "Not really." One of the guards interjected hastily, "May I ask if you have an appointment?" In their logic, while Lan Xiaoqiang was indeed quite handsome, his ordinary clothing did not suggest that he was a person of high stature. So how could he immediately seek an audience with their CEO? Moreover, given the impending end of the workday, his intentions warranted further speculation. Lan Xiaoqiang, opting for transparency, straightforwardly introduced himself. "I do have an appointment. My name is Lan Xiaoqiang. You might want to verify that." The guard's expression shifted immediately, with one adopting a more amiable demeanor and smiling. "Please hold on for a moment. I will check on that." Watching him scurry inside, he soon returned, flustered, and clarified, "I apologize, Lan Xiao, but indeed, Chairman Sheng had an appointment with you. Yet he has already left for the day. We kindly ask that you return tomorrow." "What?" Lan Xiaoqiang raised his hand to check his watch, frowning in displeasure. "It's not even 5 o'clock yet, and he's already left?" "I'm sorry, but he is our chairman, and such matters are beyond our control." The guards were understandably annoyed by Lan Xiaoqiang's unexpected query. It was not uncommon for a CEO to leave early. Did he expect them to seek permission from the guards? Yes, a chairman is a chairman, and taking an early leave is hardly a matter of concern. Lan Xiaoqiang understood this, having spoken out of a moment of exasperation, a habitual act of self-dialogue devoid of ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the fact that he had made a fruitless trip did ignite some irritation within him. Observing the rapid changes in Lan Xiaoqiang's expression, one of the guards, recognizing that he was indeed a guest of the chairman, wisely suggested, "How about this? You could reschedule a meeting with Chairman Shang. After all, we are powerless in this situation, aren't we?" Upon reflection, Lan Xiaoqiang found the suggestion to be reasonable. He could not take out his frustration on them, as that would be quite foolish. With a look of deep frustration, he retorted, "Please inform Chairman Shang that I am quite busy and have no time." After expressing his annoyance, Lan Xiaoqiang turned to leave, only to be halted by an unexpected voice. "Wait a moment." Emerging from behind the glass doors was Chu Xiangyang, Chairman Shang's assistant, who hurriedly approached and inquired, "Is this Lan Xiaoqiang?" "Yes, it is." Lan Xiaoqiang acknowledged with a nod, casting a suspicious glance at him. "Who are you? And how do you know me?" He noticed the guards bowing repeatedly to this individual, adding to his confusion. "Director Chu, wasn't he Chairman Shang supposed to be off duty?" Chairman Shang had an unexpected matter to attend to, which prompted him to leave early, but he glanced over at Lan Xiaoqiang, offering a polite smile. "I was just informed by the receptionist that you had arrived, so I asked him to come out and see you. I hope you haven't left in anger." "Ha ha." A deep, hearty laugh interrupted Chu Xiangyang as he concluded his statement. Lan Xiaoqiang watched as a robust, beaming middle-aged man stepped out from behind the glass doors, his face radiating joy and laughter. This was Shang Taijun, the CEO of Shengda Industrial Company, who at the age of 53 showed no signs of aging. Dressed sharply in a suit, he appeared more like a man in his 40s, exuding a humorous and engaging demeanor. Lan Xiaoqiang fixed his gaze upon him, remaining motionless, as the events of the day had already provoked his irritation. Shang Taijun approached with large strides, patting Lan Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and introducing him to his assistant. "Chu Xiangyang. This is my assistant, whom I asked to pursue you." Lan Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply, still silent. Shang Taijun continued with a jovial tone, attempting to ease the uncomfortable atmosphere. "I feared you might leave in frustration. I would have had to take a flight to retrieve you, which would have been quite the hassle, wouldn't it?" "You mean you hadn't left yet?" Lan Xiaoqiang replied calmly, shifting his gaze to the guards, who flinched at the sudden attention. They hastily clarified, "Chairman, we were merely relaying what the receptionist informed us, that you had already left, and now you've suddenly appeared. So enough, this is not your concern." Shang Taijun waved them off, signaling for them to depart. I was indeed preparing to leave, but as soon as I stepped out, I encountered Lan Xiao. Understanding this, the guards discreetly wiped their brows. It was evident to anyone that Lan Xiaoqiang held considerable significance in Chairman Shang's eyes, which was a surprising revelation. After addressing the guards, Shang Taijun turned his attention back to Lan Xiaoqiang, ensuring he was mindful of his feelings and offering him an easy way out. "It seems this situation has become rather fortuitous. Please do not take offense." "Lan Xiao. Not at all. How could I?" Lan Xiaoqiang's words were devoid of any emotion as he prepared to depart. "All right, let us not be overly polite." Noticing this, Shang Taijun mirrored his movements and followed suit. Laughing heartily, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. Please, Lan Xiao, this way." Shang Taijun gestured towards the parking lot where he had left his vehicle, seamlessly guiding the conversation. "Since we are already here, let us head home to discuss." Lan Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement. "Very well, I have no objections." Meanwhile, Chu Xiangyang had already driven the Rolls-Royce over, the vehicle coming to a halt beside them. He stepped out hurriedly, eagerly inviting, "Lan Xiao, the chairman requests your presence." Shang Taijun personally opened the car door for Lan Xiaoqiang, courteously beckoning him to enter. After ensuring Lan Xiaoqiang was comfortably seated, he moved to the opposite side, slipping into the door that Chu Xiangyang had opened, with Chu Xiangyang taking the wheel. Watching the luxurious Rolls-Royce whisk them away, the two guards exhaled deeply, their hearts still racing. Why goodness, who is this person that even Chairman Shang treats him with such utmost respect? After a brief drive of about 10 minutes, The Rolls-Royce came to a stop once more. Lan Xiaoqiang's surprise. Shang Taijun had brought him directly to his villa. The vehicle smoothly halted in front of the villa. He noticed a group of individuals standing as if on high alert. What is going on here? Seeing their unwavering gazes fixed upon the car, Shang Taijun was equally puzzled by the approach of a beautiful young girl. What's the matter? Tali, what are you all up to? Nothing, Daddy. The 10-year-old girl rushed over, joyfully grasping Shang Taijun's hand and asking, Did you come back suddenly for a reason? It was clear that her concern was not about the reason for his return, but rather why her father had come home early. This charming little girl was Shang Taijun's beloved daughter, Shang Tali. Outsiders often referred to her as Saint Tali, a name that bore a hint of foreign charm, much to her delight. Before Shang Taijun could respond, Shang Tali tugged at him, playfully asking, Daddy, is my new bodyguard here? Without waiting for Shang Taijun to react, she turned her head, scanning for the individual. Hey, where is he? Well, you see. Shang Taijun was taken aback by his daughter's barrage of questions, exasperatedly retorting, Tali, what has gotten into you? What is wrong, Daddy? Did I do something wrong? Shang Tali blinked innocently, her wide eyes sparkling with innocence. Feeling wronged by her father's sudden reproach, You come back and immediately start reprimanding me. Tali has been good. I've done nothing wrong. Yes, you've done nothing wrong. It's me who is at fault. All right. Shang Taijun found himself unable to contend with his spoiled little princess. Turning to Lan Xiaoqiang, who had yet to exit the vehicle, he wished to avoid any embarrassment and thus cut straight to the point. As you wished. Lan Xiaoqiang has arrived. I brought him here for your inspection. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Shang Tali cheered, gleefully rubbing against her father. Thank you, Daddy. I had a feeling it was this. Otherwise you wouldn't return so early, right? Indeed. I consider it a means of exercising my body, stretching my limbs, and being able to relish the vegetables I have cultivated myself. What could be more delightful? The elderly lady, unsteadily making her way from behind the villa, was none other than the venerable matriarch, Madame Shang, mother to Shang Taijun. At this moment, she was accompanied by Shang Taijun's niece, Shang Lauren, who aided her in crossing over, while Shang Taijun promptly assisted them both. Very well, I shall not hinder you. However, it is imperative that your health can withstand it. Shang Lauren interjected, supporting her grandmother on either side, hastily adding, Uncle, rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on Grandma. I shall not allow her to overexert herself. Shang Lauren, the daughter of his elder brother Shang Tailin, was originally named Shang Lauren, though she was affectionately referred to as Xiaolan. Yet, to outsiders, she was known as Shang Lauren, much like how everyone addressed Shang Tali. Shang Lauren herself was too indifferent to correct this, and Shang Tali relished the attention. Shang Taijun had neither the time nor energy to correct every individual he encountered. Such an endeavor would surely exhaust him. Moreover, their original intention in naming her had been somewhat opportunistic, thus there was little need for rectification. It would be a futile effort, wouldn't it? 2 years older than Shang Tali, Shang Lauren was poised to enter her senior year of university this year, and her gentle demeanor endeared her to many. Unfortunately, she had lost her parents in a tragic car accident during her childhood, leaving her an orphan to rely solely on her uncle and grandmother. Thankfully, her uncle, Shang Taijun, had proven himself industrious, expanding the family business to a valuation of billions, making it a trivial matter to support one more person. Consequently, this niece had been raised by Shang Taijun, and Shang Lauren displayed utmost respect and filial piety towards him, embodying the archetype of a dutiful daughter. Shang Lauren was the constant companion of the elderly lady and the closest confidant of Shang Tali, making her an indispensable figure in their household. Indeed, Xiao Lan speaks the truth. With her at home, it is impossible for this old woman to tire herself out. The elderly lady chimed in cheerfully, casting a playful glance at Shang Lauren while chiding her son. Now, you go about your business. I am fully capable of taking care of my own health. With that, she feigned annoyance and shot them a mock glare, adding, And do I appear to be that old? The elderly lady, with a flourish, waved them aside and strode confidently to stand before everyone, surveying her surroundings as she spoke. Taijun, it is good that you have returned. What has happened with Tali? Has she gotten into trouble again? Shang Taijun paused. Mother, you are already aware? Indeed. I heard the commotion and thought I would come back to see for myself, the elderly lady replied, glancing at the delicate young lady. Tali, what is the matter? Have you had a quarrel with Jun Buxiang again? Ah, it seems such disputes had become a commonplace occurrence. Lan Xiaoqiang, feeling dejected, remained in the car, while Chu Xiangyang, acting as the driver, could only accompany him in idleness. Shang Tali retorted, No, Grandma, it was Jun Buxiang who bullied me. Jun Buxiang was Shang Tali's bodyguard, and she was dissatisfied with him, wanting to replace him. However, he was to remain until the new bodyguard arrived. Naturally, Jun Buxiang was in a foul mood, given that they had been waiting for Lan Xiaoqiang to arrive. During this interim, a disagreement had arisen between them. The bodyguard, unable to tolerate the young lady's domineering behavior, had stood up, brushed himself off, and attempted to leave. With the new bodyguard yet to arrive, Shang Tali refused to let him go easily, chasing after him in a heated argument, which only escalated their dispute. Jun Buxiang, angered and unwilling to compromise, found himself embroiled in an unending conflict with Shang Tali. The commotion drew the attention of the household staff, yet none dared to intervene, just as their quarrel reached a fever pitch. It was at this moment that Lan Xiaoqiang was brought back by Shang Taijun. Everyone was aware that Shang Tiejuan's vehicle might very well be carrying Shang Tali's new bodyguard, and she had been eagerly awaiting his arrival all day. This matter had become an open secret in the Shang household, known even to the servants. Thus, they all gazed with curiosity as the car approached, hoping for a glimpse of the young lady's new protector. At this point, Jun Buxiang, hearing Shang Tali's accusations, quickly retorted, How could I? Grandma, please do not believe her unfounded claims. With a bright demeanor, Jun Buxiang, fearing she might twist the narrative, hastily explained the situation to the elderly lady. You know how Miss Tali has been waiting for her new bodyguard to arrive today, all day long. Yes, I am aware of this. The elderly lady, sharp-witted despite her age, readily acknowledged his words. But how does that relate to your argument? Of course it does, Grandma, Jun Buxiang insisted, eager to clarify. Miss Tali was upset because we had an argument. Oh, do elaborate. The elderly lady, intrigued, encouraged him to continue. Jun Buxiang, eager to share, recounted, Here is the situation. The young lady waited all day for the esteemed arrival, and when he failed to appear, all her pent-up frustration was directed at me. Fearing she might not grasp the crux of the matter, he elaborated further. The young lady has been using me as a scapegoat for her frustrations. I cannot provoke her nor escape her wrath, as she even chased after me to express her discontent. Ah, so that is how it is. The elderly matriarch nodded, shifting her gaze to the fuming Shang Tali, who was glaring at Jun Buxiang with clenched teeth. Tali, this is where you have gone astray. Have you forgotten the teachings of the Shang family? I have not forgotten. Grandma! Shang Tali rushed to her grandmother's side, clinging to her affectionately, her lips pouting in discontent. Ultimately, this is all the fault of the new bodyguard. If he had not been so tardy, none of this would have occurred. Oh my! How can you place the blame on the new bodyguard before he has even arrived? The elderly lady chuckled, a glimmer of affection in her eyes as she turned to her son. Shang Taijun saying, Since you have returned, let us all go inside to converse. No need to linger at the door like sentinels. The elderly lady was mindful that family matters should not be aired publicly. Even the gravest of issues could wait until they were indoors. For a commotion at the entrance could lead to embarrassment if witnessed by outsiders. Shang Taijun remained still, and Shang Tali turned her gaze towards him. Father, has Lan Xiaoqiang arrived? He has. Did I not mention this earlier? Shang Taijun replied, turning back to see that Lan Xiaoqiang had yet to exit the vehicle, his demeanor slightly perturbed. Lan Xiao, please step out. I hope you do not mind. Chapter 031. The First Encounter, Lan Xiao. Please step out. I hope you do not mind. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are? Just a bodyguard hired by my father. What is there to be proud of? Shang Tali, dissatisfied, suddenly dashed over, flinging open the car door and sarcastically retorting, Do I really need to ask my father to request your departure? Do you think you hold that much weight? I dare not presume. You honor me too greatly. Lan Xiaoqiang sighed, reluctantly descending from the vehicle. Hiding away any longer was not an option, and he had no desire to serve such a capricious young lady. However, Having accepted this task, it was not feasible to simply turn and leave now that he had arrived. He resolved to confront the situation with resignation. Lan Xiaoqiang sighed internally, deciding to suppress his own pride, and would gauge the circumstances to determine his response. If she dared to overstep, he was prepared to deal with her with force. He had never bowed to women in his life. So what was there to fear? It was merely a bodyguard's job. If it became unbearable, he could simply quit and return to serve the goddess of his dreams, something he would eagerly embrace. Lan Xiaoqiang had steeled himself for the worst, convinced that Lan Xiefeng would not take any drastic measures against him. Shang Tali, of course, was unaware of Lan Xiaoqiang's inner thoughts. In fact, she had not even laid eyes on him yet. She was unwilling to lower herself or bend down to look at him. His words, though simple, exuded a calm defiance that seemed to make her simmer with rage. "What did you say?" Shang Tali exclaimed, angrily kicking the leg Lan Xiaoqiang had placed on the ground. "Oh, your audacity is indeed remarkable." Lan Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, remaining still and silent. Shang Tali continued her tirade. "Why are you not moving?" She thought to herself that this fellow had already broken his promise, and the delayed reporting date had left her quite displeased. Could he dare to be late again? Unable to contain her fury, Shang Tali vented her anger on him. "You were supposed to report yesterday, yet you allowed it to be postponed until today, and now you still dare to be late?" Shang Tali's ire was palpable, and her demeanor reflected her dissatisfaction. Yet he remained unfazed, as if her words did not affect him. "I mentioned today, but did I specify a time?" Ah, he was beginning to counter her now. Shang Tali found herself momentarily speechless, nearly forgetting to kick him again. Lan Xiaoqiang's calm words were the result of his effort to restrain himself. From Shang Tali's vantage point, she could not see anyone else, but his words nearly sent her into a fit. "You are being unreasonable." His implication suggested that he had not been late. Rather, she was merely waiting on her own accord. Trapped at the car door, Lan Xiaoqiang felt equally vexed, struggling to suppress the urge to kick her away. "If you dislike this arrangement, you are free to dismiss me at any time," he thought to himself, eagerly awaiting her to say those very words. "You," Shang Tali's outstretched hand trembled with anger, prompting Shang Taijun to interject. "Tali, do not act rashly. You scoundrel, allow me to see what exactly gives you the audacity to be so presumptuous." Suddenly bending down to strike, Shang Tali was unexpectedly pulled back by her father. "You have gone too far, Shang Tali. Do you understand the meaning of politeness?" Shang Taijun reprimanded his daughter in exasperation, forcefully shoving her back. "Xiao Shui, keep an eye on her. What is wrong with this girl today? This behavior is utterly unacceptable." Jun Buxiang promptly restrained Shang Tali, wishing to remain and witness the unfolding drama. It was only then that Shang Taijun turned towards the interior of the car, where Lan Xiaoqiang was sitting, smiling awkwardly as he leaned against the car door. "Lan Xiao, please don't take offense. Everyone has their urgent circumstances. I didn't think much of it." Shang Taijun noticed the person in the car shrugging, struggling to clarify. "I understand. Regardless of her actions, she's just a child, being unreasonable." Shang Taijun momentarily forgot that Lan Xiaoqiang was of the same age as his daughter. "Thank you, General Shang, for your understanding. Failing to report on the agreed date was indeed my oversight. I apologize." As the apology was offered, Shang Taijun hurriedly chuckled in response. "Let's not dwell on this matter. Besides, you did inform me in advance, so it didn't cause any delay." "Dad?" Shang Tali glared at her father, displeased with his attitude towards others. How infuriating that Lan Xiaoqiang had yet to exit the vehicle. She failed to consider that both she and her father were blocking the doorway, making it impossible for him to disembark. "What is it?" "Tali?" Shang Taijun finally stepped away from the car door, reaching out to pat her, suggesting a smile. "It's fine that he has arrived. Don't you want this formidable bodyguard?" He placed particular emphasis on the word formidable, as if issuing a warning. After hearing this, Shang Tali rolled her eyes but eventually relented. "All right then, I concede to your wishes." She turned her gaze towards the occupants of the car, indignantly muttering, "But he is just 2." Before she could finish her sentence, a scruffily dressed young man emerged from the vehicle, staring at her intently. "Ah, is it him?" Initially taken aback, she couldn't help but exclaim, "He can't be that unimpressive, can he?" However, When Lan Xiaoqiang looked up and she clearly saw his features, she was left utterly speechless. My goodness, this was no ordinary charm. His large, bright eyes, long, curled eyelashes, and pronounced nose created an impressive visage, while his mischievous gaze seemed somewhat elusive. With a healthy complexion, white teeth, and softly pink lips, he exuded a blend of Eastern and Western allure, his smile both genuine and captivating. Such a perfect man surpassed even the protagonists of cinematic masterpieces, embodying a divine presence. He was taller than most boys, and his habit of squinting down at people gave him a distinctly roguish air. Shang Tali couldn't help but wonder if this fellow might be of mixed heritage, yet his strikingly dark eyes and clean-cut black hair suggested otherwise. His facial features, however, were intriguingly composed, giving the impression of a strong three-dimensionality, which contributed to her suspicion of his mixed origins. This stunningly enviable youthful face, both charming and nonchalant, bore an undercurrent of fierce determination. Possessing a multifaceted allure of coolness, charm, and captivating dominance, this man was truly extraordinary. Instinctively, Shang Tali recognized that such a boy would undoubtedly stir the hearts of young girls, promptly categorizing him as a high-risk individual. As for his attire, it merely served as a backdrop, failing to diminish the aura of a quintessential bad boy that radiated from him. This type of person relied on their presence, simply standing there commanded attention, rendering clothing unnecessary for packaging. Shang Tali couldn't help but admire her father's prowess in unearthing such a strikingly handsome man, albeit with a hint of mischief, imagining how he might enchant the girls at St. Infant Academy. She wondered if they would fall for him despite knowing it was akin to flying into a flame. She was curious to see if the renowned campus beauty would be smitten by him. P.S. Please collect and support freely. This is the first recommendation for my free writing. If it performs well, there will be an additional update at 8 p.m. that I hope those who enjoy it will support me generously, as I have ample stock for daily updates. Love you all. Chapter 032. Who wins and who loses? Shang Tali was eager to see if the famous campus beauty would indeed be captivated by him, as it would undoubtedly lead to an entertaining spectacle. The campus beauty's bodyguard, rumored to have been sent to protect her by her childhood friend, was sworn to prevent anyone from harboring inappropriate intentions towards her. So, one could only imagine the outcome if he were to face off against Lan Xiaoqiang, this charming rogue. Would they clash? It seemed she could simply observe from the sidelines, relishing the spectacle while reaping the benefits. The thought made Shang Tali unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. Just look at the hidden yet palpable aura of dominance emanating from Lan Xiaoqiang. He was clearly a dangerous individual. Yet, he managed to maintain control, only to unleash chaos at the opportune moment. Such men are perilous yet intoxicating, enticing one to engage in dangerous games. Like a deadly addiction, one misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. This type of man is likely the most formidable adversary for women, and she would have to tread carefully around him. Shang Tali stared blankly, captivated by the enigma that was Lan Xiaoqiang. Pondering what peculiar combination of traits he possessed, a contradictory amalgamation. Feeling frustrated, she took a deep breath and exhaled, realizing she had been lost in thought, unable to pull herself back to reality for quite some time. Suddenly, Lan Xiaoqiang stood before her, hands on his hips, exuding a calm and dominating presence, a smirk dancing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. Remember, I am your bodyguard, not a decorative vase for your amusement. Ah! Shang Tali snapped back to attention, her face flushing with anger as she glared at him, indignantly retorting, "How dare you? Who told you to look like a vase? I'm not the only one who appreciates beauty in this world." What a ridiculous excuse, she thought, incredulously. Lan Xiaoqiang curled his lip in disdain, dismissively turning away from her, and resumed his formalities, addressing Shang Taijun. "Excuse me, General Shang. Is this your daughter, Shang Tali, the person I am to protect?" "Yes, this is my daughter, Shang Tali. From now on, I entrust her safety to you." Shang Taijun patted his daughter affectionately, nodding kindly at Lan Xiaoqiang, then suddenly shifted topics. "In fact, you needn't call me General all the time, if you don't mind. Just refer to me as Uncle moving forward." Lan Xiaoqiang nodded. "Understood, Uncle Shang." "Yes, this feels more casual and friendly." Shang Taijun concurred warmly, not forgetting to introduce Lan Xiaoqiang to his daughter. "Tali, this is Lan Xiaoqiang, your new bodyguard. You must cooperate with him and follow his instructions. Your safety is now in his hands. Dad, do you really trust him that much? What else is there to consider? Shang Taijun raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at her while patting her shoulder with a smile. My dear daughter, one should not doubt those one employs. If you doubt, do not employ. Do you understand? Shang Tali shook her head, retorting, I don't understand. Have you seen his capabilities? Shang Taijun honestly shook his head, but ultimately declared, though I have not seen them firsthand, as the president of Shengda Industries, I have always believed in my judgment. Indeed. If he lacked even that modicum of confidence, how could he lead Shengda? His words carried substantial weight, and upon hearing them, Shang Tali lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat defeated. Oh, that may be true, but hearing is deceptive. And seeing is believing. This remains an eternal truth, does it not? Shang Taijun paused, his expression betraying a hint of impatience. Enough of your prattle, girl. What do you truly wish to express? Speak plainly. Your father dislikes guessing. Nothing. Dad. Seeing her father genuinely upset, Shang Tali hurriedly grabbed his arm and pouted. Tali is just worried that you might have hired someone from the security company to placate me. How could that be? You silly girl. Shang Tiejuan's expression softened as he affectionately pinched her nose, then turned serious. All right, jokes aside. From now on, no more nonsense. I am well aware of Xiaoqiang's capabilities. Shang Tali glared at her father, reluctantly responding, okay. Lan Xiaoqiang shrugged indifferently, gesturing for her to come closer. No worries. If the young lady is concerned, she can test me personally. What? How do I test? Shang Tali stared at him in disbelief, stammering as she pointed to herself. Me, can I? Of course. Lan Xiaoqiang grinned, standing tall as he squinted at her. Do you know martial arts? Upon hearing this, Shang Tali became incensed, rolling her eyes in retort. What a ridiculous question. If I knew martial arts, why would I need you as a bodyguard? Do I have too much money and no place to spend it, so I hire you to do nothing? Tali, how can you speak like that? Shang Taijun interjected, sensing the tension rising between them and quickly stepping in to mediate. Lan Xiao, please do not take offense. Tali can be quite a handful. Not at all, Uncle Shang, if you don't mind. I will ensure her safety. The moment Lan Xiaoqiang uttered this, Shang Tali's voice rang out before her father could respond. How dare you? Lan Xiaoqiang merely smiled at her, his expression a mix of mischief and sincerity. As long as it is for your safety, I have nothing to fear. Angered, Shang Tao was rendered speechless as she pointed at him, prompting Shang Taijun to quickly interject. Enough, Tao, from now on, you are not to throw tantrums. You must heed Xiaoqiang's counsel. Do you understand? I refuse. On what grounds? Shang Tao retorted, indignantly accusing her father. Pray tell, father, have you found me a bodyguard or a steward? Does he have the authority to oversee my every move? Even a steward wouldn't presume such authority. Indeed. Remember this. Lan Xiaoqiang is both your bodyguard and your steward. Shang Taijun not only stood firm but also raised his voice to admonish her, further solidifying the situation. Your mother and I have neither the time nor the inclination to manage you. From now on, all matters concerning you shall fall under Xiaoqiang's purview. I shall merely handle the reimbursement of all expenses, and, as Shang Taijun spoke, he gestured towards the villa before them. Moreover, I am responsible for providing you with this villa as your residence. Beyond that, I am not to be involved. Shang Tao, I hope you comprehend this clearly. Father, are you selling me off? Shang Tao exclaimed in utter astonishment, clutching her head in despair. I do not consent. I categorically refuse. Shang Taijun, resolute replied, your opposition is of no consequence. The decision rests with me now. Father! Shang Tao was on the verge of tears. Lan Xiaoqiang, sensing the moment was ripe, interjected appropriately. That is enough, Uncle Shang. You need not frighten her any further. Otherwise, the young lady might take you seriously. I am not frightening her, Xiaoqiang. I am speaking earnestly. Shang Taijun declared with gravity as he pulled Lan Xiaoqiang closer, moving towards the entrance. I am truly entrusting you with everything concerning Tao. If the salary is insufficient, I can increase it. The amount is entirely up to you. Ah, are you jesting? Lan Xiaoqiang looked at him in surprise, unable to comprehend his intentions. Chapter 033, Ostensibly a Steward. Lan Xiaoqiang was taken aback, pondering the implications. Shang Taijun led him into the spacious and opulent living room, gesturing for him to sit on the soft, comfortable sofa. I am often too occupied to attend to her. I wish to delegate the full responsibility of Tal's care to you. As there are few family members in my household. The more Lan Xiaoqiang listened, the more bewildered he became, and he could not help but interrupt him. That is not what I meant, Mr. Shang. Please, hear me out. However, Shang Taijun, smiling, interrupted him, accepting the tea brought by the maid and continuing his train of thought. It just so happens we are in need of a steward for the villa. Why not handle both roles? Xiaoqiang, you can take on both responsibilities. Shang Taijun was oblivious to Lan Xiaoqiang's feelings, continuing his monologue. As for the salary, feel free to name your price. As long as I, Shang Taijun, can afford it, I will not be stingy. Lan Xiaoqiang was once again rendered speechless by his sheer audacity. What conditions he was offering? Anyone outside hearing this would surely be astonished. The president of Shengda Corporation, worth billions, spoke so freely, unafraid of being taken advantage of. But there was no need for concern. It seemed he had mistaken the individual for someone else, thus he wouldn't suffer any losses. Observing that others had entered and taken their seats, Lan Xiaoqiang momentarily refrained from speaking, politely rising to engage with those present, yet he was quite perplexed, unable to fathom why Shang Taijun would suddenly impose additional conditions. Yet, even if he were to impose conditions, wouldn't he require his agreement first? Glancing around the luxurious living room, now filled with guests, and seeing them all looking at him, Lan Xiaoqiang sat back down, reluctantly placing his teacup down as he spoke firmly. No, I cannot agree to this. Lan Xiaoqiang had his principles and would not change them for external factors. Looking intently at Shang Taijun as he asserted, "You are my employer, and we must adhere to the binding nature of our agreement." What are you saying? Lan Xiaoqiang felt he might have been too harsh in his tone, so he smiled awkwardly, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Let us not discuss anything else at present. This task is not of my choosing, however. Now that I have accepted it, I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Though his words were somewhat vague, Shang Taijun, astute as he was, understood the rejection. Well, seeing the directness of the refusal, Shang Taijun's countenance fell, revealing his disappointment. Xiaoqiang, can't you reconsider? I cannot. Let us proceed according to our agreement. Lan Xiaoqiang was determined not to leave any glimmer of hope, extinguishing all of Shang Taijun's illusions. I can oversee Shang Tao's personal safety, but as for what you propose, I cannot fulfill that, Mr. Shang. Lan Xiaoqiang rejected him earnestly, his private motives for accepting this task being the desire to visit his beloved, whom he had long yearned for. Having seen her just the previous night, he was well aware of the competition he faced, leading him to feel an acute sense of urgency to return. At this moment, he had no heart to act as a steward. Merely serving as a bodyguard was already stretching him thin. A task he had reluctantly accepted. As long as Xiaoju needed him, he would unhesitatingly remain by her side. Even if it meant severing ties with Lan Xiefeng, he would not turn back. Thus, he could not consent to being Shang Tao's personal steward, for it would be a disservice to her. Lan Xiaoqiang's unwavering refusal left Shang Tao feeling embarrassed, unable to restrain herself from retorting. A bodyguard is a bodyguard. Who would care for him to be my personal steward? Now she began to grasp her father's intentions. Perhaps he wished for Lan Xiaoqiang to become her future husband. A notion not entirely without precedent. In a certain light, a personal steward in their era could signify a fiancé, just as a certain nobleman might employ a personal bodyguard for his only daughter, which could later evolve into the role of steward, eventually leading to him becoming her esteemed spouse. As long as this bodyguard possessed sufficient means to protect the family from misfortune, it seemed her father harbored similar intentions. However, Lan Xiaoqiang was disinterested, and as the esteemed Miss Shang Tao, she would not force him. After all, there were many days ahead. If she desired something, she could take her time to pursue it. Shang Tao was a woman of determination. Even the renowned four-time champion beauty, Liang Lan, would not pose a challenge. Though she was exceptional in every regard, she was, after all, an orphan, without her own fortune as a formidable backing. Engaging in a love triangle would not guarantee her victory. Lan Xiaoqiang was indeed handsome, but he was not the only man in existence. The legendary protector of the Saint Infant Academy's beauty, Liang Lan, was said to be an exquisite and extraordinary gentleman. He was the child prodigy who appeared in City 16 years ago, but unfortunately, he vanished without a trace. If all went well, he should have matured into a strikingly handsome man by now. This world was certainly not lacking in extraordinary men. It was unfortunate that he had, for reasons unknown, chosen to retreat from the limelight, with few having glimpsed his countenance again, leaving one to wonder what he had become. Rumors suggested he shared a bond with Liang Lan, claiming they were fated to be together, having been childhood sweethearts who fell in love at first sight. There were also whispers that upon her graduation, he would emerge to marry her, having concealed himself in the shadows while waiting for the right moment. Numerous versions of tales surrounded him, thereby elevating Liang Lan's status and cloaking her in an air of mystery. Thus, the young women of St. Infant Academy eagerly anticipated that day, longing to catch a glimpse of the man they had secretly adored for years. Alas, it was disheartening that they could not forge a connection with him, nor have the fortune to meet him. Lan Xiaoqiang observed Shang Tao lost in thought, and with a vague compliment, he attempted to draw her attention back. "Thank you for your understanding, Miss Shang." "No need for thanks." Shang Tao rolled her eyes at him, irritated by the hint of playful sarcasm in Lan Xiaoqiang's tone, and retorted defiantly, "Do not be so arrogant. I particularly enjoy special care for my bodyguard." With a mischievous smile, she thought, "Let us see how I'll deal with you in the future." Shang Tao's intention was clear. She was signaling to Lan Xiaoqiang that his days ahead would not be easy. "Shang Tao." Shang Taijun called out, visibly flustered. Lan Xiaoqiang smiled at her, turning his face away as he interjected, "I am not arrogant. I am very approachable." He said this with a grin, raising his teacup to take a hearty sip. This cold humor, albeit ill-timed, elicited unexpected laughter from everyone, breaking the tension in the atmosphere. Shang Taijun averted his gaze, realizing that Lan Xiaoqiang seemed to be mindful of his emotions. He couldn't help but admire his carefulness and thoughtfulness, which contrasted sharply with his appearance. He likely was a man who cherished his woman deeply. It was a pity that Shang Tao was not fortunate enough to realize this, and he sighed inwardly at Lan Xiaoqiang's enigmatic qualities, his bad boy charisma paired with a genuine heart. It seemed that he might have a difficult time in social circles, as those unfamiliar with him might find it hard to believe in his character. If it were someone else, faced with an earnest intention to marry off their daughter, they would have jumped at the opportunity. How could they possibly refuse outright? One could easily leverage the situation for a fortune, yet he dismissed it without a second thought. Of course, this might be somewhat related to his concealed background. Perhaps his own wealth was something Lan Xiaoqiang did not regard highly, and Shang Taijun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he shook his head and chuckled. "Very well. Very well. Since you all feel this way, I shall leave it to your discretion." The matriarch of the Shang family also found the young man intriguing, while the Saint Laurent beside her chuckled quietly. Remaining silent, Jun Buxiu merely pouted. He had been dragged into this situation by Shang Tao and sat there awkwardly, with nothing to say. Shang Taijun felt that although Lan Xiaoqiang was relatively young, he was undeniably a master in the art of handling women. In his eyes, his daughter was merely a paper tiger. If he could win over Shang Tali, he would fulfill a long-held desire. But Lan Xiaoqiang looked down upon his daughter and outright rejected her. Indeed, while his daughter was undeniably beautiful, she seemed to fall short of being worthy of Lan Xiaoqiang. If the rumors held any truth, then Shang Tali truly was not a match for him, which was an unfortunate reality. However, had Lan Xiaoqiang not also mentioned that he would assist in wooing Shang Tali if Shang Taijun did not mind, that would indeed be a favorable outcome. If he were to lose control and overstep his boundaries, Shang Taijun could then take a passive stance. As someone with life experience, he could tell that Lan Xiaoqiang was not a man to be trifled with, having likely encountered countless women before. Nevertheless, based on the unique qualities honed through years of training, Shang Taijun also perceived him to be a person of strong principles. If he were to err, it was likely that he would hold himself accountable for his actions. Should he successfully court Shang Tali, such a mutually beneficial outcome would be nothing short of ideal. As rumors of an impending apocalypse loomed, finding someone trustworthy for his daughter during such a crucial time was indeed a daunting task, and as a father, he sought peace of mind. Lost in contemplation, Shang Taijun did not anticipate that his daughter would be unwilling to play second fiddle. Driven by her competitive spirit, Shang Tali approached Lan Xiaoqiang, squatting before him with a scrutinizing glare. "From now on, remember this. Just because you are handsome does not grant you the liberty to be late. Such behavior is absolutely intolerable here. Shang Tali seized the opportunity to reprimand Lan Xiaoqiang, seeking to establish her authority. Lan Xiaoqiang met her gaze unwaveringly, responding with a tone of utmost compliance. Yes, Mississippi. You. His demeanor, contrary to her expectations, left Shang Tali momentarily flustered. In a moment of exasperation, she blurted out, "What do you know?" Lan Xiaoqiang regarded her with an unflappable expression, his voice calm and steady. "I want to stoop to your level. Let us not make a fuss." The audacious, charming rogue spoke to her in such a manner that left Shang Tali utterly astonished. What did you just say? Was this the composure expected of someone his age? In reality, Lan Xiaoqiang had indeed achieved such steadiness, which was utterly bewildering. Shang Tali felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her pride somewhat bruised. Fine, let us not dwell on this for now. Fortunately, her quick wit allowed her to shift the conversation. Rising to her feet, she looked down at him. Today is your first day at work, and you dare to be late? How do you intend to address this? Why did she have to bring that up again? Lan Xiaoqiang, losing patience, furrowed his brow. Get to the point. What do you want? Engaging in pointless disputes with a woman was not his forte, so he opted for a direct approach, eschewing unnecessary words. His displeasure was palpable, as he focused intently on his untouched teacup, as if any additional glance in her direction would be fatal. Shang Tali was infuriated by his demeanor, turning to a nearby bodyguard who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Jun Boss Hai. Consider this your final chance. What do you mean? Jun Boss Hai looked at her with feigned innocence, trying to decipher her intentions. Shang Tali adopted an air of authority, her tone brooking no opposition. Overpower him and replace him. Give him a reason to leave, and ensure he disappears from my sight forever. Shang Tali, you are going too far. Shang Taijun could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, Haven't you caused enough trouble? It's fine. Uncle Shang, there's no need to worry. I'll let her have her way. Lan Xiaoqiang waved a dismissive hand, while Shang Tiejuan's face flushed with frustration. As a guest, this child is utterly lacking in manners. I ask you, Lan Xiaoqiang, to overlook her behavior, for it is my failure to discipline her properly. Actually, I believe Tali's actions are not entirely without merit. The elderly matriarch, who had been observing quietly, could no longer refrain from interjecting. Sighing internally, Shang Taijun realized that she was only fanning the flames of chaos, yet he had no choice but to endure her opinions. Shang Taijun, you have hired a bodyguard for your daughter, not a mere servant. The old lady pointedly addressed him, succinctly highlighting the crux of the matter. How can you ascertain his capabilities without giving him a chance? Upon hearing her support, Shang Tali was elated and rushed over to grasp her hand, exclaiming, Long live Grandma! You are the best, the greatest. So, does this mean you support me, Tali? Yes, but do refrain from shaking me so vigorously, or my old bones may just fall apart. Of course, Grandma. Shang Tali snapped to attention, striking a comical military pose, feigning seriousness. Understood. Tali will never dare again. Shang Taijun shook his head. I truly fear for you both. Our beleaguered Shang Taijun gazed at the duo, utterly at a loss for how to manage them, only able to shake his head in exasperation. I must ask, how can you treat my guests in such a manner? This is not ordinary rudeness. I disagree with your statement, Daddy. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Tali turned her attention to her father, defending her position with fervor. If this were any other time, you would be correct, just as Grandma pointed out. She pointed at Lan Xiaoqiang, her expression challenging. But he is the bodyguard you hired for me. If we do not assess his abilities, why should I consider replacing him? After delivering her compelling argument, she tilted her head playfully, glancing at her father with a smile. Wouldn't you agree, Daddy? You? Shang Taijun was incensed that she would use her grandmother's words against him. Yet upon reflection, he realized their reasoning was not entirely flawed. He had only heard of Lan Xiaoqiang's prowess. He had never witnessed it firsthand. Although he had hired him at a high salary, partially for other ulterior motives, his primary concern had always been his daughter's safety. It was not unreasonable for an employer to assess the capabilities of their hired help. However, it was acceptable for his daughter to conduct the evaluation. Whereas if he suggested it, he would risk offending Lan Xiaoqiang. Shang Taijun was acutely aware of the formidable organization behind Lan Xiaoqiang, so there was no doubt regarding his capabilities. As for Lan Xiaoqiang's own background, if the rumors were accurate, he was certainly not someone Shang Taijun could afford to cross. After a moment of contemplation, he could only offer an awkward smile, conceding, "I apologize, Lan Xiaoqiang. My daughter has become a bit too bold due to my indulgence, and the old lady has grown somewhat muddle-headed. Please." Lan Xiaoqiang lowered his head, a knowing smile cutting him off. "It's quite all right. This is normal, and it is your prerogative." Internally, he mused, how could this not be your intention as well? Yet, curiosity was a human trait that could be forgiven. With a fleeting thought, Lan Xiaoqiang turned to Shang Tali, standing tall. "Miss Shang Tali, feel free to test me as you see fit." "All right, you said it." Shang Tali, unpretentious and assertive, declared, "If you cannot even defeat my ordinary bodyguard, do not blame me for sending you away." Jun Basai, relegated to the status of an ordinary bodyguard, felt a surge of indignation but refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoqiang, with his hands in his pockets, raised an eyebrow without even glancing at her. "That goes without saying. Rest assured, miss." With a slight smirk, he added ominously, "If I were to be taken down by your men, Lan Xiaoqiang would vanish from your doorstep in a flash. Would that be acceptable?" Ah, Shang Tali was momentarily taken aback, but upon comprehension, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Refreshing, now that is a touch of masculinity." Having bestowed her approval, she turned to Jun Bashai, exuding an air of command. "Jun Bashai, it's your turn." Lan Xiaoqiang chuckled inwardly, pondering how Shang Taijun could have such a fierce daughter, with a personality akin to that of a tomboy. Did she truly need a bodyguard for protection? Would anyone dare to make a move against her? In truth, Lan Xiaoqiang was not oblivious to the reality that the children of wealthy families often faced unwarranted threats to their safety. Thus, it was necessary for them to invest in protective measures, as they had the means to do so. This tendency to flaunt wealth among the affluent was a prevalent standard, as they often compared who had the most impressive bodyguards, which contributed to the rapid rise of the security industry, teeming with skilled professionals. Various security companies offering diverse protection services sprang up like mushrooms after rain, with the most elite being the top 4 sects led by the Shenzheimen and Haiwomen. Without further ado, before Lan Xiaoqiang's arrival, he had thoroughly researched Shang Tali's profile and her entire background, which naturally included all aspects of Shang Taijun's life. This was a fundamental duty for a hired assassin before accepting a mission. A thorough understanding of the employer's entire wealth, including their personal preferences, was essential for agile and adaptable responses. He knew that Shang Taijun had lost his wife at a young age, leaving him with 2 sons and a daughter, while Shang Roland was his niece. With such rarity, there was only Shang Tali as a daughter. Having lost her mother at an early age, she lacked proper guidance, and with the elderly matriarch preoccupied with caring for the orphan Shang Roland, she naturally could not manage her upbringing effectively. Thus, their affection for Shang Tali manifests itself through monetary compensation and generosity, while everything else is left to her whims and caprices. Over time, such indulgence inevitably leads to a degree of excessive pampering, which is not difficult to comprehend, and in truth, Shang Tali possesses an endearing nature. After falling for Lan Xiaoqiang, she becomes even more compliant and submissive. However, Lan Xiaoqiang, having his heart set elsewhere, remains oblivious to her affections. Limiting his involvement to the duties of a bodyguard without any further engagement, it is worth noting that the demeanor Shang Tali exhibits at present is not her usual self. Rather, Lan Xiaoqiang remains unaware of this fact. Speaking of Shang Tali, at the age of 19, she enrolled in university last year and will soon embark on her 2nd year this autumn, marking a gradual maturation of her increasingly complex thoughts. Due to her unique background, having been kidnapped by criminals in her childhood, which nearly cost her life, her entire student life has been spent in the company of a driver bodyguard, living much like a princess from a fairy tale. Additionally, she has always attracted the attention of suitors, albeit their intentions often shrouded in ulterior motives and a relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, leaving her feeling profoundly insecure and uncertain. Consequently, Shang Tali's father, Shang Taijun, is compelled to take her safety seriously, employing a driver bodyguard for her close protection to ensure her life and studies are free from worry. This protection becomes all the more essential upon her entrance into university, yet the innate desire for beauty and competition among peers remains equally strong. Upon joining the prestigious Shengying Academy in a city, she soon realizes she is not the best. There are others who surpass her in various aspects. These individuals not only excel academically but also boast an astonishing beauty that can only be described as breathtaking, akin to a real-life Barbie princess. Even her bodyguard possesses an almost mythical prowess, instilling a sense of awe in the boys who admire her, yet dare not approach. This illustrious figure is none other than Liang Lan, the Academy's reigning beauty. However, her unique status is accompanied by a rich tapestry of genuine and fabricated legends. This intrigue is precisely what captivates those around her, as it is said that Liang Lan has been surrounded by admirers since childhood. Had it not been for her capable bodyguard, her very survival might have been in jeopardy. Liang Lan has held the title of campus belle for 4 consecutive years, a feat that is exceptionally rare even in a city. While many boys are keen to pursue her, none dare to overstep their bounds, primarily due to the formidable presence of her loyal bodyguard, who has faithfully protected her for 6 years since middle school. On an unfortunate occasion, due to the instigation of a certain boy, Shangtali finds herself at odds with Liang Lan. Unfortunately, her own bodyguard, Jun Buxiang, proves inadequate, leaving her feeling humiliated and vowing to reclaim her dignity. It is no surprise that a bodyguard from a security company like Jun Buxiang cannot measure up to someone from a lineage of martial prowess. It is not merely a matter of skill but of an entirely different caliber. Feeling inadequate, she insists her father find her a more formidable protector, declaring her desire for someone who is not only exceptionally skilled but also strikingly handsome. Her standards are set in comparison to Liang Lan's bodyguard, who embodies both strength and beauty. Shang Taijun indulges his daughter, leveraging his networks to recruit someone of great capability. Lan Shaoqiang, hailing from the formidable Higu men, though affiliated with the lesser-known Jingwu men, is shrouded in complexities that are difficult to articulate. The Jingwu men, while the weakest of the 4 main sects, represents the pinnacle of traditional martial arts, supported by the government as its official representative. In contrast, the Guan Min enjoys a reputation that far exceeds that of the Jingwu Min, being publicly acknowledged for its formidable strength. The Higu Min and Xinwu Min, however, remain enigmatic factions, their activities cloaked in mystery. For these hidden sects to thrive, they must rely on official protection and exercise caution, especially given the existence of a martial arts association that enforces its will through unmatched power. Thus, they often lend silent support to the Jingwu Min against external threats. It is commendable that someone foresaw the need for a safeguard and established the Wulin Association, appointing the strongest from the 4 sects as its president, who serves as the association's primary spokesperson. Ultimately, the 4 major sects are not to be feared. Rather, the real concern lies with the elite task force dispatched by the Wulin Association to maintain order. Nonetheless, within these sects, there exists a disparity in quality and hierarchy. The Jingwu Min, being the official leader of national martial arts, enjoys the backing of the 3 more potent factions, thus elevating its status. However, in the interest of fairness, the official stance is to refrain from interfering in the election of the association's president. Consequently, the eventual appointment did not go to someone from the Jingwu Min, but rather to an elite from the Shenwu Min, whose prowess even the formidable Higu Min dares not challenge. The Shenwu Min operates discreetly, avoiding the oppression of the weak, alleviating concerns over its leadership. With the Shenwu Min at the helm, even the Higu Min, which ranks just below, refrains from voicing dissent, while the Guan Min also commands respect. It is dwarfed by the strength of the 2 hidden sects, the Shenwu Min and Higu Min, which leaves little room for rebellion. For these diverse individuals from different times and realms to coexist, they inevitably fall under the governance of the Wulin Association, resulting in a period of tranquility. As for Lan Shaoqiang, he finds himself in a peculiar position. Not only is he a representative of the Higu Min, but he is also a pivotal figure within the Jingwu Min. Only Bai Shao, who initially sought to recruit him, understands that he truly belongs to the Shenwu Min. However, this distinction is no longer significant. Presently, Lan Shaoqiang may very well become the future leader of the Jingwu Min, the head of the Higu Min, and the next president of the Wulin Association. The circumstances that brought him into contact with Shang Taijun are shrouded in layers of undisclosed factors, which shall remain unaddressed for now. Regrettably, Shang Tali remains blissfully unaware of the considerable efforts her father expended to recruit Lan Xiaoqiang, and she is still quick to dismiss him if he does not meet her expectations. Upon observing Lan Xiaoqiang's appearance, she finds him undeniably cool, handsome, and charismatic, qualities that meet her approval. However, she harbors uncertainty about his martial prowess. If it matches his striking demeanor, she would indeed consider herself fortunate. In reality, she has unwittingly acquired an extraordinary protector, though her naivety prevents her from realizing the full extent of this fortune. All she knows is that her father mentioned Lan Xiaoqiang was supposed to report yesterday, but a call from his superior delayed his arrival to today. Today is simply today. As her father said, who doesn't he have their own affairs to attend to? It is understandable that there might be a slight delay. Yet, Shang Tali is filled with excitement and anticipation, repeatedly inquiring with Shang Taijun about Lan Xiaoqiang's arrival, waiting from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. When he finally makes his entrance, she feels it is rather presumptuous for someone who is merely a hired hand to exhibit such airs. Thus, Shang Tali resolves to teach him a lesson, intending to instill a sense of humility. Please forgive me, Jun Buxiang. Jun Buxiang could very well choose to disregard Shang Tali's directives, as he is now effectively dismissed from his duties. Nonetheless, he harbors resentment towards the idea of being replaced by a younger man like Lan Xiaoqiang. A competitive spirit is innate to all, especially among those with formidable skills. Given that Jun Buxiang is only a year or two older than Lan Xiaoqiang, he feels a twinge of defiance and seizes the opportunity to test Lan Xiaoqiang's abilities. Curious to see if he truly surpasses him, should he fail, it is likely that Shang Tali would not retain him, thus opening a door for Jun Buxiang. Shang Taijun offers a higher remuneration than others, and Jun Buxiang is reluctant to relinquish this position. This is why he lingers, as it aligns with the directives from his security firm, which has cautioned him to avoid losing this job unless absolutely necessary. With this thought in mind, Jun Buxiang feels compelled to stand his ground. As a bodyguard emerging from a security company, he is akin to a special forces operative, honed into an external expert. He is unable to gauge the true extent of Lan Xiaoqiang's abilities, mistakenly believing him to be among the elite of modern society. Having encountered many such individuals, he understands that appearances can be deceiving and contemplates testing his luck. However, living in today's society has exposed him to an array of peculiar tales and eccentric characters. Thus, he is cautious, ensuring he maintains an exit strategy. Jun Buxiang wisely refrains from boasting excessively. Should Lan Xiaoqiang belong to one of the 3 hidden sects, he could find himself in dire straits. Consequently, he articulates his thoughts with a measure of politeness, leaving himself a path for retreat. Having concluded his remarks, Jun Buxiang prepares to step out first, mindful not to cause a ruckus within Shang Taijun's opulent villa, lest he inadvertently provoke Shang Tali to report him to the security company, which could result in dire consequences for him. Lan Xiaoqiang comprehended his thoughts and, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded at him. Let us proceed outside. Jun Bosui gazed at him with a distinctly different expression. In an effort to gauge Lan Xiaoqiang's true capabilities, he contemplated that he must reveal a bit of his prowess. With a firm resolve, Jun Bosui executed a unique and swift movement, darting to the entrance of the villa in a mere blink. He then turned back to observe the group from the Shang family, who were utterly astonished and momentarily frozen in place, and felt a surge of self-satisfaction. However, he soon found himself distracted. Wait a moment. Where is Lan Xiaoqiang? Why do I not see him? Jun Bosui quickly turned around and was taken aback to find Lan Xiaoqiang's upright figure, arms crossed, standing on the verdant grass just outside the villa doors. At that moment, Lan Xiaoqiang was watching him with keen interest. Jun Bosui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he finally grasped the extraordinary expressions on the faces of the Shang family. Their astonishment was directed at Lan Xiaoqiang, not at him. He could not fathom how Lan Xiaoqiang had managed to appear so suddenly. If that were the case, he was truly in trouble. For with such abilities, Lan Xiaoqiang might well be associated with the nuclear sect, a terrifying extraterrestrial organization. Thus far, only the formidable divine martial sect possessed the strength to contend with it. The modern martial sect, a congregation of contemporary martial arts, could not hope to rival it. Fortunately, they were allies and did not need to compete. The ancient martial sect ranked above the modern martial sect in strength and was incomparable to the divine martial or nuclear sects. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. If Lan Xiaoqiang were indeed a member of the nuclear sect, what could he possibly use to compete? Although Jun Basui was arrogant, he was also self-aware, fully understanding his own limitations. He was hardly a match for the four great sections. Even if he were forcibly categorized, he could barely be considered among the weakest of the modern martial sect. And how could he dare to confront the nuclear sect? That would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. However, he also recognized that the fearsome nuclear sect was regulated by the Martial Arts Association and typically refrained from engaging in trivial matters. The Divine Martial Sect was known for its strict regulations, and the new sect leader was rumored to be a godlike figure who strictly forbade his subordinates from meddling in such mundane affairs. Yet, Jun Basui was unaware that the enigmatic nuclear sect had an outlier within the modern martial sect. Someone who did not adhere to conventional norms, Lan Shiqiang, for the sake of his beloved woman, willingly forsook his future and betrayed the organization, accepting this task solely to return home and see his goddess. Indeed, the members of the Shang family were utterly astonished by Lan Shiqiang, marveling at his remarkable speed, which seemed almost otherworldly. His leaps, akin to a fast-forward film, were so rapid that they could still perceive them clearly. They witnessed firsthand that Lan Shiqiang was not engaging in any deception or trickery. He was relying solely on his genuine abilities. Jun Basui, who had not noticed how Lan Shiqiang had overtaken him to stand confidently in the courtyard, was now drenched in sweat, utterly flabbergasted. Was this speed even human? He gasped in disbelief. While his martial skills were inferior to Lan Shiqiang's, he knew that not everyone was suited for the role of a bodyguard. One must possess some level of skill. Otherwise, how could he justify the years of rigorous training? Seeing Lan Shiqiang standing steadfastly on the grass before the villa, he suddenly grasped a crucial fact. If I am not mistaken, you, Lan Xiao, must be a pioneering elite of the Divine Martial Sect or the Nuclear Sect, correct? Realizing this, Jun Basui was not foolish. Upon observing Lan Shiqiang's displayed prowess, he quickly altered his tone of address. Indeed, among the four great sects, the Divine Martial and Nuclear sects were the most formidable, while the ancient martial and modern martial sects were merely supporting players. Nevertheless, the latter two weaker sects, particularly the modern martial sect, enjoyed official backing and were often oblivious to their own limitations. The ancient martial sect, deeply entrenched in the hearts of the Chinese people for thousands of years, was undeniably in a position of advantage, winning the favor of the masses. Both the modern and ancient martial sects were recognized entities in reality, thriving and flourishing, which was hardly surprising. They garnered public admiration. Although their strength was not the greatest, their reputation was undoubtedly the highest. This was simply the nature of reality. As for the competition and struggles among ordinary individuals, they were more than capable of holding their own. In contrast, the Divine Martial Sect was shrouded in mystery, steeped in legends of rebirth and mythological elements, existing as a divine entity. Ordinary individuals dared not even dream of its existence, often dismissing it as mere folklore when they occasionally heard whispers of it. The Nuclear Sect, primarily associated with extraterrestrial powers, was directly overseen by some mysterious figure, rarely involving itself in such trivial matters. Thus, while Jun Basui harbored suspicions, he found it difficult to believe and sought verification. Lan Shiqiang, however, shook his head with a knowing smile. Not at all. Are you perhaps overestimating yourself? What? Jun Basui looked at him in astonishment, momentarily bewildered by his words. Lan Shiqiang chuckled and pointed at him leisurely. Do you truly believe you are worthy of attracting the attention of the nuclear sex elite? He then turned to the approaching Shang Taijun and asked loudly, Mr. Shang, do you know the leaders of the modern martial sect, or the nuclear sect? Ah, Shang Taijun was taken aback, shivering slightly as he hurriedly shook his head. Nonsense. What merit do I, Shang Taijun, possess to associate with them? No. You mustn't misunderstand. Jun Basui, feeling helpless and speechless, hastily waved his hands in clarification. I am aware of my limitations, so I merely wish to understand certain matters. Lan Shiqiang regarded his expression with a serious nod. Very well. In light of your honesty, I shall speak frankly to assist you in making your own decisions. Jun Basui earnestly nodded. Thank you, Lan Xiao. I am all ears. Yet Lan Shiqiang unabashedly declared, I am neither a member of the Divine Martial Sect nor the Nuclear Sect, but a pure practitioner of the National Art Modern Martial Sect. Whether you wish to engage in combat is entirely up to you. With that, he flashed a grin. asserting himself confidently before Jun Basui. However, I, Lan Shiqing, have never feared anyone when it comes to fighting. Jun Basui, taken aback, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, finding himself in a difficult position. There was no turning back. He had been provoked into action, and he could no longer suppress his own desire to engage. Resolving to let actions speak louder than words, he suddenly lunged forward, striking with a fierce momentum that would indeed be intimidating. Jun Basui was no fool. He had to strike unexpectedly in order to have any hope of success. As expected, the combat skills he had honed as a special forces soldier came into play, leading Lan Shiqing to smirk inwardly, for he was their highest instructor. Nevertheless, he had to concede that Jun Bashui's skills were, at the very least, among the strongest within the ranks of special forces. Yet, in Lan Shiqing's eyes, as their supreme instructor, he was hardly noteworthy. After all, he was the one who had trained them. Thus, while Jun Bashui's movements were swift and cunning, in Lan Shiqing's view, they appeared as though in slow motion. The man remained calm and collected, waiting for Jun Basui to exhaust his efforts before delivering a decisive counterattack, fully confident that one strike would suffice to bring him down. As Jun Bashui's fierce attack bore down, Lan Shiqing silently admired the special forces techniques, executing a swift and precise counterstrike that effortlessly incapacitated the reckless soldier. Before Jun Basui could comprehend how Lan Shiqing had evaded him and positioned himself behind, he let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, momentarily unconscious. Though boasting was Lan Shiqing's forte, he never resorted to it in combat. He was known for leaving no survivors, which was his signature style. However, this time was an exception as he refrained from taking a life. Lan Shiqing leisurely brushed off his hands and glanced over, only to find the entire Shang family utterly stunned, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and awe as they gazed at him. Mouths agape yet silent, he could not help but smile. "All right, you needn't look at me in such a manner." He waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the eldest daughter, Shang Tali, as he approached them with a playful demeanor. "I am not some monster. I am merely your brother Jun Basui, who is indeed rather weak." This last remark was, of course, directed at Shang Tali. "Ah? Oh, yes, indeed." Shang Tali appeared stunned, likely unaware of what she was even saying. Lan Shiqing chuckled, playfully tapping her on the head. "Therefore, you ought to consider changing your bodyguard. At the very least, I am in support of you." With a startled exclamation, Shang Tali was jolted awake, her face brimming with joy. "Oh my, so you are in favor of me changing bodyguards? Indeed, am I not expressing my apprehension?" Lan Shiqing rolled his eyes, casting her a sidelong glance. "But tell me, Miss Shang Tali, are you satisfied with the skills of your new bodyguard?" Unexpectedly, Shang Tali suddenly bounded forward, wrapping her arm around his and laughing heartily, expressing her enthusiasm. "I am satisfied. I am very satisfied." Ah, she truly was quite the extrovert. Lan Shiqing regarded her with a bemused expression, rendered speechless. Shang Tali was overjoyed. As a young lady accustomed to a life of privilege, she was unperturbed even in the presence of emperors. She had not anticipated that her father would procure such an exceptional bodyguard for her, one so formidable that her satisfaction was inevitable. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Jun Bashui's skills and contemplated replacing him, the truth was that Jun Bashui was quite impressive. Whether it involved bomb disposal or dismantling armored vehicles, nothing seemed to challenge him. He maneuvered modern weaponry from various nations with ease. His unwavering dedication to safeguarding Shang Tali had seen him extricate her from peril on numerous occasions, and she had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Furthermore, despite his reticence, he followed her commands with utmost loyalty. Embodying the archetype of an ideal subordinate, she said one thing, and he never uttered a counter. Thus, her impression of Jun Bashui was generally positive, and unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to part with him. However, she had not anticipated that Jun Bashui would falter against Lan Xiaoqiang, failing to execute even a single move. This revelation thrilled her. After all, Jun Bashui had at least managed to withstand 3 moves under Liang Lan's bodyguard. By this reasoning, it suggested that Lan Xiaoqiang's abilities far surpassed those of Liang Lan's protector. Unbeknownst to her, Lan Xiaoqiang had deliberately restrained his power, fearing that his lethal skills might intimidate these naive individuals. He understood that this was not the moment for ostentation. It was better to refrain from extraordinary displays. This alone was sufficient to elate Shang Tali, who, in her exuberance, seized Lan Xiaoqiang's arm and laughed heartily. Your skills are simply breathtaking. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Aside from physical needs, Lan Xiaoqiang was not fond of such close proximity with women, especially as he was merely Shang Tali's bodyguard. He quickly adopted a stern demeanor, crossing his arms and casting her a forbidding look, speaking through his nose. Oh, so I have passed the test? He had indeed harbored concerns that this young lady might deliberately seek to challenge him. If he failed, his plans to visit his beloved would be thwarted. At that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had been unnecessarily worried. Shang Tali stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before her spirits soared once more, her youthful exuberance returning. Of course, you passed. Otherwise, where would I find such an impressive bodyguard like you? Lan Xiaoqiang squinted slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And though it was merely a side profile, it captivated the young lady. However, in the blink of an eye, Shang Tali dashed off to her father, not entirely lost in infatuation. Father, you are so formidable. Where did you find such an amazing bodyguard for Tali? She suddenly embraced Shang Taijun, showering him with kisses and laughter. Tali loves you so much, Daddy. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Lan Xiaoqiang replaced Jun Buxuai, and both parties proceeded according to their prior agreement. Unfortunately, Jun Buxuai remained unconscious after being struck by Lan Xiaoqiang, causing concern for Shang Taijun and his daughter. Unfettered by guile, young Shang Tali innocently asked Lan Xiaoqiang, Xiangzi, how is Jun Buxuai? He won't die, will he? Lan Xiaoqiang had been informed of Shang Tiejuan's nickname, so Shang Tali naturally inquired. He is not my enemy. Why would I desire his demise? Lan Xiaoqiang shot her an irked glance, but quickly shook his head. He previously sustained a minor internal injury. Hence he fainted from my blow, but he will be fine and will awaken shortly. Shang Tali gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. How do you know that Jun Buxuai had an internal injury before? Lan Xiaoqiang regarded her with a bemused expression, as if to say, are you truly this Navi? No particular reason. I just know, he asserted with a tone of finality. You needn't question my knowledge. It is merely a fact. Shang Tali was nearly incensed by his arrogant demeanor, indignantly pointing at him as if to complain to her father. Daddy, look at how he behaves. Enough, Shang Tali. No, Daddy, I refuse to accept this. Shang Tali persisted. He doesn't act like a bodyguard at all. He is entirely like a master. Haha. Silly child, what are you saying? Shang Taijun could only manage an awkward smile, reminding her gently, Lan Xiaoqiang is correct. It seems you have misunderstood. What do you mean, Daddy? Shang Tali queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why do you keep calling him young master? What kind of young master is he? All right, Tali, young ladies should not be so unruly. It is rather unbecoming, Shang Taijun sighed resignedly, pinching her rosy cheek playfully. Remember, Xiaoqiang is merely responsible for your safety. He is not a servant nor is he Jun Buxuai. It is crucial that you understand this distinction. Daddy, Shang Tali's expression turned blank as she contemplated. So, I cannot simply command him? Shang Taijun nodded firmly. Indeed, Lan Xiaoqiang's status is not that of an ordinary bodyguard. Shang Tali's expression turned bewildered as she gazed at her father. Shang Taijun waved his hand to clarify. Xiaoqiang is also responsible for many matters pertaining to our Shangda. His status here is paramount, and even I dare not treat him lightly. So that's how it is. Good evening, everyone. Although there hasn't been an increase in collections today, I shall still fulfill my promise of adding a new chapter. Is it truly so difficult to simply add the book to your shelf? Chapter 039. The mouse plays with the cat. So that's how it is. Shang Tali was thoroughly deflated, murmuring, so, he is not a bodyguard specifically hired for me, but has many other responsibilities? Yes, well, it's not quite that simple, Shang Taijun stammered as he realized his daughter's misunderstanding. However, he is quite busy. Father, Shang Tali interrupted, her countenance shifting to one of determination as she resolved, then I shall keep Jun Buxuai. I feel he has been kinder to me, but his capabilities do not meet the required standards. Do not forget, you sought a bodyguard, not a servant. Shang Taijun looked at his daughter with concern, reminding her of this undeniable truth. Furthermore, it was you who insisted on a replacement, claiming that Jun Buxuai was inadequate. He feared that his daughter might change her mind and wish to dismiss Lan Xiaoqiang, leading to the exact opposite of what he desired. Yes, I understand. Shang Tali, somewhat exasperated, waved her hand dismissively at her father. I admit it was my fault. I asked for a change. But, at this point, her eyes sparkled with an idea, and she suddenly proposed, Father, do you think I could keep both of them? In truth, she never intended to part with Lan Xiaoqiang. A bodyguard who was both skilled and handsome was a rare find. However, upon hearing her suggestion, Shang Taijun immediately turned away in frustration. That is possible, but his salary will be deducted from your allowance. Ah! Shang Tali recognized her father's irritation and quickly grasped his arm, leading him into the villa as she sweetly cooed, I know you are the best, Daddy. You care for Tali the most, and I promise to take care of you in your old age. Shang Taijun looked at his daughter in exasperation, but did not forget to invite Lan Xiaoqiang. Young Master Lan, let us continue our conversation inside. Lan Xiaoqiang nodded and followed, as the rest of the Shang family turned to return to their discussions. Shang Taijun instructed his servants to bring Jun Buxuai inside as well. It would not do to leave him outside in his unconscious state. After ensuring everything was in order, he returned to the villa, his expression grave as he addressed his daughter. Tali, I have indeed spoiled you in the past, but this behavior must change. Otherwise, Shang Taijun gave a significant glance at Lan Xiaoqiang before continuing, otherwise, I may have to entrust your upbringing to Xiaoqiang. I believe he would do an excellent job of correcting you. Please no, Daddy. Shang Tali's eyes widened in alarm, and she clutched at her father, pleading, with his temper. He would surely drive me to despair. Enough, Shang Tali. Shang Tiejuan's voice rose in frustration, leaving Lan Xiaoqiang puzzled by his sudden outburst. Could you please refrain from being so disrespectful? Woo! Shang Tali could no longer contain her tears, sobbing softly as she lamented, Why did Mommy have to leave so soon, abandoning me without maternal love? Daddy, you are so harsh because of an outsider. With tears streaming down her face, she cried, Mommy, where are you? Do you know that Tali misses you? All right, enough. Shang Taijun, overwhelmed, cast a glance at Lan Xiaoqiang, and in a conciliatory tone, he soothed his daughter, Fine, stop crying. I promise you, all right? It pained him to think that Jun Buxuai's annual salary was 720,000, a figure significantly higher than that of an ordinary bodyguard. Not to mention, Lan Xiaoqiang, the elite bodyguard, commanded a salary several times greater than that of Jun Buxuai. However, the employment agreement for Lan Xiaoqiang clearly stipulates that he is not solely responsible for the safety of Shang Tali. He is also tasked with resolving any difficulties that may befall the Shang family. With him in their fold, the Shang family effectively possesses a formidable shield of protection. In the realm of affluent families, it is customary for tycoons to employ skilled individuals to ensure tranquility. Otherwise, they risk being swiftly devoured by cunning adversaries. The Shang family's strength relies on the political connections of Shang Tiemai's husband, as well as the prowess of Shang Tiejuan's eldest son, St. Carlo, an elite of the younger generation from the Jingwu men. St. Carlo is not only strikingly handsome but also possesses a charming and amiable personality, backed by substantial financial resources, allowing him to thrive splendidly. The protection afforded by the towering figures of Jingwu men and Shang Tiemai's family has enabled the Shang family to conduct their business affairs safely for many years. Yet, they often find themselves in a position of helplessness, realizing that sometimes financial sacrifice is necessary to avert disaster. Thus, he comprehends the critical importance of an exceptional expert for the family business. With Lan Xiaoqiang as their ally, the Shang family can navigate the business world and high society with newfound impunity. Consequently, the price they paid is justified. Others cannot hope to enlist such a deity, as it is said that he rarely accepts such minor tasks. Lan Xiaoqiang's superiors have explicitly informed him that he was extraordinarily fortunate to secure the services of such a magnate. It is rumored that the tasks he undertakes are calculated in billions, rendering this sum merely a trifle. At the time, he was embroiled in a fierce internal upheaval, determined to abandon a promising future and return home. A decision no one could dissuade him from. He willingly lowered his status to join the new continent as a bodyguard, merely as a pretext for his return. Observing the helpless tone of his superior, who seemed deeply regretful yet powerless. It was indicated that this would be his final assignment. Shang Taijun has a close relative in the political sphere, who, through his connections, has gleaned some insights into Lan Shaoqiang's background. Shang Taijun has surmised that Lan Shaoqiang is no ordinary individual. Otherwise, his superior would not have been so accommodating in allowing him to depart. As his superior, it is believed that he possesses numerous means to retain Lan Shaoqiang, preventing him from leaving smoothly. Hence, the deference with which Shang Taijun treats him is not surprising. Who would dare offend someone of such a unique standing? Yet, his own daughter, oblivious to the intricacies, insists on treating him as a mere servant. How could Shang Taijun not be aggrieved? Frustrated by his daughter's impudence, Shang Taijun begrudgingly acquiesced to her wishes, prompting a moment of shock from Shang Tali, who suddenly turned to her father and asked, "Ah, really?" Unable to believe her ears, she quickly transitioned from disbelief to joy, her face still glistening with tears. "Father, did I hear you correctly? You agreed to keep Jun Boshai, didn't you?" Unfortunately, Jun Boshai, lost in unconsciousness, missed this poignant plea from the young lady, which might have deeply moved him. However, Shang Taijun, feeling quite displeased, rolled his eyes, and before he could speak, Lan Shaoqiang preempted him. "This is agreeable. Since Miss Tali has taken a liking to Jun Boshai, let us keep him." Oh, where did this naive youth spring from? Did he truly have the audacity to utter such words? Unfazed, Lan Shaoqiang averted his gaze from Shang Tali's astonished expression and calmly replied, "What is his annual salary? We might as well deduct it from my wages." His annual salary? "Let us simply deduct it from my earnings," he mused, considering that he was not short on funds. Lan Shaoqiang was merely eager to return to a city to visit his long-lost beloved. Without a suitable excuse, the organization would not release him, hence his role as the iron-willed bodyguard of the young lady. He knew his salary was substantial. Otherwise, the organization would not have permitted his descent, even if he was merely a bodyguard. They would not miss an opportunity to extract a handsome profit. Furthermore, retaining Jun Boshai would be more beneficial than detrimental, providing him with a shield, which would help mitigate any potential threats from the young lady. Should she ever become overly enthusiastic, he would have no choice but to resort to forceful measures to defuse the situation. Unless Jun Boshai was present, which would alter the circumstances, now that his beloved was drawing near. He wished to avoid any feelings of guilt towards her, steering clear of entanglements with other women. Thus, he contemplated acquiring a proxy to fend off those bothersome flies, including Shang Tali. Minor matters could be delegated to Jun Boshai, allowing him to remain discreetly in the background, only intervening in critical situations. This plan seemed rather appealing. Lan Shaoqiang's calculations appeared sound. However, Shang Taijun refused to yield, chuckling lightly as he responded, "Thank you, Lan Shao, but it is unnecessary. Shang Taijun has made this request, and we are not lacking in funds." In reality, he had already liaised with Lan Shaoqiang's superior regarding the handover arrangements. Lan Shaoqiang's salary would be directly transferred to the counterpart's bank account, and even a fraction less would constitute a breach of contract. It was not directly given to Lan Shaoqiang, making his proposal impractical, though Shang Taijun could not afford to disclose this. Lan Shaoqiang, being astute, quickly realized this and offered an explanation. "I understand, Mr. Shang. It was my oversight, and I hadn't considered that. Nevertheless, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you." After a moment of contemplation, Lan Shaoqiang remarked, "I recall there is a provision in the agreement regarding my personal accounts. We can simply incorporate everything into the total for reporting later." "Oh, is that so? That won't do. I cannot agree." Lan Shaoqiang remained steadfast, opposing Shang Tiejuan's assertions. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Jun Boshai is to be employed by me, Lan Shaoqiang, and has no connection to your Shang family." What was happening? The Shang family, led by Shang Taijun, regarded Lan Shaoqiang with bewilderment, momentarily failing to grasp the meaning behind his obstinacy. Indeed, with such exceptional skills, why would he require a bodyguard? Was he simply burning through excess cash? Observing their similarly perplexed expressions, Lan Shaoqiang couldn't help but smile, waving his hand dismissively. "You misunderstand. I am merely hiring a stand-in for myself." Seeing their continued confusion, Lan Shaoqiang reluctantly elaborated further. "I have personal matters to attend to, and during my absence, he will safeguard Miss Tali. This arrangement gives me peace of mind." Noticing Shang Taijun nodding in agreement, Lan Xiaoqiang continued, "Otherwise, should I be otherwise occupied, and Miss Tali find herself in danger? It would tarnish my reputation." Ha ha ha. Lan Xiaoqiang's humorous reasoning elicited a chuckle from Shang Taijun, who nodded in agreement. That makes sense. This aligned closely with what he had gathered. It seemed Lan Xiaoqiang indeed had matters to attend to, thus creating a win-win situation. Consequently, he nodded in acquiescence, saying, "All right, since you have put it this way, I shall provisionally accept your proposal." Truly, a seasoned fox in the business arena, always mindful to leave himself an escape route while preserving his dignity. He ensured that Lan Xiaoqiang would not perceive him as petty while simultaneously maintaining the flexibility to decide later whether to cover this expense based on Lan Xiaoqiang's performance. Ultimately, the matter was settled. Jun Boshai would serve as Lan Xiaoqiang's bodyguard. Yet his duties would remain unchanged. He would continue to shadow Miss Tali, responsible for her safety, merely under a different employer. Regardless of the employer, as long as he received his daily wages, which remained consistently high, he had little cause for complaint. Initially, Jun Boshai found it hard to accept, but after careful consideration, he ultimately agreed. He reflected that being able to follow Lan Xiaoqiang as a subordinate could indeed be a stroke of fortune. In this world, strength dictates respect, irrespective of age. Perhaps he could learn much from him, potentially altering his destiny. If he could gain entry into the nuclear martial arts sect or the Jingwu Min, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Heralding boundless prospects, as a bodyguard hailing from a mixed background, it would be exceedingly difficult to infiltrate the Jingwu Min, let alone the nuclear martial arts sect. Thus, upon this realization, everything fell into place. If that were to be the case, he would indeed be grateful to Lan Xiaoqiang for this opportunity, and without hesitation, he agreed. However, he requested Shang Taijun not to disclose this arrangement to his security company, for otherwise, he would lose his standing entirely. Shang Taijun and Lan Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement, promising to keep it confidential. Publicly, he would still be recognized as Shang Tiejun's bodyguard, with his salary continuing to be disbursed by Shang Taijun to the security company. Working for someone else is indeed a different experience. Otherwise, Lan Xiaoqiang would not have contemplated breaking away to establish independence. Unfortunately, Jun Boshai lacked that kind of power. However, after aligning himself with Lan Xiaoqiang, his circumstances would change significantly. He would effectively become Lan Xiaoqiang's first subordinate in the secular world, proving himself to be quite capable. Zhao Songyang merely spoke casually and had yet to take action. It would be some time before he returned to the fold. That evening, to celebrate, Shang Taijun hosted a banquet at the Riverside Grand Hotel in City Seed. Lan Xiaoqiang relaxed by the window, gazing out at the breathtaking sea view of the night market, a truly magnificent sight. As glasses clinked and drinks flowed, Lan Xiaoqiang, accustomed to stronger spirits, found the lower-proof liquors of Jiangnan to be mere trifles. Jun Boshai and Shang Taijun continually urged him to drink. Lan Xiaoqiang welcomed every toast. Confident in his ability to remain sober, what was there to fear? Meanwhile, Shang Tali could only watch from the sidelines, as Shang Taijun had issued a strict directive prohibiting young ladies from consuming strong liquor. She flitted about like a butterfly, diligently filling their glasses, and the group worked harmoniously together, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Saint Laurent had stayed home to accompany his grandmother, and Shang Taijun had allowed Chu Xiangyang to leave work early, with Jun Boshai driving them here in his stead. Moreover, the discussions between him and Lan Xiaoqiang pertained to family matters, making it preferable for the gathering to be intimate. Consequently, only the four of them remained at the table, and three grown men indulged in their libations with great enjoyment. The game of rock, paper, scissors was proving to be quite entertaining when, all of a sudden, the door to the private room was flung open, and a raucous crowd surged in, bustling and gesticulating as if to drive them away. The trio of Shang Taijun, Lan Xiaoqiang, and Jun Buxiang instinctively turned their gazes towards the commotion. "What do you want?" Jun Buxiang, ever the protector of the young lady, was the first to rise, blocking their path and preparing to unleash his wrath. "Everyone has walked into the wrong room. If there's nothing amiss, please take your leave." The instinctive vigilance of a bodyguard kicked in as he questioned the intruders, extending his hand to usher them out. "Who the hell are you?" The leader, a bald man clad in bright red shorts, pointed at himself with an air of authority, cursing as he directed his ire towards Jun Buxiang. "You listen here. This room was booked by me ages ago, and now, Get the hell out. The atmosphere shifted as Jun Buxiang's expression darkened, and he swiftly incapacitated the man with a sharp twist, dislocating his left arm, which elicited a chorus of pained howls. Ah, boss. Amidst the chaos, the main character was reluctantly forced to make his entrance, launching a swift series of kicks that caught Jun Buxiang off guard, causing him to retreat with agile dodges. Lan Xiaoqiang, quick to act, stepped in to replace Jun Buxiang, sensing the palpable murderous intent emanating from the opposing side, compelling him to confront the threat personally. Once the opponent steadied himself, it became apparent that he was an imposing figure. Tall and lean, draped in black attire that exuded an air of menace. His long, sleek hair cascaded down to obscure his face, and his Western-style suit was an odd mismatch, hinting at a boastful and sinister disposition. Although his features were obscured, his eyes, deep and piercing like a ravenous abyss, betrayed a brooding intensity. He appeared quite youthful, likely a testament to his rigorous martial training, preserving his vitality, making it difficult for an average observer to ascertain his exact age. Yet Lan Xiaoqiang was certain he hailed from an ancient martial arts sect and bore the mark of a traitor. This man possessed formidable skills, on the verge of transitioning from the martial realm to the enigmatic stage, brushing against the realm of supernatural abilities. Typically, individuals of such caliber remain secluded, engrossed in deep cultivation, striving for higher enlightenment. Yet here he was, amidst the bustling metropolis, seemingly desperate for cash, resorting to thuggery for extra income. The plight of modern martial artists lay in their quest for a serene sanctuary, free from worldly distractions. However, lacking financial means rendered such aspirations futile. Even before achieving their ultimate prowess, they required sustenance to survive, compelling them to engage in the chaotic business and political landscape that, of course, not all were driven by necessity. Some sought the allure of fame and fortune, eager to flaunt their prowess. Thus arose a peculiar assortment of masters from all walks of life, each contributing to the disarray of the world. Yet, one could find solace in the presence of the four great sects and the Supreme Martial Association. If need be, one could resolve disputes with unmatched force. Lan Xiaoqiang, arms crossed and expression darkened, scrutinized the unfolding scene. As the bald man's arm was secured, he finally broke the silence with a sardonic remark. A top-tier master from the ancient martial arts sect? Pray tell, what brings you here? In need of funds. The cloaked figure turned slightly, narrowing his eyes in disdain, brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across his face. Is that really a question? I am here to stir up trouble. Is that a problem? Such bravado was striking, yet he recognized that Lan Xiaoqiang was no ordinary opponent. Despite his audacious words, the air of arrogance was tempered. Commendable, for mastering such a delicate balance was no easy feat. Meanwhile, he weighed Lan Xiaoqiang's capabilities, pondering whether he was a worthy adversary, leading to a moment of tense silence as they appraised one another. The henchmen behind him, sensing the tension, began to cheer and rally, urging their leader to attack. Oh yeah, Eagle brother, you're so cool. We support you. Tell them to scram. Right, Black Eagle, go for it. Take him down. Lan Xiaoqiang frowned, momentarily taken aback. You call yourself Black Eagle? The man nodded, prompting Lan Xiaoqiang's ire to flare. With a cold glare, he issued a stern ultimatum. The Jingwu sect already has a Black Eagle. Who do you think you are to use that name? Is that really your excuse? Black Eagle scoffed, shaking his head in mock disappointment. And what if I do? Did he file a patent for it? Such audacity was infuriating, and Lan Xiaoqiang inhaled deeply before responding with unyielding resolve. No, but that means I have to eliminate you. There were no embellishments in his words, yet they resonated with an undeniable fierceness. Who do you think you are? Afraid the wind might catch your tongue. Black Eagle sneered, dismissing him with a scoff. Remember, being good-looking means nothing. It's about whether you can deliver when it counts. Such insinuations were clearly a jab at Lan Xiaoqiang's prowess with women. Rage boiled within him. This man not only bore an odious appearance but had a tongue to match. Gritting his teeth, Lan Xiaoqiang shot back. Too bad you're not a woman. Otherwise, I'd take you down right now. With a dismissive wave, he added, Unfortunately, I have no interest in someone as ambiguous as you. I've been with countless women. I don't need to prove anything to you. Men are often sensitive to any doubts cast upon their abilities in such matters, and despite knowing the provocation was intentional, he willingly took the bait, responding with fervor. As expected, Black Eagle's expression soured immediately. "Who can't say such things? I bet you're all show and no go." Lan Xiaoqiang, incensed, cursed back, while Black Eagle's gang erupted in laughter, deliberately amplifying the atmosphere to belittle him. "Ha ha ha, exactly. Know your place. You can't swagger around women. Better get lost. Right, good looks mean nothing. You better scram before you embarrass yourself." Shang Tali, still a maiden, covered her ears in embarrassment at the crude exchange, shrinking back. Jun Buxiang remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on her, wary that Lan Xiaoqiang might become distracted and forget his role as protector. Shang Taijun remained silent, observing Lan Xiaoqiang, who appeared to be contemplating the appropriateness of taking lives at that moment, weighing the aftermath in his eyes. These ruffians were as good as dead, and he felt little anger at their words. Lost in thought about how to handle the aftermath. While eliminating the threat and disposing of the bodies seemed ideal, the disappearance of so many would surely raise eyebrows, thus he hesitated. Unbeknownst to the fools, the strikingly handsome youth had already made up his mind to kill, their lives hanging by a thread. They believed they resided in a lawful society where no one would dare to commit murder in plain sight, unless they were willing to forfeit their lives. This reasoning held some merit, but when faced with Lan Xiaoqiang, the rules bent. He was the kind of man who could kill without consequence. Black Eagle, meanwhile, observed with growing trepidation, silently acknowledging the palpable murderous intent radiating from Lan Xiaoqiang, which was spiraling out of control. The energy fluctuated above the room, overpowering, far beyond what he could withstand, let alone the hapless fools surrounding him. He noticed a strange glow emanating from Lan Xiaoqiang's brow, pulsating with an otherworldly red light that flickered in sync with his inner energy. A teardrop-shaped eye began to materialize, vibrant and blood-red, seemingly on the verge of manifesting. Black Eagle was taken aback. Could this be the legendary child with the fiery eyes? Re-emerging after 14 years? The one whose gaze could kill? The potential ties to the nuclear martial sect made him realize he was no match for such a being. As the energy enveloped Lan Xiaoqiang, a sense of dread washed over Black Eagle, prompting thoughts of retreat. He understood that a single misstep could cost him his life. He simply couldn't afford to lose. Thus, despite his curiosity, he resolved to withdraw, intending to gather more information about Lan Xiaoqiang before making any moves. "I'll step out to the restroom. You all carry on." Black Eagle decided to take a back seat, ready to escape at the first sign of trouble. With the nuclear martial sect and the Jingwu sect backing him, he understood that even with the ancient martial sect, he was far from being a match. After weighing his options, Black Eagle concluded that it was best to slip away unnoticed. Money was insignificant. Survival was paramount. Once life slipped away, no amount of wealth would hold any value. He had no fear of offending the second-generation elite. But crossing this young man backed by the nuclear sect was a different matter entirely. Only that group of lackeys, still shouting recklessly, are merely courting death with such behavior, urging it on. "Yes, do you not understand the rules? Upon seeing our boss, why do you not quickly leave? Damn it, wake up. If you provoke our boss, you will regret it." Shang Taijun inwardly cursed. He could see that Lan Xiaoqiang was struggling to control his emotions. If he exploded, he might truly commit murder, and if things headed in that direction, Shang Taijun would not be able to contain him. He couldn't help but furrow his brows in tension, unconsciously tightening his grip on the wine glass. Nearly shattering it, Jun Bukshui, accustomed to solving problems through brute force as a bodyguard, finally could not hold back and jumped in, needing to put on a show. "What the hell are you? Daring to stir up trouble in front of the Grand Master? Are you seeking death?" Even the reserved Jun Bukshui was incensed by their insults, fearing that Lan Xiaoqiang's fury might lead to murder, thus spiraling the situation out of control. As a martial artist, Jun Bukshui naturally discerned the peculiarities surrounding Lan Xiaoqiang, sharing the same suspicions as He Ying. He too questioned whether Lan Xiaoqiang was the prodigy from 14 years prior, possessing not only the ability to kill with his gaze, but also otherworldly powers. While ordinary people regarded immortals as mere legends and traditional Chinese education advocated atheism, numerous facts proved otherwise. For instance, 19 years ago in New Continent City A, several bizarre cases emerged on a newborn infant. Upon entering the world, allegedly shot and killed its mother with its eyes, said to have a fiery red eye in the center of its forehead. This little boy was extraordinarily handsome, and that red eye made him even more striking. Resembling something otherworldly, rumors suggested that his red eye could sweep through and annihilate anyone in its path like an assault rifle. At the time, the sensational tales spread widely, claiming he was the reincarnation of Erlang Shan. However, a similar incident involving a baby girl 2 months later shattered that myth. Still at the same maternity hospital, this girl, upon birth, opened her eyes and shot her biological parents dead with her own fiery gaze. Further captivating the public while debunking the notion of the boy's divine reincarnation, she was nicknamed Killing Angel, a moniker that became well known in the supernatural community. In that era, the strange occurrences in New Continent City A were numerous. And the maternity hospital had even birthed a golden egg. After 3 months of observation, the egg remained just that, leading the mother to return to her family. Unexpectedly, once back home, the golden egg hatched into a charming little boy, later taken back by his father. Within a few years, this boy, at just 10 years old, astonishingly obtained all high academic qualifications, celebrated as an unparalleled genius and child prodigy, shocking both domestic and international audiences. Becoming a hot topic, curiously, after media coverage of his exploits, he quickly vanished from public view, as if he had disappeared from existence. Despite being years later, many still recalled these events. It was no wonder that Jun Bukshui and Haiying were aware of them. However, Jun Bukshui's sudden interjection, seemingly to assist Lan Shaoqiang, held a deeper intention. He wished to prevent Lan Shaoqiang from erupting into violence, knowing that if he did, both he and Shang Taijun would be implicated. At that moment, Lan Shaoqiang was too preoccupied to ponder Jun Bukshui's thoughts, his gaze fixed curiously upon him. Jun Bukshui boldly challenged the group, "Come on, those eager for their next life, hurry up, if you wish to die. I shall fulfill your wish." Remarkably, Jun Bukshui's skill in insults was indeed impressive. It was fortunate that he handled the situation, preventing Lan Shaoqiang from losing his temper and potentially killing them all. Yet, Jun Bukshui was internally injured, rendering him not a match for the ancient martial arts sect, and Lan Shaoqiang understood that even without his injuries, the odds were against him. It would be better to collaborate, keeping an eye on Jun Bukshui to ensure he did not confront him. Upon closer inspection, Lan Shaoqiang realized that Haiying, who had been summoned to assist, had yet to return from the restroom. With a slight smile, he closed his eyes to focus on locating him, only to chuckle upon discovering that Haiying was indeed hiding in the restroom, contemplating escape. Clearly, he needed to be more discreet about his strength in the future, avoiding unnecessary displays of power, lest they see through his capabilities and withdraw without a fight, which would be dreadfully dull. Jun Bukshui's retort effectively silenced the group of fools, leaving them momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. "Hey, Jun Bukshui, the great bodyguard, right?" The bald man in red, despite having been bested by Jun Bukshui earlier, still retained his bravado, smirking as he stroked his bald head, emboldened by his strong backing. "Who dares to touch me? Brothers, chop him up for me, and I will reward you handsomely." "Understood. Leave him to us, big brother," the gangsters replied in unison, ferociously lunging at Jun Bukshui. "Everyone, let's take him down." After all, they had the support of the ancient martial arts sect and an even greater backing. "Wait. Hold on," Lan Shaoqiang, taken aback by the sudden shift in target towards Jun Bukshui, raised his hand to halt the chaos, stepping forward to mediate. "May I ask what this means? Does Jun Bukshui have a grudge against you?" It seemed he had forgotten about the earlier incident involving Jun Bukshui disarming the bald man. Lan Shaoqiang believed Jun Bukshui was one of his subordinates, currently injured, and that if he fell here, it would be a great embarrassment for him. "Damn it, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Or eaten by a dog, to forget so quickly?" He was met with a furious retort. "This fool just attacked our boss, did you not see?" Lan Shaoqiang's expression shifted repeatedly. He was accustomed to being the one to look down upon others, and for the first time, he felt the bitterness of being trampled upon. Just as he was feeling frustrated, another reckless voice chimed in. "Hey, old man hasn't even asked who you are to meddle in our affairs." A clueless little thug, thinking he had someone backing him, brazenly pointed a beer bottle at Lan Shaoqiang, boldly taunting him. "Whose pants were not pulled up properly, exposing you." The insult was particularly cutting, seizing the opportunity to belittle the weaker Lan Shaoqiang. The thug had unwittingly sealed his own fate. The moment he realized his blunder, Lan Shaoqiang, infuriated, struck out, and in an instant, the thug collapsed, not even uttering a sound. The beer bottle shattered upon his head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and it was evident that he would not survive. The server, having just squeezed through the crowd, was immediately terrified, clutching his head and fleeing while shouting about murder. Lan Shaoqiang knew he would undoubtedly alert the hotel management. The gangsters, realizing a life had been lost, began to recall their backing but found no trace of He Ying. Their confidence evaporated, leaving them resigned to their fates. Yet they hesitated to leave, curious to see how this would unfold. Shang Taijun silently observed, meticulously calculating the implications of the unfolding situation. "Xiangzi, have you murdered someone?" Shang Tali, visibly shaken, stuttered, pointing at the corpse on the ground. "What do we do?" "Xiangzi, did you really kill someone?" "I did not. Who says I killed someone?" Lan Shaoqiang replied nonchalantly, using his foot to nudge the corpse, lifting it with ease as if it were a feather. With one graceful motion, he tossed the heavy body out of the window, the sound of it splashing into the water below barely audible. He did not wish to engage in any scandalous acts. Letting the evidence of the crime vanish naturally, Lan Shaoqiang calmly restored the window's steel bars, adjusted the curtains, and turned back to the crowd with a smile and a shrug. "No one has died here. Did any of you see anything?" Those who had witnessed the disposal of the body stood in stunned silence. Yet none dared to speak. The series of actions executed by Lan Shaoqiang was executed with remarkable proficiency, completed within half a minute, clearly indicating he was a seasoned offender, which unintentionally instilled fear in everyone present. Yet, one audacious individual, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, pointed at the bloodstains and shattered beer bottles on the ground, reminding him, "Xiangzi, look here, this is unacceptable." Just as Shang Tali's words fell, Jun Basui appeared with a broom and mop, swiftly tidying up the mess with a few deft strokes, leaving the area spotless. Lan Shaoqiang, approvingly snapping his fingers in admiration of Jun Basui's efficiency, turned to Shang Tali, who stood with her hands in her pockets, and casually inquired, "Do you still have any doubts?" "Yes, indeed." Unexpectedly, Shang Tali continued to nod vigorously, pointing out the concealed cameras in the corners. "Look there, and also there. Is that so?" A smirk curled at the corners of Lan Shaoqiang's mouth, causing a flicker of astonishment among the onlookers. Following Shang Tali's indications, his gaze sharpened with focus, but then an unexpected incident transpired. A hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a plume of white smoke, and a choking odor filled the air. The acrid scent of burning was unbearable. To his dismay, he had no choice but to utilize his powers to ignite a spontaneous combustion, afterward exclaiming in astonishment, "What is happening? They just ignited spontaneously." What more could they say? Silence enveloped them as they shrank back in disbelief. Goodness, was this fellow an extraterrestrial? A prodigy with fiery eyes? It had to be him. The ruffians, witnessing this, were left petrified, contemplating that even if he were not an alien, he was surely affiliated with the nuclear gate. The individuals from the fabled nuclear gate were said to possess otherworldly abilities, revered and protected like national treasures, far beyond their reach. Without further ado, they decided to retreat. Better to hide than to provoke such power. However, their escape was thwarted at the entrance, where they found themselves cornered. "What? You wish to leave already?" Lan Shaoqiang observed them with his arms crossed, one leg casually propped against the doorframe, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Tell me, who sent you here? And what is your purpose?" Lan Shaoqiang blinked at the bald man in red, who was grinning with ill intent. "Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might just grant you a path to survival. Are you all right, my dear boss?" Chapter 044. Lawlessness. Are you all right, my dear boss? The bald man in red was sweating profusely, bowing deeply to Lan Shaoqiang. "We are the scoundrels. We deserve to die. It was our folly, but surely we do not deserve death?" You just said you deserve to die. How can you then claim you do not?" Lan Shaoqiang regarded him with amusement, playfully toying with him like a cat with a mouse. "Speak. Would you prefer a swift death, or a slow reincarnation? Ah, please spare my life. I swear I won't dare again. Despite his fierce demeanor, the bald man was terrified of death. He immediately clung to Lan Xiaoqiang's leg, weeping profusely. I deserve to die. My greed led me to serve Qin Wuying. Boss, please show mercy and spare my worthless life. Who on earth is Qin Wuying? Before Lan Xiaoqiang could inquire, he noticed the bald man's subordinates falling to their knees behind him, a multitude of them, and of course, they were all brought by the bald man, and they all shouted in unison, "Yes? Boss, please spare us. We absolutely want to speak of what happened earlier." Hey, are they threatening me? Indeed, we will keep our mouths shut. We want to tell anyone. Their words only served to infuriate Lan Xiaoqiang further. He impatiently kicked the bald man, ordering him to leave, but the man quickly clung back to him. How dare you speak to us like that? The bald man berated his subordinates for their foolishness. This isn't the time to stir trouble, he urged desperately, trying to regain control. Who among you saw the boss commit murder? No one. We didn't. They all promptly shook their heads in unison. The boss would never murder anyone. That's just nonsense. Yes, it's all just nonsense. How could the boss ever commit murder? All right, enough of the charade. Lan Xiaoqiang glared at them, then, hands on his hips, sighed, I haven't killed anyone, and yet you've made me feel somewhat guilty. Ah, not letting others pretend. Yet he has donned a facade himself. I must admit, Lan Xiaoqiang, you are indeed an oddity, and poor these fools, they must continue to flatter. Yes, boss, you are our hero. Whoever says you are a murderer, we will fight them to the death. Upon hearing their flattery, Lan Xiaoqiang could not help but chuckle. Ha, is that truly so? Of course it is. They replied in unison, and the bald man added embellishments. We are willing to serve you like cattle and horses from now on. Please? Boss, take us under your wing. Oh, so their plea for mercy has transformed into a request for entry as underlings. Shang Taijun and his daughter, along with Jun Basui, were left astounded. Lan Xiaoqiang was ruthless and cunning. His demeanor was indeed impressive. Indeed. To follow a boss like you in this world, we shall bask in your glory. Yes, even if you had committed murder, anyone who defies the boss deserves death. We want to allow them to live. Kill, kill, kill. Coincidentally, those words were overheard by someone else, who immediately interjected, Hey, who has been murdered? What commotion are you all causing here? It turned out to be the hotel manager who had arrived just in time with security to resolve these troublesome matters. And upon hearing their words, his head began to throb. Who are you people, making such a racket about murder? You can't just say such things without consequence. Do you not fear imprisonment? Ah, Manager Zhang. Hello. The bald man's face turned beet red with embarrassment as he quickly stood to greet him, feigning politeness. I truly apologize for disturbing you. Manager Zhang shot him a glare. Why are you spewing nonsense? No, The bald man became even more flustered. Lan Xiaoqiang had already seized the opportunity to slip away quietly into the interior. Manager Zhang entered with his entourage, asking, Who has been murdered? No one. We were just having fun among friends. With the bald man's explanation, Lan Xiaoqiang was spared further trouble, content to observe from the sidelines, knowing they wouldn't stir up much of a ruckus. Exactly. In broad daylight, who would dare commit murder? As soon as the bald man finished speaking, a subordinate immediately echoed his testimony, right, that's a crime. We might have the heart but lack the guts. Manager Zhang surveyed the crowd, rolling his eyes at them. You all know better. Behave yourselves. If you dare create trouble here, don't blame me for not giving you face. The bald man chuckled awkwardly, bowing as he retreated. Of course. How could we dare? Manager Zhang, no longer wishing to engage with him, turned his attention squarely to the imposing figure of Shang Taijun seated at the table, hastily approaching to appease the esteemed guest. This man was not only a tycoon in City C, but also had connections in the political realm. A figure of considerable prominence even in provincial City A. He was a platinum VIP customer of their hotel, someone they could not afford to offend. Mr. Shang, I apologize. It is our management oversight that has caused you inconvenience. He glanced at the disheveled remnants of the scene. seizing the moment to ingratiate himself with the suggestion, "How about I arrange for you to switch to another room?" Shang Taijun remained seated, his expression stern and displeased as he regarded him with a furrowed brow. "What? Is it that my presence here for a meal is unwelcome? If I am not welcome, please say so. Shang Taijun will not return." Shang Taijun seized the opportunity to vent some of his pent-up frustration. "Ah, no, Mr. Shang, you are being too harsh. How could we dare? We are unworthy." The hotel manager hastily waved his hands in apology, bowing deeply. "It is our honor to have you dine in our establishment. We would never dream of neglecting you." However, he glanced back at the unruly group of ruffians and abruptly changed his demeanor. "Who are you people, and why are you causing a ruckus here? You want to be leaving until we settle this matter today." Manager Zhang, fully aware of the delicate balance, promptly ordered security to take the troublemakers away for thorough questioning, providing a face-saving measure for Shang Taijun. It was his way of appeasing the esteemed guest. Manager Zhang had no intention of probing too deeply. He understood that these petty thugs were backed by powerful figures, and offending them was not worth the risk. Thus, he usually went through the motions without serious confrontation. One of the thugs, being led away by security, could not hold back his discontent, muttering, "Murderers roam free while they arrest us insignificant people to take the fall. They only bully the weak, picking on the soft." "Wait, what did you just say?" Manager Zhang, having caught the words, immediately called out, narrowing his eyes and asking, "Repeat that. Who was murdered, and who is the deceased?" The bald man, Old Wu, kicked his subordinate sharply, then turned to Manager Zhang with a grin. "Ignore him. He is just looking for an excuse to get you to release us." "Oh, is that so?" Manager Zhang observed him with a knowing gaze. "Of course. The facts are evident. Do you see anyone injured here? Let alone something as serious as a murder." Chapter 045. The hero's shortcomings. "Of course, the facts are evident. Do you see anyone injured here? Let alone something as serious as a murder." The bald Wu, without the slightest hesitation, stated, "I even presented factual evidence for his perusal. Even if I were to overindulge and find myself with nothing to do, I could never jest about such matters or deceive you, Manager Zhang. Though you think I could possibly fool you? Thank you. You may leave." Manager Zhang, visibly impatient, waved his hand, instructing the security to escort them away. As the bald Wu was about to exit, he cast a fleeting glance at Lan Shaoqiang, his demeanor exuding confidence that piqued interest. Lan Shaoqiang subtly smirked and communicated to him, "If you wish to accompany me, I shall observe your performance." The legendary art of silent communication truly exists in reality. The bald Wu suddenly turned his head, eyes wide with astonishment, his admiration for Lan Shaoqiang intensifying. Regardless of the world, it is the strong who command respect. The bald Wu, his voice filled with reverence, proclaimed loudly, "Yes, boss, I have taken your words to heart." Everyone else stared at Lan Shaoqiang in astonishment, speculating about what he had said to the bald Wu. For they had heard nothing. Perhaps it was merely the bald Wu's attempt at theatrics, and their suspicious gazes shifted towards Lan Shaoqiang. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lan Shaoqiang's phone rang unexpectedly, prompting him to raise his hand and check his wrist-mounted electronic assistant. "Apologies. I must take this call." He gestured to Shang Taijun and disregarded the curious stares of the others as he made his way towards a nearby restroom. Upon entering, he couldn't help but chuckle, for the Black Eagle had indeed made his escape from the restroom. Lan Shaoqiang straightened the iron window that had been bent, secured the small glass door, and did not immediately answer the phone. Instead, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings before finally answering Zhao Songyang's call. "Zhao Songyang, what is it?" Internally, he felt quite anxious. This individual calling him at such a moment could only signify bad news. Indeed, Zhao Songyang's hurried voice soon came through, "Qiangzi, something terrible has happened to Lando." Lan Shaoqiang's expression hardened. "Get to the point. What has happened to her?" "Well, it seems Lando collapsed and started bleeding profusely while working overtime tonight. The infirmary diagnosed her as pregnant and feared a miscarriage." "What?" Lan Shaoqiang, who had been resting on the toilet, sprang up and shouted, "Impossible! How could she be pregnant?" Zhao Songyang on the other end could only force a laugh. "That's something you'll have to explain." "Big brother, how could I possibly know?" "Nonsense. I haven't even touched her. How could she be pregnant?" Yet, He refrained from shouting this at Zhao Songyang, knowing it would only lead to misunderstandings. Instead, he silently raged within. Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaoqiang felt a surge of frustration, and he began to pace, suddenly recalling a crucial question. Where is Lando now? How far along is she? Zhao Songyang sighed. The infirmary staff said she lost a lot of blood and, fearing complications, sent her to the second municipal hospital, AS4. He hesitated, seemingly uncertain. As for how long she has been pregnant, I believe it's been over a month. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Xiaoqiang relaxed his furrowed brow. Then I need not worry. It cannot be mine. Hey, Qiangzi, Lando is your girlfriend. If the child isn't yours, then whose could it possibly be? As expected, Zhao Songyang, not fully aware of their relationship, immediately questioned him with suspicion. You aren't trying to shirk responsibility and deny it, are you? Enough of that. Do you think I, Lan Xiaoqiang, am the sort of person who would act recklessly without accountability? Annoyed, Lan Xiaoqiang prepared to hang up but couldn't help but divulge. She was merely having an affair with me. Lando has a fiancé? You know? Zhao Songyang was evidently taken aback by this revelation, falling silent for quite some time. All right, I understand this matter now. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Hey, will you be coming tomorrow? Zhao Songyang finally snapped back to reality and asked. Tell her that I might find time to visit tomorrow. But it is not certain. Although Lan Xiaoqiang initially had no intention of involving himself, since the child was not his concern, Lando was someone he had brought into the fold, leading to a moment of indecision. Despite his myriad of doubts, Zhao Songyang refrained from asking further. Lan Xiaoqiang, not wishing to give him that opportunity, swiftly provided a suitable excuse. After all, I just started my job today, and taking leave now would not reflect well on me. But I will make an effort. I understand. Zhao Songyang readily accepted Lan Xiaoqiang's reasoning. Good, then it's settled. Lan Xiaoqiang sighed in relief and continued smoothly, I must discuss with my employer, not. In a moment of exuberance, Lan Xiaoqiang nearly let slip a secret, but swiftly corrected himself. I will do my utmost to request time off. After all, we are merely employees, and it isn't as easy to take leave as one might think. Right? Indeed, I understand. Rest assured, I will relay the message to Lando. In truth, even if Lan Xiaoqiang had confided in him about being a killer, Zhao Songyang would not have been the least surprised. It was Lan Xiaoqiang who was overly concerned. All right. Thank you for looking after her. I will remember this kindness. Are you being polite with me? Zhao Songyang laughed joyfully, teasing him. Why not just give Lando to me? After all, you aren't acknowledging her as your girlfriend, are you? She was never my girlfriend. If you like her, feel free to pursue her. The first come, first served, I couldn't care less. All right, just be sure you won't regret saying that. Zhao Songyang half-joked, half-seriously teased him, to which Lan Xiaoqiang resolutely declared, rest assured, when I, Lan Xiaoqiang, say something, I always keep my word. However, after saying this, he immediately felt a lingering sense of regret and added, but if you're not looking to marry her and only wish to play around, it's best not to get involved. This woman can be quite troublesome. All right, I understand. You really do concern me. Zhao Songyang laughed as he prepared to hang up. Then it's settled. I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Good. I hope to see you then. Lan Xiaoqiang left the door open for potential flexibility. Upon ending the call with Zhao Songyang, Lan Xiaoqiang stepped outside to find that only Shang Taijun and his daughter, Jun Bushui, remained in the private room. Oh, have they all left? This incident of murder had dissipated into thin air, and both Shang Taijun and Jun Bushui regarded him with peculiar expressions, astonished that Lan Xiaoqiang appeared completely unfazed. He seemed utterly unconcerned, which left them both feeling a mix of awe and embarrassment, contemplating just how resilient Lan Xiaoqiang's mental fortitude must be. Little did they know that for Lan Xiaoqiang, taking lives was a commonplace affair. It was the absence of such acts that would have felt foreign to him. In the car on their way back, Shang Taijun discussed the night's events with Lan Xiaoqiang, inquiring whether he had any contingency plans in case of retaliation. Lan Xiaoqiang smiled and whispered something in Shang Taijun's ear, leaving him utterly astonished and speechless. With nothing better to do, Lan Xiaoqiang casually mentioned his personal affair, stating that a friend was ill and hospitalized, and he wished to visit. Shang Taijun, After a brief assessment of the situation, knowing they were all in Sea City, readily nodded in agreement. After all, Lan Xiaoqiang had Jun Bushui to cover his duties. However, to his surprise, Shang Taili persistently inquired, "Is it absolutely necessary for you to go? Is that friend of yours really that important?" Lan Xiaoqiang was taken aback for a moment, yet without hesitation, he affirmed, "Yes. Very important." He wished to avoid any excessive entanglement with Shang Taili, as women could be rather troublesome creatures. Alas, just as he feared, trouble had indeed arrived. "Then take me along. I shall accompany you. And it won't count as you taking leave." What was she thinking? Lan Xiaoqiang was momentarily flabbergasted. Unsure how to respond, he was concerned that if Lando were to see her, it would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings. And he would be unable to clarify the situation. No, that simply wouldn't do. Even though he had no intentions towards Lando, it was not the right time to provoke her. Should anything happen to Lando, Lan Xiefeng would not let him off easily. He had repeatedly warned himself not to become involved with those close to him. Lando had managed to survive thus far thanks to Lan Xiefeng. Out of necessity, Lan Xiaoqiang had reluctantly brought her along, and now he was to be distracted by her presence. This woman was his greatest headache, and he was fortunate that Xiaoju was not around. Otherwise, it surely would have been a disaster. Frustrated by his thoughts, Lan Xiaoqiang replied firmly to Shang Taili, "That's not convenient. Don't even think about it." "Oh, but you just said it wasn't far. After all, we're in Sea City. You can consider it a casual stroll." "A stroll?" Lan Xiaoqiang frowned at her. "I'm sorry, but I have no obligation to do so." The impatience in his tone was evident to anyone listening. "Oh dear. Don't be so rigid." Shang Taili rolled her eyes, unperturbed, and continued to gaze at him through the rearview mirror. "I'm on vacation now, and I'm quite bored." Noticing that Lan Xiaoqiang was not engaging with her, she babbled on, "Let us take Jun Bushui along to visit your friend. What is the harm in that?" "Humph, it seems to me that you simply seek entertainment." Lan Xiaoqiang retorted bluntly, dismissing her with disdain. Showing no regard for Shang Tiejuan's presence, he had no time for matters unrelated to his duties. He was busy, after all. What nonsense! Yet, Shang Taili was unfazed, cheerfully insisting on her desire to go. "Indeed. This holiday is excessively lengthy and rather tedious. We might as well consider it an opportunity for relaxation. It would be splendid if we could find something to occupy ourselves with." Lan Xiaoqiang silently nodded. Surmising that this must be the reason she insisted on having him accompany her during this interminably long break. She was simply too lonely and bored, yearning for someone to share in her madness. Unfortunately, Lan Xiaoqiang had little interest. She was not the person he wished to see. Were it otherwise, he would gladly remain by her side without a single complaint, sighing inwardly as his thoughts whirled. However, since Shang Taili was the employer, her incessant demands could become quite burdensome. It would be more prudent to offer her a solution that would ease the situation. With this calculation in mind, Lan Xiaoqiang decided to humor her. "Well, my friend works in a factory. If you're interested, why not try your hand at being a factory worker? It would surely be an amusing experience." Abruptly roused from her reverie, Lan Xiaoqiang maliciously teased her, unaware of the classic adage that warns of the perils of speaking carelessly. Shang Taili seized upon his words. "Excellent, excellent! Being a factory worker," she exclaimed exuberantly, resting her chin in her hands, her face alight with anticipation. "It should be a delightful new experience, shouldn't it?" "Indeed, it is quite enjoyable," Lan Xiaoqiang readily affirmed, subsequently employing a tactic of feigned reluctance to provoke her further. "But it is arduous work. I wonder if the young lady can handle it, and whether she will enjoy it." "Of course, I can handle it." This foolish girl, oblivious to Lan Xiaoqiang's ulterior motives, clapped her hands in delight. "Then it's settled. Xiangzi, you mustn't go back on your word." Lan Xiaoqiang silently regarded her with a smile. Conveying more in silence than words could express, Shang Taijun, at a loss for words, could only shake his head in exasperation, realizing that his daughter appeared rather foolish in Lan Xiaoqiang's presence. Yet, she was willing to fall for Lan Xiaoqiang's ploy. And as her father, he was more than happy to facilitate it. Having secured the agreement with Lan Xiaoqiang, Shang Taili turned to her father, the executive president. "Daddy, please arrange this for me. I want to go to the factory with Xiangzi tomorrow. I wish to experience being a factory worker, and Jun Bushui will accompany us." Shang Taijun understood his own thoughts, but maintained the facade of compliance. However, he felt compelled to caution his daughter, adopting a resigned tone to admonish her. Stop this nonsense, Shang Tali. That is not a place for you. Stay home with Xiao Shuai and wait for Changzi to return. As they grew more familiar with one another, Shang Taijun began using her nickname, no longer referring to him merely as Lan Xiao or Xiao Chong. No, I refuse, Shang Tali protested, defiantly meeting his gaze. It is unsafe at home. I feel more secure accompanying Changzi. Shang Tali, please cease this nonsense. Do not add to my frustrations if you would. Shang Taijun admonished his daughter, genuinely feeling that her behavior was somewhat unreasonable. He did not wish for Shang Tali to interrupt him, but she insisted. I am not being unreasonable, am I, Daddy? She pouted, indignantly asserting her position. Look at tonight's incident. Is it not the best proof? Are you truly willing to claim that their people won't come after me for revenge tomorrow? Shang Taijun was momentarily speechless, glaring at his daughter in exasperation. However, the young lady has a point. If it does not impede Xiangzi from seeing his friends, Jun Bushuai would be more than willing to accompany the young lady. Jun Bushuai's words were clearly directed at Shang Taijun, who still found it challenging to accept that Lan Xiaoqiang was his employer. Well, Shang Taijun could only respond awkwardly with a smile, tentatively probing Lan Xiaoqiang. Xiangzi, what do you think about this? Very well. Very well. Since they are undeterred by hardship, I shall grant them this wish. Lan Xiaoqiang unexpectedly acquiesced, no longer vehemently refusing. After a moment, as though recalling something, he turned to Shang Taijun. However, if they truly wish to enter the factory, it would be necessary for President Shang to arrange for 2 identification cards, as the young lady's name may not suffice. Lan Xiaoqiang, with a mischievous glint in his eye, intended to subject her to the rigors of factory life, eager to see if she would continue to cling to him for every little thing thereafter. He contemplated sending her and Jun Bushuai into the factory and then slipping away to a city to seek out Xiao Jiao. To ascertain the situation, perhaps it was a matter of ability levels. His foresight only seemed effective against ordinary individuals, rendering him powerless against those with similar abilities. Therefore, he remained in the dark regarding Xiao Jiao's circumstances, his heart heavy with concern for her. With the school year still a considerable distance away, he was reluctant to let the urgency of the situation consume him. Though Lan Xiaoqiang's heart yearned for home, he was momentarily unable to leave. Since the young lady was determined to accompany him, he resolved to find some amusement in her presence, hoping she would not end up in tears begging for her father. Thus, a day passed in this manner. That evening, Lan Xiaoqiang, adhering to Shang Tiejuan's request, stayed at the Shang family's villa alongside Jun Bushuai. With matters weighing on his mind, Lan Xiaoqiang retired early after dinner, hastily washing up before settling into bed to meditate and practice in his space. Chapter 047. The Cruel Car Accident. Lan Xiaoqiang, preoccupied with his thoughts, diligently practiced in his space after an early bedtime. Alas, he found himself unable to break through his current limitations, his longing for Xiao Jiao growing increasingly fervent. Only through their shared cultivation could he significantly enhance the energy within his space and unlock the memories of his sealed techniques. Yet, all of this remained a mere fantasy. The restless Lan Xiaoqiang found himself aimlessly meditating in the space, drifting into slumber without realizing it until dawn broke. Reluctantly, he honored his promise from the previous day, taking Jun Bushuai and Shang Tali to the second hospital to visit Lan Duo. Little did he know that on this very day, he would nearly lose his beloved Xiao Jiao entirely. In the Cuidan Lin Garden Villa in a city, at Tingxue Residence. At 10 a.m., Xia Tingxue had yet to rise, having been roused from slumber by the adorable youth, Yin Gue. Tingxue, wake up. The sleeping beauty. Xia Tingxue groggily murmured as she attempted to burrow back into her sheets. Do be quiet, little Yin Gue. Go play by yourself, I want to sleep. Yin Gue, arms crossed in disbelief, replied, How can you sleep so much? Tingxue, in her sleepy haze, retorted, I am a sleeping beauty. Do you not know this? Yin Gue chuckled, his expression one of helplessness. Very well, my sleeping beauty. We must get up and head to the hospital. Why are we going to the hospital? Now fully awake, she blinked her bewildered eyes at him and inquired, Are you unwell? Goodness, you are the one who is unwell. Yin Gue exclaimed. both amused and exasperated. As he brushed aside her hand when she reached out to check his forehead, indignantly sitting at the edge of her bed. Xing Tianxin just called. The orphanage's bus was in an accident. 4 dead, 16 injured, all taken to the hospital. What? A car accident? Why didn't you say so sooner? In an instant, Xiaoding Xue sprang from her bed, pulling at him and urgently demanding, "Phone, phone, quickly." The adorable youth deftly positioned a mobile device against her ear, swiftly dialing the number. "Hello, Aunt Tianxin." As soon as she spoke, she could hear the heavy sighs on the other end. "Tingxue, is that you?" "Yes, it's me, Aunt. What happened?" "I heard from Yin Gue that our orphanage's bus." "Yes, there was an accident. Xiaopeng, Detu, and Xiao Ding Ding." Hearing those familiar names, Tingshue's heart tightened, and she anxiously interjected, "Which hospital? I need to go see them now." Just as Xing Tianxin began to name the hospital, Xiaoding Xue hastily hung up the phone. "Wait for me, Aunt. I'll be there soon." As she spoke, she swiftly slipped on her slippers and dashed toward the bathroom, grumbling at the adorable youth. Such a significant event. How could Yin Gue not inform me sooner? The cute boy, Yin Gue, shrugged, glancing at her retreating figure, and exclaimed, "Oh, Sleeping Beauty, could you please be reasonable for once?" The sound of running water mingled with her complaints of, "I am being perfectly reasonable. Am I not?" "Oh, you?" Yin Gue chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, deciding it best to ignore her rather than engage in further debate. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the director of the orphanage, Xing Tianxin, stared blankly at her phone, ultimately muttering, "That stubborn girl." As she ended the call, in truth, people in this era had long since moved beyond the use of mobile phones, yet many remained attached to the nostalgia of their old-fashioned devices, preferring the convenience of larger screens for internet access and video calls. Xing Tianxin was no exception. After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly dialed another number, and the recipient answered promptly. Xing Tianxin spoke rapidly, "The person you requested will arrive at the hospital shortly. I believe it would be more prudent for you to meet her in person." The other party replied tersely, "No need. I trust you to handle it." Upon hearing this, the director's eyes widened in urgency, and she could not help but raise her voice slightly. "But I am not at ease. I fear she will not agree unless she meets you in person." The other person's tone grew noticeably impatient. "Did I not say there were alternative arrangements?" Xing Tianxin, growing more anxious, insisted, "Let her meet you at the hotel tonight. I fear she may refuse outright." "That is your concern. I trust you will find a way to persuade her." The director was left speechless with frustration, muttering, "You, of all people. Ah, do take care of your health, director. In these tumultuous times, it is best to prioritize your well-being." The other party chuckled, their voice smooth and melodic, regarding the unfortunate accident involving the Love Orphanage's bus. "I extend my deepest sympathies and have dispatched personnel to offer condolences. They should arrive shortly." "Understood. I will await further news." Xing Tianxin reluctantly ended the call and noticed her assistant, Cui Changel, appearing at the far end of the corridor, glancing around as she approached. She hurriedly greeted her, asking, "What is the matter? Is there something going on?" Cui Changel initially shook her head, then nodded. "Yes, the children's conditions are relatively stable, but the nurse just informed us that our hospital fees have run out and they are urging us to pay. Oh, we are short by over 300,000 yuan, and just like that, it's vanished." Xing Tianxin shook her head, as if questioning someone else yet also pondering her own situation. "But don't worry, President Liang has already sent someone to assist us. They should arrive shortly." As she spoke, she anxiously made her way back to the ward, inquiring of her assistant Cui Changel, who followed closely behind. "By the way, Changel, have Zhao Hongya and Lin Ruashi arrived?" "Yes, they have. They asked me to invite you to meet them." Mentioning these two, the good-natured Cui Changel could not help but voice her complaints, muttering as she walked behind Tianxin, "Look at them. It's as if they regard themselves as saviors invited by our orphanage." Cui Changel shook her head repeatedly. "Who can tell that they are also children raised by our Love Orphanage? Why act so high and mighty? All right, Changel, let us not complain about them any further." Xing Tianxin turned to glance at him, noting the doctors and nurses bustling about, as well as patients and their families, her heart heavy with sorrow. In truth, their situations are not great either. Although they married into wealthy families, Their husbands are not in positions of power. The director of the orphanage empathized genuinely. Lamenting for them, their origins are unfortunate, and being from the orphanage does indeed weigh them down. Mismatched social standings inevitably lead to being treated with disdain. It's a matter of personal ability. They lack the means to assert themselves in others' eyes. Chui Chang'e had to nod in agreement. Standing up for the director. Must you always be so understanding towards them, considering their circumstances? Chui Chang'e looked at her with open hands. But they don't understand your hardships. After all, they are just children raised in an orphanage. How can they stand by during critical moments? Let us not dwell on it. It's better to save our breath and keep our spirits up, Xing Tianxin said with a gentle smile. Turning back at the door to the ward, but rest assured, a benefactor will help us through this crisis. Really? This benefactor wouldn't he happen to be that anonymous philanthropist who has been sponsoring our orphanage for years? Would they? Xing Tianxin did not respond, entering the ward on her own, leaving Chui Chang'e to swallow the words he had yet to speak in the ward. Zhao Hongya and Lin Ruoxi, who were visiting the injured orphans, rushed to greet Director Tianxin upon her return. Director, Auntie, you went out? Yes, I just stepped out for some fresh air. Chapter 048. Orphans in distress. Yes, I just stepped out for some fresh air. Xing Tianxin smiled, approaching them and saying, Hongya Ruoxi, how have you been lately? I'm afraid I must trouble you once again. We're doing well. Hongya hasn't he seen you in so long. I really miss you. Zhao Hongya, dressed head to toe in designer brands, clung to Tianxin in a playful manner, her expression suddenly turning sorrowful. But I never expected it would be under such circumstances. As she spoke, she glanced back at the severely injured orphans in the beds, squeezing out a few sympathetic tears. Indeed, Aunt Tianxin, Ruoxi misses you so much too. Lin Ruoxi, naturally gentle and reserved, was less flamboyant than Zhao Hongya. Her appropriate attire accentuated her grace. Although she had been married into a wealthy family for over a year, she retained her youthful demeanor. Those unaware of her background would undoubtedly assume she was a genuine daughter of a prestigious family, yet in truth, she was an orphan raised by the orphanage, an undeniable truth that weighed heavily upon them. She stepped forward to gently embrace Xing Tianxin, expressing her longing for the woman who had nurtured her since childhood, then took out a stack of cash from her bag, handing it to the director with a hint of shame. This is my private savings, which I gathered secretly from my husband, just over 10,000 yuan. After a brief pause, she added, although it's merely a drop in the bucket, I still hope you can accept it as a token of my appreciation. Xing Tianxin pushed her away gently. Remaining silent for a long moment, her eyes filled with complex emotions, perhaps unsure of what to say. Lin Ruoxi, feeling embarrassed, turned and handed the money to assistant Chui Chang'e, saying, I'm sorry, I'm just a rich second generation with no real power. My family is in trouble. And this is all I can offer. I feel too ashamed to face anyone. After saying this, she covered her face and rushed out. Tianxin was taken aback, calling out after her, Hey, Ruoxi. Ruoxi, wait for me. Seeing this, Zhao Hongya hurriedly opened her handbag and hastily handed all the cash in her wallet to Chui Chang'e, turning to Director Tianxin and saying, I was in a rush to leave, so I didn't bring much cash. When I get back, I'll ask my husband to plead with his father for more support. She patted Tianxin on the shoulder, saying, Auntie Director, wait for my news. Unfortunately, the hospital could not afford to wait. The payment for the hospital stay was urgent, and without it, treatment would cease, leaving them in a dire situation. After speaking, she hurriedly chased after Lin Ruoxi. Chui Chang'e held up the cash, pondering to himself whether it amounted to 3,000 or 5,000. He mused, could this be how Zhao Hongya repays the 18 years of nurturing from the love orphanage? It seemed too little. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Oh, Director, isn't this just a bit too demeaning? It's as if we're begging them. Weighing the 2 stacks of money in his hands, he noted the stark difference in their appearance and felt that Lin Ruoxi's gesture was much more generous. He questioned again, is this how the daughters-in-law of wealthy families live, with only a few thousand yuan as their monthly allowance? What kind of wealth is that? If one were to earn their own money, surely they could manage a few thousand a month, right? Chui Chang'e examined the cash they had given him, scrutinizing it from all angles. All right, Chang'e, let us consider their contributions as an investment in our younger siblings' well-being. It's best to accept it with a smile, Tianxin said. looking down with tears in her eyes yet forcing a smile. No matter how much you look, it won't increase, will it? Yes, director, I understand. Newly minted Father Chui Changle, with a somewhat motherly disposition, had applied for a job with a university degree but faced repeated setbacks. Reluctantly, he settled into the role of assistant at the orphanage, yet he genuinely enjoyed being around children, fostering a harmonious relationship with everyone. As he earnestly counted the money, Tianxin smiled and turned to head back to the ward. Just as Xia Tingshua's voice rang out, "Aunt Tianxin, I'm here." "Oh, is that you, Tingxua?" Xing Tianxin turned to smile at her, walking to the door to greet her. She observed Xia Tingxua, whose long hair was tied in a ponytail, entering with a flushed face, panting heavily. The end of July brought the heat of summer, and her t-shirt and jeans were drenched. Xia Tingxua had also once been a resident of the Love Orphanage until she was adopted at the age of 5. Completely leaving the orphanage behind. It was there she had met Xiao Zhendong, whose story had become widely known, leading to their exploits being common knowledge. Xiao Zhendong had been forcefully taken away, which had paved the way for Xia Tingshua's current life. Although she now resided in the most luxurious villa in City A, she was certainly not wealthy. The residence was provided by her employer, Yin Gue, and the name was a direct reference to her own. All her daily expenses were covered by him, ensuring she would never lack for food or clothing, though she never saw a cent of that money. This sum was deposited regularly every month, overseen by Yin Gue, leaving Xia Tingxua with no direct access to it. Thus, she could be considered the poorest single aristocrat in City A person without a penny to her name. Many times, she took on part-time jobs to earn a little extra pocket money, leading to a frugal lifestyle where she was reluctant to spend even a penny. Yet, even in the simplest denim and canvas shoes, she managed to showcase their unique charm. Despite her attire, her innate beauty shone through, perfectly highlighting her graceful figure and delicate features. With her porcelain-like skin and strikingly defined facial features, she exuded a pure and ethereal aura. Her brightness and purity resembled an unblemished ink-wash painting, pristine and translucent. She was like a little sprite stepping down from the canvas, captivating all with her every smile and frown. When she was happy and lively, her beauty overshadowed even the most stunning scenery. However, she was acutely aware of her identity as an orphan and remained low-key, never flaunting her beauty, content to go with the flow. At this moment, her heart was heavy with sorrow, leaving no room for such thoughts. She had long grown accustomed to the amazed gazes of others. It was merely a part of her daily life. Yin Gue followed closely by her side, never straying more than 3 feet away, forming an endearing duo of a lovely girl and a charming boy, consistently drawing admiration. 1819. Xia Tingshua's delicate features and clear eyes made it difficult for people to discern her actual age. Many would ask if she were even 16, and standing beside the youthful Yin Gue, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. Upon seeing Xia Tingxua, Director Tianxin felt a surge of joy, her genuine affection for the spirited girl evident as she approached to help wipe her sweat. "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Why are you rushing so? One must prioritize safety, you know." Observing the tender care woven into her words, one might mistakenly believe that Xingshu is her daughter, given the resemblance in their ages. Chapter 049. A timely assistance in the snow. However, one cannot deny that they indeed share a mother-daughter-like resemblance. "Do not worry. I have Yin Gue accompanying me. It will be all right." The lovely Xia Xingshu glanced at the adorable boy beside her, awkwardly pushing Xingtian's heart aside. Her smile strained as she peered inward. "How are they? Were they treated in time?" "Fear not. Their injuries have stabilized." Dean Tianxin lowered his head, his voice choked with sorrow. However, Xiao Pang, Xiao Dingding, and De Tu were unfortunate enough to meet with tragedy. "Ah!" Xingshu gasped in shock, her body swaying unsteadily, and was steadied by Tianxin and Yin Gue on either side, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Aunt Tianxin," she cried, grasping the dean's hand. "Why? How could this happen?" These 3 children had a close relationship with her. They were among her favorites, and she could not fathom how such a calamity could befall them. "Aunt Tianxin, where are they?" Being relatively young and inexperienced with life's tribulations, this blow was beyond what she could bear, her face pale as she clutched Xingtian. Pleading. "Did you not plead with the doctors? Is there truly no hope for them?" "Child, what do you think?" Dean Tianxin pulled her close, gazing intently into her eyes. Xingshu wept, and Xingtian could not help but join her in tears. Do not grieve excessively. I know you shared a special bond with them, which is why I called you here, to bid them farewell. Yes, I understand. Xingshu nodded, wiping her tears with her delicate little hand, choking as she said, Aunt knows me best. Can I go see them? Dean Tianxin nodded. Very well. Let us go. Unfortunately, upon exiting, they were intercepted by a nurse at the door, who politely addressed Dean Tianxin. Hello, Dean Xing. Someone is looking for you. Turning to the handsome man behind her, she bowed courteously. This gentleman is Assistant Jiu Yuan. He is here to speak with you. Please take your time. After the nurse finished speaking, she nodded at them and swiftly took her leave. Xingshu hid behind Dean Tianxin, stealing glances at the man before the dean, unable to discern his exact age. But undeniably handsome, he subtly glanced at the little beauty behind Dean Tianxin, who extended her hand with a smile. I have long heard your esteemed name, Dean Tianxin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. As Dean Tianxin shook his hands, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Forgive my ignorance. May I inquire as to who you are? Zhu Yuanyi, the private assistant of General Yang Mutian. Zhu Yuanyi replied with a modest smile, his gaze casually drifting to the lovely girl behind her. I have come on behalf of General Yang to offer condolences and visit the children at the Love Orphanage. As he spoke, he presented a hospital payment receipt. I feel deeply saddened by the accident involving the orphanage. I hope Dean Tianxin will not be too heartbroken and take care of her health. Thank you, Assistant Jiu, and thank you to General Yang. Dean Tianxin expressed her gratitude with a nod, accepting the document, her eyes widening as she saw the staggering sum of 500,000. This would surely alleviate any concerns about hospital fees. And she could not help but smile and nod in appreciation. Thank you. Please convey my heartfelt thanks to General Yang. On behalf of the children at the Love Orphanage, I truly appreciate his generosity. Dean Tianxin bowed slightly, her gratitude evident. The confused Xingshu and Cui Chang'e mirrored the gesture, acknowledging this timely assistance. The adorable boy Yin Gue remained still, his duty to protect Xia Xingshu paramount. You need not be so polite. Dean, General Yang only asks that you remember your promise to him. Rest assured, Xingtian will keep her word, so please do not worry. Very well. I shall relay this to General Yang. Zhu Yuanyi responded politely, then abruptly shifted the topic. May I ask where you are headed, Dean? Oh, indeed. Dean Tianxin pulled the little beauty Xia Xingshu closer, presenting her to him. The three children who perished in the accident were the closest companions of Xingshu. As Dean Tianxin spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. That is why she wishes to say her final goodbyes. I see. Miss Xingshu, please accept my condolences. It is a harsh reality that once life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. Zhu Yuanyi said politely, extending his hand toward Xia Xingshu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Xia Xingshu. Xingshu's eyes widened in surprise. She found it curious he knew her surname, but hesitantly extended her hand. Thank you. It is an honor to meet you. Zhu Yuanyi did not expect this exquisitely lively little girl to respond so gracefully. He had underestimated her. Haha, you flatter me, Miss Xia. Zhu Yuanyi smiled subtly, his gaze glinting as he asked, if you do not mind, may I accompany you to see the children? Assistant Jiu is very kind. Please do join us. The little treasure Xingshu gathered her courage. No longer shy, addressing him with poise, even extending her hand to invite him along. Yin Gue cast his eyes down, secretly pouting, feeling an inexplicable heartache for his little treasure. She should not be exposed to such encounters. Dean Tianxin, noticing this, smiled warmly. Let us all proceed without formality. With that, she led the way, and Xia Xingshu walked alongside Zhu Yuanyi, with Yin Gue naturally trailing behind. Cui Chang'e observed them with a peculiar gaze, shrugging as he stayed behind to tend to the injured orphans. At the entrance of the hospital's morgue, Xingshu broke away from Dean Tianxin and Zhu Yuanyi, rushing inside, her eyes wide with disbelief as she took in the scene. The adorable boy, wary of any danger, followed closely, attentively scanning the surroundings, reassured only when he confirmed that the children's spirits had departed without threat. Meanwhile, the suppressed energy within Xingshu swirled, burdened by the heavy aura that prevented her from breaking free, making it dangerous for any lingering spirit to approach her. she could inadvertently cause their souls to scatter. Aware of this, Yin Gue finally relaxed his gaze. Oblivious to these intricacies, Xingqiu only saw her 3 lively orphan siblings from days past, now lying quietly in repose. The 11-year-old Tu, the most mischievous and the eldest among them, often commandeered the front seat of the school bus. Tragically, he was the first to be struck, now lying silently on the bed. Having long since succumbed, Xiao Dingding, merely 7 years old, was a beautiful girl with pigtails, crushed into Tu's embrace, and thus met a similarly grim fate. The charming Xiao Pang was the youngest, a chubby boy poised to start elementary school. His bright black eyes now forever closed. Chapter 050. Malicious intent. The adorable Xiao Pang, at merely 6 years of age, had long anticipated the thrill of riding the school bus, eager to navigate the bustling city streets on his way to school. Yet, tragically, he met his end before his dream could materialize. Xingqiu knew that today was merely for enrollment purposes, and the actual start of school was still some time away. Now, Xiao Pang lay quietly, his once bright eyes forever dimmed, his rosy lips sealed in silence. Xingqiu wept for him, knowing he had been eager to sit at the front, restless in the crowded back, and without warning, tragedy had struck. The sight of his tiny body, a mangled mess, was too much to bear. Perhaps it was fate, but it felt unbearably unjust. Xiao Pang was just 6, barely on the cusp of his school days. And yet the heavens had shown such cruelty. But to whom could she voice these grievances? Would it matter? As Xingqiu mournfully gazed upon the 3 unfortunate orphans, abandoned by their parents and now victims of a tragic accident, her heart ached for the lives that had been so abruptly extinguished. She wept for them one by one, lamenting that she would never again see their faces, calling their names through her tears. Dean Tianxin, unable to bear the sight, took a deep breath and comforted her, saying, "Xingqiu, do not grieve too deeply. Perhaps this was simply the fate we shared with them. When fate runs its course, none can intervene. By the way, Aunt, wasn't it said that 4 perished and 16 were injured? Who was the 4th? Oh." Dean Tianxin sighed, pointing to another bed covered with a white sheet. "Silly child, it is, of course, your driver uncle." "Ah, does this not mean we must compensate Uncle Yang's entire family?" Xingqiu exclaimed, referring to the driver who had perished in the line of duty. He had a family to support. A man who was the pillar of a 3-generation household. The main pillar has collapsed, and a living person has suddenly vanished. Naturally, the love orphanage must provide an explanation. If the other party is reasonable and compensates for the losses with some form of indemnity, that's only to be expected. Otherwise, it could be a matter of millions, which is no simple issue. Indeed, this is the source of my greatest headaches. Xing Tianxin sighed, cradling her head, feeling utterly exhausted. As of now, we do not know how his family feels, but compensating 100 or 200,000 is quite normal. Currently, the director, Tianxin, found herself in anguish at the mere mention of money. After all, a living person was hired to work for us and has suddenly disappeared. I bear responsibility. Yin Gue, upon hearing Tianxin's words, nodded in understanding, reassured by her authority. By the way, Auntie, who was the perpetrator? Shouldn't they be the ones compensating us? The incident occurred in a remote area on the outskirts of the city, and the vehicle responsible fled the scene. Xia Tingxue interjected angrily, "What a scoundrel! Truly a worthless wretch." Tianxin managed a bitter smile. However, the Traffic Bureau and Police Department have assured us that they will do everything in their power to apprehend the fugitive. For now, we can only wait and see. Yes, at this point, it seems we may have to cover the expenses ourselves, and whether we can actually catch the true culprit remains uncertain. Auntie, let's not be hasty. How much do you estimate it would take to settle this matter? Tianxin straightened up, looking at her seriously. It's hard to say. It depends on the attitude of Uncle Yang's family. It could range from hundreds of thousands to millions. After all, a life is priceless. Xing Tianxin lamented, pressing her forehead. But where am I supposed to procure such a sum? And what about the children in our orphanage? They could either be disfigured or suffer broken limbs. The director sighed deeply. Expressing her profound sorrow, Xiao Weiqiang had his ribs fractured and punctured his chest cavity. By the time he was brought in for emergency treatment, he was already on the brink of death. Now, he has narrowly escaped with his life. However, the The subsequent care will also incur significant expenses. With so many children injured, what are we to do about their future? Xing Tianxin's lamentations left Xia Tingxue deeply shaken. She looked at the young and beautiful director, who seemed to age 20 years in an instant, now resembling a 50-year-old woman, no longer the spirited, fearless beauty she once was. Auntie, please, let us think of a solution together. Tingxue earnestly comforted her. Noticing Ji Yuanyi silently paying his respects, and decided to muster her courage to approach him. Ji Yuan, could you perhaps plead with your boss, Mr. Liang, to allocate some funds to our orphanage to help us through this crisis? Was this idea too fantastical? Tingxue, with helpless eyes, anxiously awaited his response. Oh, that might be a bit challenging. Ji Yuanyi, who had been quiet until now, seemed troubled as he pondered her request for a moment. Not wishing to see the little beauty in distress, he suddenly shifted the topic. But let me think about it. Xia Tingxue scrutinized him intently, her lips pursed in confusion, appearing somewhat pitiful and heart-wrenching. Ji Yuanyi lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact, and after a moment of contemplation, informed her, while funding might be unlikely, Mr. Liang does have a rather lucrative job opportunity that requires a clean-cut and attractive girl to assist him. Xia Tingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement and apprehension at the prospect. Oh, may I ask what the job entails? After all, taking on part-time work for extra income was not a novel experience for her, and she was quite eager about it. Unfortunately, after a brief reflection, he grandly declared, Miss Xia, please do not rush. This matter pertains to Mr. Liang's private affairs, and as his special assistant, I must apologize for the inconvenience in disclosing further details. Ji Yuanyi awkwardly smiled at her. Quite adept at feigning innocence. However, it is said that he will offer a substantial reward, and the amount seems quite significant. Yin Gui observed in silence, watching this not-so-bright little darling. Upon hearing this, Xia Tingxue furrowed her beautifully arched brows in frustration. Just for helping out? How much could it possibly be? I fear it won't resolve our pressing crisis. Realizing this, Xia Tingxue's enthusiasm waned, and she no longer harbored any hopes, dismissing him. Ji Yuanyi, finding her innocent demeanor quite adorable, noted her serious calculations of gains and losses and glanced at Tianxin, suggesting, You underestimate Mr. Liang. When he decides to act, it is never for a small sum, especially considering that you would be assisting him with a confidential matter. Oh, do you mean, Chapter 051, Preparing for Rainy Days? Oh, do you mean, Xia Tingxue, ever so perceptive, suddenly enlightened by his hint, inquired, I could negotiate with him based on this? Wow, truly a beauty. Ji Yuanyi praised, playfully tapping her nose. Not only is your mind sharp, but your reflexes are also impressive. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Tingxue blushed unexpectedly, flustered, as she had never been close with anyone outside of her 3 male friends. She scolded him in her mind, thinking, Who do you think you are, Ji Yuanyi? Oh, my apologies. Ji Yuanyi, realizing his faux pas, quickly apologized. I mistakenly regarded you as a close friend. Oh, come on, Ji Yuan. Your lively personality is just a bit too carefree. It's all in good fun. Seeing this, Tianxin seized the moment to play peacemaker. Besides, you're both young, and a little jesting is harmless. What era are we living in? Upon noticing Xia Tingxue's flushed face and Ji Yuanyi's awkwardness, Tianxin shifted the conversation. All right, let us return to the ward. This is not the best place for discussion. Yes, Auntie is right. Appreciating Ji Yuanyi's thoughtful gesture, Xia Tingxue willingly engaged him in conversation. Ji Yuanyi, please lead the way. As she turned, she glanced at Yin Gui, perplexed, wondering why he had allowed Ji Yuanyi to touch her without protest today. Was she simply being overly suspicious, or had he lost his mind? Thank you. Ji Yuanyi responded with a cheerful smile, taking the lead, but then turned back to her, saying earnestly, However, if you are sincere, I could inquire on your behalf. Perhaps I can help your orphanage navigate through this predicament. Is that really possible? Xia Tingxue's eyes sparkled with uncertainty as she looked at him. Ji Yuanyi nodded and then turned to Tianxin with a serious demeanor. If you don't believe me, you can ask your director. It seems Mr. Liang has sought her assistance as well. Director Tianxin confirmed, Yes. Mr. Liang did mention that he needed me to find a suitable girl for him, offering a handsome reward for her help with a private matter. Upon hearing this, Tianxin nodded in understanding. Right? I believe this is likely the task Junyi just mentioned. Indeed. I hadn't the chance to ask. Have you found a suitable candidate for him yet? Tianxin inquired, glancing at the elegant Xia Tingxue, her smile tinged with slight embarrassment. Coincidentally, I intended to discuss this matter with Tingxue after meeting her to see if she had the time and willingness to take it on. Tianxin chuckled. But before I could mention it, Zhi Yuanyi, you preemptively brought it up. Zhi Yuanyi eagerly played along with her, while Yin Gue silently rolled his eyes at the air. No matter who mentions it, it's all the same since it pertains to the same matter. Is it truly such a wonderful opportunity? Xia Tingxue, ever the optimist, firmly believed in the notion that good deeds would be rewarded. Her life had been a testament to this belief. Just look at the support she had received, first from Zhi Yuanbai, then from Xiao Zhendong, and now from Yin Gue, who tirelessly protected her around the clock. Thus, she was convinced that fate was watching over her and her beloved orphanage. Eagerly, she pressed Zhi Yuanyi for more details, not wanting to miss the chance to repay Tianxin's kindness in raising her. Do you know what task it is for Mr. Liang and what the compensation might be? As I am still in university, would I truly be capable? Wow, you do ask a lot of questions. Zhi Yuanyi couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek, admiring her inquisitive nature. Curious little one, that's you. Huh. Xia Tingxue flinched at his sudden touch, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, annoyed at how he always seemed to take liberties with her. You need to discuss this directly with Mr. Liang. It concerns his private matters, and do you think he would casually let me or Zhi Yuanyi in on the details? Following Director Tianxin's line of thought, Xia Tingxue pondered for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be private, right? But, Tingxue, please don't rush. Let Zhi Yuanyi return and speak with Mr. Liang first, and then we can await his call. All right, Tianxin suggested, handing Zhi Yuanyi a business card, expressing her gratitude. Zhi Yuanyi respectfully accepted it, replying politely, no trouble at all, it's my duty. Listening to the snow, she cast a silent glance at Zhi Yuanyi and Dean Xing Tianxin, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. Is it really possible? Observing the bewildered look on the delicate girl's face, Zhi Yuanyi reassured her, do not worry, it should be fine. You can count on me. As they approached the corridor leading to the hospital ward, Zhi Yuanyi seized the opportunity to take his leave. In that case, Dean, if you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. I also wish to discuss this matter with Mr. Liang. Thank you, Assistant Zhi Yuan, for your timely assistance today, giving hope to the children of the orphanage. Oh, Dean, you are too kind. Zhi Yuanyi raised his hand and smiled at her. I will strive to finalize this matter concerning Tingxue as soon as possible, hoping to utilize these funds to help the children at your orphanage through their difficulties. Thank you, truly thank you. Dean Tianxin, deeply moved, extended her hand to shake his, expressing her gratitude politely. Zhi Yuanyi patted her gently, offering appropriate comfort. Do not be too emotional, Dean. These unfortunate children would elicit such compassion from anyone. Well then, I shall refrain from further pleasantries. Dean Xing Tianxin, visibly emotional, wiped her tears. It was no act. After all, who wouldn't be grateful when someone came to their aid in times of peril? As she spoke, Xing Tianxin extended her hand to bid him farewell. Take care, and please extend my thanks to Mr. Liang. Certainly, Dean. You are exceedingly gracious. Zhi Yuanyi politely bid her farewell, ensuring he acknowledged Xia Tingxue, saying, I will certainly convey your message. Farewell, Miss Xia. Tingxue, feeling helpless, waved at him and politely replied, Goodbye. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of crimson, another day slipped away. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoqiang was fast asleep, oblivious to the fact that his beloved Tingxue was drifting further away from him. Unbeknownst to him, last night, Tingxue had followed Dean Tianxin to the illustrious Sheraton Hotel in City A. Duty-bound, the youthful attendant Yin Gue trailed closely behind, maintaining a facade of innocence when required. Upon reaching the lavishly adorned hotel, Xia Tingxue felt dizzy, her head lowered in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment as she hurriedly followed Dean Tianxin. This scene drew amused smiles from Yin Gue, who stayed close to her, providing protection. The trio took the elevator to the 27th floor, halting before the door marked 2701, where they encountered two imposing bodyguards clad in black. Standing ominously, one to each side of the entrance, Tingxue's gaze faltered, nearly causing her to swoon. She had never witnessed such a display in reality. Was Liang Mutian truly resorting to such theatrics? However, recalling that she too had a top-notch bodyguard in Yin Gue, she found solace in that thought. Dean Tianxin approached the guards politely, stating, "I am Xing Tianxin, the director of the Love Orphanage. Here is promise to meet your president. Liang Mutian, please convey my presence." "Understood. Our president Liang has been informed," the bodyguards replied, stepping aside to allow her entry. "Since we have arrived, please proceed." "Excellent, thank you." Dean Tianxin smiled and turned to beckon, "Tingxue, let us enter." Unexpectedly, one bodyguard stepped forward, blocking her path. "Director Xing, please hold for a moment." One bodyguard halted Dean Tianxin, while the other courteously opened the door, gesturing for the youthful, doll-like Xia Tingxue to step inside. "The president has been waiting for you." "Miss Xia." "Ah, this?" The inexperienced Xia Tingxue glanced back at the youthful Yin Gue and then at Dean Tianxin, hesitating as her wide eyes filled with trepidation, reluctant to step forward. How could this be? "No, Aunt Tian, you must accompany me. Tingxue, dear, do not be afraid." Dean Tianxin comforted her, gently wrapping an arm around her, but then asked with a hint of displeasure, "Where is Liang Mutian? I demand he come out to meet me." "I am sorry, but our President Liang is too occupied to meet you. He has urgent matters to discuss with Miss Xia." "You?" Dean Tianxin's dignity was brusquely dismissed, her face paling with fury as she pointed at them. Xia Tingxue could no longer tolerate the situation. Her large, expressive eyes regarded the guards with disdain, suddenly pushing past the obstructive bodyguard, retorting scornfully, "Hey, who does your president think he is? Acting so high and mighty? If he wants he come out, then Xia Tingxue doesn't he wish to see him either. Indeed, how could he possibly compare to her beloved Jiugong by Gij? She suspected even Xiao Jindong would pale in comparison. Moreover, her charming Yin Gue was an exceptionally handsome young man. Surely, any one of them surpassed him. Xia Tingxue was not lacking in handsome companions, but sadly, they were not wealthy enough to offer assistance at present. Yet, having spoken her mind, she felt compelled to maintain her stance, pulling Dean Tianxin as she turned to leave. "Let us go. We need not see him. He is merely a president. What is so impressive about that? Tingxue will not meet him." Feeling anxious and fearful, Tingxue attempted to backtrack, but was suddenly halted by Dean Tianxin's firm grasp. "No, we are in urgent need of funds. We cannot leave empty-handed. Do you understand?" "Ah? Oh, what should we do?" Tingxue's face fell, her expression turning crimson as she bit her lip in silence, uncertain of the way forward. Yin Gue, gazing down with concern, reflected that had anyone else dared to treat his little Tingxue this way, he would have swiftly dealt with them. Truth be told, Tingxue was 3 years his senior, yet Yin Gue preferred not to be called her younger brother. "Fool, just go in by yourself." In fact, the seasoned Dean Tianxin had anticipated Liang Mutian might employ such tactics. She smiled gently at the obviously timid Xia Tingxue, offering encouragement. "Channel your earlier confidence. Liang Mutian is merely a man, and there is nothing to fear." "Oh, but I—" Tingxue looked helplessly at her, her face pale with a foreboding sense of dread, as though entering would mean stepping into a lion's den. She felt the urge to retreat, yet Dean Tianxin provided no opportunity for second thoughts, urging her forward. "Go on. Remember that your ability to secure Liang Mutian's agreement is crucial for our orphanage's survival." "Aunt." Tingxue panicked, glancing back, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling someone being led to the gallows, stirring deep sympathy. Dean Tianxin shook her head in sorrow, tears in her eyes as she gently pushed Tingxue into the room, offering her consolation. "Do not worry, dear. I will be right here waiting for you to come out." "Aunt," Tingxue called out, alarmed, seeking aid from the youthful Yin Gue behind her. "Yin Gue." To her astonishment, Yin Gue turned away with a hardened expression, merely waving his hand dismissively. "Go on. It's just a contract signing. It will be over quickly. I and Dean Tianxin will wait for you here." "Just a contract signing? Is it really?" The aimless Tingxue, upon hearing this, looked at Yin Gue with a glimmer of hope. "Yin Gue, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Yin Gue rolled his eyes at her. "What would I lie to you about? You have no money." "Ha ha. That is true." Tingxue chuckled, feeling much lighter. Yin Gue's salary was earned from others. All she could offer him was sisterly love and unwavering trust. History had proven Yin Gui's predictions to be nearly infallible. If he said there was no danger, then surely there was none. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that this time, Yin Gui had indeed sold her out. Innocent Tingxue, her bright eyes sparkling, smiled at both Yin Gui and Ding Tianxin, resolutely nodding her head. Rest assured, I will go. It's merely meeting Liang Mutian, not a death sentence. Ding Tianxin looked on, her expression a mixture of sadness and silence. Aunt, did you not say that Tingxue is the best? The naive Tingxue encouraged herself, clenching her fists for motivation. I can do this. You need not worry, Aunt. Indeed, I believe in you. Ding Tianxin also clenched her fist, smiling at her. Yin Gui wore an odd expression, caught between amusement and concern. But alas, Tingxue had no time to ponder over it. This little fool, with an air of bravado, turned to enter. The bodyguards closed the door behind her, as Ding Tianxin and Yin Gui were politely escorted out. As they left, they could not help but glance back at the precious Xia Tingxue within. Unaware of the unfolding drama outside, the sheltered Xia Tingxue panicked as the door slammed shut behind her. Her body slumping against the wall, eyes darting in fear as tears threatened to spill. Having never faced difficulties alone, she had always had Yin Gui by her side, ensuring she never suffered or struggled. But now, Xia Tingxue found herself in a situation she had never faced alone, and though she feared the predicament, she could not retreat. Ding Tianxin had placed all her hopes upon her shoulders. Xia Tingxue steeled her courage, yet as she surveyed her surroundings, no trace of a soul could be found. The grand hall at the end of the corridor appeared desolate. It's fine. I am a person too. What is there to fear? She reassured herself, taking tentative steps forward as she boldly called out, President Liang, Liang Mutian, are you there? Silence ensued, emboldening Tingxue to scrutinize her environment. I have arrived. I am Xia Tingxue. Don't you have matters that require my assistance? Her youthful voice, soft and melodious, echoed through the spacious hall, which she now perceived to be completely unoccupied. Sighing in relief, she ventured deeper, realizing there was nothing to fear in solitude. As she explored, she admired the opulent layout of the presidential suite, noting numerous rooms flanking the corridor. At its terminus lay the grand hall, with a bar and dining area to the right and the master bedroom behind. This was indeed a different world, and Xia Tingxue finally beheld its splendor. However, despite her observations, the naive young woman was at a loss as to which room Liang Mutian occupied. She dismissed the idea of searching every room, shaking her head resolutely while continuing her careful inspection. President Liang, Liang Mutian, it is Xia Tingxue. I have arrived. Where are you? Please come out. How noisy. I am not deaf. Why shout? Came a deep, muffled voice, accompanied by the faint sound of running water, suggesting irritation. Make yourself comfortable and review the agreement on the table. If there are no objections, please sign it. I will join you once I have finished bathing. The voice seemed to emanate from the master bedroom behind her. Tingxue perked up her ears, nodding to herself. So it was indeed a matter of signing an agreement. He was simply taking a bath. There was no need for such a harsh tone as long as he was not present. She felt free to act as she pleased. With a playful expression, she stuck out her tongue and made a silly face towards the room he occupied before turning to explore. Following his instructions, she skipped over to the coffee table in front of the sofa and discovered the document he mentioned. She picked it up to read its contents. The title read, Engagement Agreement. The terms were as follows. 1. This is a necessary faux marriage. Liang Mutian appoints Xia Tingxue as his fiancée. 2. Both parties shall respect each other's private lives while fulfilling the terms of this agreement. 3. During the engagement, intimacy is permitted, but sexual relations shall not occur. 4. The engagement shall last until one party finds a spouse, at which point this agreement shall terminate automatically. 5. A monthly salary of 50,000 renminbi shall be provided, with all expenses during the engagement covered by Liang Mutian. 6. The female party shall be compensated to the best of her ability, responding positively to the needs of the orphanage. 7. The female party shall complete tasks assigned by the male party. In return, the male party will unconditionally support her endeavors. 8. Both parties must adhere to the rules of this agreement and shall not disclose its contents to any third party. Otherwise, the agreement shall become void. 9. Any breach by either party shall result in a penalty of 10 million RMB. 10. Both parties agree to sign, and the agreement shall take effect immediately. She noticed that Liang Mutian had already signed at the designated spot. His bold handwriting impressing the paper with vigor, seemed all that was left was for Xia Tingshuo to complete her signature to finalize the agreement. Realization dawned upon her. This man sought a false fiancé. It finally clicked that his request for her assistance was indeed this arrangement. She felt a surge of excitement and deliberated whether to accept and sign. Upon closer inspection, the terms appeared quite balanced. With mutual benefits clearly outlined, if adhered to, she would not be at a disadvantage. Liang Mutian's offer was quite generous. Considering it a mere sham engagement, she saw it as a lucrative opportunity to aid the orphanage through financial support. She also recalled her prior commitment to Zhou Gongbai, yet this was only a temporary arrangement, posing no conflict. Once the funds were secured, she could announce her intent to marry the man she loved, thus nullifying the agreement as stipulated. Furthermore, as the president of a multinational corporation, it was unlikely Liang Mutian would pose any threat to her. With the legal document in her possession, she felt emboldened. If he were to provoke her, it would be his own downfall. In her quest to gather funds for the orphanage, she resolved to seize this opportunity. After much contemplation, Xia Tingshuo felt reassured and began to take this matter seriously. As long as he acted in accordance with the agreement, she had no reason to complicate matters. This realization made her understand why Liang Mutian was so cautious. He feared potential repercussions that could tarnish his reputation. Should a media outlet unearth such a story, it would undoubtedly make for sensational headlines. As the sole heir of the Liang family, he had ascended to the position of president at a young age, successfully steering the family business to unprecedented heights. Liang Mutian had rightfully earned his title as the president of Huanyu, being ranked first among China's top 10 outstanding youths, with accolades from Forbes and Guinness. He was widely regarded as an international youth icon, making him a coveted figure among millions of women. It was said that Liang Mutian was no ordinary wealthy individual. He was not only a titan in the business realm but also a paragon of male beauty, embodying the phrase blooming flowers and dazzling cars. Rumors suggested that at 26, he was indeed a rare beauty, albeit with a somewhat cold demeanor. Women often remarked that even the most handsome actors from Korean dramas could not compare to him. However, it was peculiar that he remained single, making him an enduring figure in the hearts of women everywhere. Despite the whispers of his hedonistic lifestyle and countless romantic escapades, he had never truly loved anyone. This was a significant reason for his single status, enhancing his appeal as a potential partner in the eyes of the public eye in the business world. Liang Mutian was a rare breed, possessing sharp insight and unwavering precision. He was known for his ruthless efficiency, and many competitors quaked at the mere mention of his name. The negative press surrounding him only served to amplify his allure, casting him as an enigmatic figure that intrigued many. Though Xia Tingshuo had not paid close attention to Liang Mutian personally, she was well aware of the deluge of news about him. It seemed she was an anomaly, perhaps the only person among millions who did not recognize him. This was not due to ignorance, but rather her understanding that she and he existed in entirely different worlds. With her own dreams and affections to pursue, she had no desire to entertain unrealistic fantasies. She aspired to focus on her studies, envisioning a future where she could marry either Zhou Gongbai or Xiao Zhendong, both of whom she found admirable. In fact, she had other options such as Jin Changfeng and Guan Jiang. Thus, Xia Tingshuo felt no anxiety about her future. She believed in allowing life to unfold naturally. However, after her recent encounter with Xiao Zhendong, she sensed a growing inclination towards him, feeling a stronger desire to marry him over Zhou Gongbai. Yet, she understood that the course of her life was not hers to dictate, and she would take things as they came. Ultimately, whether she married Zhou Gongbai or Xiao Zhendong, she envisioned a happy home filled with love, where she would be cherished and enjoy a grounded life. Xia Tingshuo did not harbor lofty aspirations. She simply wished to live blissfully with her beloved, embracing the joys of life and motherhood. After all, her identity as an orphan had already placed her in a passive position, and she yearned to engage in meaningful endeavors rather than chase after futile dreams. It is said that she is sufficiently fortunate. Having been cherished and pampered by Zhou Gongbai since childhood, pursued fervently by Xiao Zhendong, and protected unwaveringly by Yin Gue. This life is enough for her. She harbors no desire for more. Thus, she never concerns herself with men outside of this circle. Liang Mutian does not belong to her, so there is no point in being distracted by him. She only believes in what her eyes can see, embracing a rather pragmatic approach. Xia Tingshui never expected that such a day would come, where she would need to sign a contract to feign an engagement with Liang Mutian. Now, she feels an overwhelming sense of regret, pondering why she had not taken the time to observe what this individual truly looked like. Liang Mutian, though indeed a dazzling star, is not someone one would ordinarily have the luxury to encounter. Yet, he frequently graces the pages of media publications. Perhaps Xia Tingshui is the only one oblivious to his existence. Often, when faced with the incessant buzz of media attention, she retreats into her own sanctuary, seeking solace away from the chaos. Known for her penchant for escaping into dreams, Xia Tingshui was once affectionately dubbed the Sleeping Beauty. This tale, however, carries an air of mystery. It is said that she remained in a deep slumber until the age of 3. A veritable sleeping beauty, who was the pride of the orphanage. It seems that the appearance of the prodigy Liang Xiao was what roused Xia Tingshui from her 3-year slumber. This legendary narrative is steeped in intrigue, and many classmates at Shengning Academy have sought to verify this tale. However, she has only heard it from them, as Xia Tingshui herself possesses no recollection of such events, leaving her perplexed as to the veracity of these claims. She intended to inquire with Xing Tianxian, but each encounter led her to forget her intentions amidst their conversations. Ultimately, she did not take it too seriously, viewing it merely as a beautiful fairy tale, a tale that has morphed over time through repeated retellings. Content with her current state, she finds no interest in such trivial matters, hoping to one day discover a secluded place in the world, free from the disturbances of society. Xia Tingshui detests the turmoil of modern urban life and has repeatedly sought to escape it. Her indifference to such gossip is well known to those familiar with her, including the charming Yin Gue. However, at this moment, Xia Tingshui is overcome with regret, wishing to thump her head in frustration as she searches her mind for a clearer image of Liang Mutian, only to find herself disappointed. Aside from the barrage of media coverage surrounding Liang Mutian, she cannot find a single clear image of him. All she has is a vague outline, a man who favors black clothing, with a cool yet aloof demeanor. She imagines he must have been a playful child, filled with humor, yet wonders how he transformed into the person he is today. Xia Tingshui's mind spins with these thoughts, but the images remain elusive, flickering in and out of focus. Another clearer notion emerges. If Liang Mutian is indeed 26, he seems to possess the youthful charm of an 18-year-old heartthrob. Xia Tingshui furrows her brow once more, contemplating how someone with such a youthful appearance could possibly fulfill the role of a corporate president. If he were a carefree rogue, she might find it easier to accept. Yet, he consistently ranks among the top figures in Forbes and Guinness, a fact that leaves her skeptical. Nevertheless, the omnipresent media coverage has seeped into her subconscious, and despite her attempts to ignore it, she has inevitably absorbed much information. The facts speak for themselves. She recognizes Liang Mutian's undeniable capabilities, which only deepens her confusion. Xia Tingshui, feeling utterly listless, flips through the 2 identical copies of the contract in her hands, her mind swirling in a haze of anxiety. Suddenly, a peculiar thought strikes her. Is this agreement truly meant for her? Could she have misunderstood? Neither Zhu Yuanyi nor Aunt Tianxian had divulged the specifics of Liang Mutian's substantial payment for her assistance. Thus, the normally meticulous Xia Tingshui finds herself uncertain about whether Liang Mutian truly seeks her for this purpose. Chapter 055. Unreasonable terms. Thus, the usually prudent Xia Tingshui hesitates, grappling with the absurdity of Liang Mutian choosing her as his girlfriend, even if it is merely for show. She feels entirely unqualified for such a role, considering herself a lazy creature who enjoys sleeping. She imagines retreating like an ostrich, hoping to avoid involvement entirely. After all, Liang Mutian is a man of stature. His fiancée would undoubtedly be a woman of renown. While she acknowledges her natural beauty, she is painfully aware of her own clumsiness and fears she might embarrass him. Despite her seemingly glamorous life, residing in a prestigious villa and city, accompanied by luxury cars and bodyguards, she knows it is all a fade. Deep down, she is merely a humble orphan, a pitiful soul who has never experienced the world in all its diversity. Xia Tingshui genuinely feels incapable of fulfilling this role. If she were to fail, the consequences would be dire. Thus, after much contemplation, she resolves to abandon the idea altogether. She completely overlooks the first clause of the contract, which explicitly states it is an agreement between her, Xia Tingshui, And Liang Mu Tian. Foolishly, she raises her voice toward the person in the bathroom, asking, Mr. Liang, is this agreement truly meant for me? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. May I ask? As expected, her inquiry is met with Liang Mu Tian's irate response, Fool. Are you an idiot, or can you not read? The name Xiating Shui is right there. How can it not be you? Ah? Oh. Xiating Shui quickly glances at the document, rendered speechless. It seems there is no turning back. Liang Mu Tian's sudden outburst leaves her face flushed with embarrassment. She has never been scolded like this before. With tearful eyes, she gazes in his direction, her voice thick with indignation. You're so mean. I simply don't understand. Why must you be so fierce? You are not just foolish, you're exceptionally so. What is Xing Tian Xen thinking, sending me such a colossal simpleton? Xiating Shui, now in tears, glares at the air, defending herself. You jerk. Xiating Shui is not a big fool, you are? Determined not to let him hear her sobs, she bites her lip. But Liang Mu Tian, a man of keen perception, senses her distress. Taking a deep breath, he responds, Fool, I need a fiancé to maintain appearances. If you can't grasp that, can you really blame me for scolding you? But I don't understand why you chose me. Xiating Shui, momentarily forgetting her sorrow, asks with teary eyes, I come from an orphanage. I've never been exposed to any grand experiences. I would only embarrass you. Ah, it turns out this foolish girl is genuinely concerned for herself. A kind-hearted simpleton. Liang Mu Tian feels a bit relieved and maintains his cold demeanor. Stop your prattling. Liang Mu Tian does not require guidance. There is no reason for the choice, only agreement or disagreement. Without granting her any opportunity for further discussion, he issues a command. There is a pen on the table. If you agree, sign it. If not, do not. You? Xiating Shui feels an urge to cry again, wanting to storm out in a fit of anger. But he is neither Zhou Gongbai nor Xiao Dong. Will he tolerate her tantrum? Remembering Xing Tian Xian's hopeful gaze and words, she feels overwhelmed. Reflecting on her earlier promise made at the door, she feels even more disheartened. If she were to storm off in anger, how could she face Aunt Tian Xian, who has been waiting patiently? Yin Gue would certainly have no objections, but having grown up in the orphanage herself, she understands their plight all too well. She had vowed to Aunt Tian Xian to help improve the situation at the orphanage. Now, as the orphanage faces a crisis, if she cannot assist Aunt Tian Xian, it may very well face dissolution. After much deliberation, Xiating Shui ultimately resigns herself to endure the situation, soothing her frustrations as she childishly challenges him. Even if I sign, you must at least show me what you look like. She finds a solid excuse, boldly confronting him. I can't just go around saying you are ugly without knowing whether you are flat or round, can I? In her navette, Xiating Shui closes her eyes and lets her imagination run wild, trying to sketch a picture of Liang Mu Tian in her mind. Despite the negative rumors surrounding him, opinions seem evenly divided, and many still aspire to be associated with him. His brilliance is undeniably radiant. How could he possibly lack a suitable girlfriend? She wonders if his absence upon her arrival is due to some unsightly appearance, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Yet, while she has not paid much attention to him, she feels he must have some semblance of a recognizable outline. Could he truly be a myth? If not, how could he lack a girlfriend and resort to using her as a mere prop? However, as a penniless orphan relying on scholarships to attend university, she has nothing of value to offer. Although she is indeed a stunning beauty, she has been well protected, and he would not dare provoke someone of her status. Moreover, he surely has no shortage of beautiful women surrounding him. Thus, she chooses to believe he genuinely seeks a fake fiancé for appearances. She cannot fathom a reason for his interest in her, especially when she knows that both Xiao Dong and Zhou Gongbai are not naive. The rumors surrounding Liang Mu Tian suggest he is no ordinary wealthy gentleman. He would not engage in anything that could tarnish his reputation, would he? Even if he were hideously unattractive. With his position and status, he would not lack for admirers. He has no need to resort to such measures, does he? As Xiating Shui grapples with her anxieties, she remembers that outside, Aunt Tian Xian and the charming Yin Gue await her, rendering her fears trivial. Of course, as long as you sign this agreement, we will be seeing each other every day moving forward. Are you afraid of not having the chance to meet me? However, if I do not first see what you look like, and after signing I discover that you are exceedingly unattractive. Would that not be a great loss for me, leaving me to suffer nightmares every night?" Listening to the childish words of Xia Tingxue, the concealed Liang Mutian could not help but chuckle softly. "Hee hee, you are quite amusing." Xia Tingxue perked up her ears, as if she could hear a faint yet melodious laugh from a man. In truth, the gentleman was intrigued. What kind of peculiar person was this who, living in China, was unaware of his appearance? "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Xia Tingxue, oblivious to his thoughts, grew anxious and found herself unable to leave. Frustrated, she plopped down on the sofa, feeling vexed. Perhaps the dishes at dinner had been overly salty and spicy, all thanks to that troublemaker Jiu Yuanyi, which left her throat parched and burning, a discomfort she had endured for far too long. Since she could not leave for the time being, she decided to quench her thirst first. Subconsciously, she picked up the water cup beside her and gave it a shake. It was filled to the brim. As if it had not been touched, after a brief moment of contemplation, she unceremoniously gulped it down, for she was terribly thirsty. Once finished, she set the cup down and felt her throat ease considerably. With a relieved sigh, she reached out to refill her cup, only to hear Liang Mutian's icy voice pierce through the air. "Afraid of a loss? Then do not sign. You may leave." Ah! The resolute and frigid tone struck her like a blow. Leaving no room for negotiation, Xia Tingxue widened her eyes in astonishment and scanned her surroundings. "What did you say? You must be joking." Oh dear. It seemed it was now the petite beauty's turn to feel displeased. Nearly in tears as she wanted to lodge a complaint against him. "You said I should come, so I did. Now you say I should leave? Do you truly believe you can summon me at will and dismiss me just as easily?" Her spirited nature flared. Yet her thirst remained, and as she spoke, Xia Tingxue found herself parched, impulsively tilting her head back to gulp down another glass of water. The gentleman stifled a laugh. "What do you wish to do then? Did you not express your reluctance to sign?" Xia Tingxue felt dizzy with anger, and in a fit of frustration, she slammed down the cup. "Let me tell you, since I am here, I shall undoubtedly secure you." Liang Mutian. As soon as the words left her mouth, she sensed something amiss and hurriedly corrected herself, feeling embarrassed. "Ahem, I meant to say I must secure this project. That was a slip of the tongue. Please, do not misunderstand." The foolish girl wore a flustered expression as she tried to rectify her blunder. "Enough of this nonsense. Will you sign or not? If not, I kindly ask you to leave." Liang Mutian's voice remained cold and unyielding, sending shivers down Xia Tingxue's spine. It seemed this man had no understanding of basic human warmth. Could he not be a bit gentler when conversing with a girl? Xia Tingxue bit her lip in distress. No wonder he remained unmarried to this day. He deserved it. Nevertheless, she did not forget the purpose of her visit and steeled herself to confront him. "If you want me to sign, then I shall." The youthful Xia Tingxue, in a fit of pique, challenged him, vexed by her own perceived weakness. "Regardless of how peculiar you may appear, it has nothing to do with me, Xia Tingxue." Her words were defiant, yet an astute listener would easily detect her lack of confidence. She was frightened. Liang Mutian chuckled. "All right then, if you are not afraid I might devour you, then go ahead and sign." "If I must, then I shall. I am not afraid of you." Xia Tingxue's childish bravado was heart-wrenching to hear. Liang Mutian fell silent, choosing not to respond further. In a fit of stubbornness, Xia Tingxue dramatically signed her name at the designated spot, her elegant script revealing a hidden strength. Xia Tingxue had honed her penmanship, revealing a grace that belied her seemingly gentle nature. Yet, do not mistake her gentleness for weakness. When she resolved to act, even iron could be forged into a needle. Unfortunately, Liang Mutian could not appreciate her handwriting and could only engage in his own musings. "Have you signed? If so, check the refrigerator. I have prepared something for you." Xia Tingxue's brow relaxed as she finally heard a semblance of humanity in his words. This little fool had grown accustomed to being pampered and did not appreciate being mistreated. Uttering an impatient murmur, she prepared to rise. "What? You are treating me to something? Surely not." Liang Mutian's stern voice suddenly shattered her daydream. "During tonight's time, you must familiarize yourself with everything. Otherwise, you shall remain here tomorrow. Understand?" Xia Tingxue froze, her face reddening as she stammered. "What? Am I supposed to stay here overnight? Upon hearing this, she became flustered, hastily refusing. No way. I absolutely cannot agree to that. Besides, it is not mentioned in the agreement. You foolish girl. Signing the agreement means you are now an employee of Liang Mutian, and you must follow my orders and carry out tasks as instructed. Do you understand? You. Xia Tingxue felt her face flush as he insulted her once more, and she struggled to hold back tears, defiantly retorting, You are the foolish one. You cannot insult me, got it? Very well, then tell me. If you do not follow my arrangements, do you know what lies ahead? Do you think this money comes without strings attached? This? Xia Tingxue pressed her forehead in frustration, rendered speechless, utterly at a loss. Sweat mingled with tears streamed down her face as she could not fathom why she felt so hot. The air conditioning was indeed on. If you cannot complete the tasks I assign you, how will you earn the generous compensation I promised to help your orphanage survive this crisis? All right, you are quite long-winded. You must be an insufferable old man. Xia Tingxue interjected impatiently, her voice thick with emotion as she purposely twisted Liang Mutian's image in defiance. Liang Mutian's restrained fury erupted. Speak another word, and your wages will be halved. You can explain that to Xing Tianxin when you return. No. You cannot be unreasonable. Xia Tingshue's fear surged as she nearly pleaded. You should also refrain from rambling. I will go check right now. While the young lady grumbled in defiance, she made her way to the refrigerator, retrieving a stack of A4 paper, only to find it densely printed with text, leaving her momentarily stunned. Xia Tingxue had not anticipated this. She truly could not comprehend Liang Mutian's peculiar logic. Why had he placed it in the refrigerator? She had thought he would surprise her with a treat. Although she was not a foodie, Zhou Gongbai had always liked to spoil her. And this fellow was simply too outrageous, making him utterly intolerable. Xia Tingxue pouted in embarrassment, unable to decipher his intentions. A quick glance at the pages left her eyes wide with shock. The content read as follows. Xia Tingxue, you must stay overnight at the Sheraton. Tomorrow, I will allow our rumors to spread like wildfire, with the goal of creating public opinion. 3 days from now, I am to be engaged to another. And your task is to cause a scene at my engagement party, using any means necessary to disrupt the ceremony. Following that, I will announce my engagement to you. Complete this task, and your work will be nearly finished. Feel free to ask how I may assist you. However, you must remember this is the main event, the very reason I, Liang Mutian, have hired you at great expense, so it must be executed flawlessly. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, it will render your employment meaningless. And everything that follows will merely be a facade. As we play the roles of an engaged couple, I will not interfere in your personal matters, and your remuneration will be duly paid. Upon reaching this point, Xia Tingxue suddenly grasped the situation. Liang Mutian was compelled to engage with someone against his will. He had hired her to act as his accomplice, intentionally causing disruption at his engagement to ensure its failure. This was his true objective. Xia Tingxue finally comprehended the sequence of events and nodded to herself. Very well, for the sake of our beloved orphanage and Aunt Tianxin, she would reluctantly assume the role of the villain. Xia Tingxue tucked away her portion of the agreement into her bag and obediently settled onto the soft sofa to review the materials as Liang Mutian had instructed. After all, his intention was merely to stage a performance, and Xia Tingxue unconditionally trusted he would not harm her. Upon closer inspection, she discovered the documents detailed Liang Mutian's life history, including information about his family, relatives, and friends, as well as his upbringing, education, lifestyle habits, hobbies, and special skills. Xia Tingxue realized that Liang Mutian genuinely intended to cultivate her involvement and cooperation in this charade of a fiancé, yet she had not anticipated that the water she hastily drank earlier had been tampered with by Liang Mutian, and before long, its effects fully took hold. After merely skimming through 2 pages of material, she succumbed to slumber on the sofa, unaware of her surroundings. A striking man emerged, shaking his head as he gazed at the sleeping beauty on the sofa. He then approached, bending down to scoop her up and carry her toward the master bedroom, where he gently laid her on the bed and removed her clothing. This portion shall be omitted from further description. The next morning, how would Xia Tingxue confront the situation at hand? Indeed, my friend Zhao Songyang. Lan Xiaoqiang turned around and patted Zhao Songyang on the back, with his mind racing in a whirlwind of thoughts. He introduced Shang Tali and Jun Bushui, Ding Xiaoli, Zhang Xiaoga. Ding Xiaoli was the new identity of Shangtali, while Zhang Xiaoga naturally referred to Jun Bushui. Observing their seemingly ordinary attire, the man remained steadfast and composed, while the woman exuded a delicate charm, presenting a unique allure. Zhao Songyang nodded in silent admiration. It appeared that none of Lan Xiaoqiang's friends were ordinary. Of course, he himself was the exception. Noticing the warmth with which Lan Xiaoqiang regarded Zhao Songyang, Jun Bushui, and Shangtali too did not dare to underestimate him, engaging in mutual compliments. Once their pleasantries concluded, the trio followed Zhao Songyang directly to the third floor of the inpatient department to visit Lan Duo. Just before entering, Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly halted in the corridor, issuing a stern warning to Shangtali, as if to bolster her resolve. Xiaoli, no matter what you see or hear, you must not interrupt or speak out. Understand? Shangtali rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction, but Lan Xiaoqiang's command was unwavering. Otherwise, you can wait for me outside and not enter. Oh, come on, they haven't said. No objections, really? Shangtali stamped her foot in annoyance. Biting her lip in indignation, her childlike demeanor quite endearing it was. After all, her first time lowering herself in front of a man like this, feeling quite aggrieved but left with no choice. This person was not Jun Bushui, but rather the unyielding Lan Xiaoqiang. His iron-fisted nature left no room for tenderness, his ruthless methods striking fear in her heart, and she dared not provoke him. Observing her cautious, frustrated demeanor, Jun Bushui couldn't help but smile. It seemed Shangtali had finally met her match. As he turned his face away, stifling his amusement, he caught sight of Shangtali's pitiful expression as she quietly protested. Besides, I don't even know your friend. What is there to worry about? Hurry up. You too. Zhao Songyang anxiously called back at the door. Lan Xiaoqiang immediately dismissed Shangtali from his mind, hastily following Zhao Songyang inside. Songyang, Xiangzi he. Before Lan Duo could finish her sentence from the hospital bed, she caught sight of Lan Xiaoqiang entering behind Zhao Songyang and exclaimed joyfully, Brother Xiangzi, you finally came, I thought. However, upon noticing Shangtali and Jun Bushui behind Lan Xiaoqiang, her expression suddenly froze, and she became speechless. Who are they? Xiangzi, you didn't come alone, did you? Obviously, Lan Xiaoqiang shot her a glare, directly stating, My colleagues just came to play. What a ridiculous response. Did he really not know how to phrase it better? Thankfully, Lan Duo had long grown accustomed to his peculiar manner of speaking. Merely lowering her head in silence, how could she express her disappointment at being viewed so poorly in his eyes? Meanwhile, the handsome man and beautiful woman halted in their tracks, exchanging awkward glances. At that moment, Shangtali felt entirely superfluous, striving to shrink her presence, which only made her more endearing. This sight elicited a chuckle from a certain scheming man, yet Shangtali was truly mortified. If Jun Bushui dared to treat her like this, she would have kicked him first thing in the morning. Lan Xiaoqiang, satisfied, watched her pinch her cheeks in agreement, thinking to himself, Now you're behaving, aren't you? A girl must appear delicate to be cherished by a man. Their unspoken interaction did not escape Lan Duo's notice, who couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She was well aware of Lan Xiaoqiang's fickle nature. He changed women as easily as one changes clothes, showing no mercy. Thus, she assumed Shangtali was merely the latest woman he had pursued. And her heart ached at the thought, however, upon catching sight of Jun Bushui behind Shangtali, she begrudgingly began to believe Lan Xiaoqiang's words, even if only to deceive herself. A woman's sharp intuition told her that Jun Bushui and Shangtali made a striking pair, as if heaven had crafted them for one another. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Maybe this beauty truly was just a colleague of Lan Xiaoqiang, not his paramour. Ding Xiaoli, Zhang Xiaoga. Lan Xiaoqiang continued to introduce without a hint of concern for her thoughts. This is my fellow townsman, Lan Duo, a colleague of Zhao Songyang. He simply aimed to clarify their relationships with the most straightforward words, unaware of the turmoil within others' hearts. Confusion reigned. Lan Duo could only think of 4 words, I hate him. Shangtali, previously unaware that Lan Xiaoqiang's friend was such a vivacious girl and his fellow townsman, momentarily forgot her earlier embarrassment and couldn't help but glance at Lan Duo a few times. Cautiously approaching, she offered the flowers she held. Beautiful Lan Duo, these flowers are a gift from Xiangzi, wishing you a speedy recovery. He has been quite worried about you. Eager to play the Good Samaritan, Tali was soon joined by Jun Bushui, who also stepped forward to place the fruit he held on the bedside table. "This is for you, a gift from Lan Xiaoqiang." However, they had no inkling that their flattery had missed the mark entirely. "Hey, I say, you too," Lan Xiaoqiang fumed, wanting to clarify that these flowers were not his gift but rather Tali's initiative. He was already displeased that this expense would be deducted from his salary. And now this? It was enough to drive him to the brink of explosion. It seemed that Tali was simply asking for a beating. He would have to teach her a lesson at the first opportunity, ideally giving her a thorough thrashing. Only then would she understand the gravity of acting without his consent. Yet, Lan Xiaoqiang's furious gaze met Lan Duo's ecstatic smile, causing his ire to dissipate. "Ah, such beautiful flowers. I love them, I truly do," Lan Duo exclaimed, embracing the flowers and nearly moved to tears, inhaling their fragrance with fervor. This was the first time Lan Xiaoqiang had given her something, especially under such circumstances, making it a moment worth cherishing. So fragrant, such beautiful flowers. Yet, Lan Xiaoqiang remained silent, turning his face awkwardly away, questioning internally whether these flowers truly were his gift. Chapter 058, Hospital Visit. However, Lan Xiaoqiang remained silent, his demeanor awkward as he turned away, pondering whether these flowers were indeed a gift from him. Lan Duo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Tali beside her, offering a warm smile. "Thank you, beautiful lady. You and your boyfriend make a lovely couple." Lan Duo was undoubtedly clever, skillfully redirecting the conversation, but it seemed she had misinterpreted the situation. "Me? With a boyfriend?" Tali pointed at herself in confusion, then glanced at Jun Bushui, visibly perplexed. No, you mustn't misunderstand, Jun Bushui. Oh no, Zhang Xiaoga is just my classmate." Noticing the icy glare from Lan Xiaoqiang, Tali hastily corrected herself, chuckling nervously. "Friend, we're just ordinary friends, haha." However, it seemed too late. Lan Duo's comprehension lagged behind, leaving her with a puzzled expression as she asked, "Who is Jun Bushui? Is it this handsome guy beside you?" Ah, with Lan Xiaoqiang present, how could Jun Bushui even be considered handsome? "Sister, is your sense of aesthetics in question?" Tali felt embarrassed, though she could not openly voice her thoughts. She could only reply, "No, Jun Bushui is just his online nickname. It's a nickname we gave him. Please don't take it seriously." "Hee hee." Lan Duo laughed, turning to Jun Bushui, saying, "Actually, I think he is quite handsome. How could he be called Jun Bushui?" Oh dear. Tali clearly did not anticipate that Lan Duo would dwell on Jun Bushui's name, leading her to fumble for words as she tried to explain. "It's just that he's being modest, you know, low-key. I." Jun Bushui awkwardly raised his hands, ultimately turning away in resignation, unsure of how to respond. Lan Xiaoqiang, always direct, impatiently strode over and pulled Tali aside. "Go cool off. You're just adding to the chaos." Amidst Lan Duo's astonished gaze, Tali gasped as Jun Bushui caught her, preventing her from falling. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoqiang had already taken a seat beside Lan Duo, inquiring, "How are you feeling? Is there anything amiss?" Lan Xiaoqiang's rare display of gentleness was astonishing. Brother Changzi, though Lan Xiaoqiang's demeanor shifted dramatically, it was undoubtedly comforting for Lan Duo, who smiled brightly and grasped his hand. "Nothing much. Just seeing you makes all my ailments vanish." Lan Xiaoqiang froze, frowning at her. "I'm not some miraculous elixir that cures all ailments. Am I? Spare me." Lan Xiaoqiang felt no pride in this, growing increasingly annoyed as he pulled his hand away. "Mind your place. You're just my fellow townsman, not my girlfriend. Remember that going forward." Can't you just?" Lan Duo gazed at him, heartbroken, on the verge of tears. Lan Xiaoqiang shouted angrily, "Enough already, will you?" He was seething with rage, barely managing to suppress Lan Duo's incessant theatrics. His temper calmed somewhat. He thought to himself that with two witnesses present, he couldn't allow them to witness his embarrassment. Being ensnared by any woman was a disgrace to him, let alone someone like Lan Duo. Lan Xiaoqiang's only woman was his beloved Xiaojiao. This was the vow they made upon their first encounter. Lan Xiaoqiang would never belong to anyone but her, and Xiaoju resolutely declared that she would wait for his return. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed, and Lan Xiaoqiang finally returned as promised, driven solely by the childhood vow made for his Xiaojiu. The memory of that exquisite little girl and their meeting the previous night flooded him with tender emotions. He was eager to resolve matters here so that he could return to his city to see her, and his spirits lifted significantly. However, before that, he must deal with Lan Duo. He could not allow her to appear before Xiaojiu, lest his own reputation be tarnished. After yearning for many years, Lan Xiaoqiang did not wish to see his efforts come to naught at this critical juncture. He absolutely could not afford to lose Xiaojiu. Aware of the formidable rival he faced, he knew he could no longer afford to lower his own worth by allowing Lan Duo to diminish his standing. Xiaojiu was right. After 14 years of separation, they had hardly any feelings left. If she were to discover his infidelity, it would be the end. With this thought in mind, Lan Xiaoqiang grew increasingly anxious and longing for home. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaojiu was entirely his, and he would not allow anyone else to covet her. Even if he had once lost her, he intended to reclaim her by any means necessary. He aspired to establish a flawless image in Xiaojiu's heart, striving to shield her from the less desirable aspects of his character. He recognized that this was the perfect opportunity to sever ties with Lan Duo once and for all. Indecision could no longer be an option. Should she dare to cling to him, Lan Xiaoqiang would not hesitate to sever ties with Lan Xiefeng, ensuring Lan Duo's complete disappearance from this world. With this resolution, Lan Xiaoqiang's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a predatory glint, reminiscent of an impending storm. Lan Duo watched him intently, her heart racked with pain and fear at the shifting emotions on his face. "Don't treat me like this, Qiangzi," she began, but was abruptly silenced by Lan Xiaoqiang's forceful hand. He leaned in, lowering his voice to ask, "Tell me what happened. How could you be pregnant?" Lan Duo gazed at him with a face ashen as death, knowing that Lan Xiaoqiang would not accept her as she was. Despairing and on the verge of tears, she realized that she could not hide the truth from him any longer, so she defiantly replied, "I never said the child was yours. I am not your girlfriend. I have a fiancé. Why can't I be pregnant? You are only 19. What on earth are you thinking?" Lan Xiaoqiang exclaimed in frustration, wishing he could strike some sense into her. "Why are you only thinking about men?" In truth, with her infatuation for him, Lan Duo could not resist Feng Xiaopa's advances, and he too had not been oblivious to this, yet he felt utterly deceived. Lan Duo had dared to tread on his landmine repeatedly. She was truly asking for it. Although they had not been intimate this time, she had genuinely misled herself. Furious, he seized her, demanding, "You wretched woman, who have you slept with?" In an instant, he felt as though she was tainted, especially when she had claimed to be doing this for him. Avoiding Feng Xiaopa's advances. "No, I haven't," Lan Duo protested angrily, pushing him away in an attempt to maintain her dignity. Why should his infidelity brand her as a harlot? Yet, she did not voice this thought. Instead, she sought to shift the burden of responsibility onto Lan Xiaoqiang, her tears flowing as she accused him. "I know you are unfaithful. You don't want me, so you want to shirk responsibility. This is nothing but a baseless accusation." After all, no one knew the details of her relationship with Lan Xiaoqiang, so she felt free to say whatever she pleased. Unbeknownst to the foolish Lan Duo, that night on the hillside, Lan Xiaoqiang had not been intimate with her. He had merely used his powers to induce a similar illusion. She foolishly thought to use this as an excuse to entangle him further. Inciting Lan Xiaoqiang's wrath, he suddenly stood and slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "Tell me, whose child is it? Don't force me to eliminate you." Chapter 059. The wretched woman's framing. Say it. Whose child is it? Don't force me to eliminate you. He was relieved that nothing had happened that night. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Would he be reduced to playing the role of a mere father to her child? He suppressed his fury, managing to keep his voice low, deep, and steady, displaying none of the signs of rage one would expect. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, Lan Duo could clearly sense that this was the precursor to his murderous intent. Yet she stubbornly insisted, "It's yours. It belongs to you." She had decided to gamble everything, for the child had already been lost, leaving no evidence to contradict her. Perhaps, under pressure from all sides, he might begrudgingly agree to be with her. She no longer dared to hope for his love. Simply waking up each morning to find him by her side would suffice. This was the happiness Lan Duo sought, and thus, she was willing to go to any lengths to keep Lan Xiaoqiang. Oblivious to whether her actions were pitiable or pathetic, Lan Duo's tearful accusations solidified Lan Xiaoqiang's guilt. You are the only man I have. Who else could the child belong to? Damn it. Are you looking to die? Lan Xiaoqiang was driven mad by Lan Duo's slander. He was not one to explain himself, and how could he clarify this situation? Losing his sanity, he grabbed her and jabbed his finger at her nose. Do you dare to undergo a DNA test to prove your claims? Lan Xiaoqiang's eyes burned with rage as he challenged her. If the child is truly mine, I swear I will marry you. Good grief, it had been at least 6 months since he had touched her. How could she possibly be pregnant with his child? The previous night had merely been a prank. And poor, naive Lan Duo was unaware, still attempting to use this as leverage against him. How could he not be furious? Thus, Lan Xiaoqiang spoke with unwavering confidence, daring to utter such resolute words. Lan Duo found herself momentarily stunned. He was unaware that the child had already been lost. She silently rejoiced at this realization. If they were to undergo a DNA test, it would be the end for her, as the child was not his at all. Shrinking back, she stammered, The child has already been lost. Damn it, you self-destructive wretch, are you playing games with me? Lan Xiaoqiang was utterly enraged, and in a fit of fury, he began to rain blows upon her. Having just undergone a miscarriage, Lan Duo was physically weak and still receiving 4 fluids. She could not withstand Lan Xiaoqiang's violent assault. She soon found herself dizzy, her face bruised, and blood oozing from her mouth and nose as she lost consciousness. The 4 needle in her wrist was inadvertently dislodged, quickly soaking the sheets with blood. Qiangzi, are you out of your mind? A startled Zhao Songyang regained his senses and rushed over to restrain him. Pleading, You two don't need to rush. This can be resolved privately over time, but he feared that Lan Xiaoqiang might lose control and harm someone. Glancing at Lan Duo, who was being supported by Shengtali, he earnestly urged, This is a public place. Lan Duo is a patient. Your actions could lead to dire consequences, and then you'll be in trouble. Is she going to die? Lan Xiaoqiang retorted dismissively, Rest assured. She's far from death. Seeing this, Jun Buxu hastily intervened, advising Lan Xiaoqiang, Don't let your temper get the better of you. The truth will come to light in time. Why must you be so furious? Although Lan Xiaoqiang had not disclosed the details to them, it was evident he had a reason to be concerned. Having witnessed his ruthless tendencies, Zhao Songyang and Jun Buxu were apprehensive that he might act recklessly in his anger. Let go. Lan Xiaoqiang angrily shook them off, leaving behind a parting shot as he stormed away. Keep an eye on her. I need to step out for a moment. In truth, their hospital room contained a private restroom. Lan Xiaoqiang's words were merely an excuse. Qiangzi, where are you going? Will you come back? Shengtali called out, but he had already vanished from sight, leaving her with a resigned sigh. Coincidentally, medical staff entered at that moment, and Zhao Songyang quickly greeted them. Nurse, you arrived just in time. I was just about to call for assistance. He was unaware that this nurse had been summoned by Shengtali in the midst of the chaos. She worried that Lan Xiaoqiang might kill Lan Duo and thought that with hospital personnel present, he would exercise some restraint. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. Shengtali, indifferent, chose not to engage, while the nurse, walking in, began to comment, What's going on here? The patient isn't. Ah, the 4 needle has fallen out. The nurse turned around, noticing Lan Duo, bloodied and bruised, and gasped in shock. What happened here? What on earth is going on? It's nothing. There's no need to panic. Jun Buxu spoke calmly, managing to ease the nurse's alarm as he politely explained, The needle fell out. Could you please reinsert it? Ah, yes, I see. Observing Jun Buxu's composed demeanor, the nurse graciously complied, though she could not help but murmur, How do you care for your patient? It seems like she has been assaulted. As she spoke, the nurse examined Lan Duo's wrist to find a suitable spot for the 4. No, that's not it. Now, it was Zhao Songyang's turn to step in, awkwardly wiping his forehead as he hurriedly explained, It was just a disagreement between her and her boyfriend. That doesn't justify violence. The nurse thought to herself, What a terrifyingly violent boyfriend. Indignant, the nurse defended Lan Duo as she carefully reinserted the 4 needle. What sort of person is this? His girlfriend has undergone an abortion, and yet he treats her like this? Truly a violent man. Such a man should be resolutely avoided. The nurse's words were directed at Lando, but unfortunately, he did not respond with any gratitude. Instead retorting, "No, you misunderstand. It is not entirely his fault." "Ah, who is defending Lan Xiaoqiang?" Everyone turned to see the sorrowful and embarrassed Lando, who, unable to maintain her act of unconsciousness, interjected to defend Lan Xiaoqiang. She was acutely aware that it was already fortunate he had not taken her life. The nurse looked at her with considerable surprise, unable to suppress her astonishment. "With everything that has happened, you still defend him? I love him, yet I carry another's child. If you were in his position, would you not feel anger?" Lando gazed at her through tears, speechlessly patting her hand and closing her eyes as tears streamed endlessly. She could only regard Lan Xiaoqiang's actions as jealousy, for only thus could her heart avoid shattering. "He is jealous. He has finally felt jealousy for me, and so I feel joy. I do not blame him for hitting me." "Ah, therein lies your mistake." The nurse sighed, looking at her with a mix of regret and confusion. "If you love him so dearly, why would you still end up pregnant with another's child? It was he who rejected me. Each time we engaged in the acts of lovers, he would tell me not to harbor delusions. He would never marry me. Thus," Lando, with tears streaming down her face, recounted, "under the pressure from my parents, I became engaged to someone else, yet my thoughts are incessantly occupied with him." Upon hearing this, the nurse finally nodded in understanding. "Oh, it seems this child must belong to your fiancé, then?" Lando reluctantly nodded, tears continuing to flow. "It is my shame. When I longed for him, I could not see him, and thus, that person took advantage of the opportunity." Jun Basui and Zhao Songyang initially felt Lando deserved her fate, as she had betrayed Lan Xiaoqiang first, making his anger entirely reasonable. Yet upon hearing this, they became conflicted, realizing that Lando was, in fact, a complete victim. "If that is the case, then you should not have lied to him," forcing the blame of the child onto him. After a prolonged silence, Shang Tali could no longer refrain from interjecting. "You know well Xiaoqiang's temperament. Are you not afraid he might kill you in a fit of rage?" "Of course. I have considered it. I know Xiaoqiang has a fiery temper. It would not be surprising if he were to kill in anger." Lando forced her gaze to meet Shang Tali's, her eyes wide with tears and incredulity. "You seem to know Xiaoqiang quite well?" Shang Tali, momentarily caught off guard, then candidly admitted, "I know him to a degree. I am not the only one who understands him." She glanced at Jun Basui, shrugging as she spoke. "Xiaoqiang has a fiery disposition. When angered, it is easy for him to lose control." To avoid causing trouble with outside parties, Shang Tali intentionally lightened her tone, making it sound as though she were joking to those unaware of the underlying truth. Lando certainly understood she was being serious. It seemed Ding Xiaoli truly was a friend of his, possessing such insight into his temperament. The thought that Lan Xiaoqiang might indeed kill her filled her with renewed tears. "Yes, I am aware of all you say, yet, compared to his rejection of me," Lando lamented, her words trailing off, "I would rather perish at his hands, for perhaps he would feel remorse and seek to atone for me in the next life." Upon uttering this, Lando broke into sobs, yet still managed to pose a heart-wrenching question. "Is this not a form of happiness for me? Do you understand?" Shang Tali was left utterly speechless, her heart overwhelmed by shock. She had not anticipated Lando's love for Lan Xiaoqiang to run so deep. She was at a loss as to whether to feel moved or to deem her tragic. Her heart was deeply stirred, as were Jun Basui and Zhao Songyang, who regarded Lando with peculiar expressions. The nurse, having heard Lando's tale, sighed and patted her hand in consolation before quietly exiting. As she passed the doorway, she encountered Lan Xiaoqiang's return, and her expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. She had surmised Lan Xiaoqiang's identity, and upon witnessing his peculiar appearance, it suddenly made sense why Lando was so infatuated with him. Without even glancing at her, Lan Xiaoqiang approached Lando's bedside, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and placing it under her pillow. "This is 50,000. Hire a private nurse to care for you. From now on, we shall remain as strangers." "Xiaoqiang." Lando gazed at him reluctantly, tears streaming down her face. "I was wrong. Please grant me another chance, just once. Impossible. Lan Xiaoqiang stood upright, his voice resolute and unwavering as he dismissed her. I have never given you a chance, and I shall not do so in the future. He suddenly bent down, pointing at her with fervor. You are even less deserving now. This money is simply my way of looking after a fellow villager. Lando gazed at him in silence. Weeping, Xiaoqiang, remember your words. Your acknowledgement is sufficient. From now on, our paths will diverge. Lan Xiaoqiang issued a clear warning, preparing to leave. Ah, did you hear everything? Lando exclaimed in surprise, which displeased him greatly, causing him to frown. What does it matter whether I heard or not? Can it change the reality of the situation? Having achieved the result he sought, Lan Xiaoqiang prepared to depart, only to be halted by her once more, his patience at an end. You are not my girlfriend. There is no need for you to remain chaste for me. Thus, whose child you carry is of no concern to me. Ah, Lando was taken aback, realizing he truly wished to sever ties with her completely. Lan Xiaoqiang struggled to maintain his composure, decisively instructing her, remember? Do not seek me out in the future. Lan Xiaoqiang owes you nothing. Having said this, he turned to leave, his demeanor akin to a tempest. He had always felt deceived. Lando had slept with Feng Xiaopa and yet insisted to himself that she had not been touched by him. What a brazen woman. However, with loss comes gain. He would use this as a valid excuse to sever ties with her. Lan Xiaoqiang resolutely turned away, concluding all connections with Lando, vowing never to entangle himself with her again. Ah. Xiaoqiang, wait. I have something to say to you. The voice of Zhao Songyang calling after him echoed from behind. But Lan Xiaoqiang did not look back, curtly responding, there is nothing to discuss. Arrange for a private nurse for her. No. Xiaoqiang, Lando. Zhao Songyang intended to explain that Lando was currently hospitalized and needed care. However, at the corridor's end, Lan Xiaoqiang's mocking laughter rang out. If you fancy a promiscuous woman, feel free to pursue her. From now on, her affairs are none of my concern. If you bring her up again, I will sever all ties with you. With Lan Xiaoqiang having said this, Zhao Songyang could only shake his head helplessly. Sinking onto a bench in the corridor, watching as Shang Tali and Jun Buoshui's figures disappeared alongside him. Damn it, was it truly a case of unrequited love? At that moment, Zhao Songyang finally understood. Initially, he had thought Lando was being excessive, clinging to Lan Xiaoqiang despite the child not being his. But upon hearing Lando's tragic tale of love, he realized she had loved him deeply and could not bear to let go. Leading her to act as she did at that moment, he predicted that since Lan Xiaoqiang had never loved her, it was even less likely he ever would, and thus his foresight proved accurate. Truly, one is ensnared by their own actions, Lando. You have woven your own web, however. Lan Xiaoqiang did not dismiss Zhao Songyang as a friend, which brought him some solace, for that was what he valued most. Meanwhile, Zhao Songyang's solitary thoughts meandered through the hospital corridor. Back to Lan Xiaoqiang. As he exited the second hospital and hailed a cab, Shang Tali rushed over, panting and complaining. Who was it that insisted on not driving today? Claiming one must be discreet to work in the factory? Shang Tali rolled her eyes at him, sarcastically spreading her hands. Now look, my brief stint as a worker has ended before it even began. All because of your girlfriend. She is not my girlfriend. Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly shouted at her, pointing an accusatory finger at her nose with biting sarcasm. Shang Tali, you are courting death. Try saying that again. What is wrong with you? Shang Tali, sweating, dodged. I was merely speaking casually. Tali, beware of the consequences of your words. Jun Basui promptly cautioned her, stepping protectively in front of her, which prompted Lan Xiaoqiang to nod politely. Xiaoqiang, this is a public place. Control your temper. Lan Xiaoqiang glared at him, hands on his hips, directing his wrath at Shang Tali, also including Jun Basui in his ire. Very well, but remember this. Do not mention that person in my presence again, or face the consequences. Jun Basui, reading the room, knew Lan Xiaoqiang was dead serious, and thus nodded without hesitation. No problem, I will remember. Shang Tali, startled, stuck out her tongue inwardly pondering. Is it really that serious, big brother? Nevertheless, she obediently acquiesced, not forgetting to tease him with a playful remark. As you wish, young Master Lan, I've already understood. After which, she cheekily stuck out her tongue at him, swiftly wrapping her arm around Jun Buxiang's and making a hasty exit. In her heart, Jun Buxiang was akin to an older brother. Having grown up with St. Carlo rarely at home, the image of her actual elder brother was rather vague. However, once Jun Buxiang entered her life, Shang Tali unconsciously allowed him to take her brother's place, often indulging in excessive displays of affection. Jun Buxiang understood her sentiments and allowed her to express them freely, treating her with the care and tenderness one would reserve for a sister. Thus, their relationship was peculiar, a profound bond that intertwined brotherly love and friendship, with Shang Tali having grown accustomed to her dependence on him. This was the reason she, despite having a formidable bodyguard like Changzi, still found it hard to part with Jun Buxiang. After all, humans are creatures of emotion. As for young Master Lan Chong, observing Shang Tali's adorable antics, he found it difficult to maintain his frustration. Merely watching her with a silent glare, he thought to himself that she wasn't entirely without merit. At times, she exhibited a delightful charm. Her ability to tease appropriately and elicit laughter should mark her as a girl of considerable empathy and wit. Regrettably, with his return imminent, he could no longer afford to stir up trouble or entangle himself in romantic escapades, especially not with Shang Tali. Once school commenced, she would return to a city's St. Infant Academy, the same university attended by Xiao Jiu. This was precisely why he had chosen to serve as Shang Tali's bodyguard, as she was also a student there. Young Master Lan Chong's destination was indeed St. Infant Academy. Returning from his transgressions in search of love, he had already met with Xiao Jiu the previous night, and with formidable adversaries lurking, he needed to tread carefully to ensure his ship weathered the storms. Thus, at this crucial juncture, he must avoid any romantic entanglements with Shang Tali, as his heart was not in it. Should Xiao Jiu discover this, it would provide her with a justifiable reason to abandon him. He could not afford to give her such an excuse. Young Master Lan Chong reminded himself to endure, as his ultimate goal was to foster a loving relationship with Xiao Jiu. Even as he settled into the taxi, young Master Lan Chong remained lost in thought, until Shang Tali nudged him with her elbow and inquired, "Hey, Xiangzi, what are you thinking about?" "Ah, nothing," young Master Lan Chong stammered, snapping back to reality as he warned her, "Don't touch me if there's nothing going on. Be careful, or I might mistake you for an attacking enemy, and your life could be forfeit." "Huh?" Shang Tali gasped, covering her mouth in fear, recalling his ruthless methods, and hurriedly responded, yes, I understand. After all, who isn't afraid of death?" Shang Tali's little display lightened young Master Lan Chong's mood, and he chuckled at her theatrics. "If you behaved a bit better, you wouldn't be so disagreeable." "Are you complimenting me, big brother?" Shang Tali thought to herself, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, yet she lacked the courage to express her anger, ultimately directing it inward instead. Observing Shang Tali's wide-eyed fury, which quickly deflated, Jun Buxiang, seated in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Tali, you're no match for Changzi. Perhaps it's best to take it easy from now on." "Hey, have you lost your mind? I invited him to protect me, not to find myself a rival," Shang Tali retorted sharply, venting her frustration at young Master Lan Chong. "Don't be fooled by his bravado. Let him try to lay a hand on me." She spoke with conviction, her logic clear. In due time, someone will handle him. You'd have to be foolish to think he is the strongest. There are undoubtedly many out there who are even more formidable. Young Master Lan Chong pressed his fingers to his temples, pondering her words, uncertain of what to think, while his brows knitted tightly together. Though Jun Buxiang was unaware of young Master Lan Chong's thoughts, he recognized that Shang Tali was correct. They were all part of a disciplined organization with their own set of rules, which included not being rude to clients, an essential tenet of being a bodyguard. Thus, upon hearing her, he remained silently aware. The interior of the car fell into a temporary silence when Shang Tali, unable to contain her restlessness, suddenly asked, "By the way, Xiangzi, did you really send my father to fetch identification for me and Jun Buxiang, only for it to come to nothing?" "What?" Young Master Lan Chong, taken aback, furrowed his brow, scratching his head in thought. "Let me think about it." Shang Tali nodded, momentarily silent, but then young Master Lan Chong raised his head and asked, "Miss, do you truly want to experience the hardships of labor?" "Why not? Hey, why do you speak like that?" Shang Tali rolled her eyes at him, rebutting his remarks with reasoned arguments. Father often teaches us to be mindful of potential dangers even in times of peace. Those in elevated positions must learn to experience the struggles of the grassroots to effectively understand and improve their plight, thus fostering a cohesive and prosperous nation. Shang Tali's grandiloquent discourse prompted young Master Lan Chong to regard her with newfound respect, allowing her to continue without interruption. Father also says that whether one is a national leader or a corporate executive, they must possess a sense of civic duty. Only by understanding the lives of the people, their joys and sorrows, and recognizing their true needs can one be regarded as a good leader. Young Master Lan Chong nodded silently, finally understanding why Shang Taijun was so successful, even in educating his children. He showed great skill, however. While anyone can speak these words, the true measure lies in whether one can act upon them. It was rare to see young Master Lan Chong not only unresistant but also nodding in agreement, which made Shang Tali beam with pride as she continued to boast. Father is truly remarkable, and all my siblings and I are proud of him, Shang Tali said, lifting her chin in pride as she praised her father while also subtly touting her own achievements. As the heir to Shangda Industries, I often remind myself that we must not only have this awareness, but also the courage to act on it. Mere words are insufficient. Young Master Lan Chong chuckled inwardly, pleased to see her return to the main topic. During my current break, I find it opportune to seize the chance to experience life firsthand and understand the struggles of the people, so that I may know how to improve their conditions. Wouldn't you agree? Qiangzi? Yes, that's certainly true. Young Master Lan Chong replied with a restrained smile. However, according to your reasoning, it seems that if I don't want to support you, I cannot? Haha. Shang Tali interpreted his response as tacit approval and smiled brightly. Exactly, my dear big brother. You can consider it a favor. Very well, I can agree to that. Young Master Lan Chong finally nodded in assent, but soon posed another question. However, based on what you've said, there must be limitations. This work can only be undertaken within the companies under Shangda, correct? Ah. Shang Tali, caught up in her excitement, had indeed overlooked this aspect. Now, reminded by young Master Lan Chong, she sheepishly admitted, I hadn't thought of that. I concede your point. But, Shang Tali first acknowledged his argument. Then, with a quick flick of her gaze, she abruptly pivoted the conversation. However, I believe it isn't entirely the case. Understanding the strategies of our competitors and knowing oneself and one's adversaries can lead to certain victory. As she contemplated, she articulated her thoughts clearly, releasing a sigh of relief with a smile. In truth, I am indifferent about it. What do you think, Qiangzi? Young Master Lan Chong, having listened to Shang Tali's reasoning, regarded her with even greater admiration. Oh? He remarked with a hint of humor. Are you suggesting you want to become a spy? What spy? That's a bit dramatic, isn't it? Shang Tali laughed heartily, playfully pushing him away, feigning annoyance. What are you talking about? We're simply looking to enjoy ourselves during the break and learn something practical along the way. You've twisted my words. Young Master Lan Chong chuckled along, then resumed his serious demeanor. All right then, since you insist, miss, feel free to find a factory to try your hand at. Consider it a form of recreation. Well, this is merely preliminary practice. I have no idea whether I'll even adapt. So why dwell on it? Young Master Lan Chong had to concede her point, acknowledging that Shang Tali was not the type to act thoughtlessly. Observing her logical reasoning and meticulous consideration, he realized if these ideas were indeed her own. Her intellect was likely quite commendable. Young Master Lan Chong noted that Shang Tali's demeanor did not resemble that of a sheltered young lady. Rather, she seemed like someone with a bit of worldly experience. Perhaps it was due to Shang Tiejuan's exceptional upbringing that this university student had acquired social knowledge at such a young age. Impressive indeed. For a 19-year-old heiress, this level of maturity was no small feat. Of course, at the same age, young Master Lan Chong's depth of insight far surpassed hers. Yet, there were reasons for this. Shang Tali could not be compared to him. The experiences young Master Lan Chong had undergone since birth were ones that an ordinary individual might not encounter in a lifetime, making his early maturity quite understandable. Having witnessed the myriad of life and death in this world, what could possibly elude his understanding? Shang Tali is merely a sheltered and pampered young lady. Akin to a canary reared in a cage, it is somewhat astonishing that she comprehends these matters. Lan Xiaoqiang predicts that as she enters society and joins Shengda Industries in a managerial capacity, she is destined to become a remarkable female leader. This is precisely why Sheng Taijun holds his daughter in such high regard, as both of his sons are infatuated with martial arts and show little interest in Shengda. Consequently, he focuses on nurturing Shang Tali, recognizing her potential to become a formidable woman in her own right. Naturally, Shang Tali is aware of her father's expectations. In her youthful exuberance, she is eager to prove herself, aspiring to replace her two brothers as the successor to Shengda Industries, driven by a competitive spirit to surpass them. Thus, she pays close attention to Shang Tiejuan's meticulous guidance and has acquired knowledge far beyond her years. This is the reason behind Shang Tiejuan's affection for her. Shang Tali embodies the future of Shengda Industries. However, Shang Taijun understands that the inexperienced are often unafraid of challenges. Shang Tali still requires some setbacks to hone her resilience. He envisions Lan Xiaoqiang as a suitable mentor for his daughter, sensing that they may share a significant connection. Regardless of the outcome, whether Shang Tali marries Lan Xiaoqiang or not, it matters little to him. Otherwise, he would have to invest in someone to teach Shang Tali how to be a tenacious and successful woman. In fact, his decision to engage Lan Xiaoqiang as her bodyguard was partly motivated by this intention. He is indifferent to the outcome, viewing it as a game focused solely on the process rather than the result. Jun Buxiang, overly rigid in his ways, refrains from crossing boundaries with Shang Tali, which is also why he agreed to change bodyguards for her. Shang Taijun believes that the path to success is fraught with thorns and challenges, shaped through trials and tribulations. Those who sail smoothly through life tend to be ordinary. If he wishes for his daughter to thrive, he must break free from conventional educational methods and pave a thorny path to maturity. Nowadays, tycoons employ rather unconventional and avant-garde methods in educating their daughters, and he is not the first to do so. Especially among those who have only a single daughter without a son to inherit their legacy, they treat their daughters as if they were agents in training. Although Sheng Taijun may not go to such extremes, he concurs with this approach. Transforming a pampered princess into a woman of intellect, independence, and authority requires considerable effort. To fulfill this aspiration, she must experience the entirety of a woman's life in the shortest time possible to develop a discerning view of the world. However, this entails a significant undertaking, akin to reshaping a person, and he is not prepared to take such drastic measures. He still has two sons to rely on and sees no need to push Shang Tali to the brink. As expected, after graduating from St. Carlo University, she returned to assist him, now stationed in a city to manage Shengda's external trade, while he oversees headquarters. As for his younger son, Sheng Zhan, who is merely a year older than Sheng Tali, he is currently studying abroad. However, Shang Zhan has little interest in business warfare, merely managing operations without any significant progress, whereas Shang Tali exhibits remarkable aptitude, grasping concepts with ease, which only heightens Shang Tiejuan's hopes for her. Thus, his expectations for Shang Tali continue to grow, and he is constantly contemplating how to nurture her further. Yet, due to his inner apprehensions, he has not explicitly conveyed his thoughts to Lan Xiaoqiang. Whether events unfold as he envisions remains uncertain. Ultimately, this is merely a thought in his mind, not yet acted upon. Should Lan Xiaoqiang fulfill his wishes, Shang Taijun would undoubtedly express immense gratitude, regardless of the outcome. Therefore, even if Lan Xiaoqiang were to seduce Shang Tali and then abandon her, Shang Taijun might remain silent. How perplexing it is that a father could harbor such thoughts. Fortunately, Lan Xiaoqiang remains unaware of Shang Tiejuan's intentions. Otherwise, he might indeed be tempted to pursue Shang Tali. Such a delicate and charming young beauty, a true paragon of wealth and privilege, would be hard to resist, wouldn't you agree? However, there is no cause for concern at present, as Lan Xiaoqiang harbors no such thoughts and is instead wary of Shang Tali's potential advances. He is so cautious that he has even employed Jun Buxiang as a shield. Upon hearing Shang Tali's remarks, he regards her with newfound respect, adjusting his demeanor accordingly. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, he jestingly responds, "Yes, yes, indeed. Consider it an opportunity for you to gain some practical experience." "Oye, Brother Chong, you are too kind," Shang Tali exclaimed joyfully, though she tempered her exuberance, carefully echoing his sentiments to maintain a low profile. "Let us settle on that. And as for management, we can gradually learn about it in the future." Lan Xiaoqiang, absorbed in contemplation, thinks to himself that she is merely speaking whimsically, and the reality of undertaking such responsibilities would be fraught with challenges. Observing Lan Xiaoqiang lost in thought, Shang Tali quickly shifts the conversation. After all, I haven't graduated from university yet. Discussing management now is a bit hasty, isn't it, Brother Chang? Ah, Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly glared at her with a smile. The notoriously spoiled young lady, Shang Tali, is showing signs of respecting others and seeking their opinions. It seems she is a woman of many facets, and he must not underestimate her in the future. With a light-hearted demeanor, Lan Xiaoqiang playfully taps her on the head. You've already said it all. Why ask for my opinion? Are you waiting for me to praise you? Meanwhile, while Lan Xiaoqiang leisurely engages in light banter with the charming young lady, he remains unaware that his beloved has unwittingly fallen into the clutches of danger. In the presidential suite on the 27th floor of the Sheraton Hotel in a city, a sudden awakening jolts Xia Tingxue as she realizes she is lying on an unfamiliar luxurious bed, her bare body concealed only by a pristine white blanket. Shocked and bewildered, she exclaims, Yin Gui, Yin Gui. To her chagrin, there is no response. Replaying the events of the previous night, she remembers dozing off on the living room sofa. But how did she end up in this bed? Sitting up abruptly, clutching the blanket, she scans the room in panic, calling out, Liang Mutian, you despicable scoundrel. No matter how loudly she shouts, there is no sign of Liang Mutian. Overwhelmed with fear, she wraps her arms around herself, her heart racing uncontrollably, nearly suffocating her. She had promised her brother, Zhou Gongbai, to marry his doppelganger. How could she have compromised herself at such a crucial moment? And there is also Xiao Zhendong, who had returned early to marry her. How could she be so inexplicably ruined by Liang Mutian? Frustration wells up within her. How could she have gone to meet Liang Mutian without Yin Gui by her side? She is tempted to slap herself, but now that the damage is done, what good would it do to resent herself? In her heart, she fervently urges, Tingxue, you must remain calm. Only by keeping a cool head can you untangle this matter and find the best solution. As Zhou Gongbai advised. Calming her emotions, Xia Tingxue begins to strategize. Now that the situation has unfolded, crying and wailing will not resolve anything. It would only add to the ridicule. Thus, she needs a composed mind to clarify her thoughts and determine the best course of action. Deep in thought, Xia Tingxue suddenly recalls something and lifts the blanket to check. She needs to confirm a certain matter. The sight of bloodstains sends her heart plummeting, and she collapses back onto the bed. Covering her face in tears, she realizes that her situation is dire. Wiping away the tears streaming down her face in anger, she hastily dons the clothes scattered on the floor. She then jumps up and rushes into the grand living room. Finding the presidential suite eerily empty, leaving her all alone. She has yet to lay eyes on Liang Mutian, but has inexplicably sealed her own fate. In that moment, she feels utterly foolish for having trusted him alone in her room. Was she not dancing with a wolf? Now, she has sacrificed herself and remains unaware of whether Liang Mutian will even acknowledge it. Even if he does, what does it matter? Can she abandon Zhou Gongbai and Xiao Zhendong to marry him? Alas, but now, it is essential to confront Liang Mutian and settle the score. Xia Tingxue, disregarding her sorrow, rushes to the side of the sofa to grab her bag, retrieving the agreement she had placed inside the previous night. Thank goodness, the evidence is still intact. Otherwise, she would be in serious trouble. Holding the agreement tightly against her chest, she weeps, never having anticipated that Liang Mutian would turn out to be such a despicable scoundrel. What now? She sinks onto the sofa in despair, pondering her next move. Suddenly, she recalls what Aunt Tianxin had said when she had sent her in. She would wait for her at the door when she came out. And Yin Gui was also outside. Without a second thought, she leaps up and rushes to the door, flinging it open to find Xing Tianxin still pacing anxiously outside. The sight of Aunt Tianxin's helplessness indicates that she has been forcibly kept at bay. Yin Gui, on the other hand, leans casually against the opposite wall of the corridor, lazily eyeing her as she emerges. Xia Tingxue shifts her gaze to the two black-clad bodyguards stationed at the door. Upon clarifying the situation, she finally regains her composure, feeling a flicker of comfort. Even though Liang Mutian is untrustworthy, he is not entirely devoid of conscience. He has not destroyed all the evidence. Ensuring that he cannot entirely deny his actions, as long as there is evidence, she need not fear his future deceit. But what about the fact that he has ruined her life? Xia Tingxue leans against the door in anguish. Feeling utterly unworthy to face Zhou Gongbai and Xiao Zhendong, her strength utterly depleted as she collapses to the floor. Tingxue, what is wrong with you? Dean Tianxin's voice reached her as he arrived to support her. Yet Yin Gue, exhibiting an unusual demeanor, merely stood by, observing coldly. The two bodyguards in black, noticing the situation, hurriedly extended their hands to assist. Miss Xia, what has happened to you? Yin Gue, hearing Shui, extended her hand towards him, and the reluctant Meng Jingtai approached, wrapping his arms around her. Fool, are you all right? Hearing Shui saw him shake his head, tears streaming down, and suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Her head tilted as she leaned into his embrace and fell into a deep sleep. How peculiar. Even in such circumstances, she could still sleep. In truth, she had been rendered unconscious by someone, as Yin Gue wished to shield her from excessive sorrow. Concerned for hearing Shui, Xing Tianxin instructed Yin Gue to take her back to the orphanage, where everyone could assist in formulating a strategy. Unbeknownst to her, in this slumber, days turned into weeks, the calendar flipping by unnoticed in her hazy state. It seemed she dreamt that Aunt Tianxin, upon learning the details, became furious and vowed to confront Liang Mutian. Thus, in a daze, she followed Xing Tianxin to a location, a beautifully landscaped villa. Chapter 064. The disruption of the engagement ceremony in her days, she followed Xing Tianxin to a picturesque garden villa. Whether it was a dream or not, she was unaware of Meng Jingtai's whereabouts, as he did not accompany her closely. From a distance, she observed the villa, where the name Liang Mansion was inscribed in grand letters above the iron gates. Glistening in its resplendent glory, the lush green lawn in front was adorned vibrantly, with an archway of flowers that was simply stunning. The fragrant blooms attracted numerous butterflies and birds, flitting about gracefully. Reluctant to depart, cheerful, light music lingered, flowing gently like a brook, effortlessly soothing the spirit. The scene was bustling with people, all beaming with joy, dressed elegantly as they flocked to the grand affair. Hearing Shui, feeling disoriented, was pulled along by Xing Tianxin, blending into the tide of guests as they admired the splendor of Liang Mansion. The Liang family, with their connections, were welcomed inside the floral arch, seated to exchange pleasantries with the matriarchs of the family. Of course, several business magnates were also present, for Liang Mutian was renowned as the president of Huanyu, who would not rush to curry favor. Even if they could not become friends, they hoped he would show leniency in future business dealings. These seasoned veterans of the business world were now dutifully accompanied by the general manager of Huanyu, Ji Feng, sipping tea without daring to disturb Liang Mutian. Typically, one would need to queue for an appointment to meet General Manager Ji Feng, let alone the elusive boss, Liang Mutian. For those not of a certain stature, encountering him was nearly impossible. Many had only heard of him but never seen him in person. Today, the privilege of attending his engagement ceremony provided a rare opportunity to behold Liang Mutian's true visage, a considerable honor indeed. Thus, the grand banquet at Liang Mansion was nothing short of a full house. Zhu Yuanyi and a group of handsome young men, like butterflies flitting about, mingled and greeted the arriving guests, overshadowing the beauty of the women present. Each of them appeared vibrant and full of life, each uniquely attractive yet equally striking. Hearing Shui, feeling dizzy, pondered whether they were hosting a male escort event. It certainly seemed that way. Outside the floral arch, a throng of fans had gathered, creating a bustling scene. Among them, Hearing Shui was led by Xing Tianxin, preparing to enter. Media outlets had also arrived, cameras flashing incessantly, as they sought to capture every moment of excitement. Noticing the presence of many plainclothes security personnel lurking outside, she was startled, speculating whether they were undercover police or hired security. Perhaps they were elite members of the four major factions. In any case, anyone attempting to cause a disturbance here would likely find themselves forcibly ejected. Inside the floral arch, a red carpet spanned the ground, covering the original gravel path leading to Liang Mansion's entrance. On either side, seats for guests were filled to capacity, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. At the end of the red carpet stood the steps in front of the mansion, temporarily transformed into a festive canopy. Hearing Shui couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity, as if she were witnessing a wedding scene from a television drama. Shaking her head, she mused whether Liang Mutian was not merely engaged but actually getting married. Hello everyone, I am today's host, Lu Zhampeng. The host appeared gracefully with a microphone, prompting the seated guests to rise and gather around. After introducing himself, Lu Zhampeng guided everyone to offer their blessings on this traditional Chinese holiday. Let us bestow our good wishes upon the Liang mansion for its double happiness. Ah, right. Today is the Chinese lunar calendar's Qixi festival. Hearing Shui murmur to herself, feeling faint. Is today the Qixi festival? But Xing Tianxin gripped her hand tightly, reminding her to stay focused. Congratulations to President Liang Mutian on his engagement, and congratulations to the Liang family on this double happiness. The crowd responded enthusiastically, showering blessings upon Liang Mutian's engagement ceremony. Accompanying the guests in conversation and receiving congratulations were Liang Mutian's grandmother and mother, both unable to contain their excitement, and they too approached. Their faces were alight with joy as they gazed up at the host's announcement. With Xing Tianxin pulling hearing Shui along, welcome all friends and family, as well as esteemed guests, to the engagement ceremony of Liang Mutian and Miss Xu Yingran. Xing Tianxin led hearing Shui into the crowd. Witnessing this figure gesturing in a way that blessed the couple, proclaiming loudly, "Let us join together in wishing for their union to be filled with happiness and harmony for 100 years. Hearing Shui secretly scoffed, recognizing that the Liang Zhu marriage had historically been one of unfulfilled destiny, and it would be remarkable if this union were to be harmonious. Yet, everyone around her fervently echoed the sentiments of blessing, and she refrained from dampening the joyous atmosphere with her own dismal thoughts. Indeed, let us wish Liang Xiao and Miss Zhu a blissful marriage, harmonious for 100 years, the crowd responded with resounding enthusiasm. Hearing Shui's heart surged with emotion as she observed the scene, feeling a painful twist in her chest. She had never envisioned any connection with Liang Mutian, yet now she was compelled to feign enthusiasm. Xing Tianxin held her hand, occasionally tightening his grip to lend her strength, slightly reviving her spirits. Suddenly, she recalled something. Those plainclothes officers outside seemed to have been informed not to obstruct her entry. Allowing her to slip in smoothly, hearing Shui, feeling dazed, rubbed her forehead, gradually regaining a flicker of confidence. Perhaps Liang Mutian had made arrangements in advance, waiting for her arrival to join him in this charade. With this thought, she felt a tad reassured and followed Xing Tianxin as they blended into the crowd, discreetly observing the host as he animatedly set the atmosphere. Thank you everyone on behalf of my employer, President Liang Mutian of Huanyu. I express my sincere gratitude for your blessings. The host, having showcased his flair, finally transitioned to the main event. Now, let us welcome the newlyweds to the stage. Please give them a warm round of applause. Anticipation surged through the crowd as the applause erupted, and the couple adorned in immaculate white attire made their grand entrance, colorful confetti falling like rain. Someone gasped, "Ah, indeed. The rumors hold true. President Liang Mutian is undeniably young and remarkable. Absolutely, he is strikingly handsome, almost unreal." Although the voices were soft, they reached the host's ears, prompting him to quickly adjust the narrative with the microphone. Indeed, our President Liang Mutian is a rare beauty. Ha, an awkward laugh attempted to mask his earlier slip. As he continued to effusively praise, "Seeing is believing. Let us have the honor of witnessing President Liang's true self, wishing for their union to be filled with happiness." Chapter 065. The Emergence of the Remarkable Indeed. Seeing is believing. Let us have the honor of witnessing President Liang's true self, wishing for their union to be filled with happiness. Under his guidance, a chorus of various blessings arose, indistinguishable in their authenticity. They truly make a perfect pair. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Long live Liang Mutian. The groom is too handsome, it's beyond reason. Oh my, how can a man be this attractive? Are we even allowed to live? Liang Mutian is so handsome. I love you. In a moment of chaos, someone shouted, "Hey, men, gather together. Women, unite. Let us go seize Liang Mutian." Haha, laughter erupted, a cacophony of joy filling the air. Hearing Shui, still in a daze, realized that all the admiration was directed at Liang Mutian, with not a single word of praise for his fiancée Zhu Yingran. Curiosity piqued, she tiptoed to catch a glimpse. Discovering that the girl beside him was indeed quite lovely, distinguished by an inherent charm, it was evident she embodied her name. She was not the gentle, traditional beauty of the East, but rather exuded the vivacious spirit of a Western girl. With an air of confidence, Zhu Yingran stood with her hands clasped behind her, smiling at the crowd, radiating an aura of grace that was rare to find. Though her beauty might not be extraordinary, standing beside Liang Mutian, she was equally captivating. No matter how hard Tingxue concentrated, she could not discern Liang Mutian's features. She only felt that he sparkled in a manner reminiscent of someone else. This might be attributed to her unfamiliarity with Liang Mutian in reality, or perhaps it was simply her hazy state of mind in this dreamlike moment. Shaking her head with effort, Tingxue, unsteady on her feet, was supported by Xing Tianxin, and she decided against pursuing the futile task of identifying who Liang Mutian resembled. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze towards Liang Mutian was laden with sorrow, her eyes already misty with tears. He did bear a striking resemblance to Zhou Gongbai, albeit without his flowing silver hair, azure eyes, or the aura of aloofness. After all, this Liang Mutian was a modern man, and he naturally had to be grounded. While she could not see many details clearly, one impression stood out vividly. Liang Mutian's demeanor was cold, his handsome face taut and unpredictable, resembling a creature that could erupt in fury at any moment. A sign reading, "Keep away," could easily have adorned his face. This was a stark contrast to her gentle elder brother, who treated her with boundless affection, while Liang Mutian seemed likely to inflict torment rather than show kindness. Tingxue lamented that had she known he was such a person, she would never have agreed to a false marriage contract. Now, entangled in her own web, she found herself ensnared by him, unable to retract her consent. Amidst the chaos, Xia Tingxue felt increasingly unsteady, the clamor of voices overwhelming her senses. Bang, bang, bang. Eventually, the host struck the microphone to quell the cacophony, regaining control of the situation. He continued to tap the microphone, urging silence. "Everyone, please calm down. Let us not overshadow the main event." As the crowd gradually quieted, Lu Zhanping resumed his jovial tone, adjusting his mood to exclaim, "Today is a joyous occasion, as Master Liang and Miss Zhu's engagement ceremony coincides with the festival, a double celebration." The host, Lu Zhanping, eloquently expounded, his words flowing as he embellished the moment. "Let us have the honor of witnessing the grand moment of engagement between President Liang of Huanyu and Miss Zhu Yingran, an occasion that fills us all with great pride." After finishing, he bowed slightly and stepped back, gesturing courteously towards Liang Mutian and Zhu Yingran. "It is time for the two protagonists to take the stage. In this sacred moment, please share a few words with us." Liang Mutian slightly furrowed his brow, adjusting the microphone at his collar, casting a cold glance at Zhu Yingran as she stepped forward. Zhu Yingran, unfazed, responded with a knowing smile and stepped in unison with him, standing side by side before the audience. "Hello, everyone. We welcome your esteemed presence." The couple spoke in unison, and only then did the stoic Liang Mutian raise his hand, surveying the audience before speaking again. "Today marks the engagement ceremony of Liang Mutian and Zhu Yingran. We sincerely thank you all for coming to witness this moment." Indeed, it was an engagement ceremony, yet the formalities resembled those of a wedding. According to the wishes of the Liang family's ancestors, this was intended to be a direct marriage, but it was Liang Mutian's vehement opposition that led to this compromise of an engagement first. However, this engagement ceremony, as Xia Tingxue had suspected, was evidently conducted in the format of a wedding ceremony. This implied that after this engagement, Zhu Yingran would be recognized as the legitimate granddaughter-in-law of the Liang family, regardless of whether they actually married. A dazed Xia Tingxue keenly sensed something amiss and could not help but shout, "No, I do not consent." She felt compelled to intervene in their engagement, whether for public or personal reasons. As she spoke, she found herself uncontrollably rushing up the steps, stumbling dangerously, with Xing Tianxin trailing behind her, calling out, "Tingxue, don't be agitated. Let's discuss this calmly." All the cameras and flashlights turned towards the suddenly bold Xia Tingxue, with a flurry of microphones appearing before her. "Miss, who are you, and why do you wish to stop their engagement?" "Yes, miss, who are you to interrupt President Liang's engagement?" Xia Tingxue, teary-eyed, brushed aside the microphones, hazily glancing at the stunned Liang Mutian and his fiancée. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is Liang Mutian. He cannot get engaged to someone else without giving me a reasonable explanation." "Miss, who are you, and what is your connection to Liang Mutian? What do you mean by that? From your words, it seems you have an unusual relationship with President Liang." Various pointed questions surged forth, all sharply aimed at her connection with Liang Mutian. Exhausted, Xia Tingxue held her head, feeling dizzy and unsteady. Below, Xing Tianxin contemplated rushing up but hesitated. Liang Mutian observed the scene, shook his head, and could not resist dashing forward to support her. Suppressing his frustration as he softly chided, "Ting Xue, have you been drinking?" Dazed, Xia Xue shook her head and looked at his cold expression, tears brimming in her eyes. "No, I just took an entire box of cold medicine." "Ah, are you insane?" Liang Mutian exclaimed in anger, glancing around with concern. "Do you not realize this could be fatal? Or do you wish to embarrass me on purpose?" His tone was stern, yet he did not hesitate to pull her close. Disregarding his fiancée's presence, it was evident to any observer that they shared a connection. Witnessing their intimate exchange and perplexing dialogue, everyone was taken aback. Zhu Yingran felt her pride wounded and reached out to intervene, only to be halted by Liang Mutian's mother, who gestured for her to observe the situation more closely. Chapter 066. A romantic interruption. Zhu Yingran felt her pride wounded and reached out to intervene, only to be halted by Liang Mutian's mother, who gestured for her to observe the situation closely. She genuinely did not wish for Liang Mutian to marry Zhu Yingran. She would prefer to see Ji Feng seize the opportunity instead, as it made little difference to her. "No, I did not." Ting Xue, feeling faint, looked at Liang Mutian, shaking her head weakly, tears spilling forth. "You have already ruined me. How can you speak to me like this?" Liang Mutian, his expression icy, looked at her with a questioning gaze and soon understood her meaning, breaking into a smile. His devilish grin plunged the entire venue into stunned silence. The usual poetic phrases of beauty seemed utterly inadequate to convey the extraordinary emotions swirling in the air. Realizing this, Liang Mutian quickly suppressed his radiant smile, adopting a frosty demeanor as he leaned in to whisper in her ear. "Little fool, it is not as it seems." "Not as it seems." Ting Xue gazed at him in disbelief, abruptly dodging his advance, only to be caught and pulled closer as he pressed her forehead against his. "That was a ruse. My only aim was to ensure you were fully engaged in today's performance, preventing any signs of weakness from being detected." "Ah, what?" Ting Xue was taken aback by his revelation, dazedly holding her forehead, struggling to focus amidst the confusion. You mean you did not?" Liang Mutian quickly steadied her, looking earnestly into her eyes as he nodded, "Yes." How could Liang Mutian be so self-destructive? "Ah, I'm finished," Ting Xue lamented, smacking her forehead in regret, realizing she had just ruined everything, and without a second thought, she embraced Liang Mutian and wept. "I don't care. You have deceived my heart and body. No one but me, Xia Ting Xue, is permitted to engage with you." This girl, suddenly enlightened to the truth, found herself at a loss as to how to salvage the situation and began to throw a tantrum, blurring the lines between pretense and reality. All right, Ting Xue, please stop, let me explain." At this moment, Liang Mutian, usually aloof, was genuinely concerned about her well-being, fearing that she might collapse, which would lead to him being accused of murder. Ting Xue tilted her head and rested against his shoulder, feeling drowsy and on the verge of sleep. "Ah, Ting Xue, hold on. I will take you to the hospital." The traditionally cold Liang Mutian, upon witnessing this, acted without hesitation, lifting Xia Ting Xue in his arms and turning to leave. He intended to take her to the hospital, but was abruptly halted. "Stop, who is she? Is this how you leave on your engagement day?" The voice belonged to Liang Mutian's grandmother, Zhu Meiwan, who had orchestrated the marriage. Naturally, she did not wish for any disruptions. Ting Xue's appearance had already displeased her, and her greatest fear was indeed the emergence of a ghost from the past. Most infuriating was her grandson, Liang Mutian, known for his cold demeanor, who dashed towards her without a second thought, publicly embracing her and speaking softly, shattering his public image for the sake of this young girl. How could she not be enraged? His actions clearly conveyed to the media and their relatives that this girl was indeed Liang Mutian's. What then of his fiancée, whom she had arranged for him? The grandmother was truly furious, and when she could no longer contain herself, she rushed forward, blocking his path and demanding, "Where do you think you are taking her?" "Grandma, my ancestor." Liang Mutian, his patience waning, looked at her with a furrowed brow, genuinely anxious. "This cannot be delayed. She has consumed an entire box of cold medicine, and it could be fatal." "Who is she? What does it matter if she took a box of cold medicine? What does that have to do with you?" Zhu Meiwan pressed on, pointing at the silent Zhu Yingran. Where do you intend to placing Ran? She is your fiancée, the very star of today's wedding banquet. A furious elder frowned, her long, straight eyelashes drooping as she uncompromisingly admonished. Everything has its priorities. Do you not understand that human life is of utmost importance? My dear, I do not care. Do you wish to turning Ran into a laughingstock for billions of citizens to know that you, Liang Mutian, no longer want her? The elderly lady refused to reason with him, obstinately blocking his path. Liang Mutian, in a state of desperation, felt an urge to kick her aside, but she was, after all, his grandmother. He pressed his forehead in frustration and reluctantly continued his argument. Indeed, the engagement is significant, but human life is paramount. Would you not care if your grandson were to perish because of this? The elder, truly anxious, cradled Xiating Xue and declared as she turned to leave, today's engagement ceremony is cancelled and will be postponed. Halt! I do not permit it. Zhu Meiwan furiously raised her cane to strike Liang Mutian, trembling as she stood her ground before him. Grandmother, please calm down and discern what is truly important. Liang Mutian, feeling exasperated, could only watch her stamp her feet as she released Xiating Xue and supported herself. Look, she is already in a daze, as if sleepwalking. If we delay further, she may very well lose her life. I cannot afford that, do you understand? Zhu Meiwan, suspicious, inquired. Is that truly all there is to it? Liang Mutian, helpless, nodded in response, his eyes reflecting frustration at her lack of understanding. Yes, I only wish to expedite her escape from danger. Ah, that is easily arranged. The elderly lady, with cunning eyes, nodded and laughed, calling out without lifting her head, Jiu Yuanyi, Zhu Yuan's assistant, you are responsible for taking this lady to the hospital post-haste for urgent care. Me? Zhu Yuanyi, currently entangled with a group of friends in an attempt to rescue Xing Tianxin from a throng of reporters, was taken aback by the sudden summons. It appeared that the journalists, having failed to extract useful information from Xiating Xue, were deterred under Liang Mutian's protection and had shifted their focus onto Xing Tianxin instead. Recognizing her as the director of the Love Heart Orphanage, they swarmed around her with a barrage of chaotic questions, leaving her utterly defenseless. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanyi could no longer remain a passive observer and had to rally his friends to assist her. However, he was currently too preoccupied to genuinely decline the task. Zhu Meiwan glared at him, exasperated. What nonsense! Is there another Zhu Yuanyi? He glanced at the beleaguered Xing Tianxin and then back at the elderly lady, stammering, But I, Zhu Yuanyi, understand this. You are Liang Mutian's special assistant? Not someone else's assistant, got it? Zhu Yuanyi awkwardly laughed. Yes, esteemed matriarch, I understand. Internally, he thought, isn't it Liang Mutian who hasn't even spoken yet? Do you genuinely believe you can replace him? However, he refrained from voicing this thought and gestured to his friends, forcibly ushering Xing Tianxin away for her protection. Zhu Meiwan, with a furrowed brow, seized the bewildered host, Lu Zhanpeng, and announced to the audience below, Now then, everyone take your places. The engagement ceremony shall proceed as planned. Lu Zhanpeng approached, glancing at Liang Mutian, who resembled a tall, elegant tree yet wore an expression as somber as the deep sea, and meekly engaged in small talk. All right, everyone quiet down. Let's see what our esteemed Liang Mutian has to say. The irate Liang Mutian glared at his grandmother, fixing a fierce gaze on Lu Zhanpeng as he barked, Get out of my sight and take your salary with you. Lu Zhanpeng, upon witnessing the fierce look, felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hastily bowed before retreating. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyi finally made his way over, extending a hand with an expression akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Liang Mutian, leave it to me? Unexpectedly, Xiating Xue objected, suddenly wrapping her arms around Liang Mutian's neck, exclaiming, No, I do not agree. She completely disregarded Zhu Yuanyi's presence, playfully poking Liang Mutian's nose and giggling, Without my permission, you are not allowed to get engaged to anyone else. Oblivious to the public persona of the irate Liang Mutian, she whimsically acted as she pleased. Hey, you? The bewildered CEO gazed at her, utterly confused by her erratic behavior. Zhu Yuanyi was momentarily stunned, but then took a step back, stifling a laugh. He found it amusing that his seemingly imperious boss could not assert himself in the presence of Xiating Xue. who had him thoroughly outmaneuvered. It appeared that Xiating Xue, this exquisite gem, might truly be Liang Mutian's Achilles heel, and he wondered how his boss would maintain his cool demeanor in the future. While Zhou Yuanyi relished the moment, Zhu Meijuan's temper flared. Ah, our esteemed president of Huanyu, my grandson Liang Mutian's engagement must await your permission? Who do you think you are? The elderly lady, unable to contain her anger, bent slightly as she nearly gasped in disbelief. Liang Mutian's mother quickly approached, attempting to soothe her. Mother, please do not be angry. Do not stoop to their level. Liang Mutian's mother, a graceful and dignified woman, then turned to Liang Mutian, saying, Liang Mutian, what manner of person are you? To behave so thoughtlessly? The pointed remarks made Liang Mutian cast her a cold glance, yet she pressed on, continuing to chastise her son. Look at the situation you have created today. Do you think it befits our president of Huanyu? Witnessing Liang Mutian's unusually submissive demeanor, she seized the opportunity to pull Xiating Xue closer. Come here. Allow me to have a word with her. Liang Mutian, his attitude unclear, merely observed her without comment as she extended her hands. How obedient! Was this truly the notorious Liang Mutian? For reasons unknown, Xiating Xue, feeling dazed, sensed something peculiar about Liang Mutian's mother. Beneath her poised exterior lay a menacing aura, prompting her to shake her head in refusal. No, you are the stepmother of Snow White. I do not wish to speak with you. Although her intention was not to assist the cold-hearted Liang Mutian, she harbored a natural disdain for him. Being straightforward by nature, she thought it was merely a dream, so she felt no fear of offending anyone and spoke her mind. What nonsense are you spouting? Liang Mutian's mother, Zhang Meiqi, replied, her face elongating in displeasure. You are no longer a child. Why do you possess the intellect of one? Are you truly intoxicated? However, she genuinely admired Xiating Xue, realizing why Liang Mutian was captivated by her. Indeed, she was a rare gem, yet her words were anything but polite. Upon closer inspection, Xiating Xue's skin was pale and delicate, her eyes dark and captivating, and her lips a tender pink, evoking an irresistible urge to lean in and savor her. Her long lashes framed her wide eyes, casting a shadow that left one spellbound. With her long, smooth hair cascading like a dark waterfall, she appeared to have stepped right out of a painting. The appeal was not lost on women, let alone men, and Zhang Meiqi silently lamented. This girl, with her naturally enchanting appearance, possessed an alluring figure that exuded charm with every movement. Clad in a pristine white casual short-sleeved dress, her long, fair legs and arms were on full display, every smile and gesture enticing. Zhang Meiqi perceived her as a promising candidate in the world of martial arts, yet lamented the delicate nature of her beauty. Perhaps it was her youth or the effects of too much cold medicine, leaving her in a dazed state that was both charming and endearing, a unique blend of angelic and devilish traits. Zhang Meiqi's discerning gaze scrutinized Xiating Xue, reaching a conclusion that such women are the most formidable, capable of ensnaring any man, and it was no wonder that Liang Mutian, an oddity himself, was entranced by her. Despite her disoriented appearance, she was increasingly captivating, evoking an instinctual desire to cherish and love her dearly. However, with her evident unsteadiness, resembling someone who had indulged in too much drink, it was clear that engaging with her seriously would be futile. Risking ridicule for the Liang family, she had no desire to quarrel with such an unconventional individual, especially since Xiating Xue was merely a 17 or 18-year-old charming girl. After much contemplation, Zhang Meiqi felt it inappropriate. Perhaps Liang Mutian might genuinely marry her, and it was better to retain some decorum. She did not particularly care whom Liang Mutian married. If this girl could marry him, there would be no one left to contest Zhu Yingran, which was precisely why she had previously obstructed Zhu Yingran. However, it remained essential to give Liang Mutian a bit of a hard time. As Zhang Meiqi's thoughts raced, she leaned closer to Xiating Xue to take a whiff but was abruptly pushed away. Dazed, Xiating Xue protested, I haven't had any alcohol. Why would I be drunk? Well, since you are not drunk, then do not pretend. Zhang Meiqi had been awaiting this very statement, clapping her hands and pulling her into conversation. What is your name? Why did you cause a disturbance at their wedding? Were you invited to do so? I did not cause a disturbance, nor was I invited. My name is Xiating Xue, a freshman in college, but I shall soon be a sophomore. Xia Tingxue instinctively replied, shaking her head in confusion as she pointed at Jiang Meiqi, asking, "Wasn't it said that all guests attending the engagement ceremony of the president of Huanyu, Liang Mutian, would receive gifts? Is that not true?" Ha ha, many people couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Listening to Xue, with her furrowed brow and deep thought, seemed rather comical, as the unsteady Jiang Meiqi swayed back and forth. Her expression utterly adorable. I wish to see how much the internationally renowned young talent, Liang Mutian, resembles a ghost, but alas, it won't do. In truth, what she meant was ghostly, yet a character was omitted, transforming her words into this. Hee hee hee. The suppressed laughter echoed in the background. You? Infuriated, Jiang Meiqi waved her hand, nearly knocking Xia Tingxue to the ground. What are you doing? Please be mindful of the impact, all right? Although Liang Mutian was also vexed by Xia Tingxue's comparison of him to a ghost, he still supported her and lowered his voice to admonish his mother. How can you treat an abnormal girl this way? Aren't you afraid of being crushed by societal opinion? Oh, you are aware that societal opinion can be deadly? Jiang Meiqi pointed at his chest, her anger palpable. Why bother bickering with such a girl? If you aren't afraid of society's judgment, I find it quite shameful. Mommy, the ghostly figure finally called out to her, glaring at her in fury. His attitude revealed a lack of respect that a son should have for his mother, leaving Tingxue feeling uncertain. Indeed, Liang Mutian's resolute voice echoed as Jiang Meiqi spoke with conviction. I think this is perfectly fine. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Liang Mutian will handle it himself. Chapter 068, Drama Within Drama. I think this is perfectly fine. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Liang Mutian will handle it himself. Do you think I enjoy this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Meiqi's face grew even longer as she rolled her eyes in derision. Who knows where this wild child came from, hardly worthy of the stage. It was unclear whether she was cursing Xia Tingxue or Liang Mutian. You, Liang Mutian's anger surged, his face turning ashen as he pointed at her, while Jiang Meiqi proudly lifted her chin, confronting him. What are you going to hit me? Liang Mutian, despite his trembling finger aimed at her, found it difficult to act out. Indeed, in front of so many onlookers, he, as a son, could not strike his mother, even if she wasn't his biological one. Tingxue, seeing this, grew displeased and drunkenly pushed her away. You are really annoying. You are not allowed to speak ill of my brother Mutian. Understand? Liang Mutian looked at her gratefully, thankful that she had come to his rescue in a timely manner. You, Jiang Meiqi looked on in surprise. Xia Tingxue glanced at Liang Mutian's displeased expression and continued to retaliate on his behalf, pointing her finger at Jiang Meiqi's nose. Though I don't know who you are, I can sense you are not a good person. From now on, you are not allowed to approach Brother Mutian. Nor Grandma. Her soft voice was melodious, yet the meaning was quite the opposite. Dizzying, Xia Tingxue felt Liang Mutian's expression was terrifying, and with a giggle, she sought refuge beside the elderly lady, affectionately grasping her hand, saying, Grandma, I like you. Tingxue knows you are a good person. You, the elderly lady, both amused and bewildered, pointed at her, yet was internally astonished. She was puzzled by this seemingly dazed girl, who, despite appearing confused, spoke words of truth that deeply moved her heart. She couldn't fathom how this girl knew the hidden truths of the Liang family. Jiang Meiqi was not Mutian's biological mother, but rather the twin aunt who had caused his mother's demise. Could it be that Mutian had confided in her? If so, this girl's significance to him would indeed be different, and she might need to reconsider his marriage prospects. After all, she understood that her grandson, Liang Mutian, was not someone she could control. He would act as he pleased, unconcerned with the opinions of others. Mutian had already given her face by behaving this way, which was somewhat unlike his usual demeanor. The elderly lady had been suspecting this matter all along. All right, Grandma also wishes to have a word with you. Zhu Meiwan, burdened with her thoughts, said, while Xia Tingxue had already latched onto her, affectionately leaning against her. Grandma, what do you wish to discuss? How about I sing a song for you? In truth, she was quite fearful of Liang Mutian, yet felt compelled to ally with him, leaving her feeling quite miserable. Thus she tried her best to cling to the elderly lady for courage, not minding adding a bit of drama. The elderly lady brushed her hand away, suspiciously asking, Child, Are you truly not drunk? You appear as though you have had quite a bit to drink." After saying this, she leaned in to sniff her and frowned, saying, "Could it be that you actually consumed a large dose of cold medicine?" "Yes. I thought Liang Mutian had ruined my purity, so Tingxue wanted to end it all, but how novel, someone attempting to use cold medicine for self-harm? Yet upon reflection, any drug taken in excess could indeed be lethal, right?" Xia Tingxue shook her head, struggling to maintain her balance. Liang Mutian, annoyed, stepped forward to support her, softly chastising, "Don't speak nonsense, or we'll be exposed." His words were meant for Tingxue, yet others naturally couldn't hear. "Oh, Tingxue understands." Xia Tingxue, dazed, smiled at him, feeling timid and wanting to escape his embrace. Liang Mutian, noticing her intention, felt a bit irritated and tightened his grip, making her feel like a helpless vine entwined around him. Tingxue, speechless, looked at him with tears. "Brother Mutian, I want to sing a song for Grandma. Do you think she will like it?" Huh, was she completely off track? Liang Mutian was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart aching painfully, but regrettably, his grandmother interrupted at just the right moment. "Don't change the subject." The elderly lady impatiently slapped Liang Mutian and pulled Xia Tingxue from his grasp, demanding, "Child, get up. What were you saying earlier? Clarify it, and then Grandma will listen to you sing a song." "Is it true, Grandma?" Xia Tingxue perked up, not angry that she had pulled her away, innocently leaning closer with a smile. "Grandma, you must keep your word." At that moment, she was like a vine without support, and the grandmother was her shield against someone, doing her utmost to cling to her. "Tingxue, don't speak recklessly." Liang Mutian, anxious to step forward, was blocked by his grandmother's cane. The elderly lady turned to the little girl nestled against her shoulder, genuinely feeling that this girl was quite adorable, yet she couldn't abandon her principles and continued to question in a cold tone. "Of course it's true. You just said you thought Liang Mutian had ruined your purity, which is why you didn't want to live anymore. But what about now?" The elderly lady, reluctantly conceding, softened her tone to coax the truth out of her. "Continue speaking. Grandma is waiting to hear you sing." Unfortunately, although Xia Tingxue was dazed and confused, the effects of the medication did not signify a lack of clarity in her heart. She burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "But he says he wants to marry me, then turns around and gets engaged to someone else. Grandma, do you think I should just die?" She disliked this predicament, but felt unable to escape. It was a tragedy, thus she continued to play her role. "Ah, how could this be? No, no." The elderly lady shook her head repeatedly, refusing to give up, reaching out to grasp her and asking, "You said Liang Mutian ruined your purity. That's just talk. Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? Does such a matter even require evidence?" Xia Tingxue chuckled bitterly, tears streaming down her face as she asked, "Grandma, do you expect me to show you the blood-stained sheets?" She recalled the scene from earlier that morning. A bloody mess that made the act seem all too real. "This? You?" The elderly lady stared at her, speechless. This seemingly simple girl was, in fact, far from ordinary. "Grandma, you needn't be upset. Tingxue didn't mean it." Xia Tingxue was still trying to play the good person, not wishing to lose the elderly lady's companionship, kindly comforting her. "If you still don't believe me, just ask Brother Mutian, and you'll know." "All right, how much do you want? Name your price." The elderly lady's patience had its limits, and at this moment, she could no longer contain her outburst. Given Liang Mutian's current attitude, there was no need to inquire further. The wise elderly lady simply skipped that step. Even if she wished to forgive Liang Mutian and not pursue Xia Tingxue, she could not disregard the Liang family's reputation. Thus, she intended to use money to placate Xia Tingxue, hoping she would show some self-awareness and not make exorbitant demands. "Grandma, what are you saying? What price?" Xia Tingxue stood a bit straighter, shaking her head repeatedly, frowning as she slightly bowed. "Grandma, you said you would listen to me sing." Oh my, this girl was truly a peculiar one, completely diverting the conversation. Chapter 069. A Battle of Beauties. Oh my. This girl was truly a peculiar one, completely diverting the conversation. Liang Mutian watched her, speechless, lamenting that Xia Tingxue's talents were wasted not being in the performing arts. Yet he also knew she was desperately avoiding him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration, wondering why he, Liang Mutian, seemed so lackluster in her eyes, devoid of any charm. It felt as though his mind had short-circuited, as he genuinely enjoyed her calling him Brother Mutian, an affection that was undeniably real. Yet she detested him, going to great lengths to put on a show merely to evade him. What a failure! In a fleeting moment of distraction, Liang Mutian observed his grandmother, who was both amused and exasperated, unable to decide whether to be angry or leave. This situation was refreshingly novel. His grandmother, a treasured gem of the family with a childlike temperament, had always been difficult for the family to manage. Little did he expect that this precious girl would be the one to outsmart her. Seeing her flounder, much like a mouse caught by its tail, was undeniably charming yet rendered him speechless. Liang Mutian couldn't help but admire Xia Tingxue, a rare gem indeed. Inadvertently winning over his own grandmother, it seemed that each creature had its match. He had finally grasped that concept. A certain man, with an air of whimsical intrigue, pinched his cheeks while his mind was relentlessly whirring, meticulously plotting various matters. The elderly lady, however, found herself somewhat taken aback by Xia Tingxue's words, irked by her unreasonable antics that were utterly misaligned with the situation. When did my words cease to hold weight? It is you who has yet to provide a clear answer to my question. Ah, this elderly lady, now adopting a childlike demeanor, was beginning to play the part of a rogue. How delightful! The cameras flashed incessantly, eagerly capturing each captivating moment, ensuring that tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly be sensational. It matters not, for grandmother is the elder. Tingxue shall give way to you a little, Xia Tingxue remarked, before abruptly announcing to the audience, Brother Mutian has declared that he wishes to become engaged to me. Since there is no day more auspicious than today, let it be today. Ah, it seems she had not forgotten the task at hand. This girl, undeterred by the expressions of others, joyfully proclaimed once more, in celebration of our engagement, Xia Tingxue shall perform a song from the early 21st century, entitled The Snail and the Oriole. Retro was all the rage these days. It was no longer novel to sing contemporary songs, but to perform a few classics from the previous century was truly a mark of distinction. Given the prevailing atmosphere, their anticipation was palpable. Most amusingly, as Xia Tingxue spoke, she took a deep bow, cheerfully exclaiming, "Consider this a token of gratitude for your esteemed presence. Thank you all for your support." Oh, how she had completely overshadowed the occasion. She had long believed herself to be dreaming, indulging in her talents without reservation, reveling in the sheer exhilaration of it all. Upon concluding her speech, Xia Tingxue, somewhat dazed, raised her hand with a star-like flourish and called out, "Music!" And indeed, the music began to play, the very song from the early 21st century, The Snail and the Oriole. Of course, this was thanks to the now invisible Jiu Yuanyi lurking in the shadows. All eyes were wide with astonishment, save for the protagonist, Xia Tingxue, who remained blissfully unaware, lost in the dreamlike quality of the moment. She knew only to follow her instincts, singing joyfully without a care in the world. The cheerful melody filled the air, as she sang with an innocent smile, "Amen," in front of a grapevine, "O tender green buds just sprouting. The snail carries its heavy shell, climbing steadily upward. Upon the tree, two orioles are laughing. Oh joy, oh joy. Why are you laughing at it? The grapes are still far from ripe. What are you doing here now? Oh yellow. Dear yellow, do not laugh. By the time I reach the top, they shall be ripe." Ah, one must say, the somewhat dazed Xia Tingxue sang this children's song with a voice that was crisp and melodious, each note imbued with the endearing innocence of a young girl. She danced along with the music, swaying unsteadily yet managing to hit every beat perfectly, her playful and lilting voice creating an utterly delightful spectacle. Amen. In front of a grapevine, "O tender green buds just sprouting. The snail carries its heavy shell, climbing steadily upward. Upon the tree, two orioles are laughing. Oh joy, oh joy. Why are you laughing at it? The grapes are still far from ripe. What are you doing here now? Oh yellow. Dear yellow, do not laugh. By the time I reach the top, they shall be ripe." Liang Mutian's gaze, filled with amused intrigue, lingered on her for a moment, and the applause erupted for her first. He gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Tingxue, keep going, you sound fantastic." This mischievous fellow, shedding his outer garments, joined her in a playful dance, panting as they continued to sing, "Oh yellow, dear yellow, do not laugh. By the time I reach the top, they shall be ripe." Waves of applause and cheers resounded, with Zhu Yuanye's voice suddenly ringing out in a frenzy, "Liang Mu Tian, go for it. Xiating Xue, go for it. Zhu Yuanyi supports you both." After his shout, he turned to the crowd, urging, "What are you staring at? Where's the applause? Come on, make some noise." The deafening applause came pouring in, nearly drowning out Tingshue's singing. Yet, fear not, for she had Liang Mu Tian's playful presence to buoy her. Her clear and engaging voice resonated throughout the venue, creating a lively atmosphere in front of the Liang residents. The men, in front of a grapevine, oh tender green buds just sprouting, the snail carries its heavy shell, climbing steadily upward. Upon the tree, 2 orioles are laughing. Oh joy, why are you laughing at it? The grapes are still far from ripe. What are you doing here now? Oh yellow, dear yellow, do not laugh. By the time I reach the top, they shall be ripe. After finishing the last verse, Tingxue, utterly exhausted, collapsed into Liang Mu Tian's embrace, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She no longer sought to evade him. "You truly are something else, Tingxue. You are remarkable, did you know that?" The mischievous one murmured in her ear. "Indeed, I have not made a mistake in choosing you as my fiancé, but we are merely pretending." At this moment, Xiating Xue finally caught a clear glimpse of Liang Mu Tian's features. Stunned by his unexpectedly foolish expression, she almost bit her tongue. Aside from his hair and attire, he was unmistakably a reincarnation of Jiu Gongbai, albeit dressed in modern garb, with an added touch of cold, alluring charm that made him seem quite unapproachable. Tingxue, wide-eyed, pointed at him and asked, "Brother Bai, is it really you?" Liang Mu Tian lowered his head, hastily covering her mouth with his, seizing the opportunity to steal a kiss. Tingxue shyly turned her face away, and he urgently whispered, "Do not speak carelessly, or all our efforts will be in vain. Do you understand?" Tingxue, once more dazed, shook her head, her face flushed as she avoided his gaze, replying, "Yes, I understand." Yet, they had not anticipated that Xia Tingshue's shy avoidance would raise suspicions in another's eyes. Though they were essentially a married couple, their bodies should have been quite familiar with one another. Why would she be fearful of kissing him? Tingshue's demeanor was so inexperienced, so shy and fearful. As if they were strangers. Did they not know each other well? Zhu Yingran, drawing from her experiences, sensed that Xia Tingxue and Liang Mu Tian seemed to lack any prior experience in this regard, which contradicted their claims. Consequently, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts, stepping closer. "Hello, you must be Miss Xia Tingxue?" Zhu Yingran stood before them, her aura exuding confidence as she extended a hand toward Tingxue. "You are quite beautiful. Indeed, a remarkable young lady. Are you not afraid of lacking suitors? Why must you compete with me for Liang Mu Tian?" "What?" Tingxue, caught off guard, blinked in surprise, then glanced at Liang Mu Tian before nodding at Zhu Yingran and gently shaking her hand. "I apologize. I truly did not wish for this to happen." But, as she spoke, she hesitated, casting a nervous glance at Liang Mu Tian, whose gaze was cold and penetrating, her face flushed with embarrassment as she continued, "But we already have a marital bond. Tingxue is not a frivolous girl." Therefore, Xia Tingxue genuinely felt sorrow for herself and for Zhu Yingran, yet she had no choice but to say, "So I do not wish to marry anyone else. I hope Miss Yingran can forgive me." "Oh, what era do we live in? And yet here you are with such peculiar notions." Zhu Yingran regarded her with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, shrugging as she asked, "If Liang Mu Tian were to reject you, would you still say the same?" "Ah." Xia Tingshue's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Liang Mu Tian, her expression unmistakably genuine, further fueling Zhu Yingran's suspicions. Observing this, Liang Mu Tian smirked, teasingly pinching Tingshue's delicate face. "Silly girl. Do you still doubt me?" "No, I do not." Tingxue lowered her head, her face blooming with a vibrant blush. He had not confessed to being Jiu Gongbai, yet she felt a budding affection for him. But she knew she could not allow herself to feel this way, fear compelling her to retreat. "As long as you understand, come here." Liang Mu Tian, seeing her hesitation, timely pulled her into his embrace. tenderly kissing the top of her head. You too. The sight of this scene ignited Zhu Yingran's ire. After all, she was the main attraction at today's engagement ceremony. Xia Tingshua's appearance had unexpectedly turned the tables in Liang Mutian's favor. Historically, heroes have always favored beautiful women, and here she was, reveling in the advantage. Liang Mutian's current demeanor suggested that he was smitten with this lovely young lady, Xia Tingxue, rather than with her. Zhu Yingran.it seemed as though she were the one forcing the marriage, insisting that he marry her. Zhu Yingran had never feared being unmarried. Having grown up abroad, she had no need to beg for a husband. Were it not for her great-uncle's prior agreement with her aunt to arrange a harmonious Liang-Zhu marriage, she might not have been inclined to wed Liang Mutian. However, Liang Mutian had never shown any interest in her, merely maintaining a polite distance as a distant relative. This was also why Zhu Yingran had agreed to the engagement, curious to see whether Liang Mutian truly remained indifferent to her. Liang Mutian's looks were extraordinary, and he was indeed a legendary figure, which had sparked a modicum of admiration in her, but it was devoid of any substantial love. Thus, in the face of the sudden emergence of her rival, Xia Tingxue, Zhu Yingran remained unperturbed, ready to confront the situation with composure. However, when the moment called for action, she would undoubtedly strike back, determined to reclaim her dignity and restore her self-respect. "Oh, I think I understand now," Zhu Yingran interjected, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. "Xia Tingxue, are you implying that you are the snail and I am the oriole?" At this juncture, she pointed at the proud and furrowed-browed Liang Mutian standing beside Xia Tingxue, exclaiming, "And he is the grapevine, isn't he?" "Oh, I was merely singing a song spontaneously, without any particular implication. Miss Yingran, please do not misunderstand," Xia Tingxue replied, glancing at her with a hint of apology and unease. In truth, she held a favorable view of the pair, but Liang Mutian's disinterest in her seemed not to be her fault. Observing his transformation from a cold and unapproachable demeanor to one of nervous encouragement, it was evident he feared she might relent and withdraw. His lack of affection for Zhu Yingran was an undeniable truth. If that were the case, even if Liang Mutian did not seek her assistance in acting, he would surely find someone else, wouldn't he? With this thought, Xia Tingxue felt a slight alleviation of her guilt. Yet, a strange emotion stirred within her regarding Liang Mutian, one that had shifted from initial aversion to a hope that he would indeed remain by her side. Wishing he would not marry another, such a notion stirred a pang in her heart. "Are you suggesting that despite my proximity, I ultimately succumb to your unwavering resolve and lose to you?" "Oh, truly not. I shan't continue this conversation with you. You are quite adept at twisting words." Xia Tingxue, realizing her train of thought had been interrupted, impatiently conceded and withdrew from the discussion. Liang Mutian then pulled her into his embrace and turned to the audience, announcing, "Today, I realized that my true love is Xia Tingxue. Hence the engagement ceremony with Zhu Yingran is hereby cancelled." This once aloof figure had transformed, shedding his cold and domineering aura, and with a gentle tug, he brought forth the delicate Xia Tingxue, apologizing to Zhu Yingran with a nod. "I am sorry, Yingran. Please forgive me for not being able to marry you." "Very well. I understand you do not harbor feelings for me. But there is no need to go to such lengths to hire an actress for a charade, is there?" Despite her cultivated temperament, Zhu Yingran's patience wore thin, and she felt a surge of indignation at such public humiliation. However, before she could articulate her next thought, Xia Tingxue interjected, "I beg your pardon, but you are mistaken. I am not an actress." The earnestness on Xia Tingxue's face was truly endearing. It was hard to discern whether she was naive or simply foolish. As she earnestly corrected Zhu Yingran, "I am still an undergraduate, soon to be in my second year, and I have 3 years left until graduation." "Oh, then how did you come to know Liang Mutian? And how did you develop a romantic relationship with him? I am genuinely curious," Zhu Yingran inquired, approaching her to scrutinize her from all angles. "Pray tell, who does not know that Liang Mutian is notoriously difficult to please?" Having spurned even the most esteemed ladies, Xia Tingxue fell silent, yet her understanding of Liang Mutian deepened. "May I ask how you became acquainted with him? Do you believe your status is worthy of him?" Zhu Yingran's pointed question immediately captured everyone's attention, and the cameras flashed, eagerly awaiting this pivotal moment. Liang Mutian, too, felt the tension, anxious that any misstep on her part could lead to complications. Xia Tingxue hesitated for a moment before shrugging and smiling. I apologize. But this is a matter between me and Brother Mutian, and I prefer not to make it public. I hope you all understand. Xia Tingxue raised her hand with dignity, effortlessly dismissing those she did not wish to engage with, skillfully closing that avenue of inquiry. Afterward, she gracefully bowed to the audience as if orchestrating the situation with finesse. Her commanding presence was undeniable, exuding an aura that could quell any room. Even the impeccably dressed Zhu Yingran was momentarily taken aback, pondering her words before responding. Indeed, you are correct. I have no right to pry into your personal matters, but I believe I should be entitled to know your background, shouldn't I? What does identity have to do with marriage? Brother Mutian does not mind, and I do not care how you perceive it. It is inconsequential. Your words suggest that perhaps you are aware you do not measure up to Liang Mutian? Zhu Yingran astutely noted. Then turned to the crowd. Could it be that you hail from an orphanage? What does everyone think? Zhu Yingran, not one to be trifled with, decided to employ a roundabout strategy to defeat this formidable opponent. In truth, she valued her own reputation more than her feelings for Liang Mutian, and thus could not afford to be humiliated so thoroughly. Yet, her words, spoken offhandedly, inadvertently struck a nerve, as Xia Tingxue indeed was a child of an orphanage. Her expression shifted, revealing her dismay as she glanced at Liang Mutian. However, upon witnessing Liang Mutian's unwavering grip on her hand, his expression resolute, her confidence swiftly returned. Leaning against him, Xia Tingxue smiled languidly. I cannot be bothered to engage with you. Say whatever you wish. This tactic proved to be remarkably effective. And Zhu Yingran raised an eyebrow, refusing to concede. But the situation is unique, as you can see. Zhu Yingran gestured to the media below. So many outlets await news. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, tomorrow's headlines may just flounder, don't you think? The astute Zhu Yingran sought to rally the journalists for a relentless barrage against Xia Tingxue, believing they could unearth her secrets. The beloved of the esteemed president of Huanyu, aside from a name, remains shrouded in mystery. How can the media silence the whispers? Indeed, Miss Xia Tingxue, what do your parents do? Where do they work? Exactly. To capture the affections of Liang Mutian, you must be quite remarkable. Miss Tingxue, surely your name isn't an alias? Yes, as the beloved of Liang Mutian, you have concealed your identity remarkably well. Come now, Miss Xia, as a university student, which institution do you attend? The inquiries came from all directions, a deluge of questions bombarding her. Miss Xia, as a current university student, how did you come to know Liang Mutian? The relentless questioning became overwhelming, and Xia Tingxue's patience frayed, her brow furrowing in irritation. You are all insufferable. Constantly prying into others' private affairs, a bunch of morally bankrupt scoundrels. Did I invite you to interrogate me? The flustered Xia Tingxue scolded them vehemently. These matters pertain to my personal life. Whether I choose to disclose them is my prerogative and freedom, and it is none of your business. Once Xia Tingxue's declaration echoed through the hall, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd, and she continued her admonishment. Relying on this for profit is truly despicable. Do you not realize? Xia Tingxue vehemently denounced them, proclaiming, I, Xia Tingxue, vow never to become a journalist. I find such sordid and despicable actions beneath me. Xia Tingxue, do not speak foolishly. Are you out of your mind? To openly offend the media and leave them no avenue for retaliation seemed reckless. But Liang Mutian remained unfazed. Anyone daring to touch his woman was courting danger. He merely offered a token rebuke to Xia Tingxue, putting on a show for appearances, as the reporters stared in astonishment. Liang Mutian gently pulled the bewildered Xia Tingxue closer, addressing the media with an apology. Please do not take offense. Tingxue is inexperienced and may have inadvertently offended you with her words. On her behalf, I extend my apologies. Humph, who is she? Isn't she merely an unrefined girl, relying on her looks and figure to climb onto Liang Mutian's pedestal? Seizing the opportunity while Xia Tingxue's identity remained ambiguous, they swiftly disparaged her, knowing once Liang Mutian confirmed her status, they would not dare speak so freely. Ultimately, she is just a pretty face, lacking substance. We must devise another approach. Let us leave. Everyone, disperse. She won't divulge anything. Do they truly believe we cannot uncover the truth? Remarkably, they departed en masse, leaving no trace behind. In truth, they had already gleaned Xia Tingshua's identity from the hints dropped by the onlookers. Yet they refrained from speaking out, and the reasons for their silence would unfold in due course. Xia Tingxue remained oblivious to this, feeling relieved that the media had cleared out. However, just as the journalists were about to depart, Zhu Yingran's voice halted them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please wait. I have even more tantalizing news for you. Those who wish to stay will witness an unfolding spectacle." Everyone paused, many turning to glance at Zhu Yingran, who smiled enigmatically. "Of course, those wishing to depart cannot be stopped by me." Zhu Yingran observed their reactions, smirking as she fanned the flames of intrigue. But think about it. If tomorrow's headlines are all the same, how utterly dull would that be? Her insinuation was clear. Those who remained would be privy to even more sensational revelations. What is the role of a journalist, if not to tirelessly seek out fresh stories and chase after fleeting whispers? This is their forte. In Chapter 072, the interference of the father-in-law unfolds. With Zhu Yingran proactively offering a scoop, how could they possibly let such a prime opportunity slip away? Consequently, without exception, they all returned, hounding Zhu Yingran with inquiries. "Miss Zhu Yingran, do you have any juicy news to share? Please, don't keep us in suspense." Indeed, after braving the elements and enduring insults for being despicable, she alone remains of noble character. Of course, she is the beloved of Liang Mutian, the president of Huanyu, so her high moral standing permits her a life of luxury. Right, unlike us, who toil from dawn till dusk and still face scorn. What beloved? At most, she is merely a companion for the night. Whether she can marry him remains uncertain. Exactly, if she is so virtuous, why interfere and snatch away another's fiancé? The composed yet fierce Liang Mutian repeatedly furrowed his brow, his clenched fists signaling a potential outburst. Xia Tingxue, feeling faint, leaned against him and murmured, "They are so noisy. Can you take me away, Brother Mutian?" "Of course," Liang Mutian responded, lifting her effortlessly and turning to leave. He sensed that Xia Tingxue might faint from the commotion and wished to hasten her departure to seek medical attention. Finding a secluded spot would also allow him to nurture their bond. Yet he was obstructed by Zhu Yingran, who provocatively raised an eyebrow and said, "Liang Mutian, are you really just going to take her away?" "I have said all I needed to," the anxious Liang Mutian replied, struggling to maintain his composure. "What do you want? Don't test my limits. It won't end well for you." "Fine, I'll be direct," Zhu Yingran retorted without hesitation, stating, "I want to take her to the hospital." "For what purpose?" Liang Mutian's heart raced as he glared at her, a sense of anger surging within. "Are you out of your mind? I am not mad. She claims that you, Liang Mutian, have a relationship with her, but I do not believe it. You are utterly unreasonable." Liang Mutian felt as though his tail had been stepped on. Yet he could only endure, for to react would be to admit guilt. "You know that's not the case. On the contrary, I know you well enough, Liang Mutian. You wouldn't easily surrender to anyone. You." The furious Liang Mutian found himself at a loss for words, his handsome face flushed with indignation. Their standoff caught Xia Tingshue's attention. She glanced up at the striking Liang Mutian and, with a glint in her eye, smiled at Zhu Yingran. "I see you are jealous, aren't you? We are indeed connected, and what can you do about the facts?" Xia Tingxue unwittingly served as a shield for Liang Mutian, unaware of how much he cherished her. "What facts? Where is the evidence? Has anyone seen anything?" Zhu Yingran, provoked, shot back with determination. "Oh, you truly are unreasonable," Xia Tingxue retorted, unable to suppress her irritation as she glared at Zhu Yingran. "This is a private matter between couples. How can you make it public? As if you fear the world is unaware?" As she spoke, Xia Tingxue reached out to pull the irate Liang Mutian closer. "Brother Mutian knows, and that is enough for me. There is no need to explain to you." "Is there?" Not only was Zhu Yingran at a loss, but even the media found themselves stumped by the peculiar Xia Tingxue, unable to press further. Perhaps she was genuinely oblivious, or perhaps the effects of the medication had her speaking recklessly. Regardless, she had placed them in a difficult position, as she did not adhere to their expected norms, completely evading their control. Faced with such an unpredictable character, they could only devise alternative strategies. After all, they could not openly confront her, lest they incur Liang Mutian's wrath and end up thrown out. No, today is my engagement ceremony with Liang Mutian. I cannot allow you to disrupt it. Zhu Yingran could forego marrying Liang Mutian, but she could not afford to lose face. You are the one who has intruded upon my love, stealing my fiancé without cause. Do you not owe me an explanation? Zhu Yingran, increasingly agitated, pointed a finger at Xia Tingxue, chastising her sternly. How can you not understand such basic decency? Yingran, do not be too agitated. Why don't you both sit down and discuss this calmly? Zhu Yuanyi, ever the peacemaker, approached, but Zhu Yingran, harboring resentment for his previous support of Xia Tingxue and Liang Mutian, dismissed him with a roll of her eyes. Fine, you can play the good guy in front of Xia Tingxue. I don't need it here. Zhu Yuanyi stood awkwardly, his handsome face flushed in silence. All right, Zhu Yingran, it seems you have a rather petty temperament. I must have misjudged you. Seeing Zhu Yuanyi embarrassed, Xia Tingxue could not help but leap to his defense, as he was the only friend she recognized in the crowd aside from herself. Speak plainly about what you want. Xia Tingxue will stand by her side, but do not drag others into this. TSK. Her eloquence was remarkable. Did she truly resemble an inexperienced college student? Liang Mutian, lurking in the background, found himself reassessing Xia Tingxue's worth. Indeed, she should not be underestimated. All right, how refreshing. Zhu Yingran, dismissing Zhu Yuanyi, pushed Liang Mutian aside and seized Xia Tingxue's frail shoulders. Come, you will accompany me to the hospital immediately. Xia Tingxue, bewildered, rejected her insistence. I am fine. There is no need to trouble yourself. Do not take it upon yourself. I am not taking you for treatment, but rather for a gynecological examination. What did you just say? Xia Tingxue exclaimed, stepping back in shock, her gaze darting to Liang Mutian for reassurance. Truth be told, she was uncertain whether she was still a virgin. Having been led astray by this devilish man, the apprehension in her heart was palpable. Zhu Yingran, too, was unsure of the authenticity of their relationship. She merely sought to provoke them into escalating the situation. However, she did not anticipate that Xia Tingxue would be too frightened to comply, nor did she foresee Liang Mutian's face turning pale at the suggestion as he stepped forward to reprimand her. Zhu Yingran, do not humiliate me further. If this matter escalates to a hospital visit, will I still have a life to live? That's your concern. Can you blame me? Zhu Yingran, noting his attitude, felt her suspicions deepen and resolutely maintained her stance. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, Zhu Yingran will not compromise. Oh, you? Liang Mutian found himself utterly exasperated. Yet, Xia Tingxue, unaware of the gravity of the situation, stubbornly interjected, Let us go then. Who is afraid? Hey, Tingxue, are you out of your mind? Liang Mutian, frustrated and exasperated, glared at her, his face contorted with indignation, before suddenly adopting a stern demeanor to admonish her. From now on, remember this. When I make a decision, you are not to interject, understood? Chapter 073. The CEO's overbearing affection, from now on? Remember this. When I make a decision, you are not to interject, understood? Indeed, he was a capricious individual. Xia Tingxue looked at him in fear, having grown accustomed to being cherished and pampered. She never expected this devilish man to suddenly turn serious and admonish her so sternly, causing her heart to tremble as tears shimmered in her eyes. Oh, I understand. She felt a pang of disappointment, realizing she was merely a tool for his convenience. You? Liang Mutian, witnessing her distress, felt a flicker of compassion and fell silent. Pulling her closer and addressing Zhu Yingran, I do not care whether you can accept this or not, but I will make it clear today. There is no possibility between you and me. Liang Mutian, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, reluctantly revealed his feelings. Our union was orchestrated by my grandmother. Regardless of the legalities surrounding cousin marriages, I have no interest in you, and I can only see you as a sister at most. In all honesty, as they stood together, Liang Mutian appeared more like the younger sibling, as he seemed to defy aging, while Zhu Yingran appeared significantly more mature. Although the current marriage laws permit cousin marriages as long as they do not produce offspring, Liang Mutian is the sole heir of his family. Unless he intends to take a mistress, the Liang family will face extinction. One might wonder what the matriarch of the Liang family is contemplating. Just as Xia Tingxue was finishing her internal monologue, Liang Mutian gently lifted her delicate chin and proclaimed to Zhuing Ran and the onlookers, "I once thought I merely liked her, but I have come to realize that I truly love her." He then turned to Zhuing Ran and solemnly declared, "Thus, I have decided to cut through the chaos and marry Xia Tingxue today." As soon as Liang Mutian uttered these words, a chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted, leaving Xia Tingxue utterly astounded. What the hell? The agreement did not state this. No. Xia Tingxue protested, fearful that this would lead to complications. She intended to marry the avatar of Jiugong Bai, who had yet to acknowledge her. How could she casually marry someone else? "I do not want this, Brother Mutian. I am still in university. Fear not." The devilishly charming Liang Mutian coolly pulled her close, gently comforting her. "What I am doing is merely to prevent anyone from sabotaging us." Huh. However, Xia Tingxue looked at him in confusion, her heart racing with fear, tears threatening to spill. She simply could not marry before the truth was revealed. The mischievous Liang Mutian extended his hand, a rare smile illuminating his face as he embraced her and gently kissed her, saying, "Let us marry first. It is merely a formality. After you graduate from university, we can consider having children, shall we?" No, I don't know. I truly don't know." His plans were so meticulously laid out, and in her disarray, Tingxue found herself weeping in his arms, unable to break free from his strong grip. The mischievous one furrowed his brows, his expression growing cold as he lifted her chin, asking, "You truly do not wish to marry me?" With tears in her eyes, Tingxue replied, "Brother Mutian, can we just get engaged for now?" Before the mischievous one could respond, a steady male voice interjected, embellishing the moment. "Congratulations, Mr. Liang. Congratulations, Miss Xia Tingxue, on your joyous engagement today." The untimely announcement clearly aimed to embarrass Liang Mutian, who possessed such audacity. Curious gazes turned toward the source of the voice, and even Liang Mutian's attention was captured. A middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit strode confidently up the steps, solemnly extending his hand to Liang Mutian. "I am Chao Qiluan, the principal of Shengying Academy. It is an honor to witness Mr. Liang's true appearance today. I am deeply privileged, truly understated. This man is the epitome of low profile, and his presence instantly incited waves of admiration from the audience." Chao Qiluan, the chairman of the New Continent's foremost financial conglomerate, the wealthiest individual in New Continent, and the illustrious principal of Shengying Academy. Indeed, it is he. It is said that the two families share a solid partnership. What brings him here at this moment to disrupt Liang Mutian's plans? Perhaps Miss Xia Tingxue is one of his students at Shengying Academy? The speculations carried a hint of certainty. Oh, if that is the case, then Xia Tingxue must indeed be the campus belle, Liang Lan, the infamous angel of death from 14 years ago. If so, then the sleeping beauty who appeared at the Love Orphanage 16 years ago must also be her. Who knows? Liang Xiaobai remains hidden, and Liang Lan does not acknowledge it. The parties involved are unclear. Well, let us not dwell on that unsolved mystery. Let us focus on the current spectacle. Yes, yet even if Xia Tingxue is indeed Shengying Academy's belle, Chao Qiluan would have no reason to harbor animosity towards Liang Mutian. Indeed, there are countless students at Shengying Academy. Does he care for each one of them? Of course not. Otherwise, as the chairman of New Continent's foremost financial conglomerate, he would be overwhelmed with obligations. Moreover, marrying Liang Mutian is not a misfortune. Many prominent young ladies dream of it. Why would Chao Qiluan seek to obstruct this? Let us keep our voices down. It seems this matter is quite intricate. Yes, we should refrain from rash speculation and observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on stage, Liang Mutian faced Chao Qiluan's unexpected appearance with a mere disdainful snort, extending his hand to shake with him, displaying a calm demeanor. "I have long admired your reputation, Principal Chiao. Your words are too kind. I am unworthy." He considered that Xia Tingxue might not be aware of the situation, so Liang Mutian spoke with a nonchalant air, deftly sidestepping the weight of the matter. "As for my wedding, I would not want to trouble you, Principal. If there is nothing further, Please feel free to take your leave." Liang Mutian's demeanor was icy as he gestured for him to depart. His politeness concealed an undercurrent of suspicion. Was he inviting Qiao Qiluan to sit or to go home? Liang Mutian's ambiguous words left little room for courtesy, and Qiao Qiluan felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, Liang Mutian was aware of Qiao Qiluan's intentions. He saw no reason to extend him any courtesy. Qiao Qiluan had congratulated him on his joyous engagement, clearly intending to solidify his position in this unresolved situation, which only incensed Liang Mutian further. However, Qiao Qiluan was no fool. He had lived for over 20 years and was not easily trifled with. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. With a cunning glint in his eye, he turned his focus to Xia Tsing Shu, speaking with double entendre. "Congratulations, Tsing Shu. So, you are Mr. Liang Mutian's beloved fiancé? Qiao Qiluan's deliberate words left Tsing Shu trembling with fear. "Thank you, Principal. I am not." Upon seeing Qiao Qiluan, Tsing Shu was so frightened that her words stumbled. In her mind, Qiao Qiluan was her principal, fully aware of her background. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. Unfortunately, she barely finished her sentence before she felt Liang Mutian's displeasure, causing her to fall silent, tightly held in his embrace as he pinched her nose, warning, "Tsing Shu, be mindful of your words. You came here today to interfere with my engagement. Remember not to go back on your word." It seems Liang Mutian, the mischievous one, feared she might call off the engagement. How intriguing as everyone's gaze remained fixed on him, all cameras and flashes honing in. "No, I am not." Chapter 074. Inversion of Truth. "No, I am not." Tsing Shu looked at him with a sense of injustice. He was clearly distorting the truth. She never expected to see her principal present at this event. Otherwise, she would have never dared to attend. She felt guilty and frightened because Xia Tsing Shu was merely her former name. Her current identification bore a different name. What would she say if Qiao Qiluan inquired about this name? Those around her referred to her as Tsing Shu. But it seemed that was not her fault. However, she could not allow the media to discover this. Otherwise, her identity would be completely exposed, and she could only imagine the consequences. She was terrified that the truth would be unveiled. If others misunderstood, claiming she was using a false identity to deceive, it would be catastrophic. Caught between the dual pressure from Qiao Qiluan and Liang Mutian, Tsing Shu looked helplessly at the mischievous one, unsure of what to do. "Brother Mutian, please help me. What should I do?" Before Liang Mutian could respond, Qiao Qiluan interjected once more. "What is it, Tsing Shu? It seems you just claimed you are not Mr. Liang Mutian's beloved?" Observing Tsing Shu retreat further, Qiao Qiluan addressed the crowd, pointing toward her with a cold expression. "Mr. Liang, may I have a word with my student?" Despite his reluctance, Liang Mutian had no choice but to silently extend his hand. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Liang." Qiao Qiluan nodded in appreciation, then pulled Tsing Shu aside, speaking softly. "Tsing Shu, do you have something you wish to confide?" It was difficult to articulate. Tsing Shu awkwardly glanced back at the icy, stormy visage of Liang Mutian, trembling with fear as she replied, "No, Tsing Shu is here of her own volition. I have no secrets." The Na'vi girl, oblivious to the world, inadvertently revealed the hidden truth within her words. Qiao Qiluan pointed at her in frustration, lowering his voice to admonish, "Though Qiao Zhendong is not by your side, you can always come to me for help. That is your father-in-law. I will certainly protect my daughter-in-law." Tsing Shu looked at him in embarrassment, rendered speechless. More than anything, she was shocked. Qiao Qiluan's emotions were equally complex and difficult to express as he gazed at Xia Tsing Shu with a myriad of frustrations. Indeed, Qiao Zhendong's identity could not yet be disclosed, forcing Qiao Qiluan to find alternative excuses to interfere. His father-in-law had yet to acknowledge him, Mary had long passed away, and his son Qiao Zhendong had been taken away by the old man since childhood. Moreover, his son possessed extraordinary abilities. Qiao Qiluan understood that this would serve as an excuse to prevent his return. Additionally, the chasm of 19 years between father and son could not be bridged overnight. There was no emotional connection. He knew the chances of Qiao Zhendong voluntarily returning were slim, so he pinned his hopes on Xia Tsing Shu. Whether his son could return to his side would likely depend on how this young girl treated him. From their encounter at the age of 5, it was evident that Qiao Zhendong and this extraordinary girl shared a fateful connection. He recognized then that this girl, known as the Angel of Death, might be the only bond his son had in this world. It was said that when Xiao Zhendong had fled from the Haimei sect, he had promised to return to marry her 18 years later, urging Xia Tsingshu to wait for him. What a mere child he had been, and as a father, Xiao Qiluan had been left both amused and exasperated. Yet, considering their upbringing as killers, one could not apply conventional reasoning to their circumstances. Hence, everything made sense. Xiao Qiluan resolved to place his bets on her. Xia Tsingshu was the best leverage to keep his son Xiao Zhendong close. Over the past 19 years, he had covertly donated to support Tsingshu's growth, and this debt could ultimately be attributed to his son. Thus, even if his son was absent, upon returning to seek love after 18 years, Xia Tsingshu could not entirely forsake him. Xiao Qiluan had been facilitating her education from primary school to university, ensuring she received the necessary support, as he knew that the funds intended for her often fell short. Before she turned 5, Xia Tsingshu had resided in the Love Orphanage, but she had likely been taken in by the Haimei sect thereafter. It is presumed that they still harbor some doubts regarding the disappearance of Xia Tingshua's abilities, as they continue to protect and care for her under various aliases. This is to avoid any carelessness that could lead to her being taken by one of the other 3 sects. For supernatural beings in this era are highly coveted, becoming the darlings of the 4 major sections that said, Xiao Qiluan is well aware of Xia Tingshua's background and, naturally, knows both her former name and her current identity. Thus, he is not surprised by the situation. It is Xia Tingxue who is overly concerned, having unnecessarily alarmed herself. The Haowu sect has been closely monitoring Xia Tingshue's growth, even assigning bodyguards to accompany and protect her, prohibiting any outsiders from approaching. This arrangement alleviates much of Xiao Qiluan's burden, allowing him to care for Xia Tingxue in a different manner. He waives all her educational expenses, enabling her to attend the St. Infant Academy's primary, secondary, and now university levels free of charge. Xia Tingxue has proven her worth, consistently ranking at the top of her class and school, a source of pride for both her class and institution. Under this pretext, Xiao Qiluan rewards her with a substantial scholarship for her personal expenses, covering all her academic fees. Concerned that his son is not nearby to protect her, and knowing that many affluent young men would be drawn to such a beautiful girl, he, as a father, must plan accordingly to safeguard his beloved daughter. Unfortunately, Xia Tingxue remains oblivious to this, taking it for granted as her due, unaware that beneath it lies a father's boundless love for his child. Extending to her as well, at this juncture, Xia Tingxue is taken aback and exclaims, "Ah, Principal, what do you mean?" She looks at him in astonishment. "What is the relationship between you and Xiao Zhentong?" Xiao Qiluan's brows furrow deeper as he steps forward, lowering his voice to confide in her. "I am indeed your principal, but I am also Xiao Zhentong's father, and it is he who entrusted me with your care." Ah, Xia Tingxue is utterly stunned, her heart plummeting as if weighed down. "No, Principal, you must be mistaken. I do not know Liang Mutian." Her denial only serves to further irritate Xiao Qiluan, who feels that Xia Tingxue is being excessively timid, and he angrily seizes her, demanding, "Then what is the situation between you two today?" In fear, Xia Tingxue stammers, "There's nothing happening. I. Xiao Qiluan interrupts her with displeasure. "Xiao Zhentong will be returning soon. Do not forget the promise you made to him. Otherwise, I cannot predict how he might react." This is a blatant threat, and Xia Tingshue's anxiety escalates. Does he truly know everything? Does he know about the promise she made to Xiao Zhentong? And is he also aware of her encounter with him the night before? At this moment, her feelings are akin to a thief caught in the act, becoming increasingly frightened and paranoid, though the reality is far from her assumptions. As the heir to the new continent Xiao family conglomerate and the supreme authority of the St. Infant Academy, Xiao Qiluan possesses numerous channels through which to acquire the information he seeks. His knowledge does not stem from Xiao Zhentong, who, adhering to his promise to his grandfather, has never contacted his father. Liang Shaoqiang's personality is rather obstinate. He believes that his own abilities are sufficient to achieve his desires. While confidence is commendable, an excess of it can lead to one's downfall, having never experienced the warmth of familial love. Liang Shaoqiang does not recognize its invaluable nature, which is capable of forgiveness. Xia Tingxue glances at the coldly observing Liang Mutian, feeling flustered and anxious as she struggles to conceal herself, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty. "I understand. I will remember your warning." Xiao Qiluan smiles at her, Yet you remain unaware of why I care for you so deeply. Ah, Xia Tingxue looks at him in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Qiluan leans closer and reiterates, it is because Xiao Zhentong is my son? This serves to cement the memory in her mind, as Xiao Qiluan understands her tendency to evade the truth and intends to deny her that opportunity. Xia Tingxue stares blankly at him, her heart aching. It dawns on her that her academic success was not solely due to her own efforts, but rather a result of his care. Tears well up in her eyes. But she never imagined that the principal of the Saint Infant Academy, the head of the most affluent family in the new continent, is actually Xiao Zhentong's father. This revelation is staggering. It means that Xiao Zhentong is indeed a direct descendant of the foremost financial magnate of the new continent, the fourth-generation heir of the Xiao family, a bona fide scion of wealth and privilege. Observing the changes in Xia Tingshue's expression, Xiao Qiluan feels a pang of compassion and gently pats her, whispering, take care of yourself. You must understand that Xiao Zhentong is not one to easily give up. Ah, oh, I understand. Xia Tingxue knows. Though she utters these words, she feels awkward and on the verge of tears. Turning to Liang Mutian, whose expression remains cold, and slowly approaches him. Brother Mutian, let us proceed with our previously established plan. Let us get engaged first. This is a mere facade. They have an agreement that allows her to marry someone else at any time. And if she were to wed him now, she would incur significant losses. Even without Xiao Qiluan's reminder, she has no desire to marry Liang Mutian so hastily. After all, this is a flash marriage, which is simply unacceptable. She hasn't even considered it yet. Xia Tingxue, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Liang Mutian, incensed by her words, angrily seizes her, growling, you will marry today, whether you like it or not. This is what Zhou Gongbai declared. If you are dissatisfied, take it up with him. Ah, Brother Mutian, what are you doing? Put me down. In her astonishment, she feels herself lifted off the ground, unable to suppress her shock as she shouts, stop, stop, clarify your intentions. She is curious about what he means by Zhou Gongbai. Does he know him? And is he perhaps that very manifestation? Zhou Gongbai has not provided her with details about Liang Mutian, as she has never shown interest in the matter. Now, however, she finds herself in a dire situation, completely unaware of Zhou Gongbai's manifestation or even his name. Regardless of Xia Tingshue's protests and cries, Liang Mutian, fueled by anger, completely disregards her, carrying her down the steps. As they pass by Xiao Qiluan, he can no longer contain himself and confronts him. Xiao Qiluan, what did you say to Liang Mutian's fiancée to make her so averse to marrying him? Xiao Qiluan glares at him in fury. Resenting Liang Mutian's slanderous accusations and his own inability to clarify matters, he can only take a deep breath and respond diplomatically. Mr. Liang, you misunderstand. Xia Tingxue is a student at my Saint Infant Academy. Liang Mutian cuts him off without lifting his head. I know. Xiao Qiluan continues. I noticed her demeanor earlier suggested she might be harboring some unspoken concerns. So I inquired. And then? Liang Mutian halts, turning to him with a cold smirk. Is there more to this story? Xiao Qiluan, the cunning old fox, feigns embarrassment and then casually replies. Of course, as her principal, especially considering that this child, Tingxue, is without support. He sighs, looking at Liang Mutian with open hands and a smile. Thus, I wish to offer what assistance I can. As her principal, is this not a reasonable expectation for Mr. Liang to tolerate? You? Now it is Liang Mutian's turn to be enraged. He shifts Xia Tingxue into a more secure hold, glaring at Xiao Qiluan with intensity. Keep pretending. Liang Mutian will not accompany my woman to the bridal chamber. I will not comply. The audience gasps in shock at his declaration. While Liang Mutian strides boldly down with Xia Tingxue cradled in his arms, in this moment, Xia Tingxue resembles a lamb awaiting slaughter, a doll being toyed with, utterly powerless against his strength. Although she stands tall among other girls, she feels dwarfed in comparison to Liang Mutian. Angry, Liang Mutian ignores her pleas, intent on exacting punishment for Xiao Qiluan's provocations. The silence is pierced by the voice of the elderly matriarch of the Liang family, Zhu Meiwan, who steps in front of Liang Mutian just in time. Liang Mutian, what are you planning to do? Liang Mutian halts, regarding her with a peculiar smile. As you wish, Grandma. Did you not want to witness the truth between me and Xia Tingxue? The elderly lady stares at him in confusion. What? What does this even mean? Sure. Liang Mutian raises a finger to silence her. Do not speak. You only need to observe. Zhu Meiwan, bewildered, watches him pass by, having missed the earlier commotion and now left utterly perplexed as to his intentions. She tugs at Zhu Ingran beside her, curious as to why she has remained silent. Ingran, why are you not saying anything? What is Mutian up to? Liang Mutian turned around and stated plainly, you and Ingran were keen to witness the marital realities between me and Tingshu. Were you not? The elderly lady seemed to suddenly comprehend, nodding at him with a somewhat dazed expression. Yes, it appears there was such a matter, yet with your interference, I nearly forgot. Now, what do you intend to do? Nothing much. Since you wish to see, there is no need to trouble yourselves with a hospital visit. I shall demonstrate for you right now, if that pleases you. The elderly lady stared in astonishment, questioning the sanity of the child. However, Xia Tingshu grasped the situation clearly and, perplexed, leaned closer to him, imploring, is this really necessary? Brother Mutian. I don't want. Liang Mutian glared at her, retorting, whether you want to or not is no longer your decision. You are already my wife. Liang Mutian. So what harm is there in indulging a little? In a fit of rage, he hoisted her up once more and strode forward. What are you doing? Xia Tingshu exclaimed in surprise, flailing her arms in distress. Fearful of falling, yet reluctantly pleaded, Brother Mutian, could you please put me down? It's quite uncomfortable for me like this. Liang Mutian ignored her protests and continued to carry her, scanning his surroundings before hastening toward the floral gate. All onlookers, bewildered, followed him closely, eager to see how he intended to prove his point. Unexpectedly, Liang Mutian approached his royal vehicle, where his bodyguard was already poised to open the door for him. Mr. Liang, where are you headed? The driver inquired. Keeping pace with him respectfully, as Liang Mutian stepped into the vehicle, he turned his back and admonished, I am going to consummate with my fiancée. Can't you see, you fool? Get lost. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Tingshu, in a daze, smiled softly. This dream felt astonishingly vivid, and Liang Mutian was indeed quite extraordinary. Regardless, it was merely a dream, so let him make a scene. Dizzy and fatigued, Xia Tingshu felt her vision blur. Her face pale, and suddenly, her heart raced, darkness enveloping her as she slipped into unconsciousness. In truth, nothing was more real than this dream of hers. Unfortunately, the girl, in her stupor, was entirely unaware, believing that upon awakening, everything would revert to normal. Tragically, it seemed she was about to be devoured. For the media, this news was astonishingly sensational. Soon, someone was seen rushing about with a camera, scurrying to secure the best vantage point and adjusting their focus. Everyone prepared to capture this pivotal moment from the most advantageous angles. All cameras were set in motion, aimed at Liang Mutian's royal vehicle, ready to record the spectacular scene of him and his fiancée engaging in car intimacy. Alas, they could only hear sounds, as they were blind to the events unfolding inside, since the couple was occupied within, and they had no means to peer through the walls. Moreover, at this moment, Liang Mutian's private vehicle was surrounded by a throng of his men, all tense and vigilant, glaring at anyone who dared to encroach, ensuring that anyone foolish enough to cross the line would meet a swift demise. They hesitated, weighing their options, ultimately lacking the courage to challenge this formidable presence. Resigning themselves to watch and wait, reluctantly, they remained, fixated on Liang Mutian's royal vehicle, their eyes unblinking as they anticipated any movement. True to expectation, moments later, a woman's piercing scream erupted without warning, loud enough to pierce the heavens. This girl was evidently inexperienced. Perhaps she had tragically fallen victim to some brutish fiend, hence the volume of her cries. Goodness, was the window open? Oh heavens, let the live broadcast commence. The mingled sounds of a man's labored breaths and a woman's shrieks reached the ears of those outside. A cacophony of unending delight. The vehicle shook violently, the rhythm of the tires rising and falling with fervor. So, this was how the term car intimacy came to be? Unconsciously, everyone closed their eyes in awe, imagining the scene of Liang Mutian's forceful conquest of the beauty. It was thrilling. Regrettably, apart from the woman's high-pitched cries, the sounds beyond that were lost to them. Only the bodyguards and the driver, stationed by the vehicle, could accurately hear every sound. A collective inner cheer erupted. It turned out that this revered, cold-hearted leader was quite adept at such acts. Observing their colleagues, each man bowed his head, clenching tightly, unwilling to divert their attention. Alas, while they could hear, they could not see, which was a great pity. To witness such intimate exploits, deemed inappropriate for the young, was destined to remain out of reach. They could only rely on their auditory imagination, visualizing how their leader forcefully engaged with this exquisite young woman. Yet, they dared not neglect their duties. They had to fend off the media while ensuring Mr. Liang's car intimacy went uninterrupted, fearing they would lack the leisure to do so. Another round of screams erupted, echoing through the air, interspersed with the soft sounds of weeping and cries of distress. It seemed the battle within was intense, with Liang Mutian relentlessly conquering the woman. Periodic screams and moans of unrestrained pleasure escaped, stirring the passions of those outside. The men below were all too eager to rise in excitement. While the women blushed deeply, yet none were inclined to leave, remaining as attentive listeners. They were unified in their interest, accompanying the media as they observed Liang Mutian and his fiancée engage in their passionate escapade. Through his actions, Liang Mutian solidified this affair, silencing all dissenters. Particularly, to the interloper, he intended to make a statement, publicly engaging in the very act he was supposed to protect. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Few would dare to compare. After a considerable time, tranquility finally descended, and all eyes turned toward the vehicle's door. They wondered how Xia Tingshu would confront Liang Mutian, given the circumstances. Anyone in her position would likely seek retribution. They all understood this could very well be her first experience. Just look at her youthful innocence, indicating her naivety. Zhu Yingran felt her emotions tangled, anxiously hoping that Xia Tingshu would confront Liang Mutian. Unearthing the truth, she firmly believed something was amiss, that it was far from the narrative they had been told. Nevertheless, the reality yet again astounded them. Zhu Yingran admitted defeat. Not only Zhu Yingran, but everyone was taken aback, as they appeared as a harmonious couple, deeply in love. It must be said that Liang Mutian was indeed a remarkable figure. In actuality, the situation unfolded as follows. Liang Mutian exited the vehicle, only to be astonished to find that no one had departed. They all awaited his return. He paused momentarily, ushering Xia Tingshu back into the vehicle, gripping the door and speaking softly yet seriously. When we go out, Tingshu, you mustn't say a word. Do you understand? As Liang Mutian uttered this, the smile on his face was calm and composed. Women are like water. A man cleansed by water becomes gentle, shedding the earlier harshness. However, the woman, forcibly taken by him, was in a lamentable state, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Liang Mutian then noticed the marks of his affections upon her neck and face, the delicate skin of her pink lips marred. The rogue felt a pang of guilt. He had not anticipated his own brutality, a consequence of her fierce resistance. Tenderly, he reached out. Tingshu, perplexed, pouted in sorrow, evading his gaze. Who are you, and why do you call me Tingshu? This endearment belonged solely to Zhigongbai, a name he alone had the privilege to use. Liang Mutian was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze as he struggled to align his thoughts with hers. He gently nudged her inward, taking a seat beside her. His eyes fixed intently upon her without uttering a word. Brother Mutian Tingshu lifted her gaze, her large, watery eyes filled with longing, hesitating to lean into him. Are you truly him? Liang Mutian observed as she blinked. A silent chuckle escaping him as he shook his head in disbelief. Tingshu, you are too naive. Do you genuinely believe this is mere coincidence? Upon hearing this, Xia Tingshu felt elated, nearly bursting with joy. Wanting to leap into his arms, yet she restrained herself, instead wiping away her tears until she ultimately succumbed to sobs. This is good, but Brother Jubai, you are too wicked. You frighten me to death. As he tenderly embraced her. The dazed Xia Tingshu finally recognized the truth that it turned out that Liang Mutian was indeed Zhigongbai's other self, the one meant for her marriage. After all the twists and turns, everything returned to its origin. With this realization, her heart lightened considerably. It was inevitable that he would claim her completely. Yet, she felt a profound sadness. He showed no tenderness, being a possessive tyrant, brazenly disregarding her reputation in the presence of many. This starkly contrasted with Zhigongbai, and she found it hard to believe they were the same person. However, there was no alternative. The circumstances left her with no choice but to accept this as the most complete resolution. Otherwise, it would remain inexplicable, and she could not come to terms with it. Liang Mutian, with a complex mood, pulled her closer, softly teasing, "Actually, we already have children. You're not still angry with me over that, are you?" "Ah, what?" Tingshu exclaimed in shock before realizing he might be jesting to lighten her spirits. Frustrated, she swatted him playfully, her voice trembling with emotion. "You scoundrel, are you deceiving me?" Liang Mutian reached out to grasp her hand, saying, "What would I deceive you for? Our child is already quite grown." "Grown?" Ting Shui exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at him incredulously as she asked, "So, how many children do we actually have?" Liang Mutian chuckled, joyfully pinching her nose, playfully scolding, "At present, there is but one. If you desire more, we shall have to put in the effort." "Ah, no. Are you deceiving me again?" Ting Shui blushed and lightly struck him, her eyes filled with uncertainty and concern. This feeling was truly unsettling. She could not articulate it, yet she felt like a foolish jester, toyed with at his whim. In truth, she still held affection for Xiao Zhendong. At least he provided her with a sense of stability. Unlike Liang Mutian's unreliability. One moment it was Zhou Gongbai, the next it was Liang Mutian. How could she adjust to such contrasting personalities and appearances? Summer Ting Shui sincerely longed for Xiao Zhendong, yet was oblivious to his whereabouts, as he had vanished like a fleeting glimpse. Was she still dreaming? Ting Shui lowered her head in sorrow, on the verge of tears, reflecting, "Xiao Zhendong, where are you? Do you know that your little Ju has vanished, becoming someone else's?" However, the emergence of Xiao Qi Luan indicated that this was indeed reality. Xiao Zhendong had returned, yet where was he now? Why had he abandoned her, disappearing so suddenly? Ting Shui cradled her head, weeping from the pain. "Xiao Zhendong, do not blame me. It was you who no longer wanted little Jiu. Darling, what is the matter? Are you still unhappy?" Liang Mutian noticed Summer Ting Shui's discontent and gently embraced her, inquiring with soothing words, "I admit, my actions were not right, but I had no other choice." He meticulously explained, "In reality, Liang Mutian is overwhelmed with his own affairs, burdened with many responsibilities that do not pertain to Zhou Gongbai." Ting Shui raised her gaze to him, and Liang Mutian wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Different experiences shape different individuals, thus, our personalities may seem difficult for you to accept." Summer Ting Shui paused in thought, then nodded earnestly in agreement. He smiled and asked, "My darling, can you allow me the time to help you gradually adapt to Liang Mutian?" Ting Shui pouted, feeling a sense of grievance. "Can I say no? Our child is already quite grown." Uft. Liang Mutian couldn't help but chuckle, then adopted a serious demeanor to conceal his amusement. "Yes, he adores you, our son." Observing the sincerity in his eyes, which did not seem feigned, Summer Ting Shui felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet curiosity gnawed at her. Is it a son? Does he cherish Shui heir, this mother? Liang Mutian's heart ached, as he sensed that this woman was desperately in need of love, yearning for their son to care for her, indirectly accusing him of being a failing husband. "Shui heir, I am sorry." Liang Mutian enveloped her in his arms, showering her with fervent kisses. "I love you, Shui heir. You are my life, my everything. Do you understand that my love for you will remain eternal?" Please stop." Summer Ting Shui, frightened, pushed him away, feeling a pain she could not bear. Unwilling to be robbed of her heart once more. Ha ha ha. Witnessing her awkward expression, Liang Mutian suddenly burst into laughter, pulling her close and showering her with kisses without restraint. "I love you, darling. Do you know how deeply I, Liang Mutian, love you, even as Zhou Gongbai?" I don't believe it." Summer Ting Shui looked at him with suspicion, shaking her head. "Let me see if it's true." For a moment, she struggled to reconcile the fact that they were one and the same, and reached out to him, pretending to tear off his mask, unable to believe he was indeed Zhou Gongbai. Liang Mutian grasped her hand, suppressing her intentions, his captivating peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he asked, "Shui heir, Do you still not trust me? Summer Ting Shui, feeling a pang of sadness, pouted. I trust you, but I still want to pry open your heart and see if you are lying. Ah, please don't. Liang Mu Tian feigned alarm, exclaiming in surprise, and then abruptly stopped their banter, leaping out of the car and escaping, laughing as he glanced back at the beauty, teasing her. Come on, darling, chase me. Summer Ting Shui, momentarily setting aside her displeasure, followed closely behind, calling out to him, though her steps were unsteady, her figure swaying as she pursued him. Stop, Brother Mu Tian. Wait, let me see. Liang Mu Tian and Summer Ting Shui thus raced back into view. With Liang Mu Tian suddenly turning to embrace her and kiss her passionately, he feared that she might tire, aware that she had been through a lot at his hands, and took the opportunity to support her while also adjusting her appearance. Darling, I am truly honored to marry you. As he spoke, he produced a jewelry box, opening it to reveal a diamond ring, which he slid onto Summer Ting Shui's finger. From this moment on, you, Summer Ting Shui, shall officially become my wife, Liang Mu Tian. His approach was indeed decisive, planting a kiss on her forehead. I love you, my darling, forever and always. Summer Ting Shui gazed at the jewelry box in his hand, astonished that he had prepared for this moment in advance. Was this the plan Xiao Gongbai had spoken of? Was he truly intending to marry her in such a manner? Yet, given the circumstances, perhaps this was the best outcome. After all, Xiao Zhendong was nowhere to be found, and perhaps he no longer wanted her. Summer Ting Shui confidently took the jewelry box from his hands, calmly selecting another diamond ring to place on his finger, then embraced him, exclaiming in unison, I love you too, Brother Mu Tian. Summer Ting Shui will be by your side for eternity. There was no other choice. Having given herself to him, she could only hope that he would genuinely love her. The two exchanged heartfelt gazes, and Liang Mu Tian could clearly see the tears shimmering in Summer Ting Shui's eyes. Emotionally, he drew her close and kissed her passionately. Hidden among the crowd, Xiao Qi Luan observed this scene, his anger mounting as he quietly turned to leave. Behind him erupted a thunderous applause, accompanied by a chorus of congratulatory shouts, prompting Xiao Qi Luan to quicken his pace. Meanwhile, Summer Ting Shui and Liang Mu Tian remained entwined for a long time before reluctantly parting, still leaning on each other. Thank you all for your support and for your blessings. Liang Mu Tian held Summer Ting Shui's hand and bowed to the audience, solemnly announcing, from this moment on, Summer Ting Shui is my wife. Liang Mu Tian, I kindly ask for your understanding in the future. Liang Mu Tian glanced at Summer Ting Shui, affectionately pulling her close for a kiss, then addressed the audience once more. From now on, I shall bear all her burdens. To offend Summer Ting Shui is to offend Liang Mu Tian, and I kindly ask all friends in the community to look after her. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Liang. Congratulations, young Master Liang, on your joyous marriage. Congratulations, Mr. Liang. What a delightful surprise this wedding is. Indeed, indeed. President Huan Yu's actions are truly extraordinary, a delightful surprise for all. Come now, let us all extend our congratulations to Mr. Liang on his joyous nuptials. She had initially intended to have Zhu Yingran serve as a concubine for Liang Mu Tian, thus repurposing this engagement ceremony as a wedding. However, she would no longer voice such intentions. Everything would wait until Summer Ting Shui was dealt with first. Summer Ting Shui looked at her in astonishment, then turned to Liang Mu Tian, asking, Brother Mu Tian, do you already have a wife? Well, that's a long story. Liang Mu Tian glanced at his grandmother with a look of exasperation, then turned to Summer Ting Shui with an apologetic smile. What my grandmother said is true. Liang Mu Tian registered as a couple with Liang Lan 14 years ago. Upon hearing this, Liang Mu Tian lowered his head to nuzzle against Summer Ting Shui and asked softly, So, darling, do you have any questions? Ha 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 ha. Summer Ting Shui erupted in laughter, playfully hitting him as she exclaimed, So it was you? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ha ha ha. Summer Ting Shui was genuinely thrilled now, tightening her embrace around him and showering him with kisses. I am so happy, Brother Mu Tian. She had never anticipated that Liang Mu Tian was not only the incarnation of Zhou Gongbai, but also the same person as Liang Xiaobai. Although she had no recollection of the prodigious genius Liang Xiaobai who had awakened the slumbering beauty Summer Ting Shui, she remembered that Liang Xiaobai had been her savior, repeatedly preventing the Hai Wu men from taking her and helping her seal her uncontrollable innate powers. allowing her to return to being an ordinary person rather than a mindless killer. Otherwise, she would have never survived in this place and would have probably been abducted by Haiwu Min to be trained as the assassin they needed. Liang Xiaobai had saved her, temporarily placing her in an orphanage, yet she could not recall what had transpired between them when she was 3 years old. Perhaps it was a case of miscommunication, and she had not paid it much heed. However, Liang Xiaobai had not appeared again after that, which left Summer Ting Shui heartbroken. Later, the emergence of Xiao Zhendong had altered her fate once more. She felt as though Liang Xiaobai had abandoned her, which made her cling to Xiao Zhendong, finding solace in the notion of marrying him in the future. Haiwu Min had originally intended to abduct both her and Xiao Zhendong, prompting Liang Xiaobai to reappear and successfully thwart their plans. At that time, she had indeed felt conflicted, unsure how to face Liang Xiaobai, as if she owed him something. However, he is remarkably astute, never posing a single question, merely translating his thoughts into actions with silent determination. Leveraging the coercive conditions set by Xiao Zhendong regarding the nuclear weapons, Liang Xiaobai secured a substantial fortune and a promise of protection. Seizing the opportunity, he orchestrated his own disappearance, adopting a new identity as his nominal wife, thus positioning himself as a legitimate guardian. Yet, at that time, she was entirely unaware of the intricacies involved, knowing only that Liang Xiaobai had taken her in. Now, as Xia Tingxue reflects, she realizes that all of this had been meticulously calculated by him from the very beginning. Perhaps it could be said that he had been plotting this since their arrival in this world. Nevertheless, these matters remain a closely guarded secret between them, unbeknownst to outsiders in their eyes. Her relationship with Liang Xiaobai commenced when she was merely 3 years old, oblivious to the truth that they had long been acquainted, with him overseeing her from the moment she was born. After Xiao Zhendong's departure, Liang Xiaobai arranged everything meticulously before vanishing once more. It was at that juncture that Zhigongbai began to manifest in her realm. Meeting her daily, after nurturing their bond for 14 years, he has now transformed into Liang Mutian. He is none other than her cherished brother, Liang Xiaobai. How could Xia Tingxue remain unmoved? It turns out he never abandoned her. Rather, he has been vigilantly guarding her all along, merely under a different guise. Yet, after the incident 14 years ago, Liang Xiaobai vanished entirely, with Zhigongbai stepping into his place in her realm. After years of silence, he has now assumed the name Liang Mutian, and it is thanks to Zhigongbai that this connection has been revealed. Otherwise, she would have never believed that fate could be so serendipitous, that Zhigongbai was indeed the childhood Liang Xiaobai. Because her memories of Liang Xiaobai are of a child, while Zhigongbai appeared in her world as an adult, he is the dependable brother she relied upon, her idealized Prince Charming. Hence, she never considered them to be one and the same. The disparity in their appearances made it inconceivable for her to connect them. Xia Tingxue has always resented him for only meeting her in the realm, never appearing in reality to make a promise. Little did she know, Zhigongbai is the very Liang Xiaobai of yesteryears. What he ought to give, what he could give, he has been steadily bestowing without interruption. Now, compelled by circumstances to reveal himself, he has made it known to Xia Tingxue that Zhigongbai is Liang Mutian, and he is indeed the Liang Xiaobai of her childhood. This revelation clarifies why Liang Mutian has suddenly materialized at this critical juncture. Chapter 079. The Phoenix and the Dragon in Harmony. The sudden appearance of Liang Mutian at this pivotal moment is now entirely comprehensible. Zhigongbai is Liang Mutian, and Liang Mutian is Liang Xiaobai. The three are one and the same. Zhigongbai, considering how to ensure that Tingxue does not rebel and willingly marries Liang Mutian, must establish the identities of Liang Xiaobai and Zhigongbai as a foundation. Otherwise, the fragile Xia Tingxue, if provoked, could unleash a nuclear energy of rebellion beyond imagination. In her mind, both Liang Xiaobai and Xiao Zhendong are dear brothers who have shown her kindness. The distinction lies in the fact that Xiao Zhendong offers promises, while Liang Xiaobai has always been present through tangible actions, steadfastly remaining by her side. Coupled with the inexplicable emergence of Zhigongbai, she has been troubled about how to navigate her future choices. Now, this worry has been alleviated, leaving her to fret over how to handle Xiao Zhendong. In truth, the appellation Little Brother Bai originally belonged to the childhood Liang Xiaobai, which later became associated with Zhigongbai. Now, it can be returned to its rightful owner. Liang Mutian and Xia Tingxue feels an overwhelming joy, utterly astonished. Yet, a lingering question remains. Why has Liang Xiaobai changed his name to Liang Mutian? Is it to conceal the identity of an extraordinary being? Much like herself, this suggests that the tale of the prodigious child awakening the slumbering beauty 3 years prior might indeed hold truth. However, why has she experienced temporary amnesia? She must find an opportunity to inquire, as he may possess knowledge on the matter. Moreover, there is the issue of the troublesome young master Xiao Zhendong, which currently weighs heavily on her mind. Even before making an appearance, troubles have already begun to cascade. With the arrival of his father, Xiao Qiluan, serving as a prime example, Xiao Qiluan has stated that Xiao Zhendong is not one to easily concede, a sentiment she echoes. Although their interactions have been limited, she senses that Xiao Zhendong is indeed that type of person, unwavering in his pursuits. Xiaoting Xue cannot help but worry. The current situation is now a fait accompli, and how will she explain it to Xiao Zhendong in a way that he can accept? He possesses the capability to engage in a fierce rivalry with Liang Mutian, not to mention his formidable father supporting him from behind. Xiao Zhendong can confidently pursue Xiaoting Xue, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. Having previously met him and promised marriage once more, she knows he will not accept a breach of contract lightly. She suspects he is currently preoccupied with some matter. Otherwise, he would have appeared before her already. She had once pledged to marry him exclusively, and having been compelled to promise again the night before last, she is now at a loss. Zhigongbai has indicated that she bears the love curse he has sown within her, suggesting that her entanglement with him is inescapable. The more this is the case, the more she cherishes her love for Liang Mutian, realizing it must be treasured dearly. She understands that this is precisely why Liang Mutian would resort to any means necessary to claim her. Aiming to preemptively sever her ties with Xiao Zhendong, he does not wish for Xiao Zhendong to attain her easily, for the laws of this world stipulate that a legal marriage is protected by the state. Thus, Liang Mutian takes the initiative, hoping to alter the course of their destinies and reclaim his beloved wife. Now, fully grasping all of this, Xiaoting Xue can generously forgive Liang Mutian for his actions today, no longer holding any resentment towards him. Liang Mutian joyfully twirls her in his embrace, taking the opportunity to whisper sweet nothings. It seems that it is not too late for me to say this now. Is it? It is not too late. Not at all. I love you, little brother. Bai. Xiaoting Xue tilts her face upward, offering her lips, which Liang Mutian eagerly descends upon. I love you too, my precious Xue. The two share an impassioned embrace. As if a lifetime would not suffice, their fervent kisses linger, reluctant to part. This is a spectacle Liang Mutian has never before permitted to unfold, as he has never publicly associated with any woman before the media. He would never display such unabashed affection. The camera flashes incessantly, capturing this priceless moment. Liang Mutian and Xiaoting Xue, lost in their own world of joy, leave all present utterly astonished. They stare at one another in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. How could Liang Mutian, who already has a wife, inspire such elation? They find this utterly inconceivable, prompting the media to be the first to break the silence, with one bold individual daring to approach and inquire. The existence of a mistress in the household is not a matter of legal allowance. It is simply a reality that no one contests, and they all willingly turn a blind eye. However, there can only be one legitimate wife, even for the president of the nation. Thus, the media's curiosity is piqued, but Liang Mutian's response once again astounds them. Liang Lan? That is the name I bestowed upon Tingxue 14 years ago. It is the name on our marriage certificate and household registration. Liang Mutian pauses deliberately, reveling in the suspense, but his words are nothing short of startling. In truth, Liang Lan is a name that follows the husband's surname. She has been my Liang Mutian's woman since 14 years ago. After uttering this, Liang Mutian bursts into laughter, drawing Xiaoting Xue closer, showering her with affectionate pecks. Darling, you shall never escape me in this lifetime. Ah, so you two have already obtained a marriage certificate? The media swarms towards them, a multitude of camera flashes illuminating the scene. Ah, I understand now. According to what President Liang has stated, your esteemed wife, Xiaoting Xue, is Liang Lan. She is the angel of death from 16 years ago. Correct? What a convoluted circle to finally arrive at the crux of the matter. If Liang Mutian affirms this, it would mean that Xiaoting Xue is indeed the sleeping beauty from 16 years ago, the angel of death referred to in the past. Just as this realization dawns, a furious voice erupts, interrupting the moment. Liang Mutian, Upon hearing this revelation, Zhu Yingran rushes over, her voice filled with ire. You deceived me, yet? As she hears the media's final inquiry, she abruptly halts, glancing at the Xiating Xue in his arms, her eyes filled with astonishment. She is truly Liang Lan, the angel of death from 16 years ago. The Sleeping Beauty? Chapter 080. A Happy Resolution. She is truly Liang Lan, the angel of death from 16 years ago. The Sleeping Beauty? Liang Mutian maintains his composure, turning to address the gathered media confidently. Indeed, Ting Xue is Liang Xiaobai's Sleeping Beauty. The angel of death is merely a moniker. As he speaks, his expression darkens, pointing at them. Which of you has witnessed my beloved wife, Liang Lan, commit murder? Instantly, the crowd falls silent, their voices barely a whisper. No, we have not seen. The truth is now unmistakable. Xiating Xue is the angel of death from 16 years ago. The Sleeping Beauty, Liang Mutian, is none other than the prodigious Liang Xiaobai. What more is there to discuss? They dare not utter a word unless they wish to court danger. Observing the silent media, Liang Mutian smirks. Yes, that is correct. He then gestures toward them. Do you have any further inquiries? No, nothing left. A few bold individuals dared to respond to Liang Mutian, and then cautiously inquired, how do you find this headline? The prodigy Liang Xiaobai finally ties the knot with the enchanting Liang Lan after 16 years? Hee. Sounds good, very good indeed. Liang Mutian's understated praise was an exceedingly rare gem for the media, akin to a promise of great worth. It was tantamount to receiving his endorsement, enabling them to publish this news as the headline without fear of repercussions. It also signified his explicit acknowledgement of being Liang Xiaobai, a matter of utmost importance to them. For even though they were aware that Liang Mutian was the Liang Xiaobai of 16 years ago, and that Xiating Xue was the notorious angel of death, the Sleeping Beauty, they wouldn't dare publish anything without Liang Mutian's approval. The consequences of such a misstep could be dire. If Liang Mutian were displeased, he could obliterate that media outlet, leaving them in ruin. Thus, their gratitude was palpable, nearly to the point of tears, as they showered Liang Mutian with adulation. It turns out our Liang Zong is the prodigious genius from 16 years ago. No wonder his career has been so remarkably successful. Indeed. The prodigious genius who passed all the nation's highest educational qualifications at the tender age of 10. Of course, the intellect of a prodigy is not something the average person can rival. His business acumen is naturally unparalleled. Not surprising at all, this is our Liang Zong, the pride of the new continent. Absolutely, the new continent shines brighter with Liang Zong's presence. Liang Zong is magnificent. Go, Liang Zong. Roar. Liang Zong is incredible, the prodigious genius. Liang Mutian, I have a question. Amidst the fervent clamor, Zhu Yingran exchanged a stunned glance with Xiating Xue in Liang Mutian's embrace and suddenly strode forward, her head held high as she demanded, You claim that Liang Lan registered as your spouse at 14? But as far as I know, she promised to marry Xiao Jindong at that age, and the principal of Xingying Academy is Xiao Jindong's father, right? At this juncture, Zhu Yingran suddenly turned her gaze to Xiating Xue, questioning, He was just warning you not to betray Xiao Jindong, wasn't he? You? Ting Xue's face flushed at the inquiry, instinctively resisting her rebuttal. No, that's not true. Yet her tone lacked conviction, and she shyly nestled deeper into Liang Mutian's embrace. Zhu Yingran observed this and sneered mockingly at Liang Mutian. So, you were forced to turn a charade into reality, engaging in an intimate encounter to undermine Xiao Qiluan. This was indeed your first time together, wasn't it? Liang Mutian's expression soured as he raised his hand, and two bodyguards in black suddenly appeared before him. He then calmly issued an order, Zhu Yingran, you've said enough, go take a rest. Liang Mutian no longer wishes to see you. With a wave of his hand, the bodyguards seized Zhu Yingran and began to escort her away, leaving behind a trail of resentful curses. Liang Mutian, you scoundrel! How dare you play me for a fool? You'll pay dearly for this. It dawned on her that Liang Mutian had never intended to marry her. He was merely using her to lure Xiating Xue into a marriage scam. Frustrated at being outmatched, she flailed and cursed as the bodyguards forcibly removed her, desperately trying to sow discord. Xiating Xue, don't get too smug. Liang Mutian's intentions are to deceive you into marriage because he fears you will marry Xiao Zhendong. What? Xia Tingxue stepped away from Liang Mutian's embrace. Taking a few steps forward to counter, "You're talking nonsense. That's not how it is." Zhu Yingran twisted around to laugh at her, while Tingxue had already been pulled back into Liang Mutian's arms, who gently lectured her. "Do not heed her attempts at inciting discord. Brother Mutian loves you." "Yes, I know." Tingxue responded dully, yet she heard Zhu Yingran's mocking laughter. "Xia Tingxue, you're quite the fool. You don't even realize you've been deceived. Xiao Zhendong will be heartbroken and will come looking for you." Tingxue trembled in fear, tightening her grip around Liang Mutian as Zhu Yingran's words continued to echo in her ears. "Be careful when you sleep at night. Who knows? You might wake up to find someone else beside you." "Ha ha ha." Liang Mutian held her tightly, angrily raising his hand. "What are you all doing? Silence her." Zhu Yingran's laughter abruptly ceased, and she vanished from sight, allowing Tingxue to finally steady herself, patting her chest. "Oh, Yingran." The matriarch of the Liang family, Zhu Meiwan, chased after her, then turned to reprimand Liang Mutian. "I say, Mutian, since you and Liang Lan are so fond of each other, why set this trap to toy with her? With Yingran's temperament, do you think she will let you off lightly?" Liang Mutian's expression darkened, his gaze cast downward, his mood sour. "You need not concern yourself. Grandma, I have yet to settle accounts with those who dare tread upon Liang Mutian's territory." He thought to himself that if it weren't for her meddling, there would be no embarrassment of Liang Mutian's supposed engagement to Zhu Yingran. He was merely using the situation to provide a delightful surprise for his precious Tingxue. Besides, Liang Mutian had no qualms about offending the likes of the Haima sect. Why would he fear someone like Zhu Yingran? Zhu Meiwan stared at him in silence, exasperated, as she leaned heavily on her cane and walked away, Jiang Meiqi hastily following to assist her, seizing the opportunity to fade into the background. At this point, everything had become abundantly clear. Xia Tingxue in Liang Mutian's arms was none other than the angel of death from 16 years ago, the sleeping beauty, Liang Lan. This was also the reason the media dared not provoke Xia Tingxue. In truth, they had long suspected the connection, for when the sleeping beauty was 3, her bond with Liang Xiaobai at the Love Orphanage had become widely known, thanks to media embellishments. 2 years later, when the angel of death Xia Tingxue was 5, she encountered Xiao Zhendong, who had previously appeared at the Love Orphanage. Their meeting with the prodigy had also stirred a considerable uproar. Xia Tingxue rose to prominence through these 2 events. Alongside her ascendants were Liang Xiaobai and Xiao Zhendong, but unfortunately, they all eventually faded into obscurity, leaving the matter unresolved. Chapter 081 to be continued. Alongside her ascendants were Liang Xiaobai and Xiao Zhendong, but unfortunately, they all eventually faded into obscurity, leaving the matter unresolved. Even Xia Tingxue was taken away for adoption, and the specifics of the situation became a mystery to everyone, gradually fading from memory. However, this was merely the appearance of forgetfulness. In reality, doubts lingered in people's hearts, but the 3 main characters had all vanished from view, leaving them at a loss. Now that the truth had finally emerged, it was only natural for the crowd to be elated. In fact, upon seeing Xing Tianxin's appearance and Xia Tingxue's ethereal beauty, they had already begun to connect the dots. However, the current Xia Tingxue no longer resided at the Love Orphanage. Having changed her name and surrounded by capable protectors, few knew her true identity. Even if someone guessed, they would not dare act recklessly. Otherwise, they might find themselves at a loss for life. Yet as they contemplated this, doubt began to creep in once more. "Wait a moment. Liang Zong, what is it?" Someone nudged him and asked, "What are you thinking?" It is said that the angel of death who mysteriously vanished 14 years ago was actually being protected. Could the rumors be false? And is this person none other than you, Liang Zong? Classic, that question hit the nail on the head. Even Tingxue was intensely curious about the connection. Could Liang Mutian be one of the Haima sect? Yet Liang Mutian's expression darkened. This question was clearly ill-timed and rather unwise. "Haha, I was merely inquiring casually. Liang Zong can disregard it. It's nothing, really." Tingxue glanced at the shrinking media with caution, while Liang Mutian tenderly pulled her into his embrace and whispered, "These are 2 separate matters. Brother Mutian will not conflate them." Tingxue sighed in relief and nodded, snuggling closer to him. Liang Mutian then felt a wave of comfort, embracing her tightly. "As long as your questions are not excessive, Liang Mutian shall answer them all. He feared that his beloved might be frightened away in front of the crowd, seeking out Xiao Zhendong, which would be a significant blow to his pride. Thus, he was compelled to alter his demeanor, patiently appeasing the media. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, when two events coincide, it can easily lead to misconceptions." He then gestured with his hands. At that time, I merely sought to take advantage of the situation. The reputation of Liang Xiaobai, the prodigious genius, indeed holds some weight, and thus I succeeded. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he candidly stated, "However, it has no relation to what you all are speculating. They are merely parallel lines." The crowd nodded in unison. "Oh, I see now. I understand." My goodness, even if they didn't comprehend, they had to feign understanding. Liang Mutian's words were gospel. Who would dare refute them? Only Xia Tingxue remained skeptical of his claims. Subtly pinching his ear as she queried, "You liar! Do you intend to deceive me as well?" "Foolish girl, I would never deceive you." Liang Mutian chuckled, drawing her close, whispering softly, "The internationally renowned prodigy Liang Xiaobai. Have you not heard of him?" Upon seeing Tingxue nod vigorously, he continued, "Thus, at that time, I was indeed a well-known figure. They had to extend some favor to me, and that is how it transpired." "Really?" Xia Tingxue gazed at him with suspicion, her expression troubled. "Is it truly so?" Liang Mutian affirmed, "I have no reason to deceive you." "Indeed," Tingxue pondered as she nodded at him. "Is this the reason you changed your name to Liang Mutian?" "Yes. I did not wish to be gawked at wherever I went, feeling like a mere monkey, tugged around by a leash for others' amusement." "I concur." Tingxue playfully tapped his head with a smile. "I believe you. I share the sentiment. Thus, I chose to adopt a new name and alter my identity, to navigate the world incognito and embark upon a fresh chapter of my life." Upon finishing his statement, he suddenly embraced the beauty and kissed her, adding, "Alas, my surname cannot be altered. It was bestowed upon me by my father." Tingxue giggled and evaded him. "Then why did you rename me Liang Lan?" "Your surname remains, but where does this Lan come from?" "That is a secret. I shall reveal it to you in due course." Liang Mutian chuckled while affectionately pulling the beauty close. Tingxue laughed and playfully dodged him. Just as the audience below erupted in a commotion, with the restless media beginning to pose questions again. "May I inquire, Mr. Liang, was the bodyguard assigned to Liang Lan by you? Or is there another party involved?" Aware of the suspicion stemming from the Hai Wu men, Liang Mutian candidly replied, "I intended to assign a bodyguard, yet Ting Shue's current protector is quite capable, thus saving me considerable resources." After this, he observed their gestures of respect and customary politeness. "Liang Mutian has said all that needs to be said. Thank you all for your concern." "Mr. Liang, you are too kind. So that is the situation." They exchanged glances, realizing that Liang Lan had indeed been under the protection of Hai Wu Min, and her bodyguard was undoubtedly sent by Huayin Shantong. However, this led them to further questions. If that is the case, why is Miss Liang Lan's bodyguard absent today? Is it not peculiar for her to appear here alone? Exactly, how could he allow Liang Lan to wed someone outside of his employment without intervening? "Oh, you fools." Someone finally spoke up against them. "Mr. Liang has been registered with Liang Lan for 14 years. What good would it do for him to intervene? Besides, he is merely a bodyguard." As soon as this was said, others chimed in, "Indeed, that makes sense. It is said that Liang Lan's bodyguard has been with her for many years. He likely knows her little secrets and would not intervene. Yet, he must at least make an appearance. He cannot abandon his employer and frolic about. Such behavior defies logic. Does it not? Indeed, Miss Liang Lan, where's your steadfast bodyguard?" This individual called out to the stage, addressing Xia Tingxue. "We wish to know why he has not accompanied you today. Is this how he protects you?" "Ah, these media personnel are truly bothersome. No wonder Tingxue scolds them." Liang Mutian, growing impatient, glared at them and questioned his agitated beauty beside him. "Darling, where has your bodyguard gone?" Tingxue was taken aback. I do not know. What could this mean? Could it be that this Xia Tingxue is an impostor? In that case, it is only natural that she would not have a bodyguard following her. Someone, with ill intent, sowed discord, unaware of their motives. Mr. Liang, be cautious. Do not be easily deceived by her. It seems there are fans of Zhu Yingran among them, seizing the moment to embellish the situation, blurring the lines between truth and deception. Yes, Mr. Liang, it would be wise to verify the facts, lest you be duped by a woman driven by greed. Before Liang Mutian could respond, Ting Shui became irate. Confronting Liang Mutian with a pointed finger, am I the one who is greedy and deceitful? Then shall I not marry at all? Fool! Liang Mutian pulled her hand, embracing her with a playful admonition. It is not you who deceives me, but I who tricked you into marrying me. This was indeed the truth, and Ting Shui chuckled, pouting her rosy lips in mock reproach. It was always meant to be. You said it was just. Chapter 82. The bodyguard takes the stage. It was always meant to be. You said it was just. Liang Mutian hastily silenced her with a fervent kiss, whispering afterward, do not say that, or else the money will vanish. Oh! Ting Shui inhaled, her large eyes glistening as she gazed at him. You must not be unreasonable. You owe me. Rest assured, I shall indeed pay. Liang Mutian smirked, drawing her closer for another kiss, softly murmuring, the penalty and emergency funds amount to 20 million. If that is insufficient, ask me again. He recognized that this girl was now enticed by the prospect of wealth, her mind fixated on monetary gain, making this approach both straightforward and effective. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xia Ting Shui's face lit up with joy as she nearly leaped into his arms. Ah, is that true? Liang Mutian nodded, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of mischief, causing the little girl to gleefully embrace him. Brother Mutian is the best. Brother Mutian is the greatest. Oh, darling. Liang Mutian's lips curled with delight as he wrapped his arms around her waist, his gaze scanning the surroundings with keen interest. By the way, where is your bodyguard, Yin Gui? Oh, Yin Gui? The little girl, feeling embarrassed, scratched her head and looked at him sheepishly. I thought I was dreaming. So Yin Gui did not come in. Honestly, I have no idea where he went. As she spoke, she turned her face, calling out, Yin Gui, where have you gone? Thus, she failed to notice the amused grin on the face of a certain devilish figure, nor the sudden gesture of him pressing his abdomen. Otherwise, she would certainly have insisted on his presence. Oddly enough, as Xia Ting Shui called out, Yin Gui's cheerful laughter suddenly resonated in the venue. Hee hee hee. You little scatterbrains still remember me? How could I forget you, Yin Gui? You are out now. Ting Shui cupped her hands around her mouth and searched for Yin Gui's whereabouts. I have grown accustomed to waking up and seeing you every day. You accompany me for meals and while I sleep? No. Do you want to get me killed? Yin Gui exclaimed in a panic, laughter escaping him. Look at your companion. His face has turned the color of liver. Do you think I dare to show myself? Ting Shui turned in surprise to look at the devilish figure, who promptly pulled her into his embrace, warning her playfully. Forget it. From now on, when I am around, let him remain invisible. Ah, I understand now. Ting Shui gazed at him in astonishment. So it is because of you that Yin Gui dares not show himself? Regardless, I truly do not wish to see him. Liang Mutian admitted candidly, responding honestly. Ting Shui looked at him, her face marred with displeasure. But then, who will accompany and protect me in the future? Do not worry. I will make arrangements. No. Upon hearing this, Ting Shui became obstinate, pushing him in protest. I am used to being with Yin Gui. I do not want anyone else to protect me. The devilish figure's expression grew cold as he tightened his grip on her, asking, Yin Gui or Liang Mutian, whom do you choose? Ah, Ting Shui stared at him in shock, finally rolling her eyes and declaring, I want both, if that is all right. Liang Mutian turned his face away. No. You are too greedy. It is not like that. Brother Mutian, please listen to me. Ting Shui earnestly pulled him close, tenderly leaning in to kiss his handsome lips, whispering softly in his ear. I have it all figured out tonight. You will accompany me, while Yin Gui will take care of errands in the city. When you have free time, you can let Yin Gui have his own fun. How does that sound? Liang Mutian could not help but laugh, tightly holding her as he kissed her, saying, All right, my dear wife. All shall be as you wish. Ting Shui instantly rejoiced, waving her arms in celebration. Yin Gui, did you hear that? Brother Mutian has agreed. You can reveal yourself now. Unexpectedly, Yin Gui still sighed. Forget it. With him around, I will remain invisible. Oh dear. Hearing this, it seems he does not wish to see the devilish figure either. No, Yin Gui. Ting Shui became anxious, urgently calling out for him. You know I cannot live without you. Do not say such things. Yin Gui, come out, I miss you. As soon as these words left Xia Ting Shui's lips, the audience below immediately fell into a state of fainting disbelief. Was this girl foolish or simply too naive? Each one began to wonder whether there was an inappropriate relationship between Xia Ting Shui and her bodyguard. Perhaps this was why Liang Mutian caught him off guard, causing him to refrain from intervening in Liang Mutian's forceful marriage to Xia Ting Shui? My goodness, their imagination is truly boundless. Otherwise, how could a bodyguard neglect his duties so thoroughly that it would warrant such suspicion? Instantly, a wave of murmurs filled the air, laden with various speculations and doubts. A tempest of rumors swirling about. Liang Mutian, displeased, seized Xia Ting Shui's hand, directing her gaze toward the audience. Xia Ting Shui, do you wish for your husband, Liang Mutian, to become the laughingstock of the world? That is not my intention. I did not. Xia Ting Shui followed his finger's direction, glancing over, only to lower her head in silence. I did not mean to. She timidly rolled her eyes at him. You know, Yin Gui and I are innocent. Is that so? Mr. Liang, are you aware? Amidst the uproar, someone questioned her. But we are unaware. How can you prove it? Their audacity stemmed from the belief that Liang Mutian would not oppose them, a further challenge to prove her innocence. Xia Ting Shui, enraged, pointed towards the source of the voice, declaring, You wish for proof, do you? This is quite simple. We just need to ask Brother Mutian, and we'll know. Indeed, they had just engaged in a rather intimate encounter. And Xia Ting Shui's innocence was something Liang Mutian should be quite aware of now. All eyes were fixed upon Liang Mutian, eagerly awaiting his response. Gui Zhu, initially pleased, suddenly found himself in an awkward position, stifling a chuckle as he coughed lightly, looking rather distressed. How ridiculous! He had already done it, yet he was still pretending. Liang Mutian felt wronged. He was not embarrassed for himself, but for the poor girl. Xia Ting Shui, who was put in such an uncomfortable situation, her privacy exposed in public just to prove her innocence. With a solemn expression, he declared with the utmost seriousness, The wife I, Liang Mutian, have chosen cannot be mistaken. She has belonged to me since 14 years ago, and she is, of course, innocent. At this point, he gestured menacingly towards the audience, warning, Should she dare betray me, I shall eliminate her along with you. What kind of statement was that? The crowd gasped, instinctively recoiling, wondering how they had become involved. Some dared to retort, Humph, I see you all are just thieves in the same boat. Who knows if what you say is true? Ah. Disbelief persisted? Xia Ting Shui could no longer tolerate the repeated questioning of her purity and called out, Yin Gui, silence him. I do not wish to hear another word from him. Understood, miss. As Yin Gui's voice faded, a figure darted from the crowd that a gentle breeze passed, and suddenly, the individual stumbled, pointing at their mouth in astonishment, rendered utterly speechless, in broad daylight. Such a phenomenon was utterly shocking, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Witnessing the person being carried away for assistance by Liang Mutian's men, no one dared to speak out again. They hadn't even glimpsed the assailants, yet the consequences were chilling. Who would dare to provoke such terror? Observing the cowering crowd below, Xia Ting Shui felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over her, with pain in certain areas becoming unbearable. Chapter 083. The President's stealthy kiss as she gazed at the shrunken figures below. Xia Ting Shui was overcome with weariness, and the ache in her body clung to her like a shadow. Liang Mutian cradled her gently and, unexpectedly, brushed a kiss against her cheek, asking, Are you tired? Do you wish to sleep? Feeling languid, Ting Shui nodded with her eyes closed. Liang Mutian promptly embraced her and raised his hand to address the audience. The wedding ceremony concludes here. I invite you all to join us at the Sheraton. Thank you for witnessing this occasion. As guests began to rise from their seats, accompanied by Liang Mutian's entourage, they prepared to leave the Liang residence for the Sheraton Hotel. Observing this, the media began to gather their belongings. Ready to depart from the Liang estate. Lost in a daze, Tingxue succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness, nestling comfortably in Liang Mutian's embrace as she drifted off to sleep, as for how tomorrow's news would be reported. Liang Mutian was confident that no further words were necessary. They all understood the implications. Although the powers of the murderous angel were no longer present, Tingxue had a formidable bodyguard, ensuring that no one would dare to act recklessly. After all, the earlier incident served as a cautionary tale for all. They were all aware that Tingxue also had a more formidable ally, none other than the extraordinary child she had met 14 years ago, the gifted boy known as Xiao Zhendong. Now it was clear that Xiao Zhendong was the son of the wealthiest magnate in the new continent. Xiao Qiluan.as Zhu Ran had astutely observed. He would not have come here uninvited, risking offense to Liang Mutian. For everyone knew that no matter how affluent Xiao Qiluan was, he could not afford to offend Liang Mutian, the president of the Huanyu Group. The implications of such a title were not to be taken lightly, especially for someone of Xiao Qiluan's stature within the new continent, where his family's enterprises monopolized various industries. Liang Mutian, however, operated on a national and international scale, boasting connections and financial power that were truly vast. Yet, in a city, Xiao Qiluan's influence was undeniable, a fact that could not be overlooked. Both men were young prodigies, but Liang Mutian stood out as the most exceptional among them. Though Xiao Zhendong had not yet made a public appearance, he was undoubtedly a captivating figure, likely to be as striking as Liang Mutian. Thus, determining the victor in this contest was no simple matter. With two formidable allies by her side, Tingxue herself was a figure of legend, and the media would think twice before antagonizing her. Should Xiao Zhendong return, he could easily bring ruin to anyone who dared cross them. Even without Liang Mutian's words, they had deduced his identity. Despite the name change, the truth could not be concealed. There was only one Liang family in a city. Liang Buwei, whose ex-wife, Zhang Yuqing, had given birth to a prodigious child. Liang Buwei, swayed by malicious gossip and public pressure, had divorced her. A scandal that had once made headlines. Little did he know that a year later, from that golden egg, a brilliant boy would emerge. Liang Xiaobai, a child prodigy who, at the mere age of 10, had surpassed the educational achievements of his peers, astonishing the world. However, there were no reports of him possessing any other extraordinary abilities, nor was it known why he had adopted the name Liang Mutian. They were confident in their assumptions. As Liang Buwei had no other sons, Liang Xiaobai was his sole heir. Years later, he had transformed into the elite businessman and renowned young talent known as Liang Mutian. But as long as he remained Liang Buwei's son, the connection was undeniable. He was indeed Liang Xiaobai, merely hiding behind a faade. The people of a city were aware of this, but dared not provoke Liang Mutian by exposing the truth. Given Liang Mutian's current standing, even the authorities had to show him some respect. Therefore, whether it was Liang Mutian or the elusive Xiao Zhendong, either could easily crush them if they chose to do so. To avoid such a fate, they needed to understand how this news should be reported. Xiao Qiluan returned to his private office, still fuming as he furiously smoked cigar after cigar. He resented Liang Mutian's underhanded tactics, which had inadvertently strained their father-son relationship. If Xiao Zhendong were to learn that his appearance had forced Liang Mutian to take advantage of Tingxue, he would undoubtedly turn against his father. Xiao Zhendong was Xiao Qiluan's lifeblood, and the thought of him abandoning their family for any reason was terrifying. Therefore, finding a way to keep Tingxue around was crucial for ensuring that his son would return to his city and remain by his side. Otherwise, the legacy of the Xiao family would be lost, with their vast enterprises left without an heir. In Xiao Qiluan's eyes, his son was his treasure, his very essence. Hence, the hatred he harbored for Liang Mutian was beyond words. For he found him particularly despicable. Lost in his thoughts, Xiao Qiluan continued to smoke, pacing like a restless insect on a hot skillet. Chapter 084. An eye for an eye. Lost in contemplation, Xiao Qiluan chain-smoked, his agitation palpable as he paced like an ant on a hot skillet. After extinguishing the last of his cigars, he suddenly shouted, "One Dong Lai." A man swiftly entered, closing the door behind him, and approached with respect. "Mr. Xiao, how may I assist you?" "Find out where Xiao Zhendong is. I need to know his exact whereabouts." "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." Simply gathering information was far too easy. They could have done it without leaving City A. However, the true intentions behind Xiao Qiluan's actions remained somewhat elusive, prompting Wen Donglai to tentatively explore his proposal. "I have a better suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" General Xiao? Xiao Qiluan shot him an impatient glare. Speak. Send someone to City C to investigate the young master's whereabouts while simultaneously providing him with some leeway. I anticipate unexpected results. As when Donglai articulated this, he observed their reactions closely. In due time, we shall merely stir the waters from the shadows, assisting the young master in achieving victory. Agreed. Let it be done. Xiao Qiluan responded, suddenly rising and gesturing towards him. You will personally oversee this matter. The sooner, the better. Understood? When Donglai snapped to attention, understood, General Xiao. You need not worry. As the sun rose and set, the calendar unwittingly turned another page. On August 3 RD, Lan Xiaoqiang and his two companions arrived prepared and, naturally, entered the factory with ease. Yet, it was still the sock company where Zhao Songyang worked, which coincidentally was also Lan Duo's current workplace. It was not that this was the only factory, but rather that the situation had taken a rather peculiar turn, making Lan Xiaoqiang feel somewhat played. Regarding the choice of factory, they had whimsically entrusted this decision to an unfamiliar taxi driver. Since they were heading to work at the factory, they could not use a private vehicle and thus opted for a taxi. The situation unfolded as follows. Shang Tali politely approached the driver. Sir, may I trouble you for a favor? What is it? The driver blinked, caught off guard by Shang Tali's sudden call, but quickly composed himself and chuckled. What can I assist you with? If it's within my means? Shang Tali, not wishing to beat around the bush, got straight to the point. We would like you to take us to any factory of your choosing, preferably the best one nearby. She even dangled a tempting bait before him, believing in the age-old adage that one must offer a reward to elicit bravery. If you perform well, in addition to the taxi fare, I will reward you with an extra 500 yuan. With Shang Tali's words, the taxi driver cheerfully agreed. Sure thing, miss. You can count on me. Consequently, the driver took them to the entrance of the Mengsha sock factory and politely invited them to disembark. Lan Xiaoqiang frowned, holding his breath, remaining still and silent, his expression far from pleasant. As Jun Bufei prepared to pay, he paused, awaiting further instructions from Lan Xiaoqiang. The roles had utterly reversed. Every decision now lay in Lan Xiaoqiang's hands, and even Shang Tali, as the employer, found herself obliged to consider his mood. Jun Bufei, being employed by Lan Xiaoqiang, naturally acted according to his cues. Shang Tali, however, felt no sense of oppression and was, in fact, rather pleased. Initially excited to get out of the car, Shang Tali suddenly fell silent and turned directly to him. What is wrong, Xiangzi? Is something amiss? She was unaware of the various enterprises under Shang De, and Lan Xiaoqiang was equally uninformed. They merely intended to casually explore any factory. Having previously indicated her intentions, she found it puzzling that Lan Xiaoqiang was acting this way. Lan Xiaoqiang was thoroughly frustrated. He hadn't anticipated that after all this, they would end up back at the factory where Lan Duo worked. This realization left him feeling quite displeased, and though it was not directly anyone's fault, a thought crossed his mind. It's nothing. I just want to know. As he spoke, he abruptly shifted his inquiry towards the taxi driver, adopting a casual tone. Driver, what made you decide to bring us here? The driver, suppressing his own confusion, immediately responded with careful laughter. As far as I know, only Mengsha Sock Factory is currently expanding and hiring. I haven't heard of any others, or perhaps I simply don't know. The driver reasoned, aware that the promise of 500 yuan depended on his choices, and he felt a twinge of concern. Seeing Lan Xiaoqiang inquire further, he felt compelled to speak honestly. Would you like me to take you around to see if any other factories are hiring? No need. He. Lan Xiaoqiang quickly rejected the offer. This place is fine. We will get out now. As he spoke, he was already exiting the vehicle, intending to seize the opportunity to slip away to City A. Indifferent to the outcome, Shang Tali, unaware of his intentions, followed closely in his footsteps. Jun Bufei hurriedly handed the driver the fare, waiting for change before disembarking. In truth, Lan Xiaoqiang was overly concerned. He had no reason to worry, as customary practice dictated that women who had recently experienced a miscarriage required a full recovery period. Therefore, whether Lan Duo stayed in the hospital or rented accommodation, she would not be returning to work anytime soon. Moreover, Shang Tali had only a few weeks to spare, and by the time Lan Duo was fit to return, they would have long departed. Realistically, he would have no opportunity to encounter Lan Duo. And even if they did cross paths, what could she do? However, Lan Xiaoqiang's apprehension was not unfounded. He feared that Lan Duo might misinterpret his intentions, thinking he still harbored feelings for her. If she were to pursue him further, he would undoubtedly find himself infuriated, and the consequences could be dire. He wished to avoid the need to harm Lan Duo at all costs, as offending Lan Xiefeng would be unwise. And he was uncertain how retribution would manifest. This was the reason for his strong aversion to this factory. If he couldn't escape Shengtali, wouldn't he inevitably encounter Lan Duo? It must be said that Lan Xiaoqiang's concerns were not without merit. He indeed struggled to extricate himself from Shengtali, who clung to him tenaciously. In the end, Lan Xiaoqiang reluctantly led Shengtali and Jun Bufei to the Human Resources Department to register. Encountering the female supervisor there once more, just 2 days had passed, yet upon seeing Lan Xiaoqiang again, the supervisor's face lit up with surprise and delight, warmly welcoming them. She efficiently assisted Shengtali and Jun Bufei in completing their onboarding paperwork. While Lan Xiaoqiang mentioned he had urgent business to attend to in city, unsurprisingly, Shengtali was adamant in her refusal, persistently causing Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Bufei to feel utterly helpless. Ultimately, with Jun Bufei's persuasion, Lan Xiaoqiang begrudgingly accompanied them into the factory, planning to assess the situation as it unfolded. The Human Resources Supervisor, observing the scenario, was left speechless. She recognized that Lan Xiaoqiang was fated to attract women. As numerous ladies sought to cling to him, delighted, she facilitated their paperwork, and the three of them excitedly headed off to purchase supplies for their dormitory. However, Lan Xiaoqiang specifically requested the supervisor not to inform Zhao Songyang of his employment, as that would indirectly alert Lan Duo, and he wished to guard against them like a thief. In reality, he knew that Zhao Songyang was likely still at the hospital with Lan Duo. The supervisor, whose surname was Zhang, found herself charmed by Lan Xiaoqiang's incessant praise, and his endearments brought her immense joy. Thus, she assured him that she would keep his employment a secret from Zhao Songyang, urging him to rest assured. In truth, as Lan Xiaoqiang suspected, Zhao Songyang was indeed on leave and had not been at work, making an encounter with Lan Xiaoqiang impossible. Nonetheless, Shengtali insisted that the three of them work in the same workshop, to which Jun Bufei had no objections. Given his responsibility to protect Shengtali, he needed to keep her within sight, leaving Lan Xiaoqiang with no room to argue. However, this arrangement caused Supervisor Zhang considerable distress. Chapter 85. The rich young lady enters the factory, but this arrangement indeed caused Supervisor Zhang considerable distress. Due to the operational procedures of the sock factory, the workshop was predominantly staffed by women, with only technicians and engineers present. Shengtali, lacking any prior experience, appeared utterly clueless during the basic assessments, prompting disdain from her peers. Alas, who would have thought that one day, she, a young lady of privilege, would find herself toiling in a workshop, personally stitching together various socks. It was not mocking but rather quite humorous, yet at that moment, she was unable to muster a smile. Consequently, she was assigned to the most labor-intensive sewing department, where the work was arduous, yet the pay was meager. This stage was the final step in the sock production process. Once the sewing was complete, the items would be sent to the next department for shaping. Following that, they would be boxed for market or exported abroad. This process was simple to learn. It was entirely machine-operated, yet the labor was considerable. Huge baskets of sock blanks had to be manually moved around. There was no need to worry about sitting for too long, which could be a blessing in disguise. New employees were typically granted a day for training, although many could manage without it right from the start. Even if a few were slower to grasp the concepts, with hands-on instruction from workshop veterans, they would quickly learn the necessary skills. The responsibility of the trainers was to ensure newcomers mastered the sewing techniques and the basic threading skills. In this line of work, it was common for the sock blanks to jam or break threads, so it was essential to learn how to thread the needle independently. Otherwise, relying on mechanics for every little issue would be quite exhausting. According to the workshop supervisor, Shengtali was the most inept newcomer in history, having taken an entire day without making any progress. This drew the critical gaze of her colleagues, who regarded her with disdain, their expressions reflecting a collective embarrassment for their gender. Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxu have indeed found themselves in a fortuitous position, with female workers bustling around them, whether they have tasks at hand or not. Even their supervisor has noticed the significant increase in the frequency of these women going to fetch water or visit the restroom, an unending flow of comings and goings. The flirtatious glances exchanged in the newcomer training area, charged with electric allure, are often directed towards Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxu. The demand for purified water in the workshop has surged, leading to a frantic appeal to the factory manager for urgent supplies. The instructors responsible for teaching the two are particularly enthusiastic, seizing the opportunity to forge closer connections with the handsome duo, thereby securing their own advantages. In this predominantly female workshop, the two gentlemen stand out as the sole exceptions. Both exceptionally pleasing to the eye, however, this observation is not entirely accurate, as the machine repair section also comprises men, totaling 6 in shifts. Yet, these workers are elusive, moving about according to the demands of their tasks, making them hard to find unless they choose to remain stationary beside you, patiently guiding you through the intricacies of the work. This privilege, it seems, is reserved for the beauties, as the common young women and the more mature ones find it nearly impossible to secure their attention. There are times when attempts to summon them for machine repairs fail miserably. Skilled workers, indeed, carry an air of superiority. Yet, with the arrival of Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxu, their presence swiftly eclipses any prior allure. Indeed, these two gentlemen, with their striking looks and physiques, are rare gems, incomparable to the ordinary mechanics in reality. While Jun Buxu may be slightly less impressive, the presence of Lan Xiaoqiang elevates his stature significantly. Thus, their arrival naturally stirs a commotion among the female workers. The long-standing imbalance of male and female dynamics has reached a tipping point, and it is no wonder that the women exhibit such fervent interest in the opposite sex. The age-old principle of attraction between genders remains steadfast. Waves of potent energy radiate towards them, creating an almost palpable tension that even Jun Buxu finds challenging to endure. Lan Xiaoqiang, however, remains remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to the distractions as he diligently continues his work, treating the women as if they were mere air. Fortunately, he quickly masters the tasks at hand, demonstrating a remarkable aptitude after observing his mentor's demonstration just once, leading him to confidently decline further assistance. Even when machines malfunction and require repairs, he adeptly resolves issues without the need for a mechanic, astonishing the gathered women with his deftness. Of course, Lan Xiaoqiang possesses an extraordinary photographic memory, enabling him to master complex procedures with ease. Though Jun Buxu may not match his exceptional talent, he finds the learning process straightforward, especially compared to the intricacies of bomb disposal. Operating machinery is a simple endeavor for him, particularly given that he has successfully disassembled the latest international weaponry. Thus, the tasks at hand seem almost trivial, bordering on the absurd. Unsurprisingly, he quickly becomes proficient, capable of independently operating the machinery without issue. Conversely, Xiangtali, a woman who would typically be expected to excel in this environment, consistently falls short of expectations. Despite her assertions of competence, she repeatedly falters when faced with the machinery, her basic posture requiring correction time and again by her peers. This constant struggle bemuses the supervisors, who cannot comprehend how she has managed to reverse traditional roles. According to inherited customs, women are generally adept at tasks such as sewing, while men are expected to be clumsy in such endeavors. The predominance of female workers in the workshop serves as a testament to this notion. Yet Xiangtali's performance defies this convention, shattering records in the process. Even her instructor finds themselves growing impatient, muttering under their breath about the futility of her learning. As onlookers gather, the supervisor is left with little choice but to address the situation. It seems this isn't working. Perhaps you ought to consider a different role in human resources, she suggests, clearly signaling her desire to dismiss Xiangtali. Turning to Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxu, she adds, "You two may remain. You can begin your official duties tomorrow." "That won't suffice. If Shaoli cannot pass, we will not stay," Lan Xiaoqiang replies firmly, while Jun Buxu bluntly interjects, "Ah, are you truly this clingy?" The female supervisor pauses, momentarily taken aback, before realizing he is Ding Xiaoli's boyfriend. With a resigned glance at the frustrated Xiangtali, she reluctantly explains, "But we are piece-rate workers. At this rate, if she remains, she'll barely scrape by each month. You needn't worry. She is no less capable than anyone else," Jun Buxu insists, his expression earnest as he advocates for Xiangtali. As for her salary, that is of no concern. However, the female supervisor regards Jun Buxu's striking features with skepticism, contemplating how he and Lan Xiaoqiang do not fit the mold of factory workers. Yet, the reality stands before her. They are indeed part of her workshop. But our workshop has specific quotas. If she cannot meet her tasks on time, Her face betrays her discomfort as she continues, "It could hinder our entire progress, and the consequences would be dire." After stating this, she observes Jun Buk-soo's calm demeanor, prompting him to smile and gesture in understanding. "Superan, you needn't worry. We guarantee that she will not impede the completion of tasks in the workshop." Lan Xiaoqiang finally speaks, casting a confident glance at her identification badge. "In 3 days, if she truly cannot manage, Sister Zhang from Human Resources has assured us she will facilitate a transfer to another workshop." How does that sound? But this? Faced with Lan Xiaoqiang's captivating gaze, Su Peiran struggles to find her words, feeling flustered. "That's not the issue, handsome. Is it really necessary?" "The necessity is for us to determine. You understand, don't you, beautiful supervisor?" Lan Xiaoqiang replies, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "We have no complaints. Why should you worry? Indeed, who among the factory workers does not seek to earn a living? If she cannot even secure her living expenses, it is certain she would leave on her own accord." "Very well, since you all feel this way, let her stay and give it a try." Su Peiran finally concedes, though her skepticism lingers, believing a normal woman ought to be able to handle the role. It is, after all, quite simple. However, Lan Xiaoqiang's earlier remarks have left her pondering their relationship with the Human Resources Supervisor, Zhang Qiufeng, who must have some influence to warrant personal attention. Thus, Su Peiran's reluctance to dismiss them stems not only from her professional obligation, but also from a desire to maintain a pleasant atmosphere in the workshop, especially with 2 strikingly handsome men around. Consequently, the trio secures their positions and embarks on their journey as factory workers. For the seasoned Lan Xiaoqiang, this marks a new challenge, while Jun Buk-soo shares in the excitement of this fresh experience. However, the days ahead will provide a stark lesson in the realities of labor. Shang Tali, the pampered heiress, finds herself lamenting her plight on her very first day. Not that she is in dire need of the money. The idea of laboring for mere piece rates seems absurd to her. While her companions approach this endeavor as a form of entertainment, their supervisor remains vigilant, ensuring that no one shirks their duties. The team leaders, too, are not idle, relishing their authority and frequently issuing commands. As they navigate the early days of their new roles, Lan Xiaoqiang and his companions are determined to take their responsibilities seriously, choosing their machine locations wisely to avoid detection while engaging in small mischief. 3 individuals, akin to branches of the same tree, sat closely together, mutually supporting and tending to Shang Tali, occasionally guiding her through various challenges. Baskets upon baskets of sock blanks were delivered from the previous production area, with the forklift placing them directly at their destination. The principle of more labor, more rewards prevailed, prompting employees to rush eagerly, vying for the most substantial share. Even the team leader, despite his grumbling, joined in the fray. Unless a task proved insurmountable for her, she could relinquish it to others. However, most were well aware of their own capabilities and knew there was no task too daunting to complete. Yet today was an exception. Influenced by the atmosphere, Shang Tali observed the arrival of goods and, unable to resist, scampered over excitedly. Alas, by the time she arrived, nothing remained. Even the few baskets that had not been promptly moved were already claimed. Staring blankly at her colleagues scurrying about, she turned her gaze to the immobile Jun Buxiang, who appeared increasingly anxious. "Hey, what are you 2 doing? Why aren't you joining in?" Jun Buxiang pursed his lips and looked down, while Lan Xiaoqiang, with a shrug and a smile, beckoned, "Come back, it's all gone. What are you scrambling for?" Resigned, Shang Tali returned, and the 3 settled comfortably into conversation, occasionally glancing at the machines whirring to produce socks. With nothing to do, the young lady grew restless, frequently instructing Jun Buxiang to fetch water while she engaged in lively discussion with Lan Xiaoqiang. Time slipped away unnoticed, and they surprisingly did not await the next batch of goods, however. Someone did take the initiative to strike up a conversation with them. A female worker seated in the front row, likely in her mid-20s, with a slender build and an ordinary appearance, leaned over to initiate a chat with Lan Xiaoqiang. "Brother, since you seem idle, how about I let you take a basket of socks to work on?" "Thank you, but wouldn't that affect your performance?" Lan Xiaoqiang replied knowingly, raising an eyebrow. "A basket less means a significant loss. Are you willing to part with it?" "Of course. We're all colleagues, and it's the duty of us seasoned employees to support the newcomers." She was quite articulate, presenting herself as remarkably magnanimous. Perhaps others, discontent with her apparent dominance, quickly chimed in. Indeed, handsome, I hear your accent. You must be from the southern part of Hunan? Just like us. How about I let you have 2 baskets to work on? The team leader, witnessing this, could no longer restrain herself and stood up to speak. Yes, let's promote a spirit of unity and assistance. After all, we are all in the same workshop and team. Each person should contribute a basket to help these 3 newcomers, shall we? Some expressed joy, while others were displeased, yet everyone ultimately echoed in agreement. All right, let them come over and fetch it. Unexpectedly, Lan Xiaoqiang shook his head, rejecting this goodwill. No need. We don't wish to take away your goods. You all can handle this, and we are fine just resting. Ah, they were all taken aback. Not expecting Lan Xiaoqiang to be so ungrateful, refusing a kind offer. Awkward glances were exchanged, and murmurs of discontent ensued. He doesn't seem like someone here to work. Why is he acting so high and mighty? Right. No good deed goes unpunished. Let us just ignore him and focus on our own tasks. Jun Buxiang was not surprised by Lan Xiaoqiang's behavior, but Shang Tali was perplexed by the situation. Hey, Xiangzi, what are you doing? Lan Xiaoqiang promptly interrupted her, dismissively saying, Nothing much. Let's continue chatting. Resting is quite comfortable, isn't it? You? Shang Tali was at a loss for words, momentarily unable to grasp his meaning. What's going on with the 3 of you? At some point, Supervisor Su Peran noticed their situation and approached them with a question. What is the purpose of your presence here? Are you merely sitting and chatting? Shang Tali looked a bit flustered, while Jun Buxiang remained silent, and Lan Xiaoqiang, reluctantly, had to be the one to speak up. Sorry, beautiful supervisor. Lan Xiaoqiang gestured with his hands, indicating his surroundings. You never informed us that we had to compete for the goods, so we fell behind and ended up just sitting here chatting. Lan Xiaoqiang's words, neither direct nor veiled, were understood by those with discerning ears as a subtle accusation against her. This led to the earlier well-meaning individuals who had offered to give him socks murmuring in discontent. Yet they dared not cease their work, each harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Lan Xiaoqiang. Su Peran, likely aware of the situation to some extent, nevertheless responded in a rather peculiar manner. Ah, it's piecework. Naturally, everyone is eager to grab as much as they can. Wow, if that's the case, it seems there is no order here, and one can merely rely on their strength. Indeed, Lan Xiaoqiang found this appealing and could not help but inquire, really? Supervisor, can you guarantee that they won't cry if they can't compete? What are you saying? Su Peran was taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief. I don't understand. Lan Xiaoqiang grinned. Not understanding is fine, but I grasp your intent. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Ridiculous. Su Peran was displeased. She was the highest authority in the workshop, and no one dared to speak to her in such a manner, clearly challenging her authority. The supervisor adopted a stern demeanor, intending to teach Lan Xiaoqiang a lesson, hoping he would learn to temper his behavior in the future. All right, I don't have time to waste with you. If you wish to stay, you must be more proactive. Sitting around waiting for fortune to fall from the sky won't get you anywhere. Oh, it seems this is a case of a scholar meeting a soldier. Reason cannot prevail. Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxiang exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness, uninterested in further engaging with her. Women, truly perplexing creatures. Shang Tali, also a woman, responded with defiance towards Su Peran. Supervisor, I find this unfair. Shang Tali appeared quite resistant to the regulations Su Peran had mentioned, openly expressing her opinion. She felt the rules were excessively harsh, devoid of any humanity. If they take too much and cannot finish, while we sit idly, causing you to fail in meeting the workshop's assigned tasks, whose fault would that be? This, Su Peran hesitated, caught off guard by her inquiry. That won't happen. Our workshop has never encountered such a situation. Really? As the highest authority in the workshop, you would dare say that? Shang Tali looked at her in astonishment, shaking her head vigorously. Even if it hasn't happened, your workshop's regulations are flawed. There are significant loopholes. You? Su Peran was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that this novice, unable to master even the simplest sewing task, would dare to engage her in a discussion on management. Unfazed by her thoughts, Shang Tali continued her argument. You see, when you hire someone, You must ensure they can work properly. As she spoke, she glanced at herself, then gestured towards Su Peiran. You see us idling. Is that your fault or ours? Without waiting for Su Peiran to respond, Shang Tali pressed on. It's not that we refuse to work. It's that you haven't provided us with tasks, right? Shang Tali spared her no opportunity to catch her breath, firing questions at her. You claim it's piecework. Do you pay us accordingly? If we can't afford to eat, who do we complain to? Goodness. This girl has truly immersed herself in her role, genuinely believing she belongs to the working class that relies on labor for sustenance. Lan Xiaoqiang looked at her in disbelief, while Jun Buxiang remained composed. Aware of Shang Tali's tenacity. I'm sorry, please let me explain. Su Peiran, overwhelmed by Shang Tali's barrage of questions, waved her hands in desperation. Actually, we have too many workers in the workshop, which is why this situation has arisen. But, before she could finish, Lan Xiaoqiang interrupted. So, you're saying there's a shortage of goods. Why then recruit so many people? Too many cooks spoil the broth, doesn't it? No, the factory is expanding with a new workshop, and we need to train newcomers to ensure its proper operation. With no other choice, she revealed everything. But I clearly see that these machines are all idle. Jun Buxiang chimed in, equally frustrated. Could it be that your factory has too many machines? Purposely placed here just for show? The number of machines correlates directly with the number of workers. The workshop is equipped with positioning devices to ensure no machines are left idle. They had observed this and were convinced Su Peiran was lying, yet they remained unaware of her motives behind the deceit. Perhaps she was attempting to absolve herself and the seasoned employees, unwilling to admit her management shortcomings in front of her subordinates. Naturally, she was also concerned about being reported, fearing the consequences would fall squarely on her shoulders. Typically, workers lack the courage to offend a supervisor unless they are intent on quitting, as such actions would make their future quite difficult. Thus, they endured, preferring to avoid conflicts with higher-ups. For them, receiving their salaries on time each month was paramount. Enduring minor grievances was inconsequential. A portion of the situation remains utterly incomprehensible, in any case. The supervisor in the workshop holds the utmost authority. Even if one is dissatisfied, speaking out is a rare audacity. The thought of reporting the supervisor to higher-ups is one that 99% of people would shy away from, with many unable to even find the appropriate channels to voice their grievances. Those migrant workers hailing from the countryside often find themselves in a fog, merely knowing to toil daily and collect their wages at the end of the month. Everything else is of no concern to them. Whatever happens, happens, and it bears no relevance to their lives. Some individuals endure humiliation for the sake of future prospects, aspiring to cultivate a lasting career and to emerge as successful figures. Such individuals are typically shrewd and adept at navigating their surroundings, often earning the favor of their superiors, rather than being obstinately single-minded. They would never engage in actions that might offend their immediate superiors. Much like our charming Zhao Songyang, who exemplifies this type. Regrettably, Lan Xiaoqiang is unwilling to cross paths with him. Otherwise, his presence would surely yield twice the results for half the effort. However, in the face of Jun Buxiang, Su Peiran does not dare to stake her own future. Not to mention, they are acquainted with the head of the Human Resources Department, Zhang Qiufeng, who represents the most significant source of trouble. She is a figure wielding considerable power over the movement of thousands within the factory, and it would be unwise to offend her. Observing Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxiang, it is evident they are not easily swayed by anyone. Should their relationship with Zhang Qiufeng turn out to be significant, Su Peiran would undoubtedly find herself in hot water. Thus, she quickly offers a rather disjointed explanation, which seems to miss the mark entirely. Of course not. Handsome, to ensure your learning, we have specially reserved these machines for your use. Oh, is that so? Lan Xiaoqiang responded with palpable interest, taking his time to add, then should we express our gratitude to you? Not quite, Su Peiran replied with a hint of embarrassment in her smile. However, since you newcomers are the first to learn in the factory, you will be selectively sent to the new workshop for management positions later on. So, at this point, she deliberately elongated her words, teasingly holding back. We have specially set aside these machines for you. When you achieve success, do not forget about us in the sewing workshop. Oh, the matter has not even begun, and she is already attempting to curry favor and establish connections? To speak of such things now seems rather premature. Jun Buxiang, feeling somewhat discontented, muttered to himself, When the time comes, you can discuss this with us again. My goodness, what attitude is this? Even if it were a mere facade. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. At the very least, a token show of respect would be appropriate, right? Moreover, given the ambiguity of the situation, how can one act so high-handedly? Su Peran was thoroughly displeased, and to her surprise, Shang Tali's words were even more biting. Indeed, the factory has assigned you this task, and this is how you train new management. After stating this, Shang Tali gestured with her hands, indicating the lack of any socks around them. We haven't seen a single sock for ages. How are we supposed to learn? If we lack basic skills, how can we lead others? Through a day of immersion in the workshop, Shang Tali speculated that supervisors in such grassroots management roles likely ascend through the ranks from the workshop itself. One need only observe how Su Peran frequently interjects in the workshop, imparting various work techniques to understand this. Thus, it is easy to deduce that a supervisor lacking fundamental skills would struggle to command respect, making management a rather arduous task. Even Su Peran couldn't help but silently commend the young woman's astuteness and exceptional grasp of the matter. Yet, why is it that she cannot master even the simplest sewing techniques, while simultaneously striking precisely at the heart of management issues? Su Peran found herself at a loss for words. Su Peran was utterly flustered. Suddenly turning to the team leader and calling out, "Cheng Xinling, how can you be such a leader? You see them bullying the new employees, and you do nothing?" At last, the truth comes to light, acknowledging that her veteran employees are indeed bullying the newcomers. Lan Xiaoqiang, Jun Bushui, and Shang Tali exchanged glances and shared a silent laugh. Su Peran gave Cheng Xinling, the team leader, a stern reprimand, instructing her to reallocate resources to ensure everyone had work to do. It is a common occurrence for those in power to vent their frustrations on subordinates, and this circumstance is no exception. Thus, our team leader, Cheng Xinling, was no different, rolling her eyes and hurling invectives at them. However, Lan Xiaoqiang and the others remained unfazed, finding amusement in the situation, thoroughly enjoying their first day on the job. They laughed and joked, completely disregarding the cacophony of Cheng Xinling's complaints, and continued to follow their own paths. Infuriated, the team leader glared at them in silence, her frustration manifesting in a series of loud crashes and bangs. Yet, Lan Xiaoqiang and his companions treated her as if she were invisible, continuing their banter and work without a glance in her direction. Jun Bushui patiently guided Shang Tali in honing her skills, while Lan Xiaoqiang worked with the fervor of a true dynamo, quickly depleting several baskets of sock blanks. His speed was astonishing, leaving others shaking their heads in disbelief at their own inadequacy. The morning slipped away, and it was not until they headed to the cafeteria for lunch that they realized they had made enemies. But who fears whom? If one has the courage, let them come at them. They would surely retreat in disgrace. Leaving behind a trail of chaos, with Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Bushui as formidable allies, what could possibly happen? If need be, they would leave their foes in utter disarray, and Lan Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After 14 years of suppression, he was on the brink of reuniting with his beloved, yet fate continued to keep them apart, leaving him in a state of restless waiting, an utterly intolerable situation for someone of his temperament. Jun Bushui, however, remained cautious, reluctant to act recklessly. Lan Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, was fearless, unperturbed by the prospect of violence. Yet, for the first time, he recognized the benefits of a smaller task, relaxation and freedom. In truth, given his status, even committing murder would not lead to his capture. Rather, people would likely scramble to curry favor with him. The might of the nuclear martial arts sect is indeed formidable, and one cannot help but acknowledge this. Fortunately, his 14 years of rigorous training prevented him from succumbing to such indulgence. Otherwise, the world would surely descend into chaos in this light. One must commend the old man for his foresight. Having forcibly sent him for military training at a young age to temper his arrogant disposition and prevent him from straying down a dark path, Lan Xiefeng, the old man's most trusted aide, had been tasked with molding Lan Xiaoqiang from childhood. At the time, he was quite reluctant, as Lan Xiaoqiang did not wish to part from the goddess he had just met. Yet, he was taken away by Lan Xiefeng, with the sole stipulation that upon turning 18, he must return to see his goddess. Only after receiving a nod of affirmation did Lan Xiefeng dare to grant him this request. They had leveraged the safety of Xiating Xue as a means of coercion to ensure Lan Xiaoqiang would reluctantly comply. At that time, Xiaoting Xue was still at the love orphanage, having not yet changed her name. Liang Lan was a name he later discovered. Lan Xiaoqiang was named after the beloved lost son of Lan Xiefeng, who initially refused to accept the name Lan Xiaoqiang. It was only after Lan Xiefeng informed him that Xiaoting Xue had changed her name to Liang Lan that he reluctantly acquiesced, demonstrating the weight of Liang Lan's significance in his heart. At that time, Lan Xiaoqiang was merely 5 years old, and his capacity for thoughtful consideration was remarkable. This child, at the tender age of 5, was already capable of expressing affection, a fact that raised eyebrows yet prompted no skepticism. From birth, he was destined to wreak havoc. How could such a phenomenon be rationalized? Thus, when Lan Xiefeng took on this task, he felt considerable trepidation. Fortunately, Liang Lan's presence had proven to be of great assistance. However, Lan Xiaoqiang's innate abilities made it clear to Lan Xiefeng that the task at hand would be arduous, with the risk of losing his life looming large. Thankfully, upon meeting Liang Lan, Lan Xiaoqiang found himself emotionally anchored, allowing him to consider matters through her lens, thus providing Lan Xiefeng with leverage over him. Lan Xiefeng frequently invoked Liang Lan's name to keep this little devil in line, ensuring he complied with orders for 14 years. In truth, this was also the reason Liang Lan had not accompanied him, as she had been taken by the nuclear martial arts sect. They had determined that two children with extraordinary abilities together would be an unstoppable force. It was evident to all that these two children shared a profound connection, their hearts attuned to one another even at such a young age. The 5-year-old Lan Xiaoqiang was willing to sacrifice everything for Liang Lan. Any mention of her would prompt him to agree to any condition. Thus, should they be placed together, chaos would surely ensue. After all, who could possibly contain their shared revolutionary spirit? Lan Xiaoqiang alone was enough to incite widespread alarm. The prospect of another child just like him would undoubtedly cause panic. Indeed, they were the demon angels born 19 years ago, capable of lethal destruction with merely a glance. They shared neither a father nor a mother, having been born just 2 months apart in 2 distinct families. Yet, they bore a common trait: a red fiery eye upon their foreheads, capable of unleashing a barrage of destruction with machine gun-like precision. At that time, they were humorously dubbed the fiery-eyed prodigy and the angel of death. Liang Lan's extraordinary abilities were inexplicably only displayed at birth and had not manifested again since, leaving her now as an ordinary person. Conversely, Lan Xiaoqiang had been embroiled in mischief since birth. Everything his gaze fell upon met with calamity. His home was a battlefield of chaos, with overturned tables and chairs, and numerous living beings falling victim to his errant gaze. Fortunately, he had been taken under the secretive management of the nuclear martial arts sect from the moment of his birth, though the details remained unknown to all. However, since his first birthday, he had become exceptionally agile, repeatedly executing escape maneuvers that left the nuclear martial arts sect in disarray. This pint-sized troublemaker displayed an astonishing level of determination in his escapes, leaving everyone astounded. The nuclear martial arts sect was perpetually in turmoil, compelled to issue numerous pursuit orders to capture him. During a chance escape, I encountered Xiaoting Xue, who underwent a complete transformation, becoming as clingy as a cat, refusing to leave my side. She is Liang Lan, the captivating beauty with mesmerizing eyes, and the primary reason the Angel of Death did not go missing at that time. They aimed to secretly control Liang Lan to ensure that Lan Xiaoqiang would obediently comply. Of course, other factors contributed to this situation as well. Lan Xiaoqiang, fearless and reckless, was born a notorious troublemaker. His mother perished during childbirth, along with the 2 doctors who assisted in his delivery, leading to a cascade of violent incidents that followed. Fortunately, the members of the nuclear martial arts sect assigned to protect Lan Xiaoqiang were all extraordinary individuals, stabilizing the precarious situation. It was only when he met Liang Lan at the age of 5 that everything changed. Subsequently, the nuclear martial arts sect exploited her as a hostage to control Lan Xiaoqiang, a strategy that consistently yielded miraculous results. However, they could not restrain him any longer. He was released prematurely. After enduring 14 years of rigorous training, Lan Xiaoqiang indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge, his iron discipline forging an iron character. With love in his heart, he would not allow himself to engage in any unlawful or unethical behavior. Liang Lan represented his moral boundary, embodying his greatest hope and expectation. After 14 years apart, he longed for her, eagerly anticipating their reunion. a day he had awaited for far too long. He was now aware that Liang Lan had lost her abilities. Worrying about how she had fared over the years, when he first learned of this news, he had caused a ruckus within the nuclear martial arts sect, threatening to betray them once more. But ultimately, he was calmed down. Lan Xiefeng informed him that the organization had dispatched top-notch experts to protect Liang Lan, though he was not privy to their identities, citing confidentiality. 6 years flew by, and he finally discovered who it was, yet this knowledge only intensified his anxiety and unease. He felt compelled to remain by her side for reassurance. However, with his beloved so close yet unattainable, he could only sigh in frustration. His fervent desire to reunite, akin to an arrow seeking its mark, was a torturous experience. He worried whether Xiao Jiu still harbored feelings for him, fearing she might have changed her heart and turned to another. The depth of Lan Xiaoqiang's concern for Liang Lan was beyond mere words. Yet, he could only wait patiently for Shang Tali to commence classes and take him back to the Holy Infant Academy, where he could finally see his longed-for love. Otherwise, he would never see Xiao Jiu again. He had no doubt that the nuclear martial arts sect would keep their word. Fortunately, he had previously returned secretly and met Xiao Jiu, assuring him that she was safe. What he did not anticipate was that the situation with Xiaoding Xue had undergone rapid changes, and she was now married. If Lan Xiaoqiang were to learn this news now, one could only imagine how furious he would become, likely rushing back to Xiao Jiu's side. However, I digress. As Lan Xiaoqiang finished the last sock in a trance, the closing bell rang. He exchanged a glance with Jun Buxiang Shangtali, both rising in unison to join the others for a meal, their hunger palpable. In this unfamiliar environment, they felt no trepidation. After all, they were not the only ones in need of sustenance. And following her was a safe bet. The trio silently trailed the lunch crowd to the fourth-floor cafeteria, where Shangtali could not suppress her awe. Wow, this workshop is enormous and impressive. Their group found themselves at the far wall of the workshop, and in front of them lay a spacious concrete passage over 3 meters wide. The broad avenue ran through the adjacent workshops, allowing trucks of all sizes to pass freely, facilitating the constant flow of goods. If one followed the passage to the right, they would reach various workshops within the factory. To the left lay the entrance checkpoints. However, if one traversed horizontally across the workshops, they would encounter dozens of identical workshops adjacent to one another. It was said that this string of workshops belonged to the sewing workshop, and the same could be said for the others. The scale of the factory was grand, and while they had seen it from the outside, the awe-inspiring sight within was truly breathtaking. Chapter 090. Daring to be arrogant. The factory's scale was vast. They had seen it from the outside but had not anticipated the stunning reality within. As the sewing workshop represented the final stage of production, their location was somewhat peripheral, granting them the opportunity to appreciate the full view. The shaping and finishing workshop was not located here. The sewing workshop was indeed situated in the margins. As newcomers, they were unfamiliar with the surroundings, and after crossing 2 workshops, they suddenly veered right. Yet, in the distance, they could faintly discern an endless expanse of workshops, countless in number, estimated to be at least 20. This astonished Shangtali, who continued to express her amazement, bouncing around in exhilaration. She resembled Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, a country bumpkin marveling at the grandeur. This drew disdainful glances from the workers in the other workshops, who regarded her with contempt. The female workers in the same workshop hurriedly averted their gazes, clearly eager to distance themselves from her, their expressions unmistakably conveying, "I do not know her." Observing this scene, Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Buxiang could not help but turn their heads away, laughing uncontrollably. It was their first time working in a factory, and their own astonishment was no less than that of Shangtali. However, having undergone specialized training, they were adept at concealing their emotions, making it impossible for outsiders to discern their true feelings. Upon reaching the fourth-floor cafeteria, the trio was once again taken aback by the grandeur. Indeed, it was a remarkable sight, the cafeteria built with such magnificence. The expansive dining area, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was filled with tables and chairs, and all necessary washing facilities were readily available. Though it lacked air conditioning, relying solely on ceiling fans. Goodness, what era is this? Are there still places using such antiquated fans? This factory seems better than that. Fortunately, the space was ample, and the air circulated well. The diligent operation of the thousands of fans created a gentle breeze. Albeit a warm one. At the far end of the cafeteria lay the food counters, displaying an array of dishes, allowing customers to choose based on their preferences. The prices varied according to the different dishes. With dedicated card machines awaiting selection, a long line had already formed, with numerous employees waiting to be served, particularly in the prime central area of the cafeteria, which was bustling with people. Lan Xiaoqiang sighed. Turning to survey the wall-seated area, where a row of sinks with dozens of faucets was neatly arranged. Countless cabinets lined the left and right sides, providing convenient storage for employees' utensils. The cafeteria was bustling with activity as the trio managed to find a spot to sit down. Jun Buxiang then took the initiative, saying, "Xiangzi, you and Shaoli wait here. I will go get our food." After speaking, he took the 3 lunch boxes and turned to leave. But Lan Xiaoqiang quickly stood up and called after him, "Wait. I'll go with you. You can't carry all of that alone." Indeed, the metal lunch boxes were quite hot, and it would be challenging for one person to manage 3. It would have been impossible for Shangtali. "It's fine. I can handle it," Jun Buxiang replied, a glint in his eye as he paused to say, "You don't know Shaoli's preferences. I'd better go." His sense of duty was strong, regardless of the time or place. He wanted to ensure Shangtali's absolute safety. Lan Xiaoqiang looked at him in silence, then turned to Shangtali, asking, "What do you like? It would be helpful for us to know." "Forget it. What's the point of discussing that now?" Shangtali shot Jun Buxiang an annoyed glare, then forced a smile at Lan Xiaoqiang. "Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you choose." Her attitude was rather unambiguous, wasn't it? Jun Buxiang exhaled in frustration, lowering his head and turning away. However, Lan Xiaoqiang laughed, patting his shoulder. "There's no need for 2 people to fetch food. Leave it to me. I'm better at this." This guy's words were contradictory. Just moments ago, he claimed one person couldn't manage. But now he insisted no one was needed but him. Nevertheless, Jun Buxiang was too preoccupied to argue, allowing Lan Xiaoqiang to take over. With deft movements, he removed unnecessary items and proceeded to the counter. "You stay here with Shaoli. I'll be quick." Lan Xiaoqiang's words startled Jun Buxiang. He glanced at the long queue, his expression mirroring Shangtali's confusion. Okay then," Jun Buxiang replied, plopping down across from Shangtali. Lan Xiaoqiang cheerfully turned to leave, leaving the 2 of them watching his retreating figure. In truth, Lan Xiaoqiang did not have a particular preference. He was merely considering that Jun Buxiang, being less articulate, might struggle with this task. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoqiang was far more adept at navigating social situations. If one were to wait in line obediently, they might not know when they would be served. Indeed, wherever Lan Xiaoqiang went, he garnered 100% return rate. With his long legs striding confidently, he stood tall, exuding a humble demeanor while nodding at passers-by. Yet, he cast furtive, mischievous glances around. It was effective. Immediately, he garnered attention and favor. He squeezed to the front of the food counter to survey the dishes available, making choices easier when it came time to serve himself. And he was unexpectedly hit by an electrifying charm. Lan Xiaoqiang turned his head and smiled at a nearby woman, his demeanor respectful as he introduced himself. "Hello, beautiful. I'm a new employee in the sewing workshop. I hope to count on your support in the future." With a playful tone, he casually extended his hand for a handshake, employing a typical yet unintentional line to flirt. The woman, taken aback by his charm, blushed fiercely, her hands occupied with 2 lunch boxes, unable to free one for a handshake. "Oh dear. I'm so sorry. Look at my hands," she said, glancing at her precariously balanced lunch boxes, her face ablaze with embarrassment as she smiled at Lan Xiaoqiang. "Very well. To know each other is indeed a matter of fate. I shall accept you as a friend." With a swift glance, she gestured for him to step in front of her. "Then let us proceed together. It would be helpful for you to assist me later." Lan Xiaoqiang was fully aware that her words were merely a pretext, a polite fade for the ears of others. He noted that she had already noticed the quantity of food in his lunchbox, which exceeded her own. However, since the beautiful woman had taken the initiative, he graciously stepped forward, inadvertently placing himself ahead of her in line. She showed no concern, and the others, despite their displeasure, dared not voice their grievances, muttering quietly amongst themselves instead. In no time, the beautiful woman, who had originally been in second place, found herself behind Lan Xiaoqiang, and once the person ahead departed, it was his turn. The long queue behind them, though initially disgruntled, fell silent upon catching sight of Lan Xiaoqiang's handsome visage. Women were genuinely unconcerned, willingly playing the role of the benevolent bystander, while men, intimidated by Lan Xiaoqiang's understated yet potent aura, found themselves unable to express their indignation. Observers could easily discern that attending to Lan Xiaoqiang, who remained a mystery to them, was not something they could afford to provoke. After all, it was merely a matter of him receiving his meal first. No one truly objected to that, upon successfully collecting his meal. The kind lady serving the food even handed him a bag, stating that the lunchbox was too hot to carry. Others were not afforded such privileges. They were simply dismissed with a curt, "none available." In a factory bustling with thousands, the sheer volume of bags would be staggering. Lan Xiaoqiang expressed his gratitude, turning to greet the beautiful woman behind him with customary politeness. "It's your turn now. Shall I wait to help you carry your meal?" "No need." The beauty, quick to grasp the situation, recognized Lan Xiaoqiang's politeness as mere formalities and promptly declined. "I had the lady pack mine as well. It's too hot." As she spoke, she had already collected her food, and the lady was eagerly handing it to her. "Miss Qin, your lunchbox." Seeing this, Lan Xiaoqiang quickly bid farewell and made his escape, as though a fierce tiger were pursuing him. At that moment, he genuinely wished to avoid any further romantic entanglements, lest they lead to complications later. He had assumed the woman would be discreet and not follow him, but to his surprise, she soon appeared before him, matching his pace. He was momentarily taken aback. Yet, thankfully, she merely approached to hand him her business card, stating it was for future contact. Breathless from her pursuit, she placed her lunchbox on the table to catch her breath, laughing as she explained, "Oh dear. You run so fast. Did you not hear me calling you?" Lan Xiaoqiang chuckled awkwardly, his handsome face slightly flushed, his eyes narrowing shyly as he dared not meet her gaze, an adorably charming sight that made one wish to kiss him. "Ah. Really? My apologies, I genuinely did not hear." His gaze flickered momentarily, hinting at a playful mischievousness. "However, did you call me for a reason?" "No, not really." The beauty laughed lightly, her heart fluttering as she glanced at the two friends of Lan Xiaoqiang, gesturing towards them. "Are they your friends?" "Indeed, they are my friends, Ding Xiaoli and Zhang Xiang." Lan Xiaoqiang introduced them helplessly, then suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his attention back to her. "However, may I ask your name? I seem to have overlooked it." "Oh, right." The beauty laughed upon realizing, pulling out a business card from her skirt pocket. "I came over for this very reason. We ought to know each other's names if we are to be friends." Lan Xiaoqiang reluctantly accepted the card. Noticing that she was not dressed in work attire, which piqued his curiosity. In the factory, all workers wore a uniform, including the mechanics. The only exceptions were the higher management. Lan Xiaoqiang's gaze flickered as he glanced at the card, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Chenimo, a lovely name, though rather androgynous. Just by your name alone, one could scarcely discern your gender." Lan Xiaoqiang quipped, then invited her. "Why not sit down and chat? Sharing a meal could be the foundation of our acquaintance." "Thank you, but no." Chenimo nearly burst into laughter at his jest. Holding up the lunchbox in her hand, she hinted at the presence of another meal. "However, you seem to have yet to share your name, sir. What should I call you?" "Oh, is that so?" Lan Xiaoqiang chuckled self-deprecatingly, scratching his head. "My apologies. Just call me Qiangzi." "Indeed, he is Lan Xiaoqiang, my boyfriend?" All three pairs of eyes turned toward Shangtali, who felt a surge of surprise. Jun Basui remained silent, fiddling with his utensils as he prepared to eat. Though Lan Xiaoqiang was filled with doubt, he neither confirmed nor denied her statement, secretly appreciating the shield it provided him. Chenimo simply smiled, her interest piqued as she looked at him and inquired, "Is that true? She is your girlfriend?" With no other option, Lan Xiaoqiang nodded, awkwardly smiling. "Yes, Xiaoli has a rather bold personality and tends to be jealous." "So?" Before he could finish, laughter interrupted him. "Don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. I too am a woman of commitment." Chenimo chuckled softly, her expression earnest. "I merely believe that while we are out in the world, everyone could use a friend, nothing more." Suddenly, she noticed the distinct expressions of Lan Xiaoqiang, Shangtali, and Jun Basui as they all stared at her in silence. The intensity of their gaze made Chun Mo realize that she had unwittingly revealed too much. With a nervous laugh, she lifted the 2 lunchboxes, smiling brightly. "I'm sorry, but I must be off. He is waiting for me to return with the food." Indeed, actions often speak louder than words. Lan Xiaoqiang raised his hand and said, "If that is the case, please go ahead." Watching her turn and leave with her lunchboxes, Shang Tali rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue in displeasure. She was starving and found her endless chatter to be an irritation. Thus, she sought to expedite Chen Mo's departure by temporarily pretending to be Lan Xiaoqiang's girlfriend, her thoughts devoid of any ulterior motives. Lan Xiaoqiang, maintaining a serious demeanor, observed her until she vanished from sight, then burst into laughter, mischievously glancing at Shang Tali. "Do you dare to offend the assistant manager of the Dream Yarn Sock Factory? Ding Xiaoli? Can you afford to?" "Oh, is that so? Xiangzi, you've made another notable acquaintance," Shang Tali exclaimed, reaching for the business card in his hand. Lan Xiaoqiang quickly concealed it, grinning. "Perhaps it might prove useful." "Humph." Shang Tali, displeased, withdrew her hand and picked up her spoon, mockingly threatening him. "Xiangzi, if you wish to pursue women, that's your business, but not here, and certainly not with this woman." "Why not?" Lan Xiaoqiang evaded, rolling his eyes. "You're not my mother. Why should you concern yourself with my affairs?" June Basui, stifling laughter, had already arranged Lan Xiaoqiang's meal. "All right, enough squabbling. The food looks decent. Let us dig in." Lan Xiaoqiang nodded, picking up his chopsticks to taste the dishes. Indeed, the selection appears quite satisfactory. A delightful assortment of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. We should acquire a few more plates and a tray for our next meal. With foresight, he had packed 2 lunchboxes with dishes and only one for rice, enabling them to enjoy a more sumptuous meal. Consequently, their feast was quite plentiful, with rice neatly allocated by June Basui into the compartments of the lunchboxes, each placed before them. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Shang Tali's stomach growled in anticipation. As Lan Xiaoqiang pursed his lips, temporarily diverting from the previous conversation, he picked up his chopsticks to eat, already feeling famished. "Not bad, is it? How come I don't feel the same?" Lan Xiaoqiang nonchalantly glanced at her, rolling his eyes, and said, "Then I suppose I must return to my own meals. There is no other choice." He genuinely yearned to rise and head to City A immediately, as he harbored a persistent feeling that something was amiss there. Presently, Lan Xiaoqiang possessed the ability to foresee the future of ordinary individuals, yet he found himself unable to predict the fate of others with similar abilities, such as Liang Mutian. It baffled him why he could not foresee the matters concerning Xia Tingxue. Had she not long since lost her powers? Was there perhaps a deception at play? Thus, he felt an overwhelming urgency to return swiftly and uncover the truth, but the current situation rendered him immobile, which only heightened his anxiety. While lost in thought, Lan Xiaoqiang mockingly teased Shang Tali, "You could also head home. Wouldn't it be splendid to conclude your working days?" "Oh, you think you can just leave without a word? I refuse to go." Shang Tali shot back defiantly, clearly not understanding his reasoning, yet intentionally choosing to provoke him. "I know you wish to escape this place, but I adamantly refuse to budge." "Fine, fine," Lan Xiaoqiang replied, at a loss for words as he met her glare. The embers of frustration kindling within him, though he struggled to maintain his composure. "Your insistence on finding torment here is your prerogative. I, along with June Bukshui, am merely a reluctant companion." It was then Shang Tali shot him a pointed look. "And what does that imply?" Lan Xiaoqiang smiled. Yet the chill in his demeanor was palpable. "Thus, all expenses incurred here shall be your responsibility, Shang Tali. This was your declaration prior to our arrival, and you are not permitted to retract it." "You," Shang Tali fumed, nearly striking him with her chopsticks, only to have them deftly deflected by his own. He then pointedly reminded her, "No need to be so agitated. My salary suffices for my own expenses, and June Bukshui's is no different." Pausing briefly, he cast her a sidelong glance. "I am rather concerned for you, miss. It seems you may soon have to rely on your own resources." "Damn you! You insufferable Lan Xiaoqiang!" Shang Tali exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, as she prepared to hurl her chopsticks at him, only to be swiftly restrained by June Bukshui's quick reflexes. "Xiao Li, please calm down." June Bukshui urged, holding her hand firmly while looking at her with a serious expression. This is a public space. Do not create a scene. If you wish to remain here, you must honor your own promises. But please exercise some reason. While Lan Xiaoqiang's words may be harsh, can you genuinely claim they are untrue? June Bukshui maintained his calm demeanor, guiding her towards reflection. He speaks no falsehood. This is a fact evident to all. Why do you refuse to earnestly examine your own actions? Yes, I understand, but Shang Tali retorted, her frustration evident as she glared at June Bukshui, still unwilling to concede. But his attitude is utterly unacceptable. What do you expect from him? June Bukshui pressed, unwavering in his stance as he fixed her with a serious gaze. Have you forgotten your father's words? Lan Xiaoqiang is not your servant. He is under no obligation to cater to your whims. Neither are you. Why can't he treat me as you do? Shang Tali began, only to abruptly realize the impropriety of her words and fell silent. June Bukshui's displeasure was unmistakable as he admonished her. He is Lan Xiaoqiang, not June Bukshui. This distinction must be clear to you. These words were difficult for him to utter. Yet circumstances compelled him to do so, unleashing the pent-up frustration he felt. All right, I understand. Shang Tali conceded, sensing the need to relent, tugging at his sleeve softly as she whispered, in my eyes, you are like an older brother. Tali does not view you as a servant. Do you comprehend? June Bukshui's expression softened slightly, his gaze shifting to the food as he encouraged her. I understand. Let us set aside these matters and focus on our meal, for we must return to the workshop post-haste. Indeed. Shaoli, hurry up. Blue Xiaoqiang interjected, having paused mid-meal to glance at her with amusement. Shang Tali found herself momentarily stunned by his presence, as Blue Xiaoqiang quipped, stop staring and eat. Otherwise, we shall return to find our goods snatched away. Ah, you may be right. Shang Tali exclaimed, suddenly seizing her bowl and devouring her meal with fervor, matching Blue Xiaoqiang's voracious appetite. Despite their current state, she did not forget to remind them, you too, do not hold back later. Let them experience what it means to seize, and show them what true dominance entails. Yes, miss. Both men responded in unison, though their tone carried a hint of jest. Shang Tali's ravenous demeanor was hardly commendable. One could hardly believe the sight. Witness how her chopsticks flew with fervor, as she swallowed her food without savoring its flavor, her visage and attire besmirched with remnants of her meal, yet blissfully oblivious to her own messy indulgence. My goodness, such a dining spectacle! Lan Xiaoqiang had not anticipated that Shang Tali could consume her meal with such ferocity, adding a touch of endearment to her character. He could hardly contain his amusement, while June Bukshui shared a similar sentiment, stifling his laughter. They exchanged knowing glances, silently enjoying their meal while suppressing their mirth to the point of internal struggle. Oh, beauty, have you been famished for days to eat with such ferocity? A group of 4 or 5 handsome young men approached, wielding clean lunchboxes, their attire stylish and eye-catching, leaving Lan Xiaoqiang to ponder if they too were high-ranking officials within the factory. One of them, a youth with bleached hair dressed in trini shorts and pristine white sneakers, boldly sat beside Shang Tali, as Lan Xiaoqiang and June Bukshui occupied the opposite side. The youth casually draped his arm around Shang Tali's shoulders, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he asked, Darling, can you truly stomach this meal? How about I treat you to a lavish dinner instead? Chapter 093. The beauty pursues, Darling, can you truly stomach this meal? How about I treat you to a lavish dinner instead? Shang Tali inhaled deeply, closing her eyes as she counted down audibly, 3, 2, 1. Just as June Bukshui had ceased eating, he suddenly launched a kick, sending the youth reeling backward. June Bukshui had attacked without warning, catching the young man off guard, leading to an unfortunate tumble that triggered a cascade of chaos. Even Shang Tali, seated beside him, nearly toppled over due to the connected nature of their stools. Fortunately, Lan Xiaoqiang, sensing the impending calamity, swiftly caught Shang Tali, allowing them both to regain their balance as they glared at the hapless youth. The other 4 young men quickly surrounded them, astonished as they looked at the fallen figure. Qin Jiang, they exclaimed, helping the unconscious Qin Jiang to his feet. He groaned, a hand pressed to his chest, before spitting out blood and lapsing into unconsciousness again. Ah, Qin Jiang, What has happened to you? A young man in jeans fumed, rising to angrily confront June Bukshuai, delivering a swift kick. How dare you strike my friend, you little pest? June Bukshuai effortlessly dodged the kick, hearing the panic from the youth's companions. Hai Sheng, calm down. We must first attend to Qinjiang. What has happened to Qinjiang? Is it serious? Exclaimed the boy named Hai Sheng, momentarily forgetting his ire towards June Bukshuai as he knelt to check on Qinjiang. Little Juan, surely Qinjiang won't die. Will he? The other boy shook his head, flustered as they assisted Qinjiang and shouted, Quickly, we must take him to the infirmary. The last of the group, a boy clad in black pants and a white shirt, glared at June Bukshuai, threateningly declaring, If anything happens to Qinjiang, you are finished. Oh dear, am I not your brother? June Bukshuai sighed, raising his hands in a dismissive gesture, ignoring the boy's childish bravado. Truly, they were merely a group of young rascals. He mused to himself, I had already shown restraint, only using a fraction of my strength. It is not my fault he cannot take a hit, especially when he had the audacity to act so arrogantly. His fate is his own doing. Lan Shaoqiang cast a glance downward. You've stirred up trouble. June Bukshuai shrugged, an expression of indifference on his face, and the matter was left unresolved. Yet the incident had drawn the attention of the entire dining hall, with curious onlookers crowding around, effectively blocking the passage. Lan Shaoqiang frowned. Everyone, please clear the way. It is too cramped here. Let us return to work. He gestured for them to disperse, striding forward, with June Bukshuai and Shang Tali following closely behind. As the trio successfully made their exit from the dining area, upon reaching the workshop corridor on the first floor, a female colleague from their group hurried to catch up with them, offering a word of caution. You have caused a stir. Those fellows are the local bullies in the factory. Anyone who dares to challenge them will be dealt with. Her warning was cut short as she glanced around nervously, her voice dropping to a whisper. It is said that they are hired by the factory to deal with troublemakers like you. Be careful. Ah, now Lan Shaoqiang understood. It was a local's warning. But who was she referring to? June Bukshuai? Shang Tali? Or perhaps it was him, Lan Shaoqiang. Ultimately, he chuckled, realizing from her accent that she was undoubtedly one of his fellow villagers. Lan Shaoqiang raised his hand in a gesture of gratitude. Thank you, fellow villager. We will be just fine. However, she hurried away, seemingly unconcerned by his reassurance. Lan Shaoqiang shook his head, realizing that it was Su Peiran, the senior supervisor, who had instructed them to tidy up after himself and June Bukshuai. A glance exchanged with June Bukshuai led to mutual smiles, and they chose to disregard the situation. Upon returning to their seats in the workshop, they took a moment to sip some water when the supplies were delivered. Lan Shaoqiang and June Bukshuai exchanged a knowing look, and in a flash, they sprang into action like rabbits, seizing the goods ahead of others. Before their competitors could arrive, baskets of sock blanks soared through the air, landing precisely beside Lan Shaoqiang and June Bukshuai's seats. Ah, flying baskets. Everyone, look. What is happening? Witnessing the baskets of sock blanks soaring overhead, the onlookers began to doubt their own senses. Were they dreaming? The scene resembled a special effect from a movie. Did it not? Yet they found themselves witnessing it in reality, prompting each to pinch themselves to verify. The sharp sting confirmed it was real. In an instant, they abandoned their original intentions, gazing upwards in awe at the spectacle. As the sock blanks were successfully delivered, Lan Shaoqiang and June Bukshuai clapped their hands and returned to their seats, laughing at the towering stacks of sock blanks. Only then did the onlookers come to their senses, exclaiming in disbelief, Ah, they've taken all the goods. Damn it, they're worse than robbers. What are we supposed to do now? It's over, it's over. What should we do? However, Lan Shaoqiang and June Bukshuai remained unfazed as they settled down to commence their tasks. Suddenly, Shang Tali looked at them and asked, Hey, Qiangzi, why didn't you leave some for me? She glared at June Bukshuai. Do I have to carry them basket by basket? How exhausting. Lan Shaoqiang chuckled. No need. Xiaoli. I'll take care of the rush with your handsome brother June. You just need to handle the data counting. Ah, Shang Tali, upon seeing their efforts, realized there was a significant amount. However, considering their capabilities, it should be manageable. If she only had to count the data, that was more than sufficient, and she couldn't help but smile in delight. All right. Shang Tali agreed cheerfully, immediately bustling around the towering mountains of sock blanks with her pen and notepad. The rest of the group gathered, either standing or sitting, their faces filled with curiosity as they watched the two conduct their blitz. Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Bushuai's actions caught the attention of everyone in the workshop, including Su Peiran, the senior supervisor. She arrived, observing the orderly stacks of supplies behind them as Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Bushuai worked with machine-like precision. The speed was truly impressive. It was the first time Su Peiran noticed how quickly the machines could operate. But since she was there, she felt the need to assert herself. Lan Xiaoqiang, what does this mean? With eyes on the gathered onlookers, the idle female workers, she sighed in displeasure. You've taken all the goods, leaving them idle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ah, supervisor, have you forgotten? I promised not to let you down, he replied, a smile playing on his lips. What? You? Su Peiran was at a loss for words, and Lan Xiaoqiang chuckled. I recall you mentioning that in piecework, the more one grabs, the more one earns. As he questioned her, he continued to work without lifting his head. More work yields more reward. If one has the ability, they can seize more. Isn't that what you said? Supervisor? You? Su Peiran faltered, feeling somewhat defeated by his logic. Yet, after a moment's thought, she resolved to change her approach. Fine, but you must ensure it's completed before the end of your shift. If it affects the submission, I will hold you accountable. Lan Xiaoqiang readily replied, Rest assured, supervisor. Frustrated, Su Peiran turned and walked away. Shortly after, the quality inspector arrived for her routine checks. From a distance, the local worker discreetly warned Lan Xiaoqiang that this inspector was notoriously difficult, often finding fault and issuing fines of 100 to 200 yuan for minor infractions. They all despised her but were powerless to voice their grievances, for her role was crucial in determining their wages. And they dared not express their anger. Lan Xiaoqiang acknowledged her warning with a nod and continued his work undeterred. As others remained idle, the quality inspector was taken aback and approached Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Bushuai. She began inspecting Jun Bushuai first, tossing sock blanks in his direction. Unqualified, unqualified. Rework these. Indeed, she was as difficult as rumored, but fortunately, she refrained from issuing fines this time. As she continued to check the socks, she berated them. Are you only focused on quantity and disregarding quality? Jun Bushuai, ever agreeable, remained silent as beads of sweat formed. Look at how poorly you've made these socks. Hardly any are qualified. When it was Lan Xiaoqiang's turn, she maintained her scolding tone. You've produced so many defective items. If they cannot be submitted, who will bear the losses? Should I deduct from your wages? Well, if my quality is genuinely unqualified, deducting wages is only fair. Lan Xiaoqiang paused his work, blinking at her as he raised his hands. But may I inquire, esteemed inspector, what precisely is wrong with my socks? He picked up one of the defective socks she had pointed out and scrutinized it closely, genuinely seeking her guidance. Please be clear about what is unqualified. This would facilitate my improvement. You? The quality inspector looked at him in disbelief. Lan Xiaoqiang persisted, his demeanor serious, not merely causing trouble. Otherwise, I want to know where I went wrong. And how can I avoid producing defective items in the future? Fine, I'll tell you. The quality inspector likely didn't expect this newcomer to confront her so boldly. Angrily, she took the sock from Lan Xiaoqiang's hand, examining the toe seam closely before providing her reasoning. This is crooked by 7 or 8 stitches. Can you see? She tossed the sock back to Lan Xiaoqiang and picked up other defective items to inspect. This one is crooked by 5 stitches. This one by 6 or 7, and this one is the worst, with over 10 crooked stitches. Lan Xiaoqiang's brow furrowed deeper, unable to restrain himself from interrupting her. I say, quality inspector, was your purpose to ensure quality control or to nitpick and make things difficult for the employees? What do you mean by that? You re-saying my assessment is unqualified, and you dare to speak to me like this? Anyone can say that. The question is, can you do it? Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly stood up, forcibly pulling her to his seat and handing her a sock. You do it. And I'll inspect you if you can stitch without a single crooked stitch. I, Lan Xiaoqiang, will accept any punishment without complaint. You? The quality inspector was furious, her face flushed, yet found herself at a loss for words. Lan Xiaoqiang continued to berate her without mercy. Anyone can perform quality checks. I can do it just as well as you, but you might not be better at making socks than I am. If you're unconvinced, show me. Lan Xiaoqiang spread his legs and assumed a stable stance, crossing his arms with a mocking smile, then took one of the defective socks she had mentioned and examined it closely. The seam of the sock cannot be crooked, but if it looks generally square and there are no obvious crooked marks, that's acceptable. Is it necessary to be so pedantic? Quality control is so impressive, isn't it? Lan Xiaoqiang suddenly leaned in closer, disdain dripping from his words. We are all just workers. Why do you have to go so far? The quality inspector found herself speechless, shrinking back, unable to meet his gaze. Lan Xiaoqiang narrowed his eyes, continuing his mockery. Tell me, which buyer would scrutinize socks like you, checking for crooked stitches? I certainly wouldn't. This individual often left sentences unfinished before suddenly pressing her for answers. I trust the quality control in the factory wouldn't be so inhumane? Would it? Wouldn't you agree? The quality inspector, pale and retreating, was bombarded by his questions. Tell me plainly today, are our socks genuinely subpar, or is someone instructing you to make things difficult for us? That's not the case. Not at all. What are you saying? The quality inspector stood up from his seat, regaining her composure, and replied to Lan Xiaoqiang. You're quite something. Let us leave it at that. With that, she turned and walked away. The female workers in the same group did not resent Lan Xiaoqiang. Instead, they cheered him on, relieved that someone finally dared to take a stand against the notoriously difficult quality inspector who frequently imposed fines, often starting at 100, 150, or 200 yuan. Thus, it seemed she had made an exception today by not issuing any fines to Lan Xiaoqiang and Jun Bushui. Although repeatedly claiming incompetence, there was no tangible action taken, which could be deemed somewhat justifiable for the two handsome gentlemen. Ultimately, however, they fell victim to an unexpected reprimand from Lan Xiaoqiang, leaving our quality inspector feeling quite aggrieved. After the incident, Lan Xiaoqiang, noticing the idle female workers, felt a twinge of guilt. He discussed with Shang Talajan, who was not as charming, about allocating some resources to them, ensuring everyone had something to do. In truth, they were not in need of such trivial funds. Why compete for a livelihood? Ultimately, it was simply a matter of disapproval regarding Supervisor Su Peiran's management style, wanting to impart a slight lesson. The female workers cheered with joy, accepting Lan Xiaoqiang's kindness with delight. This matter was temporarily put aside as everyone happily worked together, with dinner still being enjoyed in the cafeteria due to the need for overtime. Lan Xiaoqiang sighed in discontent, questioning whether this life was a form of self-torment. It was rare for him to be assigned a leisurely task. Yet Shang Talaj insisted on working in the factory. If she chose to suffer, that was one thing. But why should she drag Jun Bushui along for the ride, causing frustration? However, not long after returning to the workshop, Lan Xiaoqiang was called away. Initially, he was told that Shang Talaj and Jun Bushui could not accompany him, but Lan Xiaoqiang's firm stance made it clear that he would not go without them. Supervisor Su Peiran, though vexed, had no choice but to acquiesce. The trio departed the workshop, following their supervisor Su Peiran outside. As they took a breath of fresh air, a distant clamor of combat and shouts of struggle reached their ears, prompting a question. Hey, is someone fighting? Supervisor, why are you taking us out? Yes, there is a fight, and they are here to find you. Ah, Lan Xiaoqiang was visibly startled and anxiously bit his lip, quickening his pace to catch up with her. Who is looking for me? I have no friends here. He felt a sense of frustration, wondering why Zhao Songyang had come for him on just the first day. Observing the bewildered expression on Lan Xiaoqiang's face, Su Peiran shook her head in disbelief. I don't know. You'll find out when you go over. What a redundant statement. Lan Xiaoqiang quickened his steps, pondering who it could be if not Zhao Songyang. Upon reaching the entrance of the factory, a chaotic crowd was engaged in a fierce brawl, wielding knives, axes, and clubs. The tumultuous fight resulted in many injuries. Though thankfully no lives were lost, Lan Xiaoqiang felt relieved. Amidst the chaos, it was clear that Zhao Songyang was not present. This was not his scene. Each side had a leader observing the conflict, neither engaging in the fray. The factory's security captain led the observation, clearly anxious as the situation was unfavorable for him, nervously rubbing his hands together. Upon seeing Su Peiran approach with Lan Xiaoqiang, he hurriedly came forward. The opposing leader was a figure clad in black, wearing sunglasses and a hat, appearing somewhat out of place for the evening. Standing calmly outside the factory's entrance, he watched the fray with an air of indifference. Showing no concern for the outcome, as Lan Xiaoqiang drew nearer, the man suddenly whistled sharply, and the tumultuous fighting abruptly ceased. "Changge, I finally found you," a loud, exuberant male voice shouted, and the speaker lunged at Lan Xiaoqiang, startling him. Reacting instinctively as a martial artist, he crouched low and executed a swift move, deftly sidestepping the incoming figure. The assailant let out a pained cry as he fell heavily to the ground several feet away. While Lan Xiaoqiang stood confidently, brushing his hands off with an air of coolness, it was merely a basic maneuver, yet everyone around was left in shock, especially Su Peiran, whose eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such a skilled individual lurking in her workshop, a hidden gem indeed. She silently prayed he would not hold her accountable for her earlier actions, fearing the repercussions if he did. Lan Xiaoqiang looked over with a slight frown. How come it's you?" The fallen figure, recognizing Lan Xiaoqiang, beamed as if he had struck a fortune. He patted his chest and, with the help of his underlings, stood up, grinning widely despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He limped over, bowing respectfully. "So, boss, you've been here these past few days. No wonder my brothers and I couldn't find you." Lan Xiaoqiang shot him an annoyed glare, then glanced at the imposing figure in black standing at the factory entrance, acutely aware of the man's powerful presence. With a mere whistle, the man signaled his followers to retract their weapons and retreat, clearly indicating they were his entourage. As for the nearly flattened bald man, despite not wearing his signature red shorts today, Lan Xiaoqiang recognized him instantly. The factory's security was evidently dealing with the bald man and his cohorts, who had previously sought trouble with him at noon. It seemed the local gossip had been accurate. They were indeed affiliated with the factory. However, now they were down to just 4, missing one member. The injured onlookers gazed at Lan Xiaoqiang, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity regarding his background. Lan Xiaoqiang, noticing this, turned his gaze to the bald man and spoke coolly. "Since you know I'm here, why did you bring so many people to cause trouble? Are you tired of living?" "No, boss, how could I dare?" The bald man, realizing the gravity of the situation, wriggled free from his companion's support, nearly stumbling in front of Lan Xiaoqiang as he hastily defended himself. "We just wanted to find you. But those damn security guards wouldn't let us in, so we ended up in a dispute, and oh, did you really need to bring this many people to find me?" Lan Xiaoqiang pointed accusingly at his head, nearly shoving him to the ground, still filled with anger. "You clearly deserve a beating. How about I grant you another?" With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending the bald man crashing to the ground, who continued to apologize profusely, too afraid to rise immediately. I'm sorry, Changge. Please, hear me out." His frantic movements on the ground resembled a 4-legged toad, eliciting suppressed laughter from the onlookers. Strangely, the leader who had come with him remained motionless, seemingly unwilling to intervene. Lan Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the ominous man before returning his attention to the bald man. "Who is he? And what do you want from me?" The bald man wiped the blood from his lip and pushed away the supporting hand of his companion, leaning closer to Lan Xiaoqiang to speak quietly. "He is from City A. Specifically looking for you, boss." "What?" Lan Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, his keen eyes locking onto the man who suddenly raised his hand, commanding, "You, come here and speak." The man stroked his chin, bowed his head slightly, and in an instant, he was standing before Lan Xiaoqiang. Tio suppressed the man's imposing aura. Lan Xiaoqiang swiftly moved around him in a blur, suddenly delivering a kick to his face. The hat flew off, and the sunglasses shattered, but the man reacted quickly, snatching the hat and placing it back on his head. After unexpectedly receiving a kick, he coolly touched his face, a smile forming despite the blood on his hand. Lowering his voice as he leaned closer to Lan Xiaoqiang. "Young master, I have news from City A for you." "What?" Lan Xiaoqiang frowned with irritation. "Did he send you to find me?" The man shook his head vigorously, refusing to answer. Lan Xiaoqiang, uninterested in entertaining him, turned to leave, stating, "Go back and tell him, at his age, he should stop engaging in futile endeavors." The man abruptly blocked Lan Xiaoqiang's path again. Lan Xiaoqiang's hand trembled as he halted. his expression taut with anxiety as he inquired, "What happened to Tingxue? Speak quickly." "She is married," the man began, but was abruptly cut off by Lan Shaoqiang's furious interruption. "You scoundrel, how dare you speak such nonsense?" With a sharp motion, he seized the man's throat, while the latter deftly countered by gripping his pulse point. "I possess evidence. Would you care to see it, young master?" "Go to hell." In a fit of rage, Lan Shaoqiang kicked him to the ground and, seething with fury, placed his foot firmly on the man's chest. "If you wish to die, I shall grant you a swift demise." His disdain for the old man was palpable, and his loathing for Xiaoqilan meddling in his affairs was even greater. As he spoke, he pressed down harder, preparing to end the man's life, when unexpectedly, the man produced a stack of papers from his bosom and offered it to him. "This is the morning report from City A. You will understand upon reading." The man's demeanor was remarkably composed. Lan Shaoqiang, momentarily taken aback, accepted the papers. Engaged in the myriad tasks of the factory today, he had indeed neglected to catch up on the news. Had he missed something significant? Uncertain, he eyed the man. But his hand swiftly snatched the newspaper from him. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad man rolled away, respectfully regarding Lan Shaoqiang with folded arms, a customary show of politeness. "I have delivered the message. Take care." "Young master." When Donglai takes his leave. It turned out this man was Wen Donglai, a messenger for Xiaoqilan, who had traveled to City C specifically to seek out the young master of Xiaoqilan. The esteemed Xiaojin Dong, with the message successfully conveyed, he prepared to depart. As he gestured, a chorus of shouts echoed, and dozens of individuals retreated like a receding tide, with Wen Donglai disappearing among them. Leaving no trace behind, Lan Shaoqiang, engrossed in the newspaper, paid no mind to the exit of the group, only hearing the distant roar of engines mingled with the thunder of motorcycles, leaving behind not a single silhouette, an exit executed with remarkable precision. Jun Bushui and Shang Tali had been observing the scene with detached interest. Noticing the sudden change in Lan Shaoqiang's expression, they realized he might have encountered a significant upheaval. They lowered their presence. Hesitant to intrude with idle chatter, Lan Shaoqiang perused the newspaper under the glaring streetlight. His face grew increasingly ashen, his hands trembling, a clear indication of the blow the news had dealt him. At this juncture, Jun Bushui, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned closer to Lan Shaoqiang, concern lacing his voice. "Xiangzi, what has transpired?" "It's nothing. I just want to kill someone." While his initial words were relatively composed, the latter part erupted in an uncontrollable fury, his eyes bloodshot as he seized Jun Bushui, bellowing in rage. "I want to kill someone, do you understand?" "Xiangzi, please calm down." Shang Tali, having picked up the newspaper from the ground, rushed over, startled, and grasped his arm, offering a gentle reminder. "You mustn't act recklessly. We are allies." Jun Bushui also steadied himself, reassuring him with a pat. "Take it easy. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved. Both Tali and I are here to help you. She has married, and the groom is not me. Can you do anything about that?" Lan Shaoqiang's eyes brimmed with tears, and in that moment, he resembled a helpless child. His heart aching as if cut by a blade. Shang Tali, unable to bear the sight, tenderly rolled up the newspaper and placed it in his hands as a gesture of comfort. "Xiangzi, try to see the brighter side. There are plenty of fish in the sea, clearly." Shang Tali had not yet grasped the content of the newspaper. Lan Shaoqiang, ungrateful, retorted with fury, "No, I want no one but her." Infuriated, he shoved her aside and turned to leave, prompting Shang Tali to call out, "Xiangzi, where are you going?" "I must return to City A tonight. Jun Bushui will look after you in my absence." "That is not acceptable. I refuse to agree." Shang Tali's resolute voice incensed Lan Shaoqiang, causing him to stop and glare at her with evident irritation. "If you continue this nonsensical insistence, I will simply walk away, understood?" With that, he turned to leave, disregarding the expressions of Shang Tali, Jun Bushui, and the workshop supervisor, Su Peiran. "Stop right there." Shang Tali sprinted after him, angrily confronting him. "Did I say you couldn't go back? I merely wanted to accompany you and Jun Bushui to City A." "Ah. So plans had shifted?" Lan Xiaoqiang regarded her with surprise, then glanced back at Jun Bushui, who was nodding vigorously in agreement. A smile broke across Lan Xiaoqiang's face. He waved at them, and the three departed without so much as a word to the factory leadership. Striding out boldly, "Hey, you can't just leave like this. Aren't you supposed to be working?" Supervisor Su Peiran watched their retreating figures with exasperation. "Let them be, Supervisor Su," sighed the security team leader, shaking his head. "Can't you see? These three are not people one can afford to offend." P.S. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Our enchanting tale will be unveiled tomorrow, the 28th, and the forthcoming chapters promise to be full of excitement that requires your subscription to enjoy. Follow along to witness a distinct end-of-the-world scenario, observing how Liang Mutian and Xiao Zhendong reconcile and rescue humanity from its dire straits, ushering in a new era of evolved humanity. Discover how they forged the undead Mecha Legion to empower the vulnerable humans of Earth, successfully combating interstellar calamities, safeguarding humanity from impending disasters, and gazing down upon the cosmos. Interwoven within are the intricate romantic entanglements of the three. They are both allies in battle and rivals in love. Engaged in an eternal contest, who will emerge victorious? Will Xiao Zhendong successfully cultivate alongside Xiaoding Xue, enhancing his spatial powers and breaking the seals on his innate techniques to ultimately defeat Liang Mutian? Will Yang Mutian, devoted to Xiaoding Xue across lifetimes, manage to reclaim his beloved wife and restore his son's cherished mother? Unbeknownst to you, among the characters introduced, one is their son, seeking his mother on Earth. Can you guess who? Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Moreover, what is the connection between Xiaoding Xue and their past lives? Will she successfully reclaim her true love, ultimately choosing between them? Whose wife will she ultimately become? Readers, stay tuned for the unfolding narrative. I assure you, it will not disappoint, brimming with excitement, charm, and unexpected twists that will leave you exhilarated. Or feel free to voice your discontent with me.